Secure the situation. Observing that Long Wanfeng kept his head bowed in silence, Lin Jejun massaged his brow and remarked, I won't decide whether to proceed yet, at least let the doctor make an assessment. Even if it can't save a life, buying us more time will at least let me clear the way for you. You can save me. Long Wanfeng suddenly raised his head in alarm. How would we know if we don't try? Lin Jejun smiled and waved his hand. Let's go. Remember, the word death is forbidden. Watching his figure vanish beyond the doorway, Long Wanfeng stood for a long while before letting out a soft, low laugh and shaking his head. This kid still has an audacity that irks to the core. Sees I tomorrow morning accompany me to Gangdao's most expensive hospital. Half an hour later, Zhulong at the Heliansheng bar office. Lin Jejun surveyed his surroundings with a silent sigh. Just days ago, he had been holed up in this cramped space, meticulously counting how to reclaim the hundreds of thousands owed from outside. Now, a villa atop the hill is secured, and the new office in Jianshaze nearly rivals a boutique club. Heliansheng now unmistakably bears the Lin name, with the Lin Group's title gracing every major headline on Gangdao. Even the uncle at the Cha Chan Tong, while cooking noodles, casually mentioned, I heard Lin Sheng bought another plot of land yesterday. Even he couldn't help but savor the flavor of the news. Jungu, are you lost in thought? Jimmy Zai's voice came from behind. Lin Jejun snapped back to attention and looked up. Have you finished compiling the territory maps I assigned? They're all here. Jimmy Zai replied briskly as he handed over a folder onto the table. Opening it revealed a vast map spread out before them. The boundaries of Heliansheng's territory and those of its allied forces were delineated with distinct areas of varying shades. Every bustling nightclub at street corners, the darkest alleys, and the ever-changing corner shops had been meticulously circled with a fine pen accompanied by concise annotations. Lin Jejun nodded silently. When he recruited Jimmy Zai, it was that indomitable drive he saw in him, recording accounts with greater precision than any bookkeeper, smiling gently in business talks, yet as cold in action as a blade in its scabbard. In hindsight, he had not been mistaken. Jimmy Zai was not merely passionate about business, he was utterly infatuated with the sense of order that business itself entailed. Much like a hunter obsessed with tracking his prey, he relished the process of transforming chaos into a resolute line. Yet the ruthlessness he embodied was restrained by his objectives, never allowed to run rampant. Without Lin Jejun at the helm, his actions would have been so incisive that even Ah Wu might have been startled awake in the dead of night by his name. Just days ago, when a deal in Las Vegas went awry, within 3 days, he had seized 3 clandestine warehouses, reducing ledgers to mere ashes. In the realm of business, he wielded a sharp blade. In the underworld, he was as unyielding as hardened steel. Let him go solo. Lin Jejun didn't even bat an eyelash. Jungu's central Zhulong is now firmly in our grasp. The entire Zhulong Peninsula, 30% of the realm, now bears the Lin name. Combined with stalwarts like Wang Zhulong Zhuanfeng and Wei Yi, nearly half of Zhulong is effectively secured. A spark of uncontainable zeal lit up Jimmy Zai's eyes as his voice brimmed with controlled excitement. Lin Jejun lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, a subtle smile curving his lips as he decisively closed the folder. Central Zhulong has essentially been cleared out. The remaining sectors in East and West Zhulong still lie in others' hands. Now select a few sharp-witted brothers to stealthily scope the situation. Keep a vigilant eye on those lucrative prime streets. Note exactly who lingers at which alley corner and which stall bears what banner. This time, as Lin Huailu seized the moment amidst the chaos, and with Big Boss Dichio having been double-crossed, it would be unthinkable not to have several ruthless players from outside reinforcing the assault. Dongxing, Hongxing, Xinji, and the Haoma gang, none were left out. No one was dispatched, no guns were fired, yet cash flowed in like an unceasing torrent. Real gold and silver bolstering their courage. Lin Jejun never forgot a favor, and a grudge was never left overnight. Even if they did not act personally, once it was proven who had lent a hand or passed the dagger, they would not escape his unyielding retribution. The martial realm is not about pleasantries, but about rules. When those rules are broken, an iron fist is needed to restore order. By the way, get Wang Jiu over here. Just as Jimmy Zai rose to leave, Lin Jejun added another remark. Before long, an old Mercedes creaked to a halt in the back alley of the bar. Wang Jiu leapt from the car and dashed into the room within a few strides. Jungu. His posture was impeccably upright, his usual rakish air completely suppressed, as if every extra breath might provoke trouble. Yet his body refused to cooperate and his feet couldn't help but bounce as if he were a cartoon character walking on springs. How are the big boss's territories and men faring? Lin Jejun swept his gaze upward, his tone as placid as a still lake, yet heavy enough to unsettle anyone. I heard that you've long awaited this day, planning to unseat him and claim his throne for yourself, am I right? No sooner had the words fallen than beads of sweat instantly rolled down Wang Jiu's forehead. His heart tightened. Though he had confided in no one, how did Lin Jejun know every detail? Indeed, he had long resented being subservient. The thought of toppling the big boss and taking over had churned in his mind countless times. Yet with the big boss holding him by the throat, he had never dared to act. Behind the scenes, however, he had been prying open hearts one by one, securing loyalties and assembling a trusted crew. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward with a thud. Jungu, everything is firmly under control. The territories have been meticulously mapped out and loyalty has been secured. As he spoke, he abruptly grabbed the large leather bag lying at his feet and slammed it onto the table with a resounding smack. These are all of Wang Jio's assets, his penchant for hoarding gold, converting every earned dime into gold bars, and the deed to the Jin Hui office building intact and right here. Lin Jiejun's eyes lit up. What was most lacking now was a solid foothold. Though the Jin Hui office building was modest at only 11 stories, it sufficed for the moment, and when the empire expanded it could be demolished and rebuilt anew. Well done, Wang Jio. I consider this a notable achievement. Fixing his gaze on Wang Jio with a smile that never quite reached his eyes, he added, however, I do wonder, since you once planned to unseat the big boss, might there come a day when you decide to invite me down as well? Oh. Wang Jio's face turned deathly pale as his legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud, his voice quivering as he cried, Jungu. Jungu. I, Wang Jio, know my own measure well. I'd never dare disturb even a single hair of yours. Enough, I was just teasing. Must you be so frightened? Lin Jiejun waved dismissively, his tone light, yet laden with the weight of 1,000 burdens. Rise. As long as you work diligently, you won't be deprived of your rewards. Only then did Wang Jio, his hands trembling, rise with a stiffened back and evading eyes, his very fingers quivering. Lin Jiejun watched silently, nodding inwardly. Just as a bent sapling must be straightened and a branch with thorns occasionally pruned, Wang Jio's inherent rebellious nature, if left unchecked, would eventually become a liability. Thus, the hard-hitting suppression during the Hetuo incident, which crushed his last glimmer of hope in hindsight, proved to be an impeccably executed move. Compared to the big boss, even if Wang Jio were granted tenfold courage, he wouldn't dare entertain even the slightest unscrupulous thought towards Lin Jiejun. Furthermore, one more thing. Let it be known up front. Lin Jiejun lowered his gaze, his eyes as sharp as blades as they swept over Wang Jio. In the realm of drug trafficking, my rule is absolute. Whoever dares interfere will lose his head, whether close or distant, regardless of status. He despised the slandering of affiliates not out of noble morality, but because such actions were like a chronic poison that slowly corroded the heart. Many a gang leader met his end not at the hands of external foes, but fell victim to the blades of his own brothers. In the frenzy of seizing goods, territories, and profits, even ancestral ties were not spared. It was like a parasite affixed to the bone, growing ever greedier and more frenzied as it fed, and moreover, he had no regard for such trifling gains. Understood. Rest assured, Jungu. Wang Jio replied hastily. They'll go back and torch all those powder outlets under Wang Bao, leaving nothing behind. They'll dump all the orange powder into the sea to feed the fish. That very afternoon, Lin Jiejun led a cadre of key personnel straight for the Jin Hui office building. This place had formerly borne only the trade company sign under the big boss's name, ostensibly engaged in import-export while secretly trafficking in powders. Now that the sign had been removed and the personnel purged, the facade was entirely renewed. Tomorrow, Jimmy Zai and I will meticulously arrange the floor plan, finance, personnel, security, intelligence, each in their respective domains and operating on separate floors. Lin Jiejun surveyed the room with a steady tone. Report any issues immediately. For minor matters, consult the hall chiefs. For major issues, come directly to me. Everyone present were the main forces for quelling the rebellion and the bloody battles in the fort. All 8 hall chiefs of Heiliansheng were present. Even Wang Jio from the allied group sat obediently at the far end. Wei Yi from the legendary Huang Daxian was still in hospital with his arm in a cast, and Tiger Ji's old injury had flared up so that he entrusted full authority to 12 Xiao. Let's address the first matter. Lin Jiejun paused and swept his gaze over everyone. With the chaos in Zhuoduan Hall settled among the younger generation, who was willing to take on the responsibility as the decision-maker. No sooner had his words fallen than all eyes converged on Feiji, Dongguanzi, Chun Luojuan, Baba, and Dasong. Truly, among Lin Jiejun's youthful supporters, only these few could be counted on. Feng Yuxiu was entirely immersed in martial arts studies and had long shunned hall affairs. Wu still carried the badge of the Haoma gang as he eked out his living at the docks, and yet Lin Jiejun had yet to formally induct him into Heiliansheng. Jungu, you know my temperament. I could never bear the mantle of a hall chief. I simply wish to follow you, paving the way and ensuring our operation remains steady. Baba flexed his arm, his muscles glistening as his deep voice rang out like a tolling bell. He was the first to speak decisively. My wife and children have taken root in Julong. Our hearts have long been tethered to you, Jungu. We desire to go nowhere else. Dasong immediately followed with a steady tone, his words plain yet unwavering. The remaining trio, Chun Luojuan, Dongguanzi, and Feiji, remained silent. Jungu, I wish to shoulder this burden. Feiji raised his hand, his voice low, yet every word resonant, as if nails were being driven into wood. No sooner had he spoken than the brows of the Dongguanzi group twitched, and they instinctively glanced his way. Seeing the gravity in his expression devoid of any hint of jest, their hearts collectively skipped a beat as they silently shook their heads. Who in Heliansheng did not know. Those who followed at Lin Jejun's side, though lacking the official title of Hall Chief, held the most unassailable positions. Even if merely trusted aides without command, their status far surpassed that of many established Hall leaders. Even the bona fide Hall Chiefs, upon seeing them, bowed and greeted with smiles. That was precisely the down-to-earth reliability that Baba and Dasong prized. Responses echoed from all directions. The thoughts in Dongguanzi and Chun Luojuan's hearts were in truth the same ledger as everyone else's. Indeed, if a street punk's mind did not move a little quicker, he would be doomed to remain a mere plain his whole life, a low-level errand boy. The same sentence rose in everyone's heart. No one voiced it, yet all understood. Good. The Jordan territory will be handed over to you. Lin Jejun swept his gaze across the room, his tone mild, yet carrying unquestionable weight. You can draw the funds from Jimmy. Within 1 month, I want to see the Jordan operation standing firm again, not the slightest bit inferior to before. Yes, Brother June. Feiji's eyes lit up, his reply loud and clear. Before his words had fully fallen, Lin Jejun had already turned toward the others. In this pacification, Wei Ye personally took down Lin Huailo. His is undoubtedly the first merit. Wang Ji, tomorrow morning you will go to Wei Ye and help him completely clear out the Wang Tai Sin and TSC Wanshan territories. Those areas will be under his control from now on. He paused, his voice sinking slightly. In addition, from this day forth, Helian Security will be renamed Global Security. All resources and personnel from Heliansheng will be aligned toward the new company. Wei Ye and Long Wanfeng have both agreed to this. Jianjun, you will merge that unit of old soldiers directly into Global Security, but a separate military advisory department must be established. Every retired soldier will be formally attached there. The moment they heard this, everyone's hearts gave a violent jolt. Global Security. The very name, once thrown out, carried a grandeur far beyond the usual path. It exuded a hidden, overwhelming ambition. If anyone else had said such words, the crowd would likely have laughed behind his back. But from Lin Jejun's mouth, no one dared treat them as idle wind. To speak plainly, Wang Jianjun's armed squad truly was being wasted on Hong Kong Island. If thrown into the overseas mercenary circuit, their combat strength would undoubtedly rank in the very first tier. Moreover, Wang Jingwo's recruiting drive had never stopped. Retired soldiers, unable to adapt, unable to manage a straight-laced livelihood, even crushed by life until they could hardly breathe, kept coming to Hong Kong Island with their families in tow. As long as the numbers accumulated and the structure was properly formed, aiming for the top of the world was no empty boast. De Di Yudo, Biao Dapohe. You three were the first to charge into Jordan. The corner of Lin Jejun's lips lifted, his smile composed. I said before, the more you do, the more you take. Do less, take less. For the next 3 years, your shares of the chip commission in the gambling hall will be 10 AU 8 AU and 5, respectively. The remaining portion will be divided equally among Wang Ji, Brother Hu, and the other hall masters. Let me emphasize once more, we distribute according to labor. We will not follow Uncle Deng's so-called, everyone drinks from the same level bowl. However capable you may be, you cannot bypass my gate. As his words landed, joy instantly blossomed across the faces of Didi and the other two. They hurriedly cupped their fists toward Lin Jejun in thanks. The other hall masters silently clenched their fists, their eyes burning hot. After the meeting dispersed, everyone had made up their minds. The first thing on returning to their own turf would be to expand manpower, drill their men, and scramble for work. Next time Brother June gave the order, they had to be at the very front, seizing the top merit. Only thus could they secure their footing and fill their bowls to overflowing. At the end, Lin Jejun's gaze slowly settled on Daofeng. The man was the same as ever. Newsboy cap pulled low, covering half his face, a matte black leather jacket wrapped around him as he shrank into the corner's shadow like a blade, sheathed, utterly still and soundless. Daofeng, what are your plans? Lin Jejun's voice was not loud, yet like a thread. With a light tug, it pulled the man on his center stage. The silhouette in the corner trembled slightly, then rose and walked steadily to stand before Lin Jejun. Boss, I nearly committed a grave mistake. However you arrange it, that is how I will go. When he finished, he slowly lifted his head. Under the brim appeared a face of sharp contours, eyes sunk deep, his gaze churning with a heavy, lead-weighted remorse. When he had first planned to assassinate Lin Jejun, he had only checked the surface information. He had no idea that behind Lin Jejun stood a real, fully armed force. Only when Wang Jianjun laid it all out in front of him did he truly see and truly panic. Through Wang Jianjun, he learned much more. Under Lin Jejun, there were dozens of retired soldiers who had come off the northern battlefields, the Wang Jianjun brothers among them. Most of these men were just like him. After leaving the battlefield, the sound of gunfire still rattled in their bones, their hands still clenched the trigger in their dreams, their days sinking lower one after another. No one understood the tearing pain of post-war trauma better than Daofeng. Some could not endure it and simply swallowed the pills. Those who did not fall either developed severe auditory hallucinations and insomnia, or became ever more violent, and paranoid, pacing daily along the edge of collapse. And Lin Jiejun had of all things built them a road back to life. When he heard that more and more retired soldiers like himself were finding new positions under Lin Jiejun, drawing salaries and standing upright again, that surge of regret in his chest nearly burned him through. Daofeng stopped clinging to the past. Lin Jiejun smiled, his tone gentle, yet leaving no room for argument. Back then you bled for your brothers, and becoming a killer was a choice forced on you at the end of the road. Only what? Daofeng's Adam's apple bobbed as he asked in a low voice. Only that though your gun muzzle has left the battlefield, your bullets should still be chambered for your brothers. Lin Jiejun's expression hardened, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Jianjun tells me your marksmanship is even better than his. So within the military advisory department, he will be chief instructor, and you will be solely in charge of firearms training. Instructor, do you dare shoulder this burden? As the words fell, Daofeng's body suddenly went rigid as if nailed in place. A few seconds later his eye sockets grew hot, his vision instantly blurring. This tough bastard who had broken 3 ribs and taken 2 bullets without so much as a groan in the rain of gunfire, now felt his throat tighten and his nose sting, not from pain, but from the shock of that one question, do you dare, slamming into his heart. What heated his heart even more was that Lin Jiejun had not mentioned that past matter at all. He neither dug up old accounts nor set any threshold. This unspoken trust weighed heavier than any reprimand. Grinding his back molars, Daofeng swore a ruthless oath to himself. This time, even if he was ground down to bone fragments, he would repay every ounce of what he owed. Don't you feel that Brother June has a different kind of force about him now? Bobby hunched at the back of the crowd, leaning close to whisper into Sang's ear. Of course. Dasong lifted his eyes for a sweep around the room, nodding like a bobbing garlic clove. The old Brother June couldn't talk more than 3 sentences or stick to anything for more than 3 days. How is he anything like this now? He's even drawn up the security deployment map for 3 years down the line. Hey, maybe. Bobby scratched his chin, his tone certain. Maybe it's not that he never had the ability before, just that he hadn't yet reached this position, hadn't had his hands on the helm. Desang, hearing this, immediately chimed in, then turned to ask Awu, what do you think? Me? Awu did not even lift his eyelids, his hand still resting at his waist. If Brother June says the word, I'll swing the blade, even with a knife at my own throat. If he really told me to hack off the crown of the British Queen, I'd already have the whetstone ready. Before he finished, what are you 3 whispering about? Lin Jiejun's gaze swept over, and the 3 of them straightened their backs in unison. He then looked to Wang Jianjun. Jianjun, starting tomorrow morning you'll take Bobby and the others along with the men under them and run them through physical training. Guns can be set aside for now, but at a glance people must see. They're in security, not loitering in tea houses. Copy that, boss. Wang Jianjun's reply cracked like thunder as the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile that sent a chill down Bobby's neck. That was no smile, but light leaking from the crack of Hell's Gate. 2 days later, all clerical posts under Lin Jiejun were moved into the Jinhui office tower. The factories and warehouses, those bones and muscles, remained rooted in their old locations. What moved in were all brains, finance, legal, HR, public relations operations, each fulfilling its own function on standby at all times. Even better, Lin Group's various divisions had long been intertwined. Once seated within the same building, information began flowing as if a floodgate had been opened. A single phone call could settle cross-department collaboration, or a report could be compiled and verified the very same day. Even when Lin Jiejun called an impromptu meeting, there was no need to wait half an hour wondering who was stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. Efficiency. It more than doubled. By now no one called this building Jinhui anymore. Neighbors, employees, even delivery couriers all referred to it in one phrase, the Lin Building. On the first floor, aside from the armed security at their posts and the facial recognition access gates, all else was space for employees to breathe. Beanbag chairs paired with freshly ground coffee, a 24-hour convenience store, a pool table, a card corner table, football. There were also non-gambling arcade machines produced by Lin Technology itself. Drop in a coin and play, relying purely on hand speed and brainpower. The zoning of quiet and active areas was crystal clear, a wide corridor cutting across the center, calm on the left, lively on the right, each side undisturbing the other. Helian Security officially removed its old signboard and replaced it with the new Global Security emblem. Helian Sheng Weiye and Wang Tai-sin, brother, Hu of Temple Street, Wang Ji of Kowloon, the Longqing Gang of the Walled City. All formal disciples under Lin Jiejun's banner or attached to him were folded into Global Security's roster. Monthly red envelopes, resettlement stipends, medical funds, wedding and funeral allowances, subsidies for children's schooling. All of it now went through Global Security's public accounts. A few words in the budget headings were tweaked, but the procedures flowed on unhindered, precisely because it held the densest headcount and the widest spread. Global Security, though not yet the most profitable segment, was already among all of Lin Jiejun's businesses, the thickest in scale and the most solid in foundation. Each hall and gang accordingly dispatched their white fan strategists and Jasha accountants to be stationed there long term. Some even broke with old rules outright. They established dual Jiaxia posts at their halls, one in charge of goods venues and manpower on the turf, the other running back and forth to the office tower, connecting directly with the finance department for accounts and verification. With people stationed at the nerve center, news no longer relied on word-of-mouth pagers or waiting for T-Doc days. Now, if trouble flared at the eastern docks, the western fuel station lit up at once. If a casino in the southern district caught fire, the warehouse at North Point already had manpower on standby. Real-time linkage decisions made on the spot, implemented at speed. They truly achieved it, one bell ringing answers from all 8 directions. Compared with the old days in the tea hall when the uncles took their time brewing tea and talked in circles for half a day just to set a tone, the current tempo was as if they had boarded a jet plane. The Lin building alone housed 24 floors of Hong Kong Island departments. The 5th floor belonged to Lin Shipping. As Tony and Ahu, the 3 brothers, had long since been brought thoroughly to heel by Lin Jejun and now recognized only one master. Delivering the goods was their life. The operation had already been set in motion. Even during slow periods outside, companies came knocking for cargo space. The 3 men never accepted orders on their own. They always rang up and waited. Only when Lin Jejun uttered a single word of approval would they sign the bill and load the goods. After all, this shipping firm was essentially the Lin family's logistics lifeline. A 10% share was more than sufficient for now. When overseas orders began arriving like a blizzard, the plans for higher floors of a new building had long since been sketched. Expansion, that would wait for a single command. On the 67th floor sat the Lin Technology Group headquarters. Xiaoling Tong remained the flagship product, but Lin Jejun had opened a new production line. It focused on gaming hardware, cartridge consoles, and handheld game machines, all independently developed and manufactured. Paired with Xiaoling Tong and packaged into Lin Technology Experience stores, they combined software and hardware, so the offering felt substantial and varied. The 7th and 8th floors remained empty. Lin Jejun did not rush to fill them. The blank space was a deliberate foreshadowing. The 9th floor was reserved exclusively for Huanqiu Anbao's military division. Daofeng led the training, while Wang Jianjun oversaw physical conditioning, equipment rooms, shooting ranges, and tactical simulation suites. Everything was provided. This was Lin Jejun's international interface. If cross-border business arrived, administrative teams could concentrate here for efficient coordination. The 10th floor formed the central nerve, Lin Jejun's office, the group's strategic meeting room, and private reception suites for senior executives. The 11th floor was a realm of quiet. Indoor golf greens, a temperature-controlled pool, professional therapy SBA, and meditation retreat rooms, all accessible only to Lin Jejun and the group's executive committee. The building's 6 elevators had clearly defined roles. 2 ran directly to the floors below the 25th, 2 ran straight to the top floor. The remaining 2 were private lifts, stopping only at the 10th and 11th floors and requiring fingerprint plus iris verification. Without a permission card personally approved by Lin Jejun, you couldn't even get close to the elevator doors. Beneath the above-ground levels lay 3 subterranean tiers, 3 entire underground garages. With the office sparsely occupied for now, only the uppermost garage level was in use. The other 2 levels had been turned into training grounds by Wang Jianjun and the core of Huanqiu Anbao. Morning runs, weighted drills, hand-to-hand combat, and tactical coordination were practiced there with fierce intensity. At that moment on the 10th floor inside the office, Jimmy reported Brother Jun Tuoni's shipment has been securely delivered to the Las Vegas warehouse. Mr. Wu's Triad brothers were already lying in wait at the docks. Oh, judging by the timing, the inventory check must be just wrapping up, Jimmy said, flipping through encrypted shipping manifests as he briefed Lin Jejun. When the system's notification sounded in his mind, Lin Jejun felt certain the consignment of foreign liquor was secured. Before the words had left his mouth, the satellite phone in Jimmy's hand buzzed. Brother Jun, the cargo handover is complete. They inspected the goods and immediately approved an additional $30 million order. Also, somehow they've heard about our game machines and want to hitch a ride. On the next liquor shipment, bring a few prototype units along. Lin Jejun raised an eyebrow. Prototype game units. He reflected for a moment. What do they want them for? Are they planning to open gambling halls? They've long since put down roots in Las Vegas, Jimmy hurried to explain. It's called Long Casino. They hold a respectable turf. There are venues affiliated with the Italian mafia over there as well. The 2 have fought openly and covertly for years. But white forces are more entrenched locally, so Long has been kept on the back foot. Lin Jejun did not rush to answer. The game machine lines were running at full throttle. Aside from a small line reserved to restock Lin Technology Experience stores, all other lines were in overdrive. The objective was clear. When the new casino in Jiulong Qingjai opened, the first batch of equipment would be on site immediately. By current estimates, production capacity would peak in at most 20 days or so. A round trip for the fleet would take at least half a month. The timing was almost perfect. The surplus machines could be shifted out and shipped to the gambling city. All right, agree to them. Lin Jejun lifted his teacup and blew a wisp of foam. Have Tuoni's people connect directly with the freight team, no detours. By the way, Brother Jun, there's something I've been meaning to ask. Jimmy hesitated before speaking. Lin Jejun smiled and shook his head. You've followed me for so many years. Why so reserved? Speak plainly. Brother Jun, you truly can't be faulted in how you treat the men under you. Daofeng and Wang Jiao came over later, and now each of them is obedient Wang Jianjun's people, the island's several societies. Whenever you distributed dividends, you always included them, didn't you? But Tuoni and his 3 brothers, they haven't taken a single penny, and they haven't let up even an inch. If this continues, I'm afraid they'll grow resentful. His tone carried genuine concern. Lin Jejun set down his cup and said slowly, Jimmy, they are not of the same stripe as you. No matter how mad Dianzhou gets, or how small lord who may be, at least there are people. Someone will always hand over a bowl of rice. But Tuoni's lot, those Nanyue people. Their bones are threaded with calculation. Some groups are born to respect fists rather than sentiment. If you come at them fawning, they won't be grateful. They'll see you as weak. He paused and sipped his tea. It's like how we dealt with Xiao Rizi back then. If you slap him every day and then one day stop, he will bow and thank you. If instead you greet him with feasts, cigarettes, and tea, he will think you are timid and weak. Understood, Brother Jun. A light went on in Jimmy's mind. He privately admired the precision of that judgment. 10 minutes later, Lin Jejun straightened the hem of his suit and led Jimmy and the others downstairs to inspect the Chengzhai construction site. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, click, 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 shutter sounds exploded like popping kernels one after another. Now Lin Jejun had become a live news source for the Hong Kong press. Today the company officially moved into the office building. Naturally, headline news. Mr. Lin does the renaming from Helian Onbao to Huanqiu Onbao signal a shift in business focus overseas. I heard the building notice board shows 2 entire floors left blank. Are new projects coming? Mr. Lin, is this renaming related to the change of ownership of Jinhui office building? Reporters formed a half circle, microphones nearly pressing into his chest. A few younger reporters tried to push forward, but were calmly held back by the security at the door. Lin Jejun maintained his usual composure and answered each question before the cameras. His responses sounded open, but were watertight. Nothing more than polished talk about seizing opportunities, long-term vision, and team collaboration. As he spoke, a reporter wearing black-rimmed glasses suddenly raised his voice to ask, Mr. Lin, according to internal sources, this building was originally named Jinhui Office Building, and the former owner mysteriously went missing 2 days ago. Does your takeover have anything to do with that? When the question landed, the previously buzzing scene fell instantly silent. Even camera shutters stilled at once. All the reporters turned to the man in unison, surprise written across their faces. On the island, no one outscooped these seasoned beat reporters when it came to inside information. News of the boss disappearance had already sent the editors' hotlines into a frenzy yesterday. Before the big boss body had grown cold, the Jinhui office building had quietly changed hands and landed in Lin Jejun's possession. Any clear-eyed observer could see this was no coincidence. It was the outcome of walking on a razor's edge. But knowing it in one's heart and voicing it aloud were entirely different matters. That reporter was practically tap dancing on the edge of a cliff. The room fell dead silent. Even breaths seemed to drop an octave. Every camera swung toward him, faces full of shock and suspicion. Are you out of your damn mind? From behind Lin Jejun, Dongguan Zai stepped forward, his finger nearly at the other's nose, his voice thunderous. Dongguan Zai, we have rules. Civilized people don't curse. Lin Jejun turned his head slightly and let his eyes sweep across the crowd. He then turned back, a faint smile on his lips, his tone gentle, as if speaking about the weather. Which media outlet are you from? I'd very much like to make a friend. His voice was low, and the smile remained. The reporter's spine stiffened as if impaled by an icicle. An oppressive weight descended upon him, making his Adam's apple bob and his fingertips go numb. His knees went a little weak, his lips twitched, and his face drained from red to green to a grayish pallor. Before his mind could muster a response, his mouth stammered, I am a reporter for Domination. As soon as the words left him, he bit his tongue and clapped a hand to his mouth in panic, eyes full of regret. Domination. Lin Jejun raised an eyebrow and scoffed, never heard of it. Brother Jun, that's Dafia's turf under Wo Shing. Dongguan Zai began, but Lin Jejun raised a hand and stopped him mid-gesture. Everyone, Mr. Lin has urgent matters. Please make way. Jimmy stepped forward and signaled Huanqiu Onbao. 2 rows of black suits quickly opened a path. Car doors closed and engines rumbled. Dongguan Zai gripped the wheel, opening his mouth several times, then shutting it, his Adam's apple working as he swallowed. I know. Domination is a venue protected by Hong Kong's Dafe. Lin Jejun said suddenly, his tone as calm as a remark about the weather. Dongguan Zai fell silent, his shoulders slackening as sweat appeared at his temple. He had assumed Lin Jejun dismissed such small players as irrelevant. He had not expected him to be so informed about even this fringe matter. Jimmy, when I had you check the surroundings last time, where is Dafe holed up now? Lin Jejun asked, tilting his head. Dajiaozue. Right now, Hongxing and Dongxing people are all crouched. Their Dafe acts as Hong Kong's watchdog, Jimmy replied crisply. Lin Jejun nodded without further comment. By rights, Dafe should have gone to North Point to seize turf. Yet Fei Laoli still sat firmly at Dai Tai in North Point, so Dafe could only hide in Dajiaozue and lick his wounds. A petty leader in the underworld, Don't say that now. Lin Jejun was the one moving the pieces. Even back when he was merely a hall chief, he never looked this kind of character in the eye. But he saw clearly Da Fei was merely a scapegoat pushed forward to take the bullets. The hand truly holding the strings was Jiang Tianxing. And according to the intelligence Wang Jiao had passed along, an even craftier black hand lurked behind Jiang Tianxing. The game had been set before the players even met. Exchanging moves at a distance drained more spirit than facing someone in person. Order Wang Jiao into action. Dajiao Zue must be taken. Handle it with ease. Jimmy increased the progress of the territory consolidation in Kowloon. First pacify those gossipy folks, and they'll naturally quiet down. After giving a few instructions, Lin Jejun leaned back against the chair, not sparing another glance. Just a big fly. Even in the tumultuous times of the martial world, it wasn't worth his personal attention. Ding ding ding. Jimmy's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Yes, understood. After hanging up, he turned to report. Brother June, the front desk just called. The people from HSBC have arrived. HSBC. Lin Jejun frowned. Are they here to collect a debt? No, they want to schedule a meeting with you. Shenbai wants to visit in person. Shenbai? Lin Jejun paused, narrowing his eyes. That bigwig from HSBC. Yes, that's him. Jimmy nodded. I've heard this person is quite formidable, just nominated for the world's best banker, and is also a director at the Hong Kong Jockey Club with connections in the underworld that go deep. Lin Jejun remained silent for a moment. Although the Lin Group was being hyped up by the media, it had only just taken root and was still far from being a true aristocratic family. People like Shunbai navigate among the wealthy. If they don't meet today, they will surely meet in the future. As for his intentions, he knew very well. Lin Technology had just emerged and was booming. Shun, by sensing the opportunity, naturally wanted to take the first bite. Bankers appear polished on the surface, but are at their core the shrewdest predators, keenly watching for places where blood flows. However, dealing with such people is not necessarily all about handling hot potatoes. Sometimes borrowing a ladder is faster than building 10 stories by oneself. At 3 this afternoon, let's first take a tour around the city. Lin Jejun contemplated for a moment and set the schedule. Noon. Lin Jejun returned to the office from the city. Quick, move inside. Be gentle. The screens are delicate. Bobby shouted at the elevator entrance as several movers carried unopened boxes of computers streaming into the 78th floor. Jimmy, where is he? The elevator ascended slowly as Lin Jejun asked. As you instructed, the headhunting company has already cast the net and is offering high salaries to lure people. Jimmy immediately replied. So far, we've negotiated with 7 or 8 all our key personnel from investment banking, risk control, and asset management lines, experienced and reputable. Keep digging. Money is not an issue. Whoever has difficulties, the security team will handle it directly. I only want results. Within the shortest time, assemble a financial iron army capable of hard battles. Understood, Brother June. I will implement it immediately. Jimmy replied decisively. Ding. The elevator doors silently slid open. Jimmy pulled out his phone and dialed the headhunting company's hotline. Lin Jejun then strolled back to his office, struck a match, lit a cigarette, leaned back in his leather chair, and slowly exhaled, his thoughts swirling. Currently, funds are tight. The assets on the books are all money-making machines. Daily profit streams are thick enough to drip oil. However, the gambling establishment in the city is still laying its foundation. Not even the bricks are finished, purely burning money with no income. Looking at the slot machine set up in the stores back when it only covered one hall, this cash flow was indeed quite generous. But now, to support the entire Lianqing and also bear the burden of global security, with dozens of affiliated companies and thousands of staff, this pocket change is barely enough to fill gaps. Don't even get me started on the shipping company. 80% of the business revolves around the Lin Group, with profit margins as thin as paper. The real heavyweights are still the liquor business and Lin Electronics. However, though these two sectors are gold mines, they still need time to mature. It's not as simple as throwing in money today and seeing gold nuggets tomorrow. Moreover, with the recent big moves, port acquisitions, chip factory expansions, and building small telecom station bases, just as money entered the account, it quickly flowed out. It is imperative to act swiftly to pry out a stream of active cash in the short term. Only by tightening the cash flow can the small telecom and liquor sectors be thoroughly stabilized, building the foundation for real wealth. Currently, the covert war between the shipping king and Jardine Matheson has officially begun, with the main battlefield aimed squarely at Kowloon Wharf. If decisive action is taken now, buying low and cashing out high in and out, it could mean a torrent of hot money. Enough to fill all the holes in front of Lin Jejun. It's bottoming out again. He smiled wryly and shook his head, ash from the cigarette falling into the ashtray. They say sitting in the top seat is glorious, but who knows that underneath this chair rests the entire Lin family's daily necessities, thousands of mouths, tens of thousands of legs, and all the burdens of decision-making. Before he could finish speaking, he had already extinguished the cigarette, but in the porcelain dish. Looking up, the wall clock indicated 3 in the afternoon. Brother Jun Shunbai has arrived. Jimmy's voice came from the intercom. Bring him up. Lin Jejun put down the receiver and lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. In less than half a minute outside the door, Jimmy's voice announced, "Mr. Shinbai, please." Before he could finish, Shin entered, followed by an assistant and 4 bodyguards in black suits. Shinbai himself had a hooked nose and a noticeably receding hairline, a typical British face, yet his smile was warm and unassuming. "Mr. Shinbai." Lin Jejun stood up to greet him, his smile relaxed and natural. "Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you." Shin Bis' gaze paused slightly, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Before coming, he had read Lin Jejun's resume 3 times, newspaper headlines, television interviews, finance magazine covers. He had seen countless photos. However, with the real person standing in front of him, the aura was much stronger than what the camera captured. Younger, steadier, with a sense of conviction that was understated yet commanding. The slight smile at the corner of his mouth inexplicably instilled confidence. At that moment, Shin Bis' heart skipped a beat. As the bigwig of HSBC during the 1970s in Hong Kong, he was privately referred to as the god of wealth in the business world. His connections were solid, and obtaining loans was just a matter of a word. When he first arrived in Hong Kong, he immediately recognized the fierce determination of Chinese businessmen in stark contrast to the laid-back attitude of the old British capitalists. He instantly sensed the opportunity. Thus, with HSBC's help, he pushed one deal after another, the fleet of Bao Yu Gang, the real estate empire of Li Huanghua. Which deal did not have his shadow behind it? Having seen all kinds of tycoons, he already had a scale in his heart. Young men like Lin Jejun, whose eyes were bright and demeanor relaxed, yet carried weight, were by no means reckless. These were individuals holding trump cards with grand designs in their hearts. "Mr. Lin, you are even more spirited in person than on screen." He smiled and extended his hand with a broad palm and a deeper smile. "Mr. Shinbai, you flatter me." Lin Jejun replied, cheerfully, shaking hands firmly yet appropriately. Just as Shinbai was about to speak, Lin Jejun raised an eyebrow first. "Mr. Shinbai, I've heard your name echoing throughout the international finance circle." He paused, his tone suddenly serious. "But by coming here, aren't you underestimating me, Lin?" Shinbai was taken aback, his brow slightly furrowed. "You should be aware that while Lin Technology has the loudest reputation right now, the one with the widest reach and the most solid manpower is global security." Lin Jejun glanced toward the door, his tone calm. "In the Hong Kong and Kowloon new territories randomly pointing on the map, aside from the core area of Central, Witch Street doesn't have our branch office. Headquarters is downstairs, yet you come with 5 bodyguards." He chuckled lightly. "Is this to guard against me?" Lin Jejun flipping the table. "Right here." Shinbai was taken aback at first, then laughed heartily, scratching the back of his head, looking slightly embarrassed. He usually went out with people, but this time, he brought more out of caution for Lin Jejun's gang background. Before meeting, he had his doubts. Could someone in their 20s firmly hold the top position in a gang, no matter how mild-mannered they appeared, have an underlying ferocity? Would they be impetuous, act rashly, and turn hostile? Lin Jejun's words, while sounding complimentary, were actually piercingly accurate. They not only shattered his preconceived biases, but also left him with a way out rather than making him uncomfortable. "Mr. Lin is right. Oh, I should have thought more carefully." He turned to the assistant and smiled. "Let them go downstairs and wait in the lobby." "But..." The assistant showed hesitation. "Mr. Lin, you are indeed quite different from others." Shin Bis' lips curled slightly, his smile steady and confident. "In the days to come, our cooperation will surely be smooth. As for my safety, with you in charge, I am naturally at ease." Upon hearing this, the assistant immediately nodded, waving his hand towards the door, and the security personnel quietly retreated. "Mr. Lin, from now on, can I entrust my life to global security?" Shin Bis' eyes sparkled as he winked at Lin Jejun. There was no stiffness in his words at all, rather it felt like friendly banter between old friends. His demeanor was relaxed but hinted at sharpness. His tone was humble yet firm. He was a master of calculation, someone who would only take in and not let out. In just a few casual exchanges, Shinbai had quietly rated Lin Jejun 3 points higher. This person was not only quick-witted, but also understood the subtleties, adept in manipulation and creating momentum. "Mr. Shinbai, your words truly leave one feeling like basking in spring breeze." Lin Jejun laughed heartily, taking a seat. "Here not only will you be safe, but your heart will also feel lighter." Shin Bis' playful remarks not only smoothed out the subtle awkwardness from earlier, but also gently built a bridge between the two, unobtrusive yet effective in closing the distance. Truly, he was a top operator who would later stir the global financial circle, handling matters with ease. As the idle chatter came to an end, Lin Jejun shifted the conversation. "Mr. Shinbai, did you come here today for a specific matter?" Shinbai wasted no time. "To be honest, Lin Technology's new product has astonished me and all the senior executives at HSBC. For this matter, we've held several closed-door meetings." He paused, his smile deepening. "Mr. Lin's vision has never been confined to just Hong Kong. You are bound to venture overseas sooner or later. Why not? Entrust the agency rights for English and American products to us at HSBC to manage." Lin Jejun slightly raised his brows, his heart already blooming with joy. This was indeed the bait he had laid out. The focus still lay in Hong Kong. 3 experienced stores had just opened and retail channels had yet to be fully developed. The market was far from peaking. Another layer of thought resembled casting a fishing net. A cross-generational product is bound to attract capital attention and giants reaching out. So recently, in the face of reporters' inquiries, he patiently answered one by one, not out of politeness, but deliberately laying down bait. Now it seems HSBC, this big fish, has indeed taken the first bite. Back then, the rabbit had reeled in a bald eagle at Treasure Bay with nothing but a single thread. Today, he would hook HSBC, the financial leviathan, with his pocket net. Don't be fooled by HSBC's banking facade. It wielded control over Hong Kong's core assets, Kowloon Wharf TVB, and its tentacles stretched deep into real estate, media, and infrastructure. What they truly coveted was never merely a communications terminal, but the traffic gateway and data choke point of the next decade. Even Britain and the United States still clung precariously to pagers and brick-like mobile phones for basic connectivity. Should PocketNet secure distribution rights across both territories, its explosive potential would trigger an industry-wide tsunami. HSBC could lie back and count money faster than it could tally. Just as Shunbai believed victory was assured, Lin Jejun gently shook his head. HSBC's appetite is too vast. I cannot accommodate it. Too vast. What do you mean? Shunbai paused, faintly startled. The UK distribution rights are negotiable, Lin Jejun replied, voice steady. But the U.S. rights? I decline outright. His refusal was absolute. No room for compromise. Are you certain no further discussion is possible? Shunbai lowered his voice, probing cautiously. The U.S. absolutely out of the question. The UK represents my absolute floor. Lin Jejun leaned forward slightly. You know well that if I enter the market myself, the early phase will be arduous. But once the path is proven, returns will dwarf mere agency fees. Seeing Lin Jejun's resolve unshaken, Shunbai paused, then shifted tactics. Then, Mr. Lin, what is your price for the UK agency rights? 1 billion US dollars. Lin Jejun raised a single finger. Shunbai's eyelid twitched, not from outrage at the cost, but from disbelief at how astonishingly low it was. With globally exclusive technology, even a 6-month head start would crush the entire market. Even if rivals dismantled and reverse-engineered the device overnight, by the time their copies emerged, the golden window would have long since been devoured whole. Mr. Lin, is this price meant to test me? He blurted out involuntarily. Mr. Shunbai, I haven't finished speaking yet, Lin Jejun replied with a quiet smile, adding the second half. In addition to 1 billion in cash, I claim 20% of all future profits generated by the UK agency company. Shunbai's breath caught. There it was, the true hammer blow. In major institutions, profit distributions were traditionally stripped layer by layer. 20% equaled slicing off the richest, fattest wedge of the entire cake. Mr. Lin, such a demand is simply too steep. I must respectfully decline. He offered a wry smile and laid down his final card. How about 1 billion in cash and 10% of profits? 19, 11, 18, 12. No more concessions, Mr. Lin. Not a single cent further. Deal. Lin Jejun slammed his palm onto the armrest, a decisive crack that made Shunbai jolt upright. Only when Shunbai caught the glint of sly amusement in Lin Jejun's eyes did he break into a rueful laugh. Mr. Lin, you are the shrewdest man I've ever met. More astute than any fox in the deepest, most ancient forest. Silently, he sighed. Within large enterprises, how many hands reached for the feast? 20%. Not only would Shunbai himself refuse to approve it, he knew full well Lin Jejun understood it was pure fantasy. Yet Lin Jejun had declared it first, knowing full well that ordinary men would walk away at once. Only Shunbai, utterly ensnared by PocketNet, chose to stay, fully aware it was a trap, yet willing to negotiate inch by inch, word by word. 12%. That was the true bottom line he'd intended to reveal. And Lin Jejun had struck with perfect timing, seizing it cleanly and holding it firmly. At this pace, the CEO at HSBC's London headquarters would likely claim only 15 to 20% of the dividends, while Lin Jejun would stand second in line, feasting so lavishly he wouldn't even pause to wipe the grease from his lips. Rest assured, Mr. Shunbai, I will ensure your firm suffers neither loss nor disillusionment. All product iterations, system upgrades, and remote maintenance for the UK market will be fully covered by our headquarters. Absolutely no additional cost. Lin Jejun watched Shunbai before him, shaking his head repeatedly, muttering no, 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 in rapid succession, face pale with tension, yet his own expression remained calm, his smile faint but unwavering. Hearing this, the taut string coiled inside Shunbai finally loosened a fraction. Very well, Mr. Lin, pleased to do business with you. He reassembled his smile and extended his hand. The wire transfer will take 3 to 4 business days. It's a multi-billion-pound deal after all, and I'll notify you the moment funds clear. No problem, Mr. Shunbai, pleased to do business with you. Lin Jejun stepped forward, gripping his hand firmly, then pivoted the conversation with effortless grace, his smile undimmed, yet edged now like a slender blade drawn from its sheath. Mr. Shunbai, you will soon discover. This move you've just made is far more valuable than you imagine. Yet the instant their palms met, Shunbai's spine went cold, his pupils contracting sharply as though struck by some invisible force. Only then did he snap back to awareness, lightning flashing through his mind. He realized with chilling clarity that from the moment he'd entered the conference room, he had walked step by step, without deviation, into the rhythm Lin Jiejun had meticulously orchestrated. At the threshold, Lin Jiejun had opened with quiet pressure, bringing so many bodyguards. Do you doubt my integrity? Shunbai had defused it with light banter, yet his authority had already been subtly diminished. From that instant onward, he had never truly regained the initiative. Later, Lin Jiejun had pierced his psychological floor with surgical precision. By all logic, anyone handed such a windfall should have exulted, openly lost in triumph. Yet Lin Jiejun did not. Instead, he countered with a promise: full technical support, lifetime coverage. It preserved Shunbai's dignity, shielding him from boardroom scrutiny upon his return. And it fortified his standing within HSBC. Everyone knew such terms were won not through concession, but through sheer competence. He claimed every tangible advantage, and cradled his opponent's dignity with meticulous care. At that thought, even Shunbai, seasoned by decades of high-stakes turbulence, could not help but murmur, Mr. Lin, were all Hong Kong's Chinese entrepreneurs as clearly decisive and measured as you, even British banks might quietly remove their signs and lock them away in vaults. An hour later on Central's bustling streets. Mr. Lin, thank you for the kind ride. I truly appreciate it, Shunbai said from the car seat, nodding warmly toward Lin Jiejun beside him. I hope I haven't delayed your important affairs. I'd planned to stroll through Central anyway. Lin Jiejun's gaze drifted past the window toward the forest of glass and steel towers. Central, where dragons coil and tigers crouch, where storms of destiny converge. This is the true battlefield of commerce. Precisely. Over 80% of Hong Kong's top-tier corporations anchor their headquarters here, in this compact, potent enclave. Shunbai smiled in agreement, his tone warm, his eyes gleaming with renewed sharpness. Lin Jiejun remained silent, gazing steadily outside. Towers rose like ranks of sentinels, financial palaces stood shoulder to shoulder. Neon lights had yet to ignite, yet the air already hummed with a cold, precise order. Which district in Hong Kong holds the richest soil? Wan Chai, Tsim Sha Tsui, Kowloon, Central. Each commands formidable weight. But Central is different. Its consumption backbone isn't tourists or retail investors. It's the white-collar legions impeccably suited, earning seven-figure annual salaries. Compared to the boisterous energy of Causeway Bay or the glittering decadence of Tsim Sha Tsui, Central's prosperity runs deeper, more restrained, more substantial, and infinitely more formidable. Among the world's elite financial institutions and Asia-Pacific headquarters of multinational conglomerates, 7 or 8 out of 10 nest deep within this concrete jungle. Mr. Lin, are you planning to establish Global Securities regional headquarters here in Central? Shunbai ventured cautiously. Lin Jiejun gave a gentle shake of his head, his smile quiet, resolute. Heavenly Alliance had yet to open a branch in Central, not out of fear, but because its current scale, however profitable, would yield scant returns even on the most lucrative plots. I intend to build my own tower. His voice was soft, yet resonated like a stone dropped into a still deep pool. That office building in Kowloon will soon be too small to contain us. At those words, a sharp, incisive light flashed across Shunbai's eyes. He had long sensed the ambition burning beneath Lin Jiejun's composure, and now it was confirmed. For most tycoons, that Kowloon Tower marked the summit of success. For Lin Jiejun, it was merely a stepping stone, his first foothold before ascending into Central, the inaugural rung on the ladder to true financial dynasty. Mr. Lin, there's no need for such trouble, Shunbai said, promptly smiling. I know Central's land market intimately. I'll have full photographic surveys delivered to you immediately. If you prefer an existing building, I can connect you with several reliable sellers right away. Thank you, but I'd prefer to inspect in person, Lin Jiejun replied with a courteous smile. As he spoke, his peripheral vision caught movement at the street corner, a HSBC armored vehicle emerging slowly from its underground garage. Your bank's transport frequency is remarkably diligent, he remarked, turning slightly towards Shunbai with a faint smile. I've counted 4 of them since we stepped out of the car. Shunbai opened his mouth to respond, when boom! A thunderclap of detonation ripped through the air. Shopfront glass shattered, instantly raining down like hail. Oh, bomb. It's a bomb. Run. Baby. Where's my baby? Mama, mama. Screams, wails, shoving, stampeding. Within seconds, Central's famed composure lay in tatters. The blast had originated from that very armored vehicle. Now overturned at the roadside, its chassis twisted, thick black smoke billowing skyward. From the acrid haze, several masked assailants charged forth, kicking violently at the warped rear hatch. Bang, bang. 2 crisp gunshots echoed. Then they hauled heavy, bulging duffel bags of U.S. currency from the vehicle, moving without hesitation. Within half a minute, woo-wah, woo-wah, sirens screamed closer, piercing the sky. The robbers retreated while firing bullets sparking against granite pavement in rapid staccato bursts, like monsoon rain hammering tin roofs. Shit, I need to contact headquarters immediately. Shunbai growled, snatching up his phone to dial, simultaneously reaching for the car door. What are you doing getting out? Lin Jiejun's brows drew together, his voice low yet arresting as a dam holding back a flood. My security team is already en route behind us. Shinbai spoke rapidly, his voice taut with strain. Stay calm. We've got this under control. Lin Jejun's expression remained serene. A faint, unruffled smile touched his lips as he dialed a number. Jianjun, move now. The moment the words left his mouth, two black sedans screeched to a halt less than 50 meters diagonally behind his vehicle. Doors flew open. 8 lean, hardened figures spilled out. Using the cars as cover, they dropped low and advanced, swiftly moving with lethal precision. Who are these men? Which faction do they belong to? Shinbai asked. Brow nodded. Those who stand close to me rarely show themselves. When trouble comes, they cast off restraint and step forward. Lin Jejun's tone was light, yet carried an unshakable certainty. Mr. Lin, please move over there with me, Shinbai urged. My security are hand-picked toughs. My captain, Lin Jejun said, suddenly, his voice cold as iron. Years ago in the Vietnamese jungle, was surrounded by 10 elite South Vietnamese scouts and left in a ravine. He shrugged. In the end, he walked away with only a few superficial wounds. Shinbai instinctively pressed, and the others. They were blown apart. Flesh scattered everywhere. Lin Jejun replied with a casual shrug. Shin Bis Adam's apple bobbed. He fell silent, then slammed the door with a sharp smack and clicked it locked. The comparison alone made clear who could take the blows. Fortunately, the shootout between the robbers and the traffic officers was swift and decisive. Within 3 minutes, the traffic unit, armed with 38 revolvers, were pinned behind cover by concentrated fire and could not move. When the gunfire stopped and they dared to peer out, the black-clad men had already melted into the streets and crowds. Within minutes, the PTU mobile squads with submachine guns and the major crimes unit roared onto the scene. What's the situation on site? The senior inspector strode forward, blunt and direct. They used high explosive charges and were carrying M60s and shotguns. The Huifeng cash truck was just robbed. $100 million vanished in the blink of an eye. The whole operation, from detonation to firefight to withdrawal, took less than 3 minutes. Judging by their positions, their reload cadence, and tactical coordination, these are veterans tempered by real military fire. The first arriving traffic officer reported rapidly in one breath. The senior inspector's brow locked and his temple throbbed. Bandits with no warning signs and vague targets were the hardest to tail. Worse, they knew how to counter-trace, conceal themselves, and exploit timing differences. Unmasking them would be nearly impossible. Save the people first. Other matters can wait until the scene is cleared. The commander ordered, and officers split to begin search and rescue. At the same time, Huifeng's security convoy rushed to Lin Jejun's vehicle. Mr. Lin, forgive me. Shinbai opened his car door and hurriedly said, I must return to headquarters at once and explain this whole mess. Do what you must, Mr. Shin. Lin Jejun replied with a smile and a nod. Shinbai acknowledged and left. Before getting in, he waved for his bodyguards to immediately contact Huifeng for support to clear the scene. Once the area quieted, Lin Jejun turned to Wang Jianjun. Jianjun, what did you make of that crew just now? Well trained, but rough around the edges. Not our style. Wang Jianjun shook his head. They haven't faced real blades, we can't judge how deep their skill truly runs. Lin Jejun nodded slowly. 7 men, 100 million in cash. Every unit mobilized tonight. Get the money back. Not a single person may be lost. Understood. Wang Jianjun's expression went hard and he straightened. The matter was too large. Lin Jejun had no desire to linger in the building. Since he had shunned by seeking leads, he spared himself the trouble and rode straight back to the Kowloon temporary office. When the elevator doors opened on the 78th floor, the gilded letters of Lin Sure Financial Group gleamed above the entrance. Jimmy's eye had long since moved in the financial veterans his headhunters had procured. The pre-configured terminals were already live. The screen glow reflected a row of taut faces. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the giant screen. The market curve inching upward, no one dared blink. In the island's finance world, gray operations were not unknown. But under Lin Jejun, everything took on a different hue. Even with craftier models, subtler techniques, or tougher courage, no one dared touch a penny of the company's funds. Why? Elsewhere, embezzlement might mean a courtroom and a few years inside. Here, if the books were off, the person simply vanished. If family were implicated, they would all be taken together, leaving not even a ripple. In the office, keystrokes fell like rain. Jelongking current price, 54.3. Buy it. Boss's order, buy. All desks place orders simultaneously. The directive hit, and tens of millions flowed out in an instant, producing a cascade of accumulation records. Do we have reserves? Boss left a solid base. Ease the tempo a little, the price already has momentum. If we slam it too hard, we'll spook retail investors into following. What's your estimate? How high can Jelongking go? 60 and up safe. I'll back 70 as a starting point. Eyes fixed on the screen's, judgments exchanged in rapid succession, hands working at 2 keyboards at once, senses on every flank. Then, Mr. Lin, a terse security announcement came from outside. The furiously typing team froze, fingers suspended in midair. But within seconds, the clatter resumed as one. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. They did not turn yet, answered in unison, and their fingers flew as before. Lin Jejun watched quietly, a faint smile lifting his mouth. Long before these people arrived in the territory, he had laid down an iron rule: when the company is trading, not even the emperor may interrupt the work at hand. That applied to himself as well. Jimmy's eye had already hammered that rule into their ears before they took their posts. They worked cleanly, swiftly, and without leak. Lin Jejun saw it and felt a large measure of relief. How many days of cash can we hold? Lin Jejun leaned back, his voice steady and uncompromising. At most 3 to 4 days. The trader did not even lift an eyelid, fingers dancing on the keys. The screen light mapped the tension in his jaw. In 2 days a transfer will hit Huifeng's account. I will immediately route $300 million over. Remember, until I call, stop, you buy in silence. There is only one target, Zhejiang. The only line to guard is this: be lighter in your moves, ever lighter. Do not alarm anyone. Lin Jejun's cadence was measured, yet the words drove into each ear like a nail. By the clock, entering the market now was perfectly timed. He knew clearly that with such appetite, within 2 days someone would smell the trail. Iha and Bao Chuanwang, 2 old hands, were always sharp-eared and vigilant. But Lin Jejun paid them no heed. He repeatedly urged the trading team to hide their edge, precisely to snatch as many warm chips as possible before others reacted. With the ledger engraved in the mind of a traveler, through time, acquiring Zhejiang now was like bending to pick up gold bricks. Who to sell to? Sell to Bao Chuanwang or to Iha? Either way, profit was assured. But if forced to choose, given similar price, he preferred to hand the goods to Bao Chuanwang. Mr. Lin, really no stop loss? The trader turned, hesitating brows nodded. No, Lin Jejun answered crisply. Take every lot as ordered. He closed the door gently and slid from the office with silent steps, disturbing nothing. Night fell at Yuanlang Wharf. A ruined house hunched in a tangle of weeds like a forgotten rotten tooth. No lights burned inside, yet 7 black shapes were taut as drawn bows. The same crew that had turned Zhonghuan upside down by day. The Tianyang 7, orphans raised amid gunfire, every bone wet with cruelty. We agreed on 11. Where are they? Tianyang and glanced down at his watch hand, already on his holster, eyes hooked and sweeping every sliver of shadow. The money's still with us. What's the hurry? Tianyang Sheng crouched by the window, ears pricked, and gaze glued to the inky night outside. On the treetop, Tianyang lay flat and low. The sniper lens flashed cold as he scanned the surrounds. They're here, he whispered. The sound was barely breath. At once 6 silhouettes pressed to the wall, muzzles lifted without a sound. A stone on their chests eased half a degree. This deal was nearly done, only the final penny remained to be loaded aboard. But before they could catch a full breath, no, wait. From the tree, Tianyang suddenly snarled, his voice strained, pull back. We're boxed in, more than 1 unit. Faces drained to white in an instant. By the rules, a trade brought at most 2 trusted runners. Now footsteps came from all directions. There was only one explanation. Their opponents had never intended to pay, they wanted everything. Men and money, swept in one sweep. Engines tore the night apart, as 3 black cars fishtailed to a halt. The sound of rubber screaming on tarmac was sharp and high. Doors sprung open, figures hugged the car bodies for cover, tactical torches flashed, and muzzles came to bear on the house's doors and windows. The staccato of automatic fire began. Bullets cracked against wood, splinters flew. Fuck, M16s. These bastards really want to silence us. Tianyang cursed, and answered with a burst of return fire. The 7 brothers returned fire immediately, but the attackers kept pouring in. The cramped interior soon pressed them down until they could barely lift their heads. Less than 30 seconds later, a muffled groan came from Tianyang's direction. Number 3. Tianyang Sheng yelled as he fired. Just flesh, and arms torn open. Tianyang gritted his teeth and sucked in a ragged breath. Brother, if we wait any longer, we'll all die here. Tianyang's temple vein bulged and his muzzle shook. The others nodded in grim agreement. The house was both their shield and their coffin. If the enemy brought rockets, nothing would remain. In the distant tree, lean flashlights coiled like poisonous snakes, drawing ever closer. Brother, charge. Tianyang dropped from the tree to the ground, muzzle raised to the sky. There's one way out. Fight our way through. Seek life and death. Yes, charge. Tianyang clutched Tianyang Sheng's wrist until his knuckles whitened. Sheng's pupils tightened, killing intent surged through him. He knew a breakout now meant 9 chances to die and 1 to live, yet staying was certain death. As his finger closed on the trigger, wait. He flinched as his ear picked up something, his neck snapped taut. Are you still standing there? I'll cover the rear, move. Tianyang barked, his fire chaining a red stream outward like a torrent. The gunfire's wrong. Tianyang Sheng suddenly lowered his voice, forehead creasing. They're armed with American kit, but I distinctly heard AK short bursts earlier. Silence thickened. They stared at one another, a fog rising in their eyes. Could it be? A third force has emerged out of nowhere. The gunfire intensifies with bullets flying thicker. The rhythm of the exchange of fire on the other side has noticeably faltered. Someone has stabbed them brutally from behind. The pressure suddenly eases. That's right, it's another group. Tian Yangi's voice exploded from the radio carrying a tremor of disbelief. Not only AKs, but also Type 56 submachine guns. Wait, DPM general-purpose machine guns. Tian Yinjin and the others held their breath for a moment, their expressions suddenly changing. The Type 50 SAXS barrel is short with light recoil. The sound it makes when fired is exceptionally crisp and bright, even more piercing than the dull roar of an AK. This group of mercenaries who have rolled on the front line for over a decade understands immediately. But what truly sends chills down their spines is another rhythmically continuous and unending data. The sound of the DPM light machine gun firing. This is Hong Kong Island. Ordinary gangs would be fortunate to brandish a revolver. Who would dare show an AK or M16? The police would immediately sound the highest level anti-terrorism alert. As for setting up a DPM capable of suppressing an entire street, searching through nearly 20 years of gang conflict records on Hong Kong Island 1 could hardly count 5 instances. Boss, both sides have already engaged. Tian Yangi crouched on a tree branch growling through the night vision scope, his voice trembling with metallic tension. The group we are up against has suffered casualties on their flank. It's confirmed they are our enemies. What should we do now? Before the words fell, the other 6 tightened their brows simultaneously. This group was clearly clearing the field for them, yet they had no clue who it was. Were they reinforcements? Or hunters setting a trap? Boss, make a decision quickly. Tian Yangi spoke rapidly, his breath laden with anxiety. The opponent is all seasoned veterans. In just 3 minutes, over half of their 50 men have already fallen. Should we retreat? Take advantage of the chaos. From the gunfire I heard earlier, there were at least 50 surrounding us and half of them were downed at a glance. This opponent is clearly not here to play. What if it's a black-and-black situation? None of us will make it out alive. Tian Yinjin and Tian Yangji spoke in succession, their voices strained. Old 6, Old 7, put away your guns. Don't leave any traces of retreat amidst the chaos. Tian Yangsheng gritted his teeth, making a decisive statement. Yet as the group reached for the cover edge, the last gunshot suddenly erupted and the world fell into silence. What's happening outside? He asked in a hushed voice. Without waiting for a reply. Everyone inside, listen, you are now surrounded. You in the tree, don't move, we've had our eyes on you for a long time. The voice from the loudspeaker was as hard as iron, cutting through the air from 100 meters away. The 7 fell silent in unison. Tian Yangi had yet to respond, but the answer was etched into every bone. In less than 5 minutes, 50 elite armed men had been crushed into a ruin. While crushing them, the opponent had quietly set a net tightly encircling the entire building. Even more terrifying was that even Tian Yangi, who was hidden 30 meters up in a tree crown, was seen through at a glance. Tian Yangi was the best at stealth among the 7. Trained in the jungles of the Golden Triangle, his instructor had publicly declared, without thermal imaging or drones, no one can spot him in 5 minutes with the naked eye. Yet tonight the opponent achieved it with apparent ease. The statement, the one in the tree, was not a probe but a verdict. Tian Yangsheng's neck hair stood on end. Those who grew up amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood were experiencing the chilling sensation of being completely seen through for the first time. Boss. Tian Yangi had leaped down from the branch and pushed the door open. His gaze was calm, yet it bore a hint of stunned disbelief at having survived. They already knew I was there, just didn't shoot. If they truly wanted to silence me, a volley would have turned that tree into a beehive. What's really going on? Tian Yangsheng gripped his arm tightly. About 30 of them, all in black, came in under the cover of night. Tian Yangi swallowed, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. In terms of concealment skills, I have never seen anyone as ruthless as them in my life. If they hadn't opened fire first on that group, I wouldn't even have caught a glimpse of their shadow. Even you. Tian Yangsheng's voice became hoarse. The expressions of the others turned ashen, their hearts sinking into an icy abyss. Last 60 seconds, one warning. The loudspeaker outside sounded again, each word hitting like a hammer. Boss, we. Tian Yangen's fingertips pressed into his palm, his voice trembling out of tune. Women are often the first to break in a war, but at this moment, even she couldn't remember how many times she had asked this question. Fight. Tian Yangsheng suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot lines. In Southeast Asia, we have never encountered an opponent of this level. They are not here to rescue people. Money cannot be lost. Lives can be given to them. He grabbed the briefcase and stuffed it into Tian Yangen's arms. Ain, you are the youngest. Us brothers will hold them off. You take the money and leave. Bid farewell to Hong Kong Island. Do not look back. Do not seek revenge. Boss. Tian Yangen's lips turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Shut up. That's an order. Tian Yangsheng's temples bulged. 40 seconds, second warning. The loudspeaker's voice once again tore through the silence. Tian Yangsheng, Tian Yangi, Tian Yangji, and the other 3 exchanged glances. No words, only a shared fire igniting in the depths of their pupils. Click, click. The trigger guard clicked into place. Bullets were chambered, the metallic sound resonating sharply in the stillness. Only Tian Yinjin bit down hard on her lower lip, stifling a whimper caught in her throat, transforming into silent convulsions. Just as everyone was about to pull the trigger, Whoosh! A shrill whistle sliced through the air. A rocket-propelled grenade trailed white smoke, accurately piercing the trunk of the old banyan tree beside the house. Boom! The shockwave blasted the entire brick wall away. The trunk exploded into a sky of splinters, and muddy chunks wrapped in charred branches pelted through the window like a downpour. Tian Yangxing. Countdown 20 seconds. This is your final ultimatum. A sharp voice came from outside, as decisive as a knife cutting through bamboo. Even the Tianyang 7, who usually swaggered through life and would dare to spit in the face of the king, now straightened their backs in unison, the hairs on the back of their necks standing on end. They even brought a rocket launcher. Is this still Hong Kong? They must have accidentally wandered into a war zone. Boss. Tianyang swallowed hard, barely opening his lips. Don't babble. Disarm completely. Raise your hands above your head and come out. Before Tian Yangxing finished speaking, his pistol went bang as it slammed down onto the concrete floor, stepping out of the door with a stride as sharp as a knife drawn from its sheath. The others exchanged glances, smiled bitterly, and shook their heads, only able to grit their teeth and follow. Engage in a direct fight. What nonsense. A single rocket would turn them into ashes. At the same time, in the Lin Corporation building, the night was deep and the entire building was so quiet that one could hear the faint sound of steel cables sliding in the elevator shaft. Yet on the second underground level, the heat surged and voices roared. Brother Jun. Jimmy quickly moved a swivel chair, waiting for Lin Jejun to sit down steadily. With a crisp sound, the lighter ignited a blue flame, and he quickly leaned in to light Lin Jejun's cigar. Jimmy, if you're tired, go back to sleep. It's been hard on you lately. Lin Jejun glanced at the heavy dark circles under Jimmy's eyes, his tone growing a little serious. Since the day he started following him, Jimmy had not once frowned. Now that the gang had completely turned to legitimate business, this kid seemed to have wound himself up. Running approvals by day, monitoring contracts by night, working non-stop without a moment's rest. But the strange thing was, despite his sunken eyes, the light in his eyes only burned brighter, like he wasn't doing a job, but pursuing a dream he had longed for. It's fine, Brother Jun. I'm just waiting for the final confirmation call from the headhunters. And I also need to get the clearance for Tony's batch of goods signed off early. Hey, is the boss losing his sharpness? Tonight you've escaped a calamity. Out tomorrow I'll punish you with a day off. Go home and sleep. Lin Jejun lifted his eyelids, pretending to be angry as he glared at him. But Jimmy was about to speak. No buts. Lin Jejun interrupted directly. If someone digs it up, send it straight over for shipping. Let Tony deal with it. As for the gang matters, from now on it's under Big D's control. Whatever Brother Jun says goes. Jimmy scratched the back of his head and laughed, but his heart was warm. He understood that Lin Jejun was worried he might collapse from overwork. As soon as the words fell, both turned simultaneously, their gazes directed toward the parking lot on the second underground level. The vast space was devoid of any cars. Even in the dead of night, the overhead lights were still glaringly bright, casting a cold sheen on the ground. Looking around, a third of the floor was occupied by dumbbell racks, climbing nets, sandbag arrays, and weighted tracks. Bobby Desang and Ah Wu's subordinates stood bare-chested in the center, sweat streaming down their muscular bodies, glistening in the light. The three stood firmly at the front of the line, their stances like nails driven into the ground. Opposite them stood only one person, Wang Jiangwo. Although Wang Jianjun had led the team on a mission, he left his brother behind specifically to keep a close watch on this group. Lin Jejun had made it clear, train to the brink. If you wear yourselves out, the compensation will be doubled. Bobby and the others were left dumbfounded. In their dictionary, dying on the street was for tough guys, but dying in training, that would truly make them the laughingstock. Because of this, no one dared to slack off, and no one dared to breathe heavily. We're starting group combat drills now. Wang Jingwo's voice cut through like silk. Target, 30 meters away, the target person. Bobby, Ah Wu, Dasong, you three go first. The three responded immediately and charged forward. Get that bunch of losers. Bobby yelled loudly, grabbing a machete and preparing to rush forward. Just 3 steps in, bang. Wang Jingwo kicked him in the waist, sending Bobby flipping through the air and crashing heavily to the ground. Are you crazy? Ouch. He grimaced as he pushed himself up, looking wronged at Lin Jejun. But Lin Jejun had already issued a strict order. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he could only keep his mouth shut. How many times have I taught you? Advance with 3 people back to back. You charging in with a knife is no different from a thug swinging a brick in a market. Wang Jingwo's voice grew even louder, directly crashing into the concrete ground. But I was a thug to begin with. Bobby mumbled, holding his waist. Before he finished, what thug? You're a core member of Global Security's Hong Kong branch. Lin Jejun's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it struck every ear like a blunt hammer. Bobby instantly wilted, his shoulders slumping even lower than before. The other short mules, seeing him at a disadvantage, dared not slack off any longer. They immediately straightened their backs, holding their breath. Taking this opportunity, Wang Jingwo hurried to Lin Jejun's side. Boss, are there any new arrangements for today? No arrangements. Lin Jejun's gaze swept over the group of 18 or 19-year-olds. What do you think of this batch? Not bad. Though they have been a bit unruly in the past, most have seen blood. They have strong muscles and wild spirits. They are good material. As for their unruliness, that's only nurtured in a warm pool like Hong Kong. In the military, a few push-ups and a lecture would make them stand straighter than a javelin. I'm not asking about their foundation, Lin Jejun replied lightly. I'm asking how well they are being trained. Progress is good. Their discipline is noticeably better than it was 2 days ago. At this rate, if we focus on refining them for another half-month, no one in this area will be able to match them. He hesitated slightly. However, if we truly go to battle, we still lack a bit of seasoning. We don't need to engage in real combat. Just establishing a foothold and demonstrating our might in Hong Kong will be enough. Lin Jejun waved his hand decisively, his tone crisp and clear. He had long defined the gang's positioning. It was to be the iron-fisted branch of global security stationed in Hong Kong. As for the fighting, there would be real veterans who had actually shouldered guns and fought to handle that. Right now, Lin Jejun felt as if a piece of red-hot iron was pressed down in his heart, heavy and burning. At first, he couldn't quite grasp the source of this anxiety. Until 2 mornings ago, he saw Wang Jianjun squatting by the window holding an old worn-out little red book, reciting word by word with extra enthusiasm. A sudden realization struck him. Power comes from the barrel of a gun. The sense of urgency stemmed from the fact that his hard power was far from matching his current wealth and reputation. Even the landlords of the old society knew to hire thugs and keep a tight guard against the homeless smashing their doors. In the days to come, Hong Kong was destined to face a great storm. The British were watching closely, and the North would not stand idly by either. If he didn't possess a powerful iron fist to command respect, he would inevitably be pushed around by various forces, unable to even catch a breath. Don't be fooled by the glamorous facade of those prominent families in Hong Kong who seem to command respect among the common people. Once they get caught in the whirlpool of great power struggles, in the future, even people like Li Huanghua or the king of charter boats would have to bow down, let alone bank giants like Xinbai. As for Huangdong, he was even more tightly controlled by the British, unable to move. To tear apart this net, he could only take the lead and tread carefully. And the military segment of global security was the first crucial move in the entire game. To be a short mule, one must be the fiercest, the most aggressive, and the most intimidating. When making money, it has to be done the hardest, the most steadily, and without leaving any room for error. Playing with guns. In the short term, they couldn't possibly compete with the national machinery, but at least they had to make those coveting him instinctively check their waist knives and shrink back at the mere mention of Lin Jejun. If there's money, let it roll. Once there's enough, invest more into guns training and intelligence, hardening their fists. Only when the fists are hard enough will business dare to venture deeper and darker, and profits will naturally come rolling in. Everything is interconnected, spinning ever faster. Zhang, how are the recruits coming along? Lin Jejun immediately asked. 35, not a single one missing. Wang Zhangwo straightened his back and replied, I've arranged for old war buddies to connect with them in the north, and there are another 20 or 30 people heading to Hong Kong. Lin Jejun nodded slightly, a trace of satisfaction crossing his brow. Keep training, don't slack off. Yes, boss. Wang Zhangwo responded and quickly turned back to his team. A few minutes later, the anguished screams of Bobby and the others tore through the oppressive atmosphere of the underground parking lot, each cry more piercing than the last. Ding-ling-ling. The ringtone suddenly exploded. Lin Jejun pulled out his phone, saw it was Wang Jianjun calling, and answered. Jianjun, is everything wrapped up over there? Brother Jun, everything at the scene has been cleaned up. All the people and money you wanted are intact and have been brought back. On the other end of the line, Wang Jianjun's voice was steady as iron. Done efficiently. The people and money are being directly taken to level B2. At the same time in Tai Kok Sui, Brother De Fei, our reporters from Ma Jing were spotted on the scene by Lin Jejun. A member of Hong Xing stumbled into the room, speaking before he had even finished, entering, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. De Fei, who was picking his nose, slammed his hand on the table and shook his shiny yellow hair. Haven't I told you repeatedly? Just ask questions, no revealing information. I really couldn't help it, Brother De Fei. The younger brother said helplessly. That reporter is usually quite sharp, but after Lin Jejun smiled and asked him 3 questions, he turned soft, spilling everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Smiling. He scared him so much by just smiling in front of the camera. De Fei's eyes lit up, suddenly energized. He had been sent by Jiang Tiansheng to throw some sharp questions. As long as Lin Jejun lost his cool, swore, or made a move, it would be reported immediately with the headline already thought up, Lien Sheng's short mules washing white. Let's expose Lin Jejun's old debts in the underworld. He didn't even lay a hand on anyone, nor did he curse. He just held a cup of tea and leisurely asked a few questions, and they all confessed. The younger brother quickly added, Pa, useless. De Fei scoffed, shaking his head. You ask a couple of questions and he pisses his pants, and you can't even get a solid piece of evidence. Damn it, why not leave this kind of work to Fatty Lee? Why look for me, De Fei? What's the point? He irritably ruffled his hair and muttered under his breath. Brother De Fei, how about we inform Mr. Jiang first? The younger brother swallowed. Lin Jejun is not an easy target. He might come looking for us to settle scores. Don't worry, you really don't need to be concerned about this. Defei waved his hand with a smile, confidence brimming. He is now a new rich man in Hong Kong, always making headlines discussing transformation security and building an image. Can he still act like before, wielding a knife and chopping people? He wouldn't dare touch me. Even if I stomped on his face every day, he would have to smile and wipe off the dust, pretending not to see. He shrugged nonchalantly. But before he finished speaking, Brother Defei. The footsteps outside were chaotic, the calls urgent. His sworn brother Xiao Tang burst in, pale-faced. Wang Jiao from Kowloon, leading the entire Kowloon Hall, has come to kill us. What? Wang Jiao? How many people did he bring? I can't count. Xiao Tang gasped for breath. Dozens of sea lion vans, one after another, all full of people. This is bad. Defei's expression changed drastically as he slammed his fist on the table. In this era, short mules fighting sea lions were the standard. How many could fit in one vehicle? No one could say. Just like how many people could an Indian motorcycle carry at all depended on whether the driver dared to remove the seats or stack people in the back. Simply put, as long as all the seats were removed, it would only take a blink for over 20 muscular men wielding machetes to jump out of the vehicle. Brother Defei, let's retreat. Xiao Tang grabbed his arm. Retreat. Tell all brothers to leave immediately. Defei gritted his teeth and shouted. Upon hearing that Wang Jiao had nearly emptied his forces, he no longer had any thoughts of confronting them. At that moment, he truly understood. Lin Jiajun, now holding significant power and standing high above, naturally looked down on street thugs like Defei and would never personally engage or meet with him. But just because he didn't show up didn't mean he wouldn't take action. A casual command from him could mobilize a group of even crazier and fiercer short mules to handle things flawlessly for him. Just as Defei was grabbing his coat, preparing to make a hasty exit, his shoelaces still not tied. Ha! A sudden sharp, eerie laughter erupted at the door like nails scraping against a blackboard. Wang Jiao, with his wild hair sticking up like a hedgehog, flipped through the doorframe and landed without bending his knees, standing upright before Defei, resembling a poisoned spear. It was alarmingly fast. Defei didn't even have time to make the motion of reaching for his knife before he was already standing there. He considered himself impulsive and wild, but the sight before him was the true embodiment of madness. Outside, it was still dead silent. Wang Jiao's subordinates were clearly still on the way, or at this moment, only he was their alone commander. Just this one person had Defei's hair standing on end. It had long been rumored in the underworld Wang Jiao fought, without rules, striking without regard for severity, and could still laugh, even with broken bones. Brother Defei, get out of the way. Xiao Tang yelled, drawing his machete, with a swift motion the blade slicing towards Wang Jiao's face. Clang! A sharp sound rang out, but Xiao Tang was frozen in place, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Defei's pupils contracted sharply. Wang Jiao actually bit down on the blade. The corners of his mouth stretched back to his ears, blood seeping from between his teeth. His smile was chillingly sinister. Damn, this guy is truly insane. Defei's throat tightened as he shouted in horror. Just as his voice fell, Wang Jiao suddenly twisted his neck. Crack! The blade snapped in response. He then twisted his waist and swung his head, grabbing the neck of the nearby frozen younger brother, snapping it with a brutal twist. Following that, his fingers curled like claws, swiftly thrusting into Xiao Tang's throat. The mighty finger. Poof! Xiao Tang's body froze, slowly lowering his head, staring at the blood hole in his throat. His lips moved, but he could not utter a single word. His windpipe had been completely pierced. Xiao Tang. Defei's eyes widened in fury, the roar shaking the roof and causing dust to fall. Next, it's your turn. Wang Jiao's laughter had not yet faded, and he had already lunged at Defei like a ghost. 10 minutes later, Brother Jiao's men have barged in. A thug tumbled in, his voice breaking. But as soon as he lifted his eyes, his legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. Defei, Xiao Tang, and Defei's most trusted confidant, A Bing, kneeling side by side, their heads bowed, eyes wide open, blood dripping down their chins. A broken machete was stuck at an angle beside them. On the wall, the blood of the three had been splattered in a hasty manner, forming the bloody words, "The shame of Hong Shing. Brother Defei is dead." The wailing erupted like an epidemic, instantly sweeping through the entire street. The already outnumbered and weak Hong Shing members, upon hearing their backbone was gone, lost half their souls, seeing Wang Jiao's mad dogs charging at them. Who would dare to continue fighting? Throwing down their knives, they turned and fled, running faster than if their butts were on fire. Brother Jiao, shall we chase them? One of his underlings panted beside him. Chase. Of course we chase. Wang Jiao shook his greasy hair and grinned. Brother Jun only ordered us to seize Daozi, not forbade us from kicking down a few extra doors. If we don't grab more than the others, how can I compete for position against those seasoned old foxes? Fair point. The underling slapped his forehead and nodded vigorously. His long saber flashed from its scabbard and rose high above his head. By Brother Jiao's command, more turf means richer rewards. Follow me. A surge of fierce morale erupted among the stocky enforcers. They roared in unison and charged forward. They pursued the Hung Hing youths all the way from Dajiazi to Sham Shui Po's Chung Shawan. so relentlessly that the pursuers' trousers were soaked with sweat. Only when Sister Liang arrived with reinforcements did both sides stand down at dawn as the eastern sky blushed pale silver. In less than half a night, Wang Jiu had not only seized Dajiazi, but also firmly entrenched himself in Changsha, one tearing open half of Hung Hing's dominion with barehanded force. At that very moment, in the sub-basement level 3 of the Lin building, the 7 sons of Tianyang stood kneeling in perfect alignment, knees pressed hard into the frigid concrete floor like 7 stone statues nailed in place by unseen hands. Yet when their eyes lifted toward the training ground, there a squad of stocky enforcers trained bare-chested, sweat glistening bodies colliding, grappling, blocking, lunging, choking. All movements crisp, lethal, stripped of flourish, each strike aimed precisely at vital points. The hardened repertoire of battlefield veterans. Tactical crawling, squad coordination, simulated demolitions. All hallmarks of elite military rigor. Their gazes flickered across one another, hearts hammered violently within their chests. They already knew who stood behind the curtain. The island's rising magnate Lin Jiejun, dual sovereign of Lin Tech and Global Security Group. Yet this training bore no resemblance to street thugs. It was unmistakably paramilitary. And then came the memory of those DPM light machine guns, those 40mm rocket launchers. What exactly did Lin Jiejun intend? To train an army? To stage a coup? Did he truly plan to tear down the old colonial banner and crown himself sovereign of Hong Kong? At the thought, all 7 men shuddered inwardly. They had once hijacked 100 million US dollars in Central, believing it the boldest stroke imaginable. Yet compared to Lin Jiejun's grand design, it was no more consequential than a child firing a slingshot at sparrows, mere play. But then, why had he brought them here? Just as chaotic thoughts swirled, Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin, low reverent voices murmured in unison. Jimmy Z and Wang Jiangwo flanked the path ahead. Lin Jiejun strode forward slowly, his leather shoes striking the floor with measured resonant steps, each one echoing like a temple bell. Do you know why I invited you here? His voice, though quiet, pierced the ear like an ice spike. Tianyang and the others kept their heads bowed in silence. Only Tianyang Sheng raised his gaze slowly, his voice hoarse. Mr. Lin, we have never offended you. Before the words fully left his lips, bang! A heavy military boot slammed into his face with such force that he was hurled backward onto the floor. Keep your head down. The blow came from Wang Jiangwo. Tianyang Sheng flew sideways, his body twisting violently, his left cheek instantly swelled purple-black, bulging grotesquely, as if stuffed with a hard peach. Ugh! He vomited thick crimson blood, spitting out 2 molars stained red, which splattered across the cold concrete floor. His throat constricted, he dared utter no further sound. His head bowed so low his chin nearly touched his chest. The other 6 sons froze mid-brief, faces draining of color. Yet recalling how Lin Jiejun's men handled rifles like kitchen knives and dismantled buildings as though they were cardboard boxes, their lips twitched and the words died unspoken. Let me settle accounts with you. Lin Jiejun's voice remained calm, yet it carved into their eardrums like a chisel of frost. First, the explosion in Central this morning. I stood behind a coffee stall at Queensway watching your vehicle erupt into a fireball with my own eyes. The moment those words landed, the 7 sons stiffened, pupils contracting sharply. No wonder. They'd been watched from the start. Back then, smoke choked the air and pedestrians fled in panic. They hadn't noticed the man in the gray trench coat holding a paper cup standing quietly at the street corner. But such a cataclysm leaves no bystanders innocent. This grudge had ignited the moment flames tore through the sky. A wave of regret crashed over them, cold and heavy. Had they known he was there, they would have abandoned the operation entirely, refused that street that hour at any cost. But before they could catch their breath, Lin Jiejun spoke again. Second, he paused, tapping twice lightly on the armrest of his chair. I am a businessman. The people of Hong Kong are my patrons, my livelihood. Your blast sent shards of glass into a child's eyes, hurled an elderly man from his wheelchair, and splattered blood across a convenience store's glass door. That is not an operation. It is sin. Before the final syllable faded, a man stepped forward from behind Wang Jiangwo, his face a map of scarred muscle knuckles thick enough to crush walnuts. Damn it. Back in my day, I robbed gold shops and hijacked armored trucks. I always raised my barrel 3 inches skyward, never firing at civilians. He spat a dark wad of phlegm flecks flying. These bastards are filthier than gas warfare lunatics in the trenches. This was Wu Jiandong, known across Hong Kong as Iron Spade Head, a hardened veteran who'd fought his way out of Vietnam. Others fled to Hong Kong in exile. He stormed across the border, bullet-riddled and unbroken. He'd held up watch dealers, blown open bank vaults. His wanted posters plastered every MTR station, yet slipped through the cracks in the wind only to be personally retrieved by Wang Jiangwo and brought into Lin Jiejun's fold. Boss, hand them to me. Wu Jiandong stepped half a pace forward, hand resting on his holstered pistol. Drop them in the sea. Save space. Lin Jiejun merely smiled and waved him off. Drowning waste good meat. Keep them breathing. They're more useful alive. His tone shifted sharp as a blade drawn. Death is spared. but punishment remains. Begin. The command cracked like thunder. Wang Jiangwo and the others descended like wolves' fists and boots whistling through the air. Tianyang Sheng Tianyang In and the remaining 5 sons were pinned to the floor and beaten without mercy. No one called for halt. No one held back. Only the sickening thud of bone meeting flesh, the muffled groans, the heavy thump of bodies hitting concrete, echoing hollowly across the vast warehouse. 20 minutes passed. Lin Jejun raised a hand, signaling cessation. When they looked upon the 7 men again, they were unrecognizable. Crushed noses, split lips, foreheads split open, blood caking half their ears, the faint rise and fall of their chests the sole proof they still drew breath. Had they not forged iron skin and bronze bones amid artillery fire, ordinary men would have suffered 3 broken ribs, a shattered spleen, death by sheer brutality. Compared to those nameless strangers who fell roadside, forgotten even in death, is this discipline excessive? Lin Jejun leaned forward slightly, his tone as neutral as asking about the weather. Tianyang Sheng's Adam's apple bobbed slowly. He shook his head. Would you like to know who exactly laid hands on you moments ago? Lin Jejun asked again. That question struck like a needle driven deep into their temples. Their bodies jolted, lightning flashed across their minds. Those black-clad figures. Almost certainly an extermination squad sent by their shadowy partner. Yet from beginning to end they hadn't glimpsed even a silhouette, let alone a face, identity, or origin. Had Lin Jejun's men not intervened, they'd already lie buried in some unmarked grave, bodies incomplete, names erased. The realization settled, and absurdly a flicker of grim relief surfaced. This beating, it seemed, had bought them back their lives. Yet the thought of that unseen hand behind the curtain tightened their jaws until teeth ground audibly, hatred burning hotter than blood. I know who it is. Lin Jejun's tone stayed steady. But first, you must complete a task. Upon its completion, I will deliver the name. Tianyang Sheng tried to lift his head, then his calf muscles spasmed, recalling the flying kick that had displaced his organs. Instantly, he buried his chin deeper into the blood-smeared floor. Mr. Lin, we await your orders. The golden triangle churns like boiling porridge. Just one narrow strait separates it from Hong Kong. A faint smile curved Lin Jejun's lips. Ambushes, night raids, traps, kidnappings, feigned surrenders. You may choose your method. I want a warlord's life, and the territory he commands. Hearing this, the 7 men didn't blink. In unison they nodded. Was the golden triangle ever truly unified? Kunsa, their tigers atop the hills. Beneath them crawl countless mongrels, petty warlords clinging to hilltop villages, controlling a single drug route. They suit us perfectly. Their sole bottleneck was manpower. We require capital to expand, Tianyang Sheng stated bluntly. 100 million. Take it. Lin Jejun tossed a black credit card across the floor. Spend it as you see fit. Their eyes gleamed, their breaths deepened. Yet just as heat began to rise. However, money may be taken, but rules must be set. Lin Jejun's gaze slid sideways, settling on Tianyang, and a young woman should not wade in mud gripping firearms, or keep vigil among graves beneath moonless skies. Such talent is being squandered. Tianyang and opened her mouth, but Tianyang Sheng cut and swiftly agreed. And stays, under your guidance. He understood perfectly. This was no gift. It was a tether, a leash. From childhood the 7 had lived and bled as one. Their bond ran deeper than marrow. No sum could sever it, no blade cleave it. Yeden was the softest string in that knot. Rest assured, Lin Jejun replied, voice clear and bright. I'll secure her Hong Kong residency, enroll her in university, let her wear skirts, sip bubble tea, stroll malls. Live the ordinary life a young woman deserves. At those words, Tianyang stood frozen in place, while the other 6 brothers' eyes suddenly lit, flickering with a light long absent. Truth be told, the 6 elder brothers had never truly wished for their sister to follow them across storm-racked roads, drinking rain and breathing dust. They longed above all for Tianyang to live steadily, to study, to love, to laugh freely like any ordinary girl. Thank you, Mr. Lin. We 6 brothers swear, we will not fail your trust. 2 days later, Global Security Group, a subsidiary of Lin Holdings, held its routine executive meeting. By now, Lin Tech, Lin Finance, and Lin Maritime operated with mature precision, tight-knit systems, disciplined execution. Even amidst fierce commercial warfare, their maneuvers rarely crossed legal boundaries. Routine disputes were resolved by legal teams, senior executives wielded full discretion, no need to disturb higher authority. Global Security, however, was different. Its branches sprawled like constellations across Hong Kong Island, Kowloon, and the new territories, numerous, complex, deeply entangled. Until it fully anchored itself, it demanded the most oversight, and thus convened the most frequently. In the 10th floor conference room, Lin Jejun sat centered at the head of the table. All the branch masters of He Lin Sheng were present, including Wang Jiao. Among the invited external affiliates, Wang Jiao was not alone. Xi and ECZ and 12 young master all attended. So too did Guangtou, Achi, the famed roast pork stall owner from the Kowloon walled city. Achi resembled CZ, Though rooted in the walled city, he was no loyal foot soldier of Long Wanfeng. Rather, he followed willingly, moved solely by respect. For in daily life, he fried sausages and roasted pork, yet at crisis he drew steel without hesitation. Years earlier, he'd been a lay disciple of the Northern Shaolin Temple, wielding twin swords with thunderous force, earning the moniker Twin Blade, Achi. He'd once tracked Wang Jiao south to Hong Kong to apprehend him, only to have his tendons severed by Wang Jiao's blade. Ashamed to return to the mountain, he set up a cooking stove in the walled village and scraped by on steaming char siu. Though his meridians were shattered, his foundational cultivation remained intact. In raw, unadorned combat, only Hurricane among all the villagers could best him. Wang Jiao is now a trusted lieutenant under Lin Jiejun's command. With Lin Jiejun and Hurricane personally mediating, Achi and Wang Jiao have long since reconciled and shaken hands in peace. That Hurricane fellow has finally checked himself into the hospital, Lin Jiejun said, spreading his palms wide, half teasing, half exasperated. And just like that, he's dropped the entire burden of village affairs squarely onto my shoulders. He scratched the back of his head and grinned. Brother Jun, what's this us versus them talk? The core members of the village, Zai among them, nodded in unison, their expressions open and sincere. Today the walled village and global security are bound as one, indivisible, inseparable. None of that flattery, Lin Jiejun said with a sidelong glance at Xan. Then shifted tone. There are 3 urgent matters to settle face-to-face at today's meeting. At once everyone sat upright, their demeanor solemn. Lin Jiejun's gaze swept across the room before he spoke slowly and deliberately. First, the fact that Wang Jiao stormed Tai Kok Sui, frankly even seizing Sham Shui, caught me off guard. He offered Wang Jiao a faint knowing smile. All thanks to Brother Jun's wise guidance. Wang Jiao murmured, bowing low with the same humility he'd always shown. Let's leave that aside for now. But remember this well. Lin Jiejun withdrew his gaze, voice calm and measured. The territory you seize isn't one to glorify me, Lin Jiejun. It's carved out for your own future. Wang Jiao's heart lurched violently. After capturing Tsim Sui, he'd confided privately to his most trusted men, Sham Shui, who was taken expressly for Brother Jun's eyes. He'd never spoken those words aloud, yet Lin Jiejun had heard them word for word. Clearly Lin Jiejun had long since planted ears close beside him. That remark was both an awakening and a warning. Every move you make falls beneath his watchful gaze. Wang Jiao's breath caught, then resolutely he declared, understood, Brother Jun. I will hold your teachings sacred. I've always been fair, rewarding merit, punishing failure. Lin Jiejun tapped ash from his cigar, speaking coolly. For Wang Jiao's valor in this campaign, upon the launch of the village's casino, you'll receive an additional 5% allocation of croupier quotas. The same applies to all others. Whoever works diligently and delivers results, I see it clearly. Morale surged, all nodded in unison. Having served Lin Jiejun for years, they knew the rhythm well. Work hard, work well, and rewards follow, tangible and real. Position rises naturally like water finding its level. Seeing Wang Jiao claim a larger share, who wouldn't feel a pang of envy? Second, henceforth, unless catastrophe strikes, I will no longer intervene in Hong Kong's security operations. Previously, Jimmy managed them on my behalf, but now he must focus entirely on Lin Group technology and Lin Group finance. Lin Jiejun paused, then turned his gaze toward Di. Do you recall what happened atop that building in Tsim Sui? Di stiffened instantly, his pupils contracted sharply. A moment's recollection struck him like lightning. He widened his eyes, his small eyes bulging wide with disbelief. Mr. Lin, do you mean? His voice trembled with excitement, faltering mid-sentence. That day Lin Jiejun had promised him outright, in 2 years' time I will install you as the acting leader of Wo Lin Sham. As for Lin Jiejun himself, he would ascend to a higher vantage point while Di held the line for him. Yet how much time had truly passed? There remained ample months before that 2-year covenant expired. Could it be that position would truly fall into his hands ahead of schedule? At the thought, Di's fingertips trembled faintly. His whole body shuddered, unable to contain the surge within. From this day forward, the Hong Kong branch of global security is yours to lead. Lin Jiejun pulled out a cigar and tossed it casually toward him. No one objected. Years ago, when Uncle Deng favored a lock, Di had already chosen Lin Jiejun without hesitation. Later, during the uprising suppression, he charged into Jordan's blood-soaked streets first, right after Master Wei himself. His seniority ran deep, his merits were undeniable. To sit firmly as Lin Jiejun's foremost lieutenant was not merely fitting, it was inevitable. Mr. Lin, rest assured. Di seized the cigar tightly, his voice tight, but resonant. So long as I draw breath, Hong Kong's affairs will never falter. Clutching the cigar between his fingers, smoke curling around him, his voice quivered, yet each word burned with conviction. A scholar dies for one who knows his worth. When those words left his lips, they were no hollow slogan, but a vow seared into bone. Lin Jiejun trusted him, and had already transformed that promise into cold, hard gold. That trust weighed heavily upon his shoulders, and warmed his heart fiercely. Di would gladly give his life, burn his very soul to ash without a single flicker of doubt. Settle down. You're well past 30 yet flailing about like a boy just handed his New Year red envelope. What will the brothers think? Lin Jejun leaned back in his sofa, lips lifting in a relaxed, unwavering smile. Entrusting Hong Kong to Didi settled something deep within him. Calm, certain, absolute. Didi's vision might not span the heavens, but his judgment was steady, his footing unshakable. This role fit him perfectly, landing precisely where his capabilities stretched most naturally. Moreover, after decades navigating the underworld, he understood human nature as intimately as his own kitchen stove. When managing affairs, his seasoned composure far surpassed Jimmy's restless impulsiveness. By the way, a dual-tiered executive structure will operate beneath Didi, the 10 Tigers, and the 10 Heroes, both dedicated solely to execution. The roster is already prepared. Lin Jejun spoke, lightly tossing a thin sheet of paper across the table as casually as if handing over a menu. At the head of the 10 Tigers stood Mad Tiger Wang Jiao. The remaining 9 ranked equally South China Tiger, Dongguan Zai, a Winged Tiger, Fei Ji, Thunder and Lightning Tiger, Xiani Benevolent Heart Tiger, Cizai, Temple Street Tiger, 12 Young Master, Iron Face Tiger, Chun Luo Jun. Double-Bladed Tiger. Achi held provisional rank pending verifiable merit before formal investiture. The final 2 positions remained vacant, reserved exclusively for those who would forge proven achievements and earn lasting renown. The 10 Heroes followed the same principle. A seat had originally been reserved for Feng Yuxiu, but he merely waved it aside. My martial cultivation remains incomplete. I decline involvement in any triad affairs. Lin Jejun neither pressed nor pleaded. Respect, after all, was the finest form of loyalty. The final matter, he paused, letting his gaze sweep the room. His voice, though quiet, cut like a blade drawn across brick. Hung Hing, East Star Number Gang, and Sun Qi, they all covet Kowloon's rich spoils. Though they dominate the major arenas, over half of Kowloon's actual turf lies firmly in the hands of smaller syndicates. We'll leave the big fish untouched, for now. But we'll keep our eyes locked on the small ones. Those willing to join will sign into the fold, those unwilling. His fingertip tapped once upon the table. Make way. Silence fell thick and heavy. In that single sentence, the fates of over 30 Kowloon gangs were sealed. Submission or expulsion. No third path existed. Across all Hong Kong, only Lin Jejun dared speak so, and only he possessed the power to deliver on such a declaration. Before adjourning, customary tokens of gratitude were distributed. This practice was long familiar to all. No one found it strange, only appropriate. To Dongguan Zai, a wooden Huarong Dao puzzle box, triggering a 500-fold quality rebate yielding a full production line of handheld gaming consoles 5. To Fei Ji, a portable cassette player, triggering a 300-fold quality rebate yielding a full MP3 production line 3. 2. Everyone received something. Every gift bore meaningful return. Yet Lin Jejun gained no miraculous world-shaking treasures from these exchanges. Only the plasma display production line delivered solid profit. Most others served to fill strategic gaps, expand product categories, and quietly strengthen the industrial matrix of his conglomerate. Once the room emptied, Lin Jejun walked directly into his office. He pushed open a concealed door in the inner wall and stepped into the quiet, secluded chamber beyond. Inside, Tian Yongyan sat hunched over her desk, pencil tip jammed motionless against her workbook, brows knotted tight, fingers gripping strands of hair at her forehead. Beside her sat a female teacher, her ivory-tailored suit outlining clean, confident lines, black stockings, and heels lending poised elegance, a simple silver wristwatch, fine-framed glasses perched on her nose, a short, neat hair framing clear, intelligent eyes radiating quiet authority. Teacher He-min, how is in progressing? Lin Jejun pulled up a chair beside her, voice gentle. She was senior lecturer He-min of Aiden Smith Academy. Tian Yongyan's academic foundations were nearly non-existent. If thrust directly into classroom instruction, she'd vanish behind peers before even catching sight of their backs. So Lin Jejun hired a private tutor instead, to lay bedrock first, then guide her gently through school gates. Her foundation is thin, but her mind is remarkably sharp. She grasps concepts instantly. Teacher, He-min adjusted her glasses, warmth softening her smile. And she possesses extraordinary composure for her age. Thinks deeply, holds her ground. Lin Jejun's eyebrows lifted slightly, a silent, subtle smile crossing his face. In textbook knowledge, perhaps Tian Yongyan lagged half a step behind. But maturity, which ivory tower student had truly lived under the barrel of a gun, endured fire and blood, danced repeatedly along the razor's edge of life and death? Studies are now fully entrusted to you, he said, bowing his head respectfully. Rest assured, Mr. Lin. Teacher He-min replied, then lifted her gaze, tentative, probing. Is she your younger sister? Yes, he answered plainly. She simply missed years of schooling earlier in life. And the old scars on her face, her voice softened, laced with professional concern. A childhood fall, he said, expression open, tone smooth and unruffled, as if describing nothing more than a cup of cooled herbal tea. Teacher He-min didn't press further. Instead, she said sincerely, truthfully, I've taught many young elites who rose early to prominence, but someone like you achieving success so young, yet placing family education at the very heart of your priorities, I've never encountered before. You flatter me, teacher Hemin. Lin Jejun smiled. Reading opens our eyes to the world. Studying history teaches us how to walk wisely through life. The easiest path to growth has always been written between the pages. How could I possibly neglect it? Teacher Hemin paused, her gaze lingering on his face for a long, thoughtful moment. She knew full well Lin Jejun's origins. Precisely because of that, his presence struck her all the more profoundly. A man risen from the mud and mire of the underworld, yet speaking with such clarity of purpose, such warmth and luminous integrity. In Hong Kong, such a thing bordered on legend. Only after a long silence did she finally lower her eyes, breathing out a heartfelt sigh. Mr. Lin, you truly are unlike anyone else. They exchanged a few more casual remarks, but the longer they spoke, the more astonished teacher Hemin became. His speech carried no trace of brutality, his bearing showed no hint of impatience. Every word was grounded in reason, every thought measured in depth. Even his insights on education, history, and human nature earned her repeated nods and a quiet, dawning respect. Even in certain dimensions. Even she could not help but be secretly astonished. Mr. Lin, speaking with you is truly like sipping a cup of warm age-pour tea. Hemin raised her eyes to glance at her watch. It's getting late, I must head back. I will seek your guidance another day. As soon as she finished speaking, she smiled and extended her hand. I'll have the driver give you a ride. Lin Jejun lightly lifted the corners of his lips, confidently shaking her hand, his fingertips steady and strong. Once Hemin's figure vanished at the doorway, Lin Jejun shifted slightly and sat directly beside Tian Yinjin. Tian Yinjin instinctively shrank her shoulders, slightly leaning away toward the other end of the sofa. Don't hide. From now on, no one dares to lay a finger on you. His voice was low and calm, yet carried undeniable weight. He then raised his hand and gently rubbed her icy cheek with his fingertip. Really? She was momentarily taken aback before slowly turning her face. I hit you because you 7 siblings were playing with explosives, causing chaos in the streets. I said once they are far away, you are just my sister. Since you are my sister, I will protect you and also manage you. His tone was plain without a hint of fluctuation. As the eldest brother is like a father. If you cause trouble, I will punish you. If you behave, why should I act against you? Tian Yinjin felt a sigh of relief in her heart. The tension she had been holding slowly dissipating. When she met his calm and gentle gaze, her heart unexpectedly warmed. She was too familiar with that look. Her 6 older brothers had looked at her the same way before. In that moment she understood he was telling the truth. Hey, race, a little gift for you. Lin Jejun suddenly snapped his fingers crisply. Within half a minute, 2 security guards in black entered carrying 2 heavy boxes. As the lids were opened, a brand new computer came into view. The main unit and the thick old-style monitor were each housed in separate compartments. This is... She widened her eyes in surprise, her eyelashes fluttering. At your age, you should be learning to type and practice piano keys, not brandishing a gun all day. He firmly grasped her small hand, flipping it over to examine the hardened calluses on her palm. From now on, touch the mouse more, and the trigger less. Got it? Got it. She nodded eagerly like a frightened yet obedient little sparrow. After a pause, she mustered her courage and whispered, Brother Jun, there's something I want to ask of you. Speak. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. With you calling me Brother Jun, as long as it's not excessive, I agree. Can you? Asked teacher Hemin to assign less homework. She sulked, her voice trembling. The moment I see the workbook, my temples start throbbing. Dream on. He cut her off decisively, his tone crisp and clear. If you bring it up again, I will have Bob I block your door with 10 truckloads of exercises. Oh. She stiffened, her mouth slightly agape, and after a while she pouted and muttered, then, how about you just hit me instead? Just as she was scratching her ears and nearly messing up her hair, Lin Jejun had already gotten up with a smile and pushed open the private room door to leave. At the same moment, the host officially claims younger sister Tian Yongin, gifting 1 computer, triggering a 500-fold dual-dimensional rebate. Supercomputer 5. Supercomputer. Lin Jejun paused, his brows slightly furrowing. The activation of the rebate indicated that Tian Yinjin had truly accepted the identity of sister deep down and really regarded him as an elder brother. This kind of reward mechanism was unprecedented. His mind stirred and his consciousness sank into the item inventory. Once he saw the parameter description on the panel, the corners of his mouth silently rose. These 5 machines appeared no different from ordinary computers, but their CPUs were extraordinarily powerful. Their computing power rivaled that of the top laboratories 30 years in the future. Their core purposes could be summed up in 2 words: compute and judge. The casino needed it to model betting hot zones. The market watchers relied on it for real-time analysis and predicting client turning points. Lin's finance was aggressively acquiring stock in Kowloon warehouse. With these, the entire trading team's response speed would increase at least 3-fold. Hongxing Tuadi. When the news of Defei's death reached Jiang Tiansheng's ears, he sat up abruptly from his bed. He hardly slept a wink that night. Even he had not anticipated. Lin Jejun's move was so swift and ruthless. Initially, he had only wanted to use the D to create some trouble for Lin Jejun and save face. In his estimation, with Lin Jejun's current status, how could he personally draw his blade for a trivial character like Defei? But reality had dealt him a harsh slap. In just one night, Dajia Zui fell. Sham Shui Pas Chung Sha, one was also brutally seized by Wang Jiao and fully taken over. Hongxing had never suffered such a heavy blow in nearly a decade. Defei was brutally murdered in the streets, over 100 casualties at Dajia Zui's headquarters, medical fees compensation, and aftermath expenses piled up on the gang's books, the snowball effect growing larger. What chilled his spine even more was Lin Jejun would not stop. What followed would likely be even more ruthless moves. Just as dawn broke, he rapidly called a meeting of all Hongxing's decision-makers. At this moment, everyone had taken their seats and silence filled the room. What are your thoughts on last night's events? Jiang Tiansheng's gaze was like a knife, slowly sweeping across the room. What else is there to think? Our faces have been stomped on. We must retaliate. Boss B slammed his hand on the table, causing the coffee table to vibrate. Exactly. If we endure any longer, how will the world refer to us? The Hongxing Kneeling Clan. The newly appointed spokesperson of Xiun Mountain, A. Chao, stood up to echo him. After the former Boss B was transferred to Causeway Bay, he took charge of this area. The two had a close personal relationship and had always shared the same stance. Jiang Tiansheng's expression remained unchanged as his gaze continued to scan the other members. Fight. It's not that easy. Brother G from Western District spoke slowly, his voice hoarse, yet clear. Brother G, what do you mean by that? Boss B's expression darkened. Do you really understand how powerful the Lin family is behind him? Brother G chuckled coldly, picked up his teacup, and blew off the foam. He runs his own company thriving. His subordinates not only devoured He Lianxing, but even Wang Jiao submits to him. It said that even Wang Tai Sin and Wei Yi dare not miss his calls. Indeed. Someone beside chimed in, the Dragon City gang's Long Wan Feng has been in the hospital for almost a month, and right now all of Shangzai's territory is patrolled by Lin Jejun's men. If we really confront them head-on relying solely on our Hongxing, we might not even break through their doorstep. The spokesperson from North Point, Fat Lo Li, slightly nodded, his lips curling into a smirk, effectively agreeing with Brother Jia's words. Brother G, Fat Lo Li, what kind of reasoning is this? You want to bolster others' strength while weakening your own. Boss B raised his voice, his brows tightly knitted. But before his words could settle, hey Big B, that's a bit too crude. A gravelly voice like sandpaper against metal emerged from the corner. The speaker was none other than Liang Kuan. Everyone's gaze turned towards him, and he leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaling a circle of grayish-white smoke before speaking. What kind of world are we living in now? Still using knives and clubs? What we are discussing at the table are contracts, profits, and long-term livelihoods. I know you have an old grudge with Lin Jejun, but there's no need to drag the entire Hongxing into the fire pit. Akuan, what do you mean by that? Boss B slammed the table, causing the cup lid to jump. The meaning is very straightforward. These days, relying on fists to grab territory is already out of date. Liang Kuan brushed off the ash from his cigarette, shrugged with a smile. If you really can't keep up with the times, it's better to exit early and not block the way. You. Boss B was so furious that his throat tightened, words stuck in his mouth. Akuan is right. A clear and crisp female voice cut in, slicing through the oppressive air like a thin blade. It was Liang Ma, the spokesperson from Hongxing Sham Shui Pa. Akuan, Liang Ma, are you two backing down? Boss B scoffed. One guard Sham Shui Pa, the other squats in Mong Kok, and upon hearing that Lin Jejun is pressing down, you're eager to retract your neck. B, your words are quite comfortable when standing up. Liang Kuan shot him a sidelong glance, pointing out the window towards the sea. Wanchai is just a bay away from Kowloon. Bullets can't fly over, so of course you can shout loudly. Liang Ma followed up, her tone steady. If it really comes to a fight, it will harm the vitality of the gang. I'm not standing for my own turf, but for the lifeblood of the entire Hongxing. Boss B saw the two of them harmonizing, his face turning a mix of red and green. His lips moved several times, but ultimately couldn't squeeze out a single word. At this moment. Enough, everyone quiet down. Jiang Tianxing suddenly raised his hand, his voice not loud, yet it splashed cold water into an overheated pot, immediately suppressing the chaos in the room. His gaze slowly scanned the circle of heads of the hall. I rarely make unilateral decisions. Those in favor of going to war, please raise your hands. Those advocating negotiation, also raise your hands. The rules remain the same. Minority listens to the majority. Below there was a low murmur, smoke swirling as gazes crossed. After a moment. Ill fight. Boss B raised his arm high. A Chow from Xiun Mountain and AXIN from Central followed suit, 3 hands suspended in midair like 3 stubborn bamboo poles. But aside from that, all the other spokespersons remained silent, their fingers unmoving. Jiang Tianxing squinted, his throat moved, and ultimately nodded. All right, let's proceed according to the rules. Now let me ask, who will go negotiate? As his words landed, the entire room fell silent. Although they nodded to negotiate, no one was willing to take up this hot potato. Out there, rumors had spread wildly. Lin Jejun's methods were ruthless, his heart hard, and he never left any survivors in his dealings. Even if he now turned to legitimate business and did not take action, that group of people below Jiangong Wang Jiu Wang Tai Sin, and that pack of hungry wolves from He Lianxing all had blood in their eyes. What if they just announced their name and were dragged into an alley to be chopped up and fed to wild dogs? Who would dare to gamble? In an instant, the entire hall was silent enough to hear the sound of the air conditioning dripping. Liang Kuan and Liang Ma exchanged a quick glance, a hint of anxiety flickering in their eyes. At this moment, Sim Sha Sui was entirely under the Lin family's control. Yao Ma Ti and Mong Kok were adjacent to Sim Sha Sui, and Mong Kok was precisely Liang Kun's territory. As for Liang Ma, it had only been a night since Cheng Shawan fell. If Wang Jiu had been a bit more aggressive last night, taking advantage of the darkness before the police opened their eyes, he might have even taken her stockpile warehouse. To put it bluntly, at this moment, the two most precarious lives in Hongxing were just the two of them. TSK. Just now you shouted louder than anyone else. Liang Kuan suddenly stood up, smiling as he spread his hands. When it really comes to running errands, you all turn into paper lanterns. We are just small players. The boss enjoys the air conditioning while the little brothers run until their legs break. Our lives are cheap, but we have to carry the burden. Hey Akun, are you trying to smear Jiang Sheng's face with that remark? Liang Kuan grinned, twirling the cigarette between his fingers. Just a reminder to everyone. Akun has already shed sweat and blood for the gang. Since Akun is willing to go, I will accompany him for a while. Liang Ma suddenly stood up, her skirt creating a gust of wind. We can't let Akun bear this burden alone. Jiang Tianxing quietly looked at Liang Kuan, and after a long while a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, profound and meaningful like the aftertaste of tea that has cooled down. All right, I will entrust this negotiation to you. At noon, the sun shone brightly. Liang Kuan and Liang Ma stood side by side at the entrance of the Lin's office building. To be honest, Lin Jejun's move in this game is quite brilliant. Liang Kuan looked up at the glass curtain wall, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, carefree, but a flicker of intense light flashed in the depths of his pupils. In terms of vision, Liang Kuan really is the most outstanding among the small fries. While others are still living off the powder line, he has already invested money in making movies, laundering black money, and achieving it in one step. As electronic technology just emerged, he caught the scent and started 3 or 4 electronic stores in Kowloon with shelves stocked full of the latest video recorders, audio systems, and game consoles. Many in Hongxing relied on collecting rent from the horse lane and even more profited from ticket commissions, but someone like him, who turned black gold into commercial rent, into invoices, and into bank statements, he was the first. Akun, have you thought about how to start when you meet Lin Jejun later? Liang Ma turned her face, her tone calm. Not yet. Liang Kuan tilted his head and smiled, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment before slipping away. Liang Ma, with your extensive experience in the underworld, you should take the lead in this negotiation. I'll just stand by and lend you some support. Pausing for a moment, he deliberately lowered his voice back. Then when Jiang Sheng met you, his soul flew 3 miles away. This is not just bragging. Liang Ma was just over 40 this year. Her skin was fair and radiant, but there was one regret. Her figure had become rather plump, making her look like a full, glutinous rice dumpling. But many years ago, Liang Ma was one of the most beautiful women on Hong Kong Island. She was nicknamed Liang's absolute deep-water city, a name that rang loud and clear. Even Jiang Tianxing had once been infatuated with her, willingly bowing down in submission. However, for reasons unknown, Liang Ma's figure suddenly changed, her waist expanding day by day, and her weight skyrocketing uncontrollably. Naturally, Jiang Tianxing no longer wished to be close to her and swiftly cut ties. However, to stabilize the situation, he still handed over the position of the leader in Sham Shui to Liang Ma. Akun, if you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will have someone tear your mouth apart? Seeing Liang Kuan smiling with sarcasm, Liang Ma immediately darkened her face and shouted lowly. Before her voice faded, a hint of melancholy and resentment flickered in her eyes. Although Jiang Tianxing had given her territory, it did not mean she would be grateful. On the contrary, the old grudge of being cast aside like a worn-out shoe still lodged in her throat, unable to swallow or spit out. Yet she was clear in her heart. This position was granted by Jiang Tianxing. He could take it back at any time. So even if turmoil raged within her, she could only grit her teeth and swallow it down, not daring to frown. The two passed through the glass revolving door and entered the lobby of the office building. Miss, I would like to see Mr. Lin, Liang Kuan said as he walked straight to the reception desk. Hello, may I ask your surname? The receptionist girl smiled politely. My surname is Li. Mr. Li, do you have an appointment? Appointment? Liang Kun's eyes widened, almost jumping up. Did he really need to register in advance just to meet Lin Jejun? The receptionist, seeing his reaction, smiled and explained. If there's no appointment, please leave a company name and main business, and Mr. Lin's secretary will coordinate a meeting time based on the schedule. What the hell is this? Liang Kuan froze on the spot, his scalp tingling. Company name. Was he supposed to write pornographic film factory? He turned to Liang Ma, shrugged, and spread his hands, clearly indicating I can't do this. Liang Ma had no choice but to step forward. Miss, we are from Hongxing here to discuss serious business with Mr. Lin. Please make an exception and help us pass the message. Hongxing. The receptionist tilted her head and pondered for several seconds. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Please wait a moment. She immediately picked up the phone and dialed out. Mom is still impressive. As soon as Liang Kuan saw this situation, he immediately beamed and gave Liang Ma a thumbs up. But just as they breathed a sigh of relief, Liang Ma, Liang Kuan, you two have some nerve to come here. The voice was cold and hard, and the person was none other than Didi. Behind him stood a line of burly men from Universal Security, surrounding the two in an instant. Liang Ma and Liang Kun's faces instantly turned pale. They had heard that Didi was known for being ruthless in dealings with Lin Sheng, who would dare provoke him. Didi, what do you mean by this? We are here to discuss serious business with Mr. Lin, Liang Kuan shouted, forcing his voice. Serious business. Mr. Lin has already stated, matters in the underworld of Hong Kong Island are now all under my jurisdiction. Didi squinted, his tone firm. Want to negotiate? First you must pass my hurdle. As for meeting Mr. Lin, don't even think about it. Even Jiang Tianqing himself wouldn't qualify for an equal footing. The two were instantly stunned, their brains buzzing. It wasn't that they were afraid of not being able to hold their own, but they were completely bewildered. Lin Zhejun had actually handed over the entire territory of Hong Kong Island to Didi. This matter was completely beyond their comprehension. At this moment, they still did not know that Lin Zhejun was sitting in the Lin's financial headquarters on the 6th floor. According to his instructions, a supercomputing device had been transported overnight to the core machine room of the operations center. At this moment, a group of analysts were surrounding the screen, exclaiming in amazement. This computing power is simply leagues ahead of the old machines. Models that took an hour before can now be completed in 1 to 2 minutes. The precision is astonishingly high. We had a meeting until dawn last night. It predicted the index for noon and gave results in 5 minutes. Are you still just standing there? Quickly place orders to buy. The sounds of keyboard typing and mouse clicking erupted once again, rising and falling. Almost all the core members of Lin's Financial were displaying uncontrollable shock and excitement on their faces. With this machine, monitoring is no longer a matter of physical stamina. It only requires focusing on key nodes. The pressure of trading has greatly decreased and decision-making efficiency has doubled. How much have we accumulated in stocks so far? Lin Zhejun casually asked. More than 700,000 shares, the person in charge immediately responded. Continue to increase our holdings. Additionally, he paused. What do you estimate the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse will ultimately reach? The person in charge pondered for a moment. The team estimates around 85 yuan. The supercomputing model outputs 95 yuan. I plan to take the middle value and set it at 90 yuan. Lin Zhejun nodded slightly. In fact, Kowloon Warehouse did indeed rise to 105 yuan later, but that was a result of the Package King's furious investment to prop up the market. If calculated based on normal market game theory, 95 yuan was already an extremely precise anchor point with a very small fluctuation range. And the team's ability to gauge 85 yuan was already top-notch. By the way, Mr. Lin, the person in charge suddenly showed an apologetic expression. Our actions have been too big. It seems we have attracted attention. So what if we have attracted attention? Lin Zhejun waved his hand, his expression calm. In just 2 days, we bought 7 million shares, and it was only detected today. This level of concealment is already quite rare. Lin Zhejun raised his hand and lightly patted the person in charge on the shoulder, the force crisp and clean. Since we've already exposed our hand, let's just tear the facade apart. Buy openly. The target is 10 million shares, the sooner the better. Get half of it within 3 days. As soon as the person in charge heard this, the tension in his heart eased, his back straightened, and his voice brightened a few notches. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will immediately assign people to monitor the market and make purchases with full force. Lin Zhejun nodded, his gaze sweeping across the entire office, the sound of keyboards clicking, the ringing of phones, and the red and green numbers on the trading screens jumping rapidly. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, a shallow but firm smile. 10 million shares. In the current market, this was enough to stir the waters. The winds were about to change soon. Just as he stepped back into the office, the door was pushed open with a creak, and Ba Bai, grinning, staggered in. Next time you push open the door, learn to turn the handle first. Lin Zhejun didn't even raise his eyelids, his tone lazy but carrying undeniable weight. Ba Bai, Wu Desang, and the group of old brothers who had first followed Lin Zhejun to carve a bloody path usually went straight to the 10th floor without needing to inform anyone. Others, without a nod, they couldn't even reach the elevator entrance. Oh no, I forgot again. Ba Bai slapped his forehead, awkwardly scratching the back of his neck. Jungu, I really remembered. Next time I'll knock 3 times, dong dong dong. You said that last month and the month before that as well. Lin Zhejun shook his head with a smile, changing the subject. What are you doing up here instead of practicing boxing in the basement? Jungu, you know Liang Kuan well, right? Liang Kuan. Lin Zhejun paused slightly, raising his eyebrows. The boss of Hongxing Wanjiao. I heard he's your sworn brother. Why bring him up? Ba Bai immediately replied, half an hour ago. He came with Liang Ma and wanted to see you. But didn't you say yesterday that matters in the Hong Kong underworld should be decided by Didi? As a result, Didi didn't say a word and blocked him outside. So you came as his intermediary. Lin Jejun's brows furrowed slightly, his voice dropping an octave. I've said it before, it's best to avoid people like that. Babai shrugged his shoulders, swallowing hard. To put it bluntly, he used to be a runner under Liang Kuan, handling goods, distributing products, and collecting money, all according to orders. Liang Kuan even dared to extend credit for 20,000 worth of goods to him, trusting in his obedience. But times have changed. Lin Jejun had never paid to Sang or Ba by a single cent in salary, yet he had handed over the entire Kowloon city territory to them. Since the day they took the lead, he had never loosened his grip. Slot machines and foreign liquor wholesale businesses also emerged from the streets of Kowloon City. The two were deeply rooted, their making profits thick enough to flow gold 10 times more stable than the powder line and earning fiercely. Jungu, I've already cut all ties with the powder line. This time he came to us out of fear of Wang Jiu. Changsha Bay has fallen, and Shamshui Pa and Mongkok are about to be sliced up. Babai paused and lowered his voice. He still wants to ride on your ship, intending to directly procure goods from you at the Electronic City. Lin Jejun's eyes flashed, seeking refuge while negotiating business. Exactly. He is really not walking on eggshells. Babai nodded eagerly like a pecking sparrow. Lin Jejun fell silent for a moment, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Since the D manages the Global Securities Hong Kong Island branch, his decision reflects my own thoughts. The person he just rejected, I will immediately invite in. It's tantamount to slapping him in the face directly. Thus you go back and tell Liang Kuan, let him make an appointment at the front desk under the pretext of supplier negotiation. After 3 o'clock this afternoon, I will free up half an hour to meet him. He eventually nodded. First, Liang Kuan could identify the Electronic City as a prime target amidst the multitude of gambling addicts and gang leaders, clearly showcasing his intelligence. Secondly, it had long been rumored that this person had a strong backbone and high aspirations, never yielding to Jiang Tiansheng's ways. If he truly dared to turn the tables and completely topple Jiang Tiansheng, Lin Jejun would not only refrain from stopping him, but would also be willing to lend him a hand. The goods from the Electronic City would continue to be supplied without interruption. All right, he'll deliver the message right away. Babai sighed in relief and turned to leave, his footsteps noticeably lighter. At precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Liang Ma assisted Liang Kuan through the door. The two looked pale and weary, especially Liang Ma, who occasionally pressed her hand against her abdomen, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. To secure this meeting, they had sat in silence since noon, without food or water, hardly daring to sit in the chairs for too long. Mr. Lin, the person has arrived. The secretary stepped forward lightly, her tone soft, and after speaking, she lowered her gaze and retreated her skirt, swirling silently. Liang Kun's eyes widened in astonishment. Dressed in a finely tailored black suit, her stockings reflecting a cool sheen, and her form-fitting skirt outlining sharp lines. This was no mere secretary. She was clearly a textbook example of a sophisticated killer. Compared to the fresh models and adult film stars he had seen in night clubs, this woman stood beside them like an uncolored draft. A surge of warmth filled his heart, and he silently rejoiced. Thankfully, Ba held on to his old connections, otherwise he wouldn't even know which way Lin Jejun's door opened. But when his gaze fell on Lin Jejun, he was stunned. There were no gold chains, no leopard print suits, no aggression or arrogance typical of gangsters. Yet that heavy aura made it hard to breathe. Not like Jiang Tiansheng's arrogance, not like Hong Hanyi's dominance, nor like Luota's ferocity, rather resembling an ancient well, calm on the surface, yet unfathomably deep below. Liang Kuan turned his head to exchange a quick glance with Liang Ma. Their eyes shared the same shock. As they were stunned, the door was gently closed. Liang Kuan, Liang Ma, is there something you need from me? Lin Jejun's voice was steady and unhurried, with no hint of fluctuation, yet it struck like a dull hammer, tightening the eardrums. I have a mountain of tasks at hand, so I will give you 30 minutes. As soon as they stepped into the office, their feet barely stable, they were pinned in place by this light remark. Looking up, Lin Jejun sat at a large black sandalwood boss chair, his fingers pinching the lid of a purple clay teapot, steam curling upwards, the fragrance of tea crisp and clear. His demeanor was relaxed, yet his gaze was as calm as a deep pool, showing no signs of disturbance. 30 minutes. Liang Kun's throat shifted slightly, a flame of anger surged within him. He was not some random thug picked off the street. Even Jiang Tiansheng would give him some respect. Which of the major bosses in Hong Kong Island was not trying their hardest to recruit him? Yet here with Lin Jejun, not even half a cup of tea had been consumed before the time was more precisely measured than a bank's counting machine. This man was indeed too controlling. But just as this thought arose, it was forcefully suppressed. Right now the blade of global security was already at his throat. No matter how tough he was, he couldn't defy reality. A smile instantly spread across his face, both warm and humble. Mr. Lin, you are busy beyond measure, and to spare time to meet us is truly our great fortune. Rest assured I won't be long-winded, I'll make my points clear in 3 sentences. Before he finished speaking, he glanced quickly at Liang Ma. Liang Ma understood, immediately stepping forward a half-step, speaking rapidly, succinctly, presenting the territorial disputes in Sham Shui Pai and Mong Kok, along with their calculations. So you want me to keep my men in line and not touch Sham Shui Pei and Mong Kok? Lin Jejun raised his gaze to sweep over the two, leaning back in his chair, his posture relaxed to the point of laziness. Currently, this matter falls under the DS jurisdiction. If I speak up, he will naturally comply. But he paused, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. You must give me a compelling reason to listen, or a weighty bargaining chip. Once these words were spoken, the air seemed to freeze momentarily. Right? Their original plan was merely the usual camaraderie, giving face, paying some money, softening their words, letting the big issue become a small one. But once they stepped through the shining glass doors of Lin's tower, they understood. That approach had long since become worthless with Lin Jejun. Appealing for favor. He was now a serious businessman dealing with accounts, not the Underworld's lineage. Talking about compensation. The little silver in their pockets was probably not even enough for a day's revenue from a single electronic city under Lin Jejun. The two momentarily fell silent, their throats dry, even their breathing had softened. After a moment of silence, Liang Kuan gritted his teeth, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, as if he was willing to sacrifice the last shred of his dignity. Mr. Lin, as long as you show mercy, I will immediately bring the entire Mong Kok establishment under He Lianxing. Following you would be far better than following Jiang Tianxing tenfold. Liang Ma was suddenly taken aback, her pupils constricting. She truly did not expect him to be so resolute and swift in his words. Deep down, she had long harbored a hatred towards Jiang Tianxing. Given the chance to turn against him, she wouldn't hesitate. But at this moment, she had no military power or backup, only a belly full of resentment to hold her back. How could she dare to speak of flipping the table? Just as she hesitated, certain that Liang Kuan would surely win Lin Jejun's favor. Changing organizations. I haven't involved myself in that for a long time. Lin Jejun's tone was as flat as discussing the weather. You should go directly to the D to talk about it. He paused, his gaze sharp and unwavering on Liang Kun's face. The reason I agreed to meet you today is solely because Bob, I spoke up saying you wanted to negotiate business. If it were just to talk about organizations, then please leave. The two turned pale simultaneously. They had exhausted all available tactics. They had lowered their posture to the utmost. But Lin Jejun was like a piece of cold iron soaked in water. No matter how much you heated it, it would not burn. The second hand ticked away, sweat beading at his temples, sticking to his hairline. If negotiations broke down, Sham Shui Po would first fall, followed closely by Mong Kok. No matter how loud the Hongxing banner was, it couldn't protect two crumbling strongholds. As that chill crept up his spine, however, Lin Jejun suddenly smiled, the corners of his lips lifting like moonlight breaking through the fog. I have always believed in leaving a line when doing business, not going for total annihilation. Only by being harmonious can wealth be generated. I do not engage in actions that cut off people's livelihoods. You run the electronic city and film productions. She holds the reins in Sham Shui Po's various arenas. These two territories happen to align with two new deals I have on hand. If you are willing to lend a hand, you will gain without losses. Liang Kuan and Liang Ma's eyes brightened simultaneously, almost speaking in unison. Mr. Lin, thank you. Thank you so much. We will definitely. Before the words were finished, Lin Jejun raised a hand slightly, his smile unchanged, but his tone suddenly deepened. Thank what? I, Lin Jejun, never help others without reason. Success in business relies on mutual worth. The projects I am interested in can earn money even with my eyes closed. But you must make me trust you, trust that you can work with me to earn back the money. If it comes to fruition, you will be partners. With a word from me to D, will naturally let go. His gaze slowly swept over the two. Don't think that now the organization is under his management. What I, Lin Jejun, say, there is like iron law. The two were taken aback, then quickly fell silent. Mr. Lin, to be honest. Liang Kuan forced a bitter smile, shaking his head, his palm secretly wiping away the sweat on his pants. It's not that we don't want to show our cards, but we are afraid that once you see them, you will find them shabby. Liang Ma nodded repeatedly, her fingers unconsciously twisting her clothes, her eyes filled with anxiety. Having mingled in the underworld for half a lifetime, they understood more than anyone else. When people respect you, they're holding you up. If you respect others, you must have real substance to back it up. Lin Jejun could make the D stop Wang Jiao, but they too needed to produce something substantial to hold their ground. Even if it was just a piece of paper, a word, or an old account that no one dared touch. Yet after racking their brains thinking until their temples throbbed, they couldn't come up with anything that would truly capture Lin Jejun's attention. This statement is incorrect. Lin Jejun chuckled lightly, his gaze warm yet unyielding. Everyone has their use, and there is no distinction of high or low. As long as you can handle this matter beautifully, not only will you keep your territories, but in the future, I will also not forget your share in my businesses. Liang Ma was still in shock, but Liang Kuan was already trembling all over, his eyes bursting with bright light. He cared more about the weight in the latter half of the sentence than the mere territories. Now who in the underworld didn't know? Being tied to Lin Jejun was like grasping the switch of a money-printing machine. Back in the day, Bai wasn't as wealthy and his crew wasn't as numerous. He had to weigh his words and look at Lin Jejun's face to act. But what about now? Liang Kuan couldn't even match the shadow of Ba Bai. Even Ba Bai himself had admitted that Lin Jiejun had never slipped a single dime into his pocket. He could stand firm today entirely by riding on Lin Jiejun's coattails, listening for whispers of business, while keeping his ears open and making a few investments, bold enough to act yet with a good eye. Yet this piecemeal approach had still allowed Ba Bai to gather a handful of oil and swell his pockets. Not only him, but Desang also thrived similarly, quietly accumulating wealth through this method. Liang Kuan was already feeling restless at the sight of this, his heart burning with desire. Mr. Lin, whatever command you have, just say it. I, Liang Kuan, will never hesitate as long as I can do it. Before he finished speaking, he had already slapped his chest loudly. Noticing Liang Ma still in a daze beside him, he hurriedly glanced over his brows, dancing fingers, urging her more urgently than stoking a fire. Lin Jiejun's lips curled slightly, a deepening smile, resembling the gentle steam rising from a cup of tea. To be honest, Jiang Tianxing annoys me just by looking at him. First, his face is an exact replica of Lin Huilai. Every sight of him is irritating. Second, he's always up to no good behind my back, aiming for the soft spots. I can't be bothered with him, but I won't let him off easily. Even a small fly buzzes painfully in your ears. Who said you have to endure it? Just swat it dead. It's the most straightforward way. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two, his smile still present, but now carrying a weighty gleam. Did you understand what I just said? No sooner had the words left his mouth. Liang Kuan and Liang Ma's expressions changed abruptly, their faces draining of color, as if all their strength had been sapped away. Lin Jiejun's meaning was crystal clear: eliminate Jiang Tianxing. This proposition came too suddenly, too heavy, and too outrageous. The two didn't even dare to entertain the thought, let alone make plans. They exchanged a glance filled with stunned bewilderment and undeniable fear. Will you agree or not? Just give me a straightforward answer. Lin Jiejun's voice drifted lazily, pulling the two from their stupor. Mr. Lin Wei. Liang Ma stuttered, her voice trembling. No need to rush to nod your heads. Lin Jiejun raised his hand lightly, his tone calm. I, Lin Jiejun, abide by rules. You have 24 hours. Think it through before you speak. For this entire day on your turf, no one will lift a finger. But after tonight, the opportunity will expire. The two shared a glance, eventually nodding slowly. Oh, by the way, Lin Jiejun suddenly spread his hands, his tone as light as chatting about the weather. If you turn around and report to Jiang Tianxing, that's also fine. I will simply have the D lead a team straight to Mongkok and Sham Shui Pa to handle things quickly. The three major gangs on the island can still operate without Hongxing. Mr. Lin, don't worry. Liang Ma blurted out, her speech rapid. Regardless of the outcome, this matter will never leave this door. Liang Kuan nodded beside her like a garlic pounder, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He knew better than anyone if a fight broke out, Mongkok would be the first to fall, followed closely by Sham Shui Pa. This pair's turf wouldn't even withstand 3 rounds of cannon fire. Just then, knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed as Jimmy entered. He glanced over Liang Kuan and Liang Ma, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes before quickly smoothing out his expression and striding to Lin Jiejun's side. Bro Shunbai just called, saying he'll be bringing the Boat King over shortly for a visit. Shunbai, the Boat King. Lin Jiejun raised an eyebrow. Didn't we agree to meet in half an hour in Central to discuss the new building site? That was indeed the original plan, Jimmy replied with his head down. But things took a sudden turn, so I thought it best to consult you first. Should we adjust the schedule, eh? Lin Jiejun pondered briefly. Tell Shunbai that if the Boat King is available, he should go directly to Central and wait for me. I'll stop by on the way, and we can meet while checking out the building. The exchange between the two was casual and natural, yet they were completely unaware. Liang Kuan and Liang Ma were already as pale as paper, their lips trembling. The Boat King. That was a big shot who only appeared in financial news and had half a face printed on newspaper headlines. Not to mention them, even Jiang Tianxing would have to bow and scrape and serve tea. Yet at this moment, Lin Jiejun sat firmly at the fishing rod, waiting for the other party to come to him. Indeed, as Lin Jiejun had stated, to be willing to meet with small fries like them was already a tremendous favor. It broke 10 million shares. Deal? 10 million shares total. Current price is $57. Should we chase? Chase. Mr. Lin has said take all, no need to hesitate. At this moment in Lin's financial company's trading room, the numbers had already leaped over 10 million. The tension that everyone was holding finally eased a bit. After all, Lin Jiejun's first test had been passed smoothly. But no one dared to breathe deeply. Over the past few days, everyone had already figured out Lin Jiejun's temperament. Those who were willing to fight, to endure, and to put in effort would never be treated poorly by him. Even though they had reached the target now, everyone was still pushing forward with all their might. Buying one more share adds a bit more confidence. Staying glued to the market for one more second reduces one more oversight. Fully focused, they didn't even notice when Lin Jiejun walked into the office or when he quietly left. Bro, the Boat King personally came by. He's not here to target our Kowloon warehouse stocks, is he? Jimmy inquired, keeping pace and lowering his voice. What else could it be? Lin Jiejun shot him a sidelong glance. We've never met, why would he rush over? Moreover, he even specially brought Shun by as a middleman. It's clear that he intends to have this stock. Then how much do you plan to sell? Jimmy pressed on. As for the price, Lin Jejun shook his head with a light smile. It depends on how keen the Boat King is on the bait and how deep he bites. In fact, he already had an idea in his mind. The approximate range was clear, he just didn't want to be too certain. After all, at this moment the Boat King and he had not yet broken ties, but the undercurrents were already surging. Both sides held shares in the range of 20% evenly matched, and neither dared to act rashly. And the batch of chips in Lin Jejun's hands was like a ballast stone. Tipping it to the left would change the ownership of the Kowloon warehouse. Tipping it to the right could instantly reverse the battle. As for the final price, it just waited for the Boat King to open his mouth to quote. Whether true or false, real or fake, Lin Jejun had his own methods to discern the sound and estimate it with considerable accuracy. However, just as the two stepped out of the building's main entrance under the close escort of more than a dozen bodyguards, Mr. Lin, a foreign man with golden hair and blue eyes hurriedly approached. Before he got within 3 steps of Lin Jejun, he was blocked by 2 men in black suits. Yet the man still stood tall, his gaze fixed intensely on Lin Jejun, his eyes burning with an urgency and eagerness that could not be ignored. That gaze was too scorching, like a spotlight cast upon his face. Lin Jejun furrowed his brow slightly instinctively, taking a half step back, his fingertips gently brushing the cuff of his sleeve. This man couldn't possibly have some kind of preference. I've heard that things are quite open in England, and the circles are mixed. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he subtly stepped back half a foot. Jimmy was sharp-eyed and immediately stepped forward, broad shoulders blocking the stranger, while lowering his voice to inquire about his intentions. In less than 2 minutes, he returned, leaning close to Lin Jejun's ear. Bro, the people from he specifically came to look for you. Lin Jejun's eyes flickered, and he quickly understood. No wonder they were watching so closely and with such urgency. The more than 10 million shares of Kowloon warehouse were no longer just old scraps of paper in a cold stove. They had become the hottest potato in the Hong Kong capital circle, something the Boat King was interested in, and he could not sit still. Let him in, Lin Jejun nodded. The 3 of them then turned into the adjacent meeting room of Yan'anbao. After sitting down, Lin Jejun looked up at the other party. What's your name? Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Smith. The foreigner stood up suddenly, extending his hands for a firm handshake. What do you need from me? Kowloon warehouse stocks. Smith wasted no time, his words sharp as a knife. I want to represent he to acquire all the shares you hold. Lin Jejun's lips curled slightly, just as expected. He lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Make an offer. How many do you currently hold? Smith pressed on. 10,027 shares. Lin Jejun replied succinctly, not even omitting the fractional zeros after the decimal point. Smith's pupils contracted sharply, his breath catching. They had been watching the market for a full 7 days, only confirming last night who the secretly active buyer was. Initially suspecting it was the Boat King scheme, they investigated for 3 days and found no connection in the funding paths. Only this morning did they confirm it was Lin Jejun, and he was already standing right in front of them. What they didn't expect was that he would swallow the whole hard bone in one bite. Mr. Lin, forgive my rudeness, but I must immediately consult with the London headquarters. He forced a smile, his tone sincere. This volume truly exceeds my authorization. Go ahead. Lin Jejun picked up his teacup and blew on it. Within 5 minutes of the call, Smith placed the receiver down, his expression solemn. We are willing to acquire all at 70 Hong Kong dollars per share. 70. Lin Jejun raised an eyebrow, his smile not reaching his eyes. Mr. Smith, do you think I'm a street vendor collecting waste paper? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he rose, adjusting his sleeves. Sorry, the Boat King is waiting for me at HSBC. I must take my leave. He turned to leave. Mr. Lin, wait. 71. 72. 73. This is the upper limit, the red line approved by headquarters. Smith spoke rapidly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, forgetting all about dignity. Lin Jejun did not stop his steps, merely turned half his face, smiling faintly. Mr. Smith, I received your business card. As for the price, let's talk again when you realize what sincerity means. After saying this, he pushed the door open and left. Smith stood frozen in place, his chest heaving a few times before finally gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath, crazy, greedy beyond limit. But in less than half a minute, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a cold smile. Wouldn't sell, even at 73. The Boat King would only offer that much, even if he truly met him. Any more might affect HSBC's foundation. He adjusted his tie and strode out. At the same moment, in the 28th floor office of HSBC in Central, Shanbai spoke. That kid, is he really going to build a building in Central? The Boat King leaned back in his leather chair, his tone filled with surprise. Absolutely true. Shanbai spread his hands, his eyes carrying genuine admiration. Even I find it hard to believe. A young hero. The Boat King expressed deeper sentiments. I heard he started from the docks carrying wooden boxes rising from the bottom to become the leader of the gang. Then he turned around and revitalized the Lin Group. And in just a few years, he's about to plant a flag and build a building in Central. To own a building in Central, a company either has to have 3 generations of good fortune or stand behind banking tycoons. Even he himself, after maneuvering through the business sea for decades, wouldn't have achieved his current stature without Shun Bai and HSBC's strong support. And Lin Jiejun, coming from a rough background, decisively stepping away and swiftly transforming, such a person the Boat King had never seen in his 60-plus years. What impresses me most is his composure. Shun Bai nodded in agreement, unhurried, neither servile nor overbearing, as if he were born to stand in this position. And his boldness, the Boat King added, daring to use almost a gamble-like approach to buy up Kowloon warehouse. Ordinary people would have already scared their legs soft. Just as he finished speaking, a knock sounded. Mr. Shunbai, Mr. Lin has arrived. A voice from outside the door announced. Please come in. Shunbai immediately stood up. Moments later, Lin Jiejun pushed the door open, his demeanor calm, a faint smile upon his lips. Mr. Shunbai. He nodded to his old acquaintance before turning to the king of Baochuan, his eyes clear. Mr. Bao, I have long admired you. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The king of Baochuan laughed heartily, rising to greet him, his hands firmly clasping Lin Jiejun's. Truly the waves of the Yangtze push the waves ahead. Mr. Lin Shunbai winked, a teasing familiarity in his voice. You're a whole 10 minutes late this time. Ever since they fought side by side in the Central District heist, the formalities between him and Lin Jiejun had long vanished. Later, Lin Jiejun had asked him to help find a prime piece of land in Central. In their exchanges, the two grew quite familiar, shedding the initial politeness, and instead behaving like old friends, occasionally teasing each other. It's a pity this isn't a restaurant, otherwise I would immediately pour myself 3 shots of flying Maodai. Lin Jiejun laughed heartily, and said, to be honest, I intended to be punctual, but the moment I stepped out of the office building, I was intercepted by that bunch from Ia. Upon hearing this, the king of Baochuan raised his eyelids slightly, his expression growing serious. Mr. Lin, did Iha approach you actively? I didn't expect them to be waiting downstairs. Lin Jiejun shrugged, but don't worry, I haven't loosened my grip on what I'm holding. Upon hearing this, the king of Baochuan relaxed, a smile appearing in his eyes, and he moved half a step closer to sit beside Lin Jiejun. Mr. Lin, let's skip the small talk. Are you willing to let go of that batch of Wharf Holding stocks? As the pleasantries ended, he got straight to the point. Lin Jiejun chuckled lightly. I'm in the business to make money, that's what matters. You know what I'm after, so name your price. Why beat around the bush between us? Since Iha has come knocking, the price will surely be revealed. Your willingness to meet me indicates that the foreigners aren't offering enough, and it's also a ticket for me about to enter. Let's be straightforward. Name your number, and I'll take it all. His tone was resolute. From the moment Lin Jiejun entered and casually mentioned Iha, he had sensed the underlying meaning. Since you're being so open, I won't hold back. Lin Jiejun pondered for a moment. $88 a share, I'll transfer all to you. Even if Iha increased their offer, I won't turn back. At this moment, the king of Baochuan was lifting his teacup, his fingertips just brushing the rim. Before he could finish his words, his wrist suddenly froze, nearly spilling the tea. Mr. Lin, this price? Are you truly not joking? Even if I were to confront Iha Heedin, the current market conditions are far from this figure. Even if it escalates to a fierce competition, it would be impossible to touch this high point. His voice lowered slightly, the smile still present, but tinged with caution. Clearly this quote seemed nearly preposterous to him. Lin Jiejun understood completely. Not to mention the king of Baochuan, even Yi's offer of $73 was already an above-average price in the capital circle of Hong Kong, even slightly inflated. But the difference lies in, the king of Baochuan focused on the market trends, Iha calculated models, while the market watched the direction, and Lin Jiejun knew the final closing price of Wharf Holdings. Mr. Bao, what's your bottom line? Lin Jiejun asked in a steady tone, unhurried. 7.6, that's the maximum. The king of Baochuan had no hesitation, firmly stating. It was $3 higher than Yi's offer, showing ample sincerity. This price in the current Hong Kong stock market indeed can't be criticized. However, he shifted his tone slightly. In my eyes, Wharf Holdings is worth more than this. Starting at 90, even reaching 100 may not be the ceiling. Over 100? Absolutely impossible. The king of Baochuan shook his head resolutely. Reaching 90 would already be the limit. In his heart, he was more familiar with the value of Wharf Holdings than anyone else, and no team's analysis could be more solid than his capable team. However, looking at the king of Baochuan, who was repeatedly shaking his head, Lin Jiejun merely smiled lightly. What a coincidence, Mr. Shunbai is also present. How about we 3 make a deal? Let's sign a betting agreement. A betting agreement. The king of Baochuan's eyes lit up with interest. Even Shunbai, who had been sitting quietly, straightened his back involuntarily. Under their gaze, Lin Jiejun continued calmly. As for the difference, I'll stake it on Lin's shipping. You being from a shipping background surely understand its worth, enough to cover this fluctuation. You'll purchase all my shares of Wharf Holdings at $88. If the final transaction price is less than $88, I will compensate the difference at the $76 you quoted. If I default, Lin's shipping will be at your disposal. Conversely, if the stock price does indeed exceed $95, then this deal will be firmly fixed at $88. As his words settled, the king of Baochuan stared at Lin Jejun for a long time before suddenly laughing heartily. Good lad. I've heard Mr. Shinbai praise your boldness. Seeing you today, it truly is not an empty boast. I trust my own judgment. Lin Jejun replied with a faint smile. Great. The king of Baochuan slapped the armrest. Then I'll indulge in Mr. Lin's spirit this time. 88 for the deal. Once the dust settles on Wharf Holdings, we'll see who comes out on top. Lin Jejun's lips curled up, slightly confidence evident in his eyes. Not to mention 88, even if he sold at $76, this deal would already net him nearly 800 million. If it really settled at 88, that would be a full 900 million in revenue. No matter how it played out, it was all a win-win situation. The king of Baochuan was also infected by this refreshing vigor, his expression becoming increasingly relaxed. Mr. Lin, I heard you're planning to build a new building in Central. He casually asked. That is indeed the intention. Lin Jejun nodded. Have you secured the land? Mr. Shinbai previously recommended a few sites. I just finished inspecting one this morning, and there's one that particularly caught my eye. Would you like me to help connect you with a reliable construction team? It wouldn't be lacking in quality with your recommendation, would it? Lin Jejun responded with a smile. When it comes to building, the person handling it doesn't make much of a difference. The king of Baochuan had been rooted in Hong Kong for decades, and the construction teams he cooperated with must have solid quality. Deal. Once the candidates are finalized, I'll discuss the details with you personally. The king of Baochuan cheerfully said. Matters in Central were thus settled. Lin Jejun turned and returned to the Lin Group office in Kowloon. Just stepping into the lobby of the office building, the receptionist quickly approached her, smile, carrying just the right amount of respect. Mr. Lin, Mr. Li Qianquan, and Ms. Ma Huilan have been waiting for you in the VIP room for quite some time. So fast to make a decision. Lin Jejun raised an eyebrow, his tone revealing a hint of surprise. Li Qianquan and Ma Huilan, known in the underworld as Liang Kuan and Liang Ma. After their conversation at noon, Lin Jejun had instructed Mi Shu to allow them to enter at any time without an appointment. But one rule remained unchanged before entering. They had to be thoroughly searched by security, leaving no inch unchecked, not even cuffs or shoe insoles. Less than 3 hours had passed, and the two had returned. Without needing to ask, the answer was already written on their faces. Their internal scales had completely tipped. Haha, being able to maintain a steady position in this line of work for years is indeed not by luck. Lin Jejun glanced at Jimmy, a slight smirk on his lips. Let's go meet these two understanding people. At this moment inside Lin Jejun's office, Liang Kuan's face still bore a tinge of lingering redness, beads of sweat forming at his temples. Liang Ma, now you believe it right. I know you're afraid of taking risks. After all, women are often more thoughtful and cautious. But think about it. How did Jiang Tianxing treat you? And how did he treat me? Back then you poured your heart into him, while I took bullets and fought for Hongxing. In terms of ability, even 10 big bosses together couldn't match me. But what was the outcome? He'd rather trust an outsider than hand real power to me. Now look at Mr. Lin sighed. Baba, you remember him, right? He doesn't hold a title or territory, yet he earns more each month than I do as a turf boss, even doubling my income. Why is that? Just because he's aligned with the right people and secured his position. As long as we execute this operation smoothly, Mr. Lin will never treat my brothers unfairly. Liang Kuan spoke rapidly, each word striking the air. Liang Ma lowered her gaze, her fingers unconsciously digging into the sofa's armrest, her chest feeling heavy and hot, as if pressed down by something weighty. She was indeed shocked by Babai's income. How could an unremarkable underling be more formidable than a turf boss? The global security team bows and scrapes before him, and the supervisors of the Lin Group readily give up their seats. Not for any reason, but because that day at the conflict scene, he jumped in to block a knife for Lin Jejun, blood staining half the street. Who in Hongxing knows how to make money the best? Liang Kuan himself would dare to claim the top spot. But now, hearing that the two lucrative territories of Tsim Sha Sui and Kowloon City he fought for have been directly managed by Lin Jejun, with daily operations handled by Desang Ba Bai and a Wu taking turns. The three of them are clear and above board with transparent accounts, yet just the appreciation sent regularly from both the black and white worlds exceeds the entire revenue of Liang Kuan's turf. Just thinking about that figure sends chills down one's spine. If it could truly overturn Jiang Tianxing, then this grand game of Hongxing would finally be hers and Liang Kuan's to control, feasting without needing to look at anyone's face. Let's take a gamble. If we win, we can spend the rest of our lives counting money. Liang Ma finally raised her eyes, her voice not loud, but taut like a tightened bowstring. Yet her fingers gripping the hem of her skirt had already turned pale and stiff, the thick veins on the back of her hand slightly bulging. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Suddenly a low and uniform greeting from security rang out from outside the door. Liang Ma and Liang Kuan exchanged a quick glance, both springing up from the sofa. Moments later, Lin Jejun entered accompanied by Jimmy. Have you made up your minds? His gaze swept over the two, his tone calm, yet heavy like a scale dropping. Mr. Lin, we've thought it through. Liang Kuan took a deep breath, straightening his back. Jiang Tianxing can't give us the respect we want, nor can he grant us real power. This time we're firmly following you. Very good. Lin Jejun nodded, his smile faint yet firm. Do you have a specific plan? Both shook their heads in unison. To cut ties with the past and stake their lives in just a few hours was already extremely challenging. To come up with a detailed plan would be overly demanding. How often does Hongxing hold regular meetings? Once a month, the day after tomorrow afternoon. Liang Kuan answered succinctly. All right. Lin Jejun stepped forward a couple of paces, his voice steady as a bell. At the meeting the day after tomorrow, you should challenge Jiang Tianxing on the spot, forcing him to step down and directly take over the leadership position. Mie. Liang Kuan suddenly looked up, his pupils constricting. You have been with Hongxing for 10 years. Your contributions and hard work are evident. Brother Ji Fat Lao Li and Uncle Xing, which one of them is not fickle? Who doesn't recognize money or power? Furthermore, with Liang Ma publicly supporting you, this coup has a 100 chance of success. He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade. Once Jiang Tianxing steps down, he will immediately become a toothless wolf dog. Take advantage of his unsteady footing and eliminate him directly. Leave no room for escape. Liang Kun's throat moved, his face alternating between pale and flushed. Lin Jejun observed clearly and spoke gently. When I hire someone, I only focus on one thing: action. Action represents sincerity. Even if things don't go as planned, I will still pay you as promised. The treatment will not be worse than what you have now. Liang Kuan had long harbored rebellious thoughts, but according to the original plan, he would have to wait until the 1990s to truly show his sword. Although he had already accumulated experience, genuinely pushing towards the leadership position still made his heart beat like a drum. However, as Lin Jejun's words fell, he clenched his jaw and nodded heavily. Let's do it. I'm all in. Lin Jejun then turned to Liang Ma's tone softening slightly. Liang Ma, you are a heroine among women, but I fear the leadership position in Hongxing is not suitable for you. I am very clear about that. She smiled gently with no bitterness in her eyes, only clarity. If a woman sits in that position, the people below may not speak out, but they will curse in their hearts. She paused, her voice soft yet firm. As long as Mr. Lin is willing to leave me a meal to eat, I will be at ease. Rest assured. Lin Jejun raised his hand and gently patted her shoulder, then extended a finger. I have a new project in hand, and I will leave it to you to manage. Once it is launched, your monthly income will definitely exceed this amount. 1 million. Liang Ma's eyes brightened, and she blurted out. Currently, Sham Shui Po is solely comprised of horse racing, with no profit to be seen. Those wealthy in Hong Kong would rather take a detour to Boland Street for fun than set foot in Sham Shui Po. The regulars here are merely dock workers and ship repairers with limited cash. Where would big business come from? For this reason, although Liang Ma has turned Sham Shui Po into a linear business, the monthly revenue barely exceeds 1 million. After distributing to the girls and subordinates below, what she can pocket is only around 500,000. Out of this 500,000, half must be paid to the organization, and after deducting the daily expenses of the hall, social favors, and venue maintenance, what she can truly grasp each month is at most 100,000. This understanding clarifies why Hongxing avoids white goods, leaving the hall masters perpetually poor. At that time, when Lin Jejun detained Liang Zainan and others, he asked Boss B for 4 million, and Boss B's face turned green instantly, as if someone had choked him by the neck. Just by looking at this incident, one can understand how empty the pockets of those rule-abiding hall masters in Hongxing are. Unlike Liang Kuan, who casually gave away 20 million without batting an eye. But just at that moment, Liang Ma was secretly pleased with that 1 million. No, it's 10 million. Lin Jejun's tone was flat, yet it felt like cold water splashed into hot oil. As soon as the words fell, the entire office froze, even the wind ceased. Gulyulu, gulyulu. Only the sounds of Liang Ma and Liang Kuan swallowing hard echoed dry and loud. After a moment of stiffness, oh dear, I suddenly changed my mind. Liang Kuan slapped his thigh and turned to glance at Liang Ma. Why don't I take the lead on this business and you sit at the top? No, I am just a woman, I won't be the one to stick my neck out. Liang Ma shook her head vigorously. Liang Kuan, it's useless for you to covet this deal. Lin Jejun's lips curled slightly, his gaze steady. Even if you want to intervene, without resources, connections, or territory, forcing your way in will only lead to failure. This matter only Liang Ma can handle. If Sister 13 is willing to take sides, I can give her a bowl of hot soup too. Brother Jun, I'm really curious. Liang Ma's eyes sparkled, her body leaning slightly forward. What kind of business can be so ruthless? Details are inconvenient to disclose. Lin Jejun smiled and waved his hand, changing the subject. But let me remind you, start training the girls below early, focusing on the innate competitive spirit of men as well as their gambling tendencies when they see the cards. He didn't reveal the specifics, but indicated how to train the troops next. Then Jimmy issue a check for 10 million. Lin Jejun instructed while turning to the side. Jimmy complied and soon returned with the check. I don't like to paint big pictures. Lin Jejun took the check, flipped his wrist, and slapped it on Liang Ma's chest. If the business goes smoothly, it can be launched next month. This 10 million counts as my personal deposit. Once you earn money in the first month, just return the same amount. Mr. Lin, it's not that I don't trust you. Liang Ma hurriedly declined. Take it. Lin Zhejun's voice was low but firm. Once this money is in your hands, it will be easier to get the job done. Seeing the determination in his brows, Liang Ma had to suppress her racing heart and stuff the check into her handbag. However, after taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped, pulled it out, and stuffed it into her underwear, as if afraid someone would reach out to snatch it. All right, you all go prepare first. Lin Zhejun raised his hand to indicate. Once the first step is in place, I will tell you how to proceed with the second step. Siam. Inside the White Dragon King's temple, Han Shun held incense with both hands, deeply bowing before the altar, his forehead nearly touching the mat. Mr. Han, do you really believe in this? A light laugh came from beside him, 3 parts teasing and 7 parts playful. The speaker was Shin Cheng, who had previously made a deal with Jimmy and Wang Jiangwo. The White Dragon King once decreed to me, to achieve success, many bones must be buried. Han Shin firmly inserted 3 sticks of incense into the incense burner, turned back with a smile, the corners of his eyes crinkling with fine lines. So at this time every year, I must come to burn incense, eat vegetarian food, and worship Buddha to suppress the evil energy on me. Shin Cheng smiled silently upon hearing this. The smile lingered on his face, but did not reach his eyes. Mr. Shin, you seem quite peculiar lately. Han Shin walked over to him, took out a pack of cigarettes, and offered him one. You seem mysterious. The few times I saw you before, you always had a stern face, as if you owed someone millions. People, when they think of something interesting, naturally become more relaxed. Shin Cheng nodded as he took the cigarette, and suddenly turned. How long has it been since you returned to Hong Kong? About a month. Han Shin lit it for him, and took one for himself. What good news do you have? Tell me. Hong Kong is about to change. Shin Cheng exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone carrying a hint of sorrow and admiration. Change? Could it be that the governor has passed away? Han Shin grinned. It's not that dramatic. Shin Cheng shook his head. Didn't you book a flight back to Hong Kong tonight? Once you return, it will all become clear. Upon hearing this, Han Shin thought, "Tisk, so mysterious." He waved his hand, feeling puzzled inside, but seeing Shin Cheng's half-smile expression, he ultimately didn't ask further and just nodded. Night. Boom. An international flight flew low over Kowloon City, the engine noise causing the tiles to buzz. When will I be able to remedy this old habit of being unable to sleep on flights? Han Shin yawned, dragging his suitcase out of the Hong Kong International Airport. Whose child is running around? Suddenly a woman's surprised shout came from beside him. I'm sorry, sir, I mistook you for someone else. The woman continued to apologize after realizing his face and turned to leave. Han Shin was taken aback, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. He was indeed short, looking like a little dwarf who stumbled into the land of giants among a crowd of tall passers-by. After exiting the airport, he tiptoed and looked around for a long time, his brows gradually furrowing. Where's the car? Normally, every time he returned to Hong Kong, his trusted aide Sha Chong would be waiting at the pickup point with the car keys already sweating in his hand. But today the designated spot was completely empty, not even a shadow in sight. Perhaps there was an urgent matter on the way, and it's also my fault for landing too late this time. Han Shin shook his head, hailing a taxi straight to Tsim Sha Sui. As the car drove into Tsim Sha Sui, Han Shin froze. Is this still the Tsim Sha Sui I know? He stared at the bustling crowd, dazzling neon lights, and rows of shops blurted out. The crowd in Tsim Sha Sui had surged 3 to 4 times compared to before. Not to mention, in front of a store, even after nightfall, the crowd continued to surge, with a line stretching out from the entrance taking up nearly half a street. Lin's Technology Group Experience Store. What kind of business is this? I've never heard of it. Han Shin frowned, instinctively rubbing the back of his neck, filled with questions. At the same time, he noticed that the streets of Tsim Sha Sui were noticeably cleaner than before. The streetlights were brighter, the ground was cleaner, and even the wind seemed to carry less murky air. In the past, at this time, drunken idle men would always be swaying in the streets, smashing bottles, shouting profanities, and chasing people to insult them, creating chaos throughout the street. But now, although there were still plenty of drunks, even more than before, they were either waving to hail a taxi or being helped into cars by a few young men in black suits, leaving quietly without causing trouble. There was hardly anyone screaming or causing a scene. Has the sun risen from the west? Han Shin smacked his lips and raised his hand to scratch his temple. He turned and headed straight for the nearest night spot. But as he got close to the parking lot, he realized that those responsible for stopping cars and monitoring positions had entirely unfamiliar faces. Not only them, but even the short bouncers and the ones collecting table fees had faces that looked like they had just come to the city from the countryside, completely unrecognized. Isn't this territory under Gandhi's control? Han Shin murmured softly, then approached a young man who was smoking against the wall. Brother, are you new here? Gandhi? What Gandhi? The young man was taken aback, crushed his cigarette underfoot, and spoke with a hint of pride in his tone. This place is now managed by He Lianxing. Got it. While speaking, he raised his chin slightly, his eyes full of undisguised pride, as if this black t-shirt he wore was a golden signboard. He Lianxing. Han Shin froze on the spot, his eyes nearly popping out. He certainly knew that He Lianxing had long wanted to take a bite out of the tough bone that is Tsim Sha Sui. After shouting for 3 years and taking action twice, they ultimately retreated to Coppergong Bay to lick their wounds, all noise, without any rain. But right now, did they actually step in? Or did they completely uproot the Ni family? Little brother, don't joke with me, Han Shin chuckled dryly, his voice somewhat weak. Who doesn't know that the Ni family in Simsha is a single lineage solid as iron? Daring to plant a flag with He Lianqing, aren't you just asking for trouble? Huh. The kid rolled his eyes and scoffed. Where are you digging for artifacts? The Ni family disbanded last month. Now in all of Simsha, even a single tile is marked with the words He Lianqing. As the words dropped, with a loud bang, it was as if a thunderclap exploded in Han Shin's mind, his eardrums buzzing, his knees weakened, almost kneeling on the roadside steps. Simsha, has it truly returned to He Lianqing? The Ni family is completely gone. Just 30 days in Siam, and the sky has collapsed upon my return. He stopped talking and turned to leave. But after visiting 4 establishments in a row, every place delivered the same line, the same faces, the same airy certainty. The Ni family is truly gone, that is a fact. He Lianqing has grown powerful, that is also true. What to do? What to do? Han Shin buried his hands in his hair, pacing in place like a fly trapped in a glass jar. At that moment, a gust of wind lifted a tattered newspaper at his feet, fluttering open a corner. The yellowed headline boldly printed, Huang Zhiqing committed suicide in fear of punishment. The accompanying image was thickly pixelated, but the exposed wrist, the crooked tie, the half-dropped head. Han Shin recognized it. That was Huang Sir's corpse. What? What exactly happened? His throat tightened as he squatted down, hugging his head, his nails digging deep into his temples. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, his eyes brightening. Mary! Is Mary still around? His heart raced as he jumped up, eager to run home. But just as he took 2 steps, several dark figures closed in from both sides, surrounding him tightly. The leader, chewing on a toothpick with hands in pockets, was Dongguan Boy. Are you Han Shin? Dongguan Boy squinted, scanning him from head to toe. No, you've got the wrong person. Han Shin exclaimed, his feet quietly sliding back. Trying to run away. Dongguan Boy sneered, stepping forward and sharply kneed him in the abdomen. Han Shin grunted, curling up on the ground, his throat tasting blood. Come with me. Dongguan Boy leaned down, his voice as cold as ice. Jun Ge has been waiting for you for a long time. Han Shin lay on the ground, hearing this, felt a chill wash over him. It turned out, he had already been pinned down the moment he set foot in Simsha. On the 10th floor of the Lin Corporation, the conference room was brightly lit. All staff of Lin Finance were present, executives sitting in the front row, even the cleaning staff in folding chairs in the back, everyone sitting up straight. They had already heard. Lin Jiajun transferred all shares of Kowloon Wharf to the Charter King at $88 a share. Lin Jiajun sat at the head of the table, smiling lightly, his gaze calm. Thank you all for this battle. He paused, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. Without your vigilance until 3 in the morning, without your late-night calls persuading shareholders to loosen up, without your 3 months of continuous work, without a day off, there would be no deal today, nor this sum of money on our accounts. Next, enjoy 3 days off. Salaries will be paid as usual, and I will reimburse your plane tickets. As soon as the words fell, a chorus of agreement erupted from below. Lin Sheng is too generous. Everyone in the industry knows that Lin's salary is the best, the benefits the most generous. We risk our lives, it's worth it. In the past at other companies we just coasted, but here at Lin's, even with double the salary, we felt guilty. If we didn't do something real, we couldn't sleep. Lin Sheng protects us, so we naturally follow him wholeheartedly. Is that right? Yes. The waves of voices rose higher and higher, making the window frames tremble slightly. Lin Jiajun smiled and waved his hand, suddenly losing his smile, his voice dropping a few notches. Everyone knows my rules. To enemies I always pursue to the end. Better to wrongly kill 1,000 than let one escape. But to my own brothers, I, Lin Jiajun, can proudly say I have never shortchanged anyone a meal, nor anyone a penny of profit. He paused, turning to his side. Jimmy. Here, Jun Ge. Jimmy stood up quickly, leaving the room. In less than 2 minutes, he returned with 3 people carrying a bulging, deep brown leather suitcase, placing it heavily at the end of the long table. Now I declare. Lin Jiajun stood up, his voice booming across the room. Lin Finance, from the director to the cleaning lady, everyone has a share, everyone gets money. The room fell silent for a second. In an instant, the Lin Finance conference room erupted into chaos. This group of people already received top-tier salaries in the industry, but no one expected that as soon as Lin Jiajun opened his mouth, he would directly unleash a shower of cash bonuses. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the bulging crocodile leather briefcase at Lin Jiajun's feet, the zipper slightly open, revealing a stack of brand new Hong Kong bills thick enough to nearly burst the brown paper. By employee number 1 by 1. As soon as Lin Jiajun's words fell, the line quickly formed into a straight line. No one cut in line, no one made noise, only the sounds of bows and whispers. Thank you, Lin Zong. Thank you, Lin Zong. Thank you, Lin Zong. As soon as the money was in hand, many held their breath on the spot, fingers trembling, eyes welling up. Mid-level key operators and real-time monitoring positions, each receiving 880,000 Hong Kong dollars. This amount in the 1990s financial circle of Hong Kong was enough to buy half a villa on the Peak. To everyone's astonishment, even the cleaning lady who wiped windows and mopped floors received a bonus clearly marked 188,000. The entire floor felt like a fuse had been lit. The emotions exploded. They had followed extravagant bosses before, but none had been as extravagant as Lin Jiajun. All right, I never ramble in meetings. Lin Jiajun smiled and waved his hand decisively. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, Lin Zong, we don't want to rest. Right, with such high salaries and generous bonuses, how can we just sit still? Tomorrow morning at 7, everyone be at work. You just need to give the orders. Taking the money and lying flat. Even the graves of our ancestors wouldn't stop us from feeling guilty. This time, let's hit them like we did at Kowloon Wharf. Clean and decisive, one strike to kill. The crowd was passionate, voices overlapping, even the air felt hot. Lin Jiajun was slightly taken aback, then smiled and shook his head. People live for a lifetime seeking only food and dignity, not willingly serving as beasts of burden, but unwilling to be starving laborers trampled upon and shouted at. All right, since everyone is so motivated. He changed his tone. Tomorrow at 8, tasks will be assigned and work will commence immediately. The collective will was like iron. Even Lin Jiajun couldn't bear to dampen this boiling momentum. June Goodingwan boy just called. Jimmy leaned and lowering his voice. Han Shun has returned to Hong Kong. He has been captured and is heading this way. Bring him directly to my office. Lin Jiajun nodded. Half an hour later, June Gu Dongwan boy pushed the door in, escorting Han Shun. Well done. Lin Jiajun nodded, his gaze sweeping over the two. You all go out first. I need to speak with Han Shun alone. Dongwan boy paused, frowning. But Jimmy smiled as he patted his shoulder. What are you anxious about? Have you forgotten how June Gu single-handedly took on 13 gangsters in Sham Shui Pa? Dongwan boy was taken aback, then speechless. When it comes to blows, even 20 short-legged tigers might not take down Shimin Qing. With the door closed, only the two were left. Lin Jiajun slowly raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixed on Han Chen's face. A month ago, since the day I took over Tsim Sha Sui, every move you and Ni Yongxiao made has been under my watch. I didn't expect you to go so far in Siam. Lin Jiajun. Han Chen's throat rolled, his voice hoarse. It was you who destroyed the Ni family, and now you want to eradicate me too. I fall into your hands, whether it's a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. Dispose of me as you wish. Kill you. Lin Jiajun spread his hands and chuckled lightly. I am now a law-abiding businessman with a license. Without waiting for Han Chen to respond, he changed his tone. You hate me, I don't blame you. The fall of the Ni family is one thing, but another. Your childhood friend, Huang Zhiqing, who later became your enemy, also died at my hands. Isn't that right? Han Chen's lips tightened, silent as iron. He knew very well that Lin Jiajun's words were piercing. Huang Zhiqing was dead, the Ni family had collapsed, and the person he had called Uncle Kuan since childhood had raised him like a son. Now that the tree has fallen and the monkeys scattered, even if Lin Jiajun let him go, he would only grip the knife handle and charge back through that door. As he hung his head in silence. Han Chen, don't be ungrateful. Lin Jiajun suddenly sat up straight, his tone turning serious. Let's not talk about the old grievances of the Ni family. Let's just talk about Huang Zhiqing. You should not thank him for me, but rather raise a glass to me. Thank you. Han Chen suddenly raised his head. Thank for what? Thank him for sleeping with your woman. Lin Jiajun opened his palm, his tone as calm as discussing the weather. Mary. Han Chen's pupils constricted, then he exploded in anger. Nonsense. Absolutely impossible. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Lin Jiajun opened the drawer. Inside lay a JVC camcorder, beside it a stack of that day's Oriental Daily, the front page boldly displaying the news of Huang Zhiqing's suicide. There laid bare before him were Huang Zhiqing's string of illicit deeds, each more shadowed than the last. Han Chen narrowed his eyes, half believing, half doubting, and lifted the lid of the JVC camcorder. The moment the footage flickered to life, his face drained of color, pale as ash, his lips turned bluish, and the veins at his temples throbbed violently. The camcorder in his trembling hands shook like a withered branch battered by gale winds. On screen, Huang Zhiqing lay entwined naked with Mary upon the bedroom rug, though every ragged breath, every rustle of fabric, every creak of the bed frame had been captured with chilling fidelity. Han Shun parted his lips, but his throat felt raw, scraped raw by sandpaper, utterly voiceless. They were never clean. You were the only one left in the dark. Lin Jiajun's voice fell calm and measured, like a shard of ice dropped into steaming tea. I brought Huang Zhiqing down through proper judicial channels. The evidence I submitted was irrefutable proof of corruption and graft. As for his sordid affair with your wife, not a single word has left my lips, not one. Otherwise, every newspaper in Hong Kong would have exploded with scandal. Even my most trusted men aren't permitted to view that footage. This dignity, I've shielded it for you tightly, completely. His words settled like frost, and Han Chen jolted as if doused head toto in glacial water. What do you want? His voice cracked hoarse and unbidden. Will you join me? Lin Jiajun's gaze remained still, slow and steady as it swept across Han Chen's face. Han Chen's Adam's apple bobbed, speechless for a breath. He hated Lin Jiejun, yes, and half that hatred burned for Huang Ziqing's death at Lin's hands. Yet had he known Huang had secretly seduced his own wife, coaxed her willingly onto that bed, he'd have drawn his blade himself and driven it straight through that monster's heart. No man fears defeat so much as public humiliation, the stripping bare, the trampling into mud. Lin Jiejun held that blade, but kept it sheathed, not even a sliver of steel revealed. After decades navigating the underworld, Han Xin knew human nature better than most, knew precisely how much weight loyalty, debt, and silence truly carried. He drew a deep, steadying breath, and when he raised his eyes again, the murderous fire in them had dimmed, nearly extinguished. Mr. Lin, this debt I accept. I, Han Xin, acknowledge it fully. But the Ni family matter, I cannot turn a blind eye. Uncle Kowloon raised me, paid for my education, taught me how to stand tall in this world. That debt must be repaid. Yet you saved my life. I will not repay you with betrayal. To aid you. Impossible. Kill me, or do as you wish. Once I've honored Uncle Kowloon's kindness, I'll serve you as ox or horse in my next life. He closed his eyes, his shoulders taut as a drawn bowstring. And in that suspended breath, who told you I slaughtered the entire Ni clan? Lin Jiejun let out a quiet laugh, like a stone dropped into stagnant water. Han Xin snapped his eyes open. Uncle Kowloon, is he alive? Alive and well, the whole family safe and sound. Don't believe me? Come with me. See for yourself. Lin Jiejun shook his head and strode out the door. Han Xin stood frozen for 2 seconds, then broke into a swift, determined stride. With his life already balanced on a knife's edge, why not gamble everything? Ah Xin. At the villa gate beside a sizzling barbecue grill, Ni Yongjin dropped her iron skewer with a clatter into the charcoal, her eyes widening in disbelief. Sister Jean. Han Xin rushed forward 3 steps and 2. Where's Uncle Kowloon? Is his health holding up? Our third uncle Ah Zhong and I all here. They're all here. Come in, quickly. Ni Yongjin wiped her eyes, gripped his wrist tight, her voice trembling. She pushed open the door, and Han Xin froze, rooted to the threshold. Ni Kowloon reclined halfway in a wicker chair, letting Ni Yongjin knead his temples. Third uncle sat upright on the sofa, sipping pu'er while watching Hong Kong and Taiwanese news. Ni Yongyi sprawled across a low stool, headphones on, fingers hammering a game controller, screen light casting a weary, lazy glow across his face. Ah Chun, Brother Chun is back. Dad, it's Brother Chun. Everyone rose. Even Ni Kowloon opened his eyes and slowly sat upright. Uncle Kowloon, you're truly unharmed. I thought. Han Xin's voice broke, eyes burning as he lunged forward. At that moment, Lin Jiejun stepped calmly through the doorway. Mr. Lin, what in heaven's name is going on? Han Xin blurted out, utterly bewildered. I always act with restraint. Lin Jiejun seated himself without hesitation and lifted a cup of cooled tea from the table. What happened in Simsha Sui was a purge of entrenched syndicate rot, not an assault on the Ni family. I spared them to leave myself room to maneuver. After all, we'll meet again someday. One must preserve a path forward. He paused, his gaze darkening slightly. Naturally, I also recognize your skill, and Ah Zhao's. Even if I had eradicated the Ni clan entirely, the two of you could never overturn my authority. Han Xin lowered his eyes, silent for a long, heavy stretch. You're right. You are now the acting head of Wo Lin Shang. And Ah Xiao and I, we'd break ourselves trying to so much as ruffle a single hair on your head. Before the words fully faded, acting head of Wo Lin Shang. Ni Kowloon spoke, softly, yet his voice struck the room like a mallet on iron. Han Xin blinked, startled, and turned. He is now the supreme leader of the Lin group. Ni Kowloon leaned back into the wicker chair, a subtle note of reluctant admiration in his tone. As for Wo Lin Shang, it's merely an auxiliary unit under Lin Group's Global Security Division. Han Xin's mind roared, a thunderclap shattering his skull. The untouchable legendary head of Wo Lin Shang, reduced to an obscure branch within someone else's corporate empire. Instinctively, he shook his head as if to dispel the sheer absurdity. Everything he'd witnessed today had already shattered his understanding of power. Then, Ah Chun, follow Mr. Lin. Now. Ni Kowloon said it plainly. Uncle Kowloon. Han Xin snapped back to awareness. I'm old. The Ni family can no longer bear the weight. Ni Kowloon gazed toward the sea beyond the window and sighed softly. If he truly wished us dead, it would be effortless. Yet these past days we've eaten well, slept soundly, not a single hair disturbed. We've simply changed residences. He'd watched the news reports relentlessly these past few days. Lin Jiejun's influence now towered over his former self by 100,000 miles. To reclaim Simsha Sui. A daydream, nothing more. Once Ah Xiao returns, I'll send him straight into Mr. Lin's inner circle. All of you, bind yourselves to Mr. Lin with absolute loyalty. Whether the Ni family rises again hinges entirely on this one move. Not just resurgence, but perhaps soaring higher than any elder ever dared imagine. Ni Kowloon fixed Han Xin with a steady gaze, then placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. His voice weighted like iron. Han Xin's pupils contracted, then his brow smoothed as if a sudden light had cleaved through fog. He turned. eyes locking onto the distance where Lin Jejun stood, hands clasped behind his back, expression serene, as though he'd foreseen every twist of fate. Han Chun immediately straightened his posture, adjusted his collar, and bowed deeply. Brother Jun, I place my life in your hands from this day forward. The scattered remnants of the Ni family, I'll gather them all within 1 hour. Anyone who feigns obedience while undermining us from within. He paused, knuckles cracking sharply. I'll dismember them myself. His gaze burned, fierce, unwavering, utterly devoid of pretense. That fire, that's enough. A faint smile curved Lin Jejun's lips. Then his tone shifted, sharp as a blade drawn. But right now there is indeed a task only you can fulfill. Brother Jun, command me. Han Xin stood ramrod straight. I need you to betray them. Han Xin stiffened, struck dumb like lightning striking flesh. But in half a second Lin Jejun strode forward and pressed a heavy black handgun into his palm. Make it loud, then defect to Hung Hing. Soon after, eliminate Jiang Tiansheng for me. One vacancy remains in Global Security's 10 Tigers. The slot of short-legged tiger awaits you. A system prompt flashed silently. Host has gifted loyal subordinate Han Xin a Black Star pistol, triggering 500x mass return. Congratulations. Concept Firearms Production Line 5 unlocked. Concept Firearms. No sooner had the system chime faded than Lin Jejun's brow twitched. He'd considered arming his men with modern weapons before. Yet even amid Kowloon walled cities' chaos, British authorities watched closely. To secretly build an arms factory, London might dispatch destroyers to blockade the docks overnight. Exposure wouldn't mean facing only street thugs or uniformed constables. It would invite real-time live ammunition raids by Royal Marines. An innocent man bears no guilt, but possession of treasure makes him guilty. He understood that truth better than anyone. Yet times had changed. He was now Hong Kong's newest elite, and global security loomed vast, straddling both lawful and lawless realms. More crucially, Tian Yangsheng and his team had already torn open a breach in Southeast Asia, steadily seizing territory inch by bloody inch. Once they secured control over a mid-sized autonomous region, with land truly their own, the arms factory could be transplanted their root and branch. Lin Jejun flicked his finger. His system interface shimmered into view. He scrolled carefully through the production line specifications. Concept Firearms Production Line. Output world's first-generation concept pistol. Double magazine capacity, a recoil suppressed to near zero, penetrative power capable of breaching triple-layer ballistic plates, effective range exceeding 300 meters, mechanical failure rate approaching zero, ergonomic single-hand grip comparable to holding a dagger, modular interface compatible with 21 distinct tactical attachments. As this model is unprecedented globally, please assign a designation. After scanning the specs, Lin Jejun's breath caught, and the name burst forth. Zhulong. As the syllables landed, fire kindled in his eyes. Once we secure our footing in Southeast Asia, the production lines ignite immediately. Back in his penthouse office at Lin Group Tower, he summoned Jimmy Zai. Register a new company tomorrow. List Lin Group as legal representative. Equity vested solely in me. Jimmy Zai hesitated. Brother Jun, so soon again. Another venture. Name it, Zhulong Heavy Industries. Lin Jejun leaned back into his leather chair, voice relaxed. From now on it won't just be firearms. Every link in the defense industrial chain shall bear the name Zhulong. Meanwhile in Simsha Sui, at Han Chin's private villa, a low flame danced beneath a pot on the stove. Mary stirred a simmering soup, her brow furrowed in quiet anxiety. News of Simsha Sui's power shift had reached her ears days ago. At first she'd lived in dread, terrified that Lin Sheng's new regime would settle old scores and erase her without trace. Then came the explosive revelations about Huang Ziqing's narcotics involvement, and she spent sleepless nights fearing exposure, dreading the day her clandestine affair with him would splash across front pages. Only when she saw the front-page report of Huang's suicide, without a single mention of her name, did her heart finally settle. And as days passed with no interference from Lin Sheng enforcers, her vigilance slackened, until even the kitchen knife resting on the cutting board went forgotten. Click. A soft, unmistakable sound, the front door lock turning. Mary trembled all over as the meat cleaver clanged to the ground. Who? She whirled around abruptly, her voice tight. Upon seeing the figure at the door, her eyes grew warm, and she hurried forward. Ah Chun. You finally came back. I've been praying for your safety every day. However, Han Chin did not respond or reach out to embrace her. He bypassed her and walked straight through the foyer, bending down to pick up the cold, glimmering boning knife on the floor. Ah Chun. Mary chased after him, her fingers barely brushing against his arm before he sidestepped away. She froze. What is wrong with you? Han Chin slowly turned around, his gaze as cold as an ice pick. How many times have you slept with Huang Ziqing? Mary's face turned pale as paper in an instant, staggering back 3 steps and knocking over a pot of soup. In that moment, the last shred of hope in Han Chin's heart shattered completely. He would rather believe that the video Lin Jejun provided was fake than accept that the person beside him would truly betray him. But her demeanor, enough. Without waiting for her to speak, Han Shen twisted his wrist, and the knife tip had already sunk into her lower abdomen. Ah Chun, you. Mary clutched her wound, the intense pain causing her knees to weaken, yet she still looked up at him, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. So, you always knew. Blood spread rapidly, her body softened, and she fell straight to the ground, her eyes still wide open. Han Shen remained expressionless, stepping over the warm pool of blood, casually sitting on the sofa, pulling out his phone to dial Sha Chong's number. Sha Chong crouched as he sneaked into Han Shen's villa. He had been the one to endure the bloodbath in Sim Sha Sui, and his left forearm was still wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage with purplured flesh visible beneath the gauze. But as soon as he pushed open the door, he froze on the spot, his throat tightening. Brother Chin, this. She treated me like a rag, wiping her hands and tossing me aside. Han Shan, with a cigarette between his lips, clenched his knuckles, white, his eyes glazed over with a layer of black ice. Sha Chong, how many brothers do we still have left that we can call upon? After the fight with He Lianxing, we lost half our men. We currently have just over 400 we can gather. If we count in those tough remnants from Gandhi's old crew, it adds up to about 1,200 in total. Sha Chong spoke, rapidly, sweat trickling down his forehead. Han Shun said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Turning around, he dashed into the inner room, grabbed a hammer, and began to smash the floor. Wood chips flew everywhere, revealing stacks of neat $1,000 Hong Kong bills beneath, glimmering coldly. He tossed a bundle down at Sha Chong's feet, the paper money scattering. Gather everyone overnight. We meet at the Ancestral Hall at 9 tomorrow morning. The next morning, news of Han Chen's return spread like wildfire, reaching every tea house and dock on the island. On the streets, everyone spoke in hushed tones, yet their eyes shone with intensity. Have you heard? Han Chen is back. Someone was spotted in Jordan last night, at least 200 or 300 of them. He was raised by Ni Kuan himself. Now that the Ni family has fallen, how can he pretend nothing happened? Looks like he's about to flip the table. Flip the table? How, with He Lianxing's tangled web now, what does Han Chen count for? But the tides of the underworld are about to muddy again. Isn't that right? Groups of thugs, gangsters, and fit men crouched under the awnings or hid in the tea shops, glancing around warily as soon as the conversation ended. At the same time, the news of Han Shun gathering the remnants of the Ni family had alarmed the 4 major triads. At 11 o'clock that night, Han Shin, accompanied by Sha Chong and 20 or so close subordinates, headed straight for He Lianxing's base in Jordan. The place had just recovered from the last turmoil, the work shed still not cleared, exposing the steel bars beneath. When the news reached the gang leaders' ears, the Flying Tiger of the Universal Security Group immediately sent people to welcome them outside. On the long street, 2,000 men formed 2 walls, a sea of black, dimming the streetlights by a third. Before the fight could begin, curses erupted. Filthy words flew like poison knives back and forth, piercing eardrums. The smell of gunpowder hung in the air for only half a minute. It was unclear who threw the first brick, but with a loud bang, the entire street exploded in chaos. A 1,000-person brawl. No matter where it happened, it would be front-page news in the underworld. But just 100 meters away, in a narrow alley where only sideways could one pass, the Flying Tiger was leading a dozen trusted men, wildly smashing at the brick walls, rolling shutters, and air conditioning units. Clang, clang, clang. The noise was deafening, debris flying, yet neither side even brushed against each other's clothing. Brother June's instructions: the scene must be chaotic. The messier Jordan is, the more convincing it will be outside. Make it look real, but keep it measured. Han Shin picked up an iron rod and smashed the fire hydrant hard, rust water mixed with iron shavings splattering all over his face. The outside is already seeing red. I already instructed. No stabbing vital points, no hitting the back of the head. The Flying Tiger wiped the dust from his face. The cops have been watching closely. We can't afford any dead bodies. Likewise. Han Shin nodded, delivering another heavy blow with the iron rod. A few minutes later, the entire alley looked as if it had been shelled. Glass shards paved the road, signboards tilted, and the electric meter box cracked into a spider web. Stop. Han Shin clapped his hands and walked up to the Flying Tiger. This setup is good enough for a co-Pandrobber movie. The Flying Tiger glanced around and suddenly grinned. If we add a bit of blood, it would be even more convincing. Exactly. Han Shin had just replied. Bang. A muffled punch struck him square in the face. Han Shin fell back, blood instantly smearing half his face. Then came a flurry of punches and kicks, and within 10 seconds his forehead was cut, his mouth was cracked, and his shirt had 3 slashes. Is this really necessary? Is it really necessary? Han Shin covered his nose and got up, his face all bloodied, yet his eyes remained as bright as ever. Brother June's exact words: fake it to make it, that way no one dares to investigate. The Flying Tiger flicked his wrist, winking at him. 1 punch is worth 500,000, a kick is worth 1,000,000, so be content. Huh, do I get reimbursement? Han Shan was taken aback, leaning in closer and lowering his voice. How about you give me 2 more hits? Get lost. The Flying Tiger laughed and shoved him. The 2 exchanged hearty laughs, then straightened their clothes and returned to their respective sides. By midnight that day, news of Han Shun and the Flying Tiger's brawl in Jordan had spread throughout Hong Kong. Rumor had it that dozens were injured or killed, and Han Chen's men were in disarray, dragging their wounded out of Jordan overnight. At 3 in the morning, Han Chen, wrapped in a bloodstained trench coat, knocked on the door of Jiang Tianxing's villa. Upon seeing Jiang Tianxing, he bent his knee and heavily knelt on the ground. "Jiang Sheng, I have nowhere to go. I beg you to take me in along with my more than 1,000 lives." Jiang Tianxing had been waiting in the living room, but upon truly seeing Han Chen's face, he couldn't help but gasp. This was no longer a human, it was clearly a piece of meat just pulled from a meat grinder. His entire face swollen and deformed, his right eye reduced to a slit, his left arm had a deep cut visible to the bone, blood crusted at the sleeve, and a half-broken dagger was still awkwardly stuck in his right forearm, the handle smeared with still-drying blood, trembling slightly. Jiang Tianxing assumed these were marks left from the bloodbath in Jordan. He had no idea that those wounds were all self-inflicted by Han Chen. That dagger was something he had personally broken and stabbed into his own flesh. "Han Chen, get up quickly." Jiang Tianxing rushed forward to help him, his voice heavy. "I have had decades of friendship with Ai Kuan. Seeing his family reduced to this state, it cuts like a knife in my heart." Han Chen lowered his eyes and nodded vigorously. Yet in his heart he scoffed. Back in the day, the Ni family forced the prince out of Tsim Sha Sui, and the two families had long since forged a blood feud. This Jiang Tianxing was indeed a weather vane, a crafty old fox. But on the surface, Han Chen suddenly clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. "Jiang Sheng, I am now a stray dog, but my brothers below are counting on me to survive. If you do not take us in, we can only jump into the sea." Jiang Tianxing remained silent for a moment. He did not want to take them in. 1,000 or so men, all hard-headed fellows willing to risk their lives. If Hongxing were to absorb them, it would be equivalent to gaining an iron army. But he feared that Lianxing would truly turn against them, leading to a mutual destruction. Yet after just 3 seconds of hesitation, he suddenly raised his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing in his pupils. He understood that if he continued to be so timid, Lianxing would only grow like a snowball, eventually crushing them to the point of suffocation. Not to mention, Lin Zhejun was backed by the towering Lin Group. If this dragged on indefinitely, not only would Hongxing struggle to stand alone, but even if they combined forces with Xinji Dongxing and Haoma Gang, they might not be able to chew through even a bone of his. "Ah Chen, don't worry. Others may fear Lin Zhejun, but I, Jiang Tianxing, won't buy into that. You take your brothers to Jiji's territory to recuperate. It's far from Jordan, and it's quiet there. Tomorrow happens to be the Hongxing meeting. I will personally introduce you to a few of the Hall Masters." Before the words even left his mouth, Jiang Tianxing heavily patted Han Chen on the shoulder. "Once Tsim Sha Sui is firmly in our hands, you will be the one in charge of that territory." Han Chen's eyes instantly brightened upon hearing this, responding eagerly and sincerely, bending lower in gratitude. At the same time, Lin Zhejun was lying on a massage bed in a Kowloon Tong villa, allowing 2 North Gu women to slowly massage him. Since bringing them into his home, these 2 girls had taken on the entire management of the villa, grocery shopping, cooking, and handling purchases. When In and Sister Bolin were unwell, they also eagerly served tea and medicine, keeping vigil over them. In simple terms, they acted both as a traditional steward and as domestic helpers. The 2 were very adept at their work, not only maintaining the villa in an orderly fashion, but also specially learning Thai-style massage. This technique primarily focuses on relaxing muscles and tendons, especially adept at relieving the spine and hips, starting from the toes and sweeping up to the top of the head, emphasizing a bottom-up approach, flowing back to the heart, rubbing, pressing, pulling, squeezing, twisting, and flicking, employing a myriad of techniques in succession seamlessly. In earlier years in Siam, this was the highest courtesy, employed only for royal visits. They were well aware, having not received much education, their rise to this point was all due to fate leading them to Lin Zhejun that day. Catching his eye the day they sold themselves was their true turning point. Because of this, they dared not slack off in the slightest. Every time Lin Zhejun stepped into the house, they would immediately prepare warm water and lay out soft cushions skillfully, helping him shed his fatigue. After finishing a massage, they would bring warm towels and meticulously wipe away any residual oil on his body, not missing even the crevices of his fingertips. Just as Lin Zhejun was putting on his coat to head out, Lu Huijin rushed into the courtyard, holding a recording pen and wearing high heels. "What brings you here? Is the newspaper office not racing against the deadline tonight?" Lin Zhejun arched a brow and smiled. "Of course I'll work overtime." She winked playfully and bounced closer. "But the moment I mentioned doing an exclusive interview with you, the editor-in-chief waved me off without even saying wait." He shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Today's Lu Huijin bore none of the nervous shyness she'd once shown upon first tasting love. Instead, she grew ever more ravenous for every moment spent beside him. Whenever she wished to see him, she simply strode into the television station to request leave, her excuses always impeccably dignified. Everyone at the station knew full well the name Lin Zhejun had become a golden key to traffic. No review was needed. Approval was stamped instantly. Each time she barged in like this, her notebook barely opened to 2 pages before her thoughts drifted elsewhere. Her questions probed corporate strategy, but her hand slipped stealthily beneath his sleeve, deliberately brushing the most forbidden places to casually record a few special behind-the-scenes clips. He had long grown accustomed to her whimsical mischief, just as he opened his mouth to tease her. Dingling, dingling. His phone rang sharply. The screen flashed Han Chen. Brother Junjiang Tian Sheng has agreed. He'll take me in. Han Chen's voice was hushed taut with tension. Lin Jiejun stretched languidly. Well done. Tomorrow's Hung Hing assembly is set. I've already secured both Sister Liang and Brother Liang Kuan. Proceed exactly as planned. The critical moment arrives the instant Jiang Tian Sheng steps down. You must stay glued to his side. When the time comes, overturn the table on the spot. Clean, decisive, irreversible. Better still, frame it on outsiders. Leave the aftermath to Jianjun. As the final words fell, a flash of glacial light flickered deep within his eyes. Swift, nearly imperceptible. You can count on me, Brother Jun. This will be handled flawlessly, Han Chen declared with ironclad certainty, and hung up. Lin Jiejun trusted him. After all, a man who'd once hauled burlap sacks on the docks, a short, wiry figure dubbed Dwarf Mule, had clawed his way through sheer ruthlessness and resolve into the ranks of the 5 great Kowloon Tong enforcers. Such prowess could not be faked. These days, petty squabbles among Hong Kong's underworld held no interest for him. Yet Hung Hing remained one of the 5 major triads, its weight undeniable. When the moment demanded, he would step onto the field himself, not merely to watch, but to push, to stir, to reshape. Once Hung Hing was fully absorbed, Lian Sheng Hung Hing Kowloon King 9 Wang Tai Sin's brother Wei, and dozens more factions nestled within Kowloon walled city. When this grand chessboard settled, Dong Xing, Xing, and the Number Gang would be nothing more than fish laid bare upon the cutting board, too stunned even to thrash. All right, business concluded. Lin Jiejun's lips curved upward as he suddenly swept Lu Huizhen off her feet, cradling her sideways. Ryup. Black stockings tore instantly, shredding into fragments. In the blink of an eye, the floor lay scattered with spoils. That night, Brother Liang Kuan did not sleep, racing tirelessly across the city. Western District. Brother G's office. Kuan, what hour is it? Why are you barging in now? Brother G puffed a cigarette, squinting at Liang Kuan seated across from him, perplexed. Brother G, everyone loses their way at least once in life, Liang Kuan rasped, shaking his head. You're a founding elder of Hung Hing. I've thought it over and over. There's only one person I can turn to for guidance. Hardly had the words left his lips. Slap, slap. He clapped twice. Sha Chong entered, immediately flanked by 2 blonde women. Blue-eyed, high cheekbones, sculpted features, unmistakably native Western faces. Brother G's eyes widened in astonishment. He forgot even to inhale his smoke. Oh my, Kuan. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. You're truly loyal. He rubbed his palms together, leaning in with a lowered voice. These 2, aren't they the rising stars from your crew shooting those risque films? I saw them on TV just the other day. He paused, then winked slyly. That golden hue on screen. Pure, radiant, unmistakable. If Brother G likes them, please take them. Enjoy them thoroughly. Liang Kuan chuckled low and glanced toward the 2 Western women. Instantly, they understood. One stepped forward to his left, the other angled smoothly to his right, firmly anchoring Brother G on both sides. Truly worthy of Kuan, generous to the core. Brother G gave Liang Kuan a thumbs-up, laughing, then abruptly shifted tone. By the way, Kuan, earlier you said you'd lost your bearings on the Jianghu path. What stumbling block have you hit? Liang Kuan leaned slightly forward, his gaze darkening. To be frank, I've long resented certain moves Mr. Jiang has made these past years. In seniority, who among Hung Hing's ranks rivals you, Brother G and Uncle Xing? In diligence, I, Kuan, have never shirked duty. Every task I've shouldered, I've borne with my life. Yet what of Mr. Jiang? He treats neither of you elders with due respect, and even I've been left adrift, denied so much as a glimpse of a branch leader's title. And consider Sister Jian. She stood by him for years. The moment her belly began to swell, she was cast out without even a word of dignity. He sighed, shook his head, pulled out a cigarette pack, snapped one free with a sharp click, and flicked his lighter, thin blue smoke curling upward. Brother G's lips twitched, but he remained silent. A 2-generation elder of Hung Hing, he'd fought alongside Jiang Jun himself, surviving to this day relied on 2 things alone: eyes that saw true and a mouth that stayed sealed. Liang Kuan's grievances flowed freely, but beneath each phrase lay a hidden hook, and Brother G heard them all. Kuan, gold will gleam when its time comes. His tone was level, neither warm nor cold, gently passing the ball back into Liang Kuan's court. Brother G, you may endure, but I truly cannot. Seeing no response, Liang Kuan laid his cards bare. I intend to run for Dragon Head. I only ask for your endorsement. Kuan, this. Brother G frowned, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his teacup. The next second, slam. A thick brown paper envelope landed heavily on the table, its flap half open, revealing a neat stack of crisp HK0 notes, blazing red. Take your time thinking, Liang Kuan drawled. Seeing Brother G remain silent, he slapped down another envelope with a second sharp slap. Yet inwardly he winced. This time Lin Jiejun hadn't allocated a single cent. Every dollar came from his own pocket earned sweat by sweat. But the image of himself enthroned as Dragon Head, and riding Lin Jiejun's coattails into boundless business expansion, rivers of wealth flowing unceasingly, dulled that pang of sacrifice. Under Liang Kuen's unwavering gaze, Brother Ji said nothing, only slid both envelopes slowly into his sleeve, his motion as light as brushing away two fallen leaves. Having secured Brother Ji, Liang Kuen didn't pause for breath. He turned straight for Fat Lao Li's stronghold. Same old method, same old routine, 3 sentences, and a wad of cash. Fat Lao Li nodded instantly. Then came Uncle Xing, Du Ma Wang Jian, one by one down the line. No one refused. No one dared delay. The next day the Hung Hing assembly convened precisely on schedule. Jiang Tiansheng entered with Han Shun at his side. Han Shun had once been a formidable figure across Hong Kong's underworld. Many present elders had crossed paths with him before. Now seeing him trail obediently behind Jiang Tiansheng, murmurs rippled through the hall. Has Han Shun pledged allegiance to Mr. Jiang? Word is he clashed with Lian Sheng in Jordan last night and lost badly. Most likely Mr. Jiang offered him shelter, a lifeline. What luck! That's pure fortune knocking. Don't underestimate him. He raises his arm and 1,000 men draw blades in unison. Before long Hung Hing may gain yet another regional branch leader. Lian Sheng won't forget this slight. Whispers buzzed low until Jiang Tiansheng raised a hand, smiling warmly. Gentlemen, please, settle down. Silence fell instantly. He gestured toward Han Shun. Ah Chun, you've all heard of him, many have met him. From today onward, he is one of our own Hung Hing brothers. Please extend your support, your guidance. Before the sentence ended, Mr. Jiang, perhaps that declaration is premature. From the corner Liang Kuen's voice dragged lazily, soft yet piercing as an ice shard driven into the ear. Who in the Jianghu doesn't know Han Shun and Lin Jiejun are sworn enemies? If Lin Jiejun takes offense and storms in with armed men, can we withstand it? The entire hall froze. Every eye locked onto Jiang Tiansheng's face. Ah Kuen, you've gone too far. Elder B slammed the table, surging upright, his face livid. Oh, did I speak falsely? Liang Kuen shrugged a wry twist, lifting one corner of his mouth. I'm voicing concern for the Brotherhood. Why do you roar like this? Feverish mind. Brother B, sit. Jiang Tiansheng didn't even lift his eyelids. His voice was softer than wind skimming parchment. Elder B choked back his breath and crashed back into his chair. Only then did Jiang Tiansheng turn slowly toward Liang Kuen, his gaze sharp as a blade. Ah Kuen, if you have something to say it all at once. Under the weight of dozens of watching eyes, Liang Kuen rose with unhurried grace, stretching lazily. My meaning is plain. You are the dragon head, Mr. Jiang, but a dragon head is no autocrat. Before issuing commands, one must weigh consequences carefully. What if Lin Jiejun truly attacks? What then? Today's Lian Sheng. It's renamed Global Security. Kowloon King 9 Brother Wei of Wang Tai Sin. Who among them doesn't shake 3 streets with a single stomp? Should they unite and march upon us, can Hung Hing truly hold? He paused, shaking his head with a bitter smile. A leader must think of how the entire Brotherhood survives, not rule by impulse, leaving bloodshed and sacrifice to foot soldiers like us. Ah Kuen, are you demanding a reshuffling of seats? Jiang Tiansheng narrowed his eyes, his smile failing to reach them. I speak only of principle. Liang Kuen's voice rose. When orders descend from above, shouldn't explanations and incentives come first? No matter how lofty the position, no matter how imposing the title, if it's wrong, it must be acknowledged and borne. He dropped back into his chair, fingertips tapping lightly on the tabletop. Jiang Tiansheng's expression remained unchanged, but a cold, rigid arc tightened at the corner of his mouth. Speak plainly then. Every year the election crowns the same leader, Brother Sheng. This year, I am running. Liang Kuen enunciated each word with crystalline clarity. Hardly had the words settled. Truth be told, the profits Ah Kuen has generated for the Brotherhood these past years could sustain half a branch. No merit. At least there's toil. Ma Wang Jian, branch leader of Chai, once spoke first, voice firm, unshaken. Jiang Tiansheng fixed Liang Kuen with a smile that didn't touch his eyes. You want this seat very badly. The rules are clear. Elections every 3 years. Do I qualify to run? Liang Kuen smiled faintly and turned his gaze directly toward Bai Jishan. Chen Yao, Brother Yao, what say you? Yes. Chen Yao blurted out, his voice decisive. Even a Kuen nodded. Mr. Jiang, you heard that too. Over the years, how much blood I have shed for the syndicate, how many burdens I have borne. Everyone here knows how to weigh such things. When I first took the Wangjiao Hall master seat, Chao and I carved a bloody path through Lantian's turf. When the blade points somewhere, who does not know Wangjiao produced Liang Kuen. Later, when the syndicate ordered me to eliminate Shopee and wrest the fish market on Gangdao back into our hands, I did not hesitate. The hand rose, the blade fell. It was clean and final. After that, I charged into Jiandong alone. I Chun Chi was left dead in the street. Yet in the end, it was I who wore the shackles and sat in a cell for 3 long years. If we judge by merits and deeds, I have a firm seat and stand erect in it. Is that not reason enough? Liang Kuan's gaze hammered toward Jiang Tianxing like a nail. Yes. Jiang Tianxing nodded. Liang Kuan then swept his eyes across the room. And what of the company matters? Which task entrusted to me have I not executed to the last detail and made incontrovertible? Before the last word fell, a low murmur rose from below. A Kuan's right on this. Exactly. He always handles things with measure. These past years he has indeed kept the business steady. True enough. The hall leaders whispered among themselves. Waves of assent rose and fell. Once silence returned, Liang Kuan's mouth lifted in a faint curl. He cocked an eyebrow at Jiang Tianxing. Brother Shing, you sit in an air-conditioned room pressing the remote with ease and comfort. We stand outside under sun and rain, tasting the blade's edge. What do we seek? Jiang Tianxing's expression shifted through shadows and light. He exhaled softly and changing tones said, very well. Hongxing has always prized fairness, and the Gangdao brothers respect the ballot. If everyone truly has a choice in their hearts, I will yield. A Kuan, you even dare calculate against Mr. Jiang. Boss B sprang to his feet, finger jabbed at Jiang Tianxing, his voice exploding. At that very moment, damn you! Han Shen, standing behind Jiang Tianxing, suddenly lunged up, grabbing a wooden stool and swinging it violently at Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan darted aside. The stool smashed against the wall and shattered with a crash. Han Shen ripped up his shirt sleeve, veins bulging, about to pounce forward. Han, stand down. Jiang Tianxing raised a hand. His voice was low but heavy like a ballast stone. At that moment, Chun Yao rose slowly, surveyed the room, and spoke loudly. Mr. Jiang, every brother present casts one vote yes. Indeed. Jiang Tianxing inclined his head. Good. I vote for a Kuan. Chun Yao raised his right hand high. Let him take the helm. The capable should rise. It is the order of things. Before his words finished, Ma Wangjianji, Gufei, Lao Lixing, Shu Liang Ma, and others had already raised their hands with crisp, decisive motions. Only 3 or 4 scattered men remained silent. Their momentum had been thoroughly crushed. Chun Yao, you step out first. Believe it or not, tonight I'll wipe out your entire family. Boss B's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at Chun Yao and spat curses. Boss B, weigh your own strength before you speak. Chun Yao narrowed his eyes. His tone was steady, unhurried, but it scraped like a knife on glass. Enough, all of you be silent. Jiang Tianxing finally spoke. His voice was even and it stilled the room. He rose slowly and let his gaze pass over every face. This is a public vote. I respect the result. From this day forth the position belongs to a Kuan. Having said no more, he turned and left. Han Shen followed close behind, their silhouettes sharp as if cut by a blade. That night, Boss B raced straight to Jiang Tianxing's villa. Pushing open the door, he found Chun Yao, Han Shen, and Taizi seated in the parlor, laughing and talking with Jiang Tianxing as if nothing had happened. Chun Yao, you still dare cross this threshold? Boss B's voice trembled, fury nearly overflowing his eyes. Boss B, calm yourself. Calm down. Jiang Tianxing waved and smiled. This was a scheme conjured by Chun Yao and me. A scheme. Boss B froze on the spot. Indeed, Brother B, you just threatened to slaughter my whole family. Chun Yao shrugged helplessly, a smirk of mockery in his eyes. I had been watching a Kuan for some time, his spine too hard, his heart too wild. Left unchecked, he would bring trouble. So we decided to push him up the current. The more arrogant he becomes, the faster he will fall. When the wind dies down, Mr. Jiang will naturally return. So that was it. Boss B scratched the back of his head and forced a sheepish smile. Brother Yao, my recklessness, I apologize. Then he turned to Jiang Tianxing. Mr. Jiang, how do you intend to proceed? I plan to rest for a while. Jiang Tianxing's smile was warm. He suddenly called Fong Ting. In response came his sister-in-law Fong Ting, skin paler than snow, graceful and bearing eyes dazzling to the point of stealing one's breath. She stepped forward with measured grace, her skirt fluttered, and she seated herself beside Jiang Tianxing. Lately, I intend to accompany Fong Ting on a trip to the Netherlands, he said. His tone was light, as if discussing an ordinary holiday. It will serve to lay low for a while. Once Hongxing's dust settles, I will return. He looked to Boss B. Boss B, I entrust the society to your care. Mr. Jiang, rest assured. I will shoulder Hongxing's affairs. Boss B beat his chest in pledge but furrowed his brow, asking, but your safety? Jiang Tianxing laughed heartily and slapped Han Shen's shoulder hard. With Han Shen by my side, what need have I to fear? Only then did Boss B truly relax. Han Shen was seasoned and steady, his underworld experience ran deeper than the sea. Moreover, his earlier act of seizing a stool and smashing it had carved the word loyalty into everyone's view. Then, Han Shen, please watch over Mr. Jiang. Boss B clasped his fists in respect toward Han Shen. Rest assured. Han Shen waved his hand casually, his manner nonchalant, but every word landing with weight. So long as I'm here, not a single hair on Mr. Jiang's head will be harmed. Good. I'll return to the hall. There are urgent matters waiting my decision. The weight lifted from Boss B's chest, and he took his leave. Chun Yao rose at once. Mr. Jiang, I'll go inform Taizi and the others. Go. Jiang Tianxing nodded with a smile. When the two had left, Jiang Tianxing turned to Han Shen. Have the tickets been booked? Silly Chong just confirmed. We leave in 3 hours, Han Xin replied crisply. Jiang Tianxing nodded rose and said, let us go, to the airport. A short while later a black car silently slipped out of the villa gates and sped toward Gangdao International Airport. Han Xin was at the wheel. Yet for some reason the car crawled at an unusually low speed, neither hurried nor slow, as if taking measured steps. Han, why are you driving so slowly? Jiang Tianxing leaned back in the rear seat, a trace of puzzlement in his voice. This is my first time driving you, mister. Jiang, Han Xin said through the rear view with a mild smile and a docile look. I was afraid of being too rough and jolting you. It's fine. Jiang Tianxing leisurely clipped his cigar and lit it. The flame flickered and illuminated half his calm face. Very well, mister. Jiang, I'll step on it a bit. Han Xin grinned, eased his right foot on the pedal, the car dipped and slid away. Not long after the car turned into Jiolong's jurisdiction. As soon as they entered the district, Jiang Tianxing's gaze halted. He stared out the window, and his brow furrowed slightly. Something's off. It's only 10 o'clock. Why does the street feel as if the blood has been drained from it? Fong Ting heard, and also turned her head to peer outside. Indeed, under the streetlights, only wind swirled dead scraps of paper. Not a single staggered late-night passerby was visible. Perhaps this area has grown quieter in recent years, she said gently with a tentative smile. Jiang Tianxing did not reply. His gaze abruptly fixed on a darkened cinema. Its glass dusted the sign, crooked posters peeled like confetti. If you dabble in every trade, never touch the movies, he murmured. In the dead of night, if there isn't even a shadow before the screen, what business is being shown? Before his words died away, his brow tightened sharply. Since entering Jiolong, Han Xin had not taken the main artery that led straight to the airport. The direction was not wrong, yet the detours were too deliberate, too convoluted, as if they were being guided toward some desolate place. Han, why take such a wide detour? His voice was low but taut as a drawn string. No sooner had he spoken. Click, click, 2 crisp sounds, and all 4 car doors snapped locked at once. Han Xin stomped the accelerator. The engine screamed as they surged forward. A sudden brake and a fishtail brought the car to an oblique halt in the center of a barren lot, the emptiness of it chilling. At the far edge of the lot, the dark silhouette of the Qingjai, hunched like a great beast, its eaves grotesque, no lights burning. A dense cloud pressed down upon its top, heavy enough to smother breath. A cold ran down Jiang Tianxing's spine, and his heart plummeted. Hanyu. Before the words left his mouth, his pupils constricted violently. On the left, a tide of figures poured from the narrow alleys of the Qingjai. On the right, dense black specks rose from the back streets and silently closed in from all sides. This spot was the throat between Jiolong and the Qingjai. Who did not know? Lin Jiejun's men, the claws of the tornado crew, were all here waiting to close the net. Hanyu. He whipped his head around, his face drained of color, fury and bewilderment burning beneath his eyes. I am Junji's man, mister. Jiang. Han Xin slowly turned his face with a smile, curved his lips, but his eyes were utterly cold. Liang Ku and Liang Ma. They have long been on the same boat. Jiang Tianxing's throat tightened, and he froze as if his bones had been removed. The old Luanxing stronghold had long since been abandoned when Lin Jiejun secured the dragon's head. The hallmasters moved into the Lin building as their offices, and this place was left forgotten in the folds of time. Calling it a ruin would not be an exaggeration. Deep in the night, a pale beam of moonlight slanted through carving, a ghastly strip across the dust-laden table. Motes hung in the beam, and the stillness made one hear their own heartbeat. The whole room was hollow, and even echoes were too lazy to answer. Suddenly, wham! The front door was kicked open, the wooden frame trembled, and dust sifted down. Han Xin led Zai and several broad-shouldered men in 2 bulging burlap sacks, slung over their shoulders. Bang! Bang! The sacks thudded heavily onto the floor, something muffled writhed within, as if 2 living things were trapped. Zai, good work. Leave the rest to me. Han Xin waved his hand, his tone easy. Doing Junji's bidding is no hardship. Zai spat and kicked a sack viciously. These rotten syndicate vermin. Every time I see one, I step on them. With that, he strode off, taking his leave. Woo! Woo! The sound of struggles came intermittently from the sack. Han Xin did not lift his eyelids, dragged a chair over to sit down, lit a cigarette, and waited quietly for his prey to wake up. After a moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Why call someone so late, mister? Lin, what urgent matter do you have? My wife just got asleep, and the moment my phone rang, I was scared out of my wits. Nonsense, blowing a whistle at this hour. Could it be to invite for tea? When it comes to serious matters, my spirits are immediately lifted. Voices of discussion grew closer as Wei Yi, the master of Huang, and Jiu Yi, the king of 9 dragons, appeared one after another, their clothes slightly disheveled, but their expressions alert. Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. Amidst the chorus of greetings, Lin Jiejun entered slowly with Jimmy and Ba by his leather shoes echoing crisply against the dusty floor. Chen, why are you still covering him up? If you keep it up, he'll suffocate. He shook his head with a smile and gestured to Fei Ji. Fei Ji stepped forward, promptly, skillfully tearing open the sack. Jiang Tianxing and Fong Ting tumbled out, their hair, disheveled faces pale. Han Shun, you traitorous dog. Jiang Tianxing spat angrily, his eyes bloodshot and voice torn. Han Shun dusted off the non-existent dirt on his sleeves and smirked. Jiang Sheng, wake up. I've always been Brother Jun's man from beginning to end. Weren't the lives of the Ni family saved by Mr. Lin? Do you really think they are dead? What a joke. With the favor owed, why should I follow your orders? It's all an act, you have to perform the whole set. He squatted down, lightly tapping Jiang Tianxing's cheek with his fingers as if teasing a drowned dog. Jiang Tianxing shuddered, his atoms apple bobbing, his gaze frantically sweeping over the crowd, finally fixing on the tall and handsome young man. Lin Jiejun. Not just him, Wei Yi Ju Yi Ba by Jimmy. And all the key figures of Lian Sheng none missing stood quietly in this shabby room, watching him humiliate himself. At this moment, Jiang Tianxing finally woke up completely. Lin Jiejun, was this your scheme? He asked hoarsely. Lin Jiejun sighed, half smiling. Only now do you understand. Your brain is slower than a turtle's crawl. Jiang Tianxing opened his mouth, but could not make a sound. The knife is in someone else's hand, but the meat is on his own body. So what if he was the head of Hong Shing? At this moment, the entire harbor knew he had gone to Holland with Han Shun. Even if Lin Jiejun was to take his life on the spot, his corpse would rot in the wilderness, and no one would ask a word. A chill surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head. From the first moment he saw Han Shun, a trace of doubt had arisen in Jiang Tianxing's heart, but at that time Hong Shing was in dire need of manpower, and he pressed down this unease, putting it aside for now. Moreover, earlier in the Hong Shing territory, Liang Kuan had been pressing hard, his arrogance unrestrained. Yet Han Shun didn't even lift his eyelids, stepping forward to shield him from all the sharpness. That scene had forced the little hesitation in Jiang Tianxing's heart back down, replaced with a few genuine feelings of reliance. Who would have thought that this entire loyalty drama was actually a play directed and staged by Lin Jiejun, an elaborate masquerade just for Jiang Tianxing? Lin Jiejun, is there something misaligned between us? The thought just crossed his mind, and Jiang Tianxing blurted out, Hong Shing has nothing to do with you, we've always kept our distance. Why would you attack me? If it comes to tearing faces, can you bear the consequences, eh? Lin Jiejun, upon hearing this, leaned back lazily against the chair, a playful smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Jiang, we are all seasoned players in the underworld, why put on a threatening posture? Nothing to do with each other. You secretly providing support, letting those big bosses stir up trouble. The dinner party with Lin Huailu appeared to be casual chat, but was actually planting bombs. Later, you even allowed the reporter of Defei Ma to put me on the spot in front of the camera. Do you dare call all this no connection? However, the way I, Lin Jiejun, do things is quite different from yours. It's not that I can't use underhanded tactics, but that I'm too lazy to do so. If I really wanted to turn the table, Hong Shing would have been in chaos long ago. I have always believed in one principle: if I don't strike, I want, but if I do, it will be to sever the roots. With each word he uttered, Jiang Tianxing's expression darkened. By the end, his lips were dry, his atoms apple rolling up and down, and he could only squeeze out a sentence, so you knew everything. Is there really a wall in the world that doesn't let the wind through? Lin Jiejun spread his hands, his gaze sweeping across, carrying a hint of condescension. In the end, Dongxing, Hongxing, Haoma Gang, and Nu Ji, these four were already at par with Lian Sheng. As for the other three, Lin Jiejun currently had no major moves planned, treating them merely as quiet pieces on the chessboard. But Jiang Tianxing, this master of constant underhanded tricks and small movements, though unable to hurt him in the slightest, was like a grain of sand in his shoe. Though it didn't hurt, it was irritating and troublesome. It was precisely because of this, and because Hong Shing was ultimately a well-known major society in the harbor, that Lin Jiejun made an exception, personally taking action, meticulously adjusting the pulse, and deploying troops. What about the smaller gangs? He wouldn't even lift his eyelids, directly handing them over to the D to deal with quick and clean. Lin Jiejun, what exactly do you want? Now that things have been exposed, Jiang Tianxing simply tore off his disguise and asked hoarsely, what do I want? It's nothing else but to make you remember one thing deeply. Lin Jiejun looked down at him, his smile intact but chillingly cold. You can stab me 100 times, but as long as I seize one opportunity, one stab is enough to bring you down. Lin Jiejun, don't be too arrogant. Jiang Tianxing's temples throbbed, his voice suddenly rising. I am the head of Hong Shing. Even if you ruin me today, Hong Shing will never let this go. As soon as those words fell, Lin Jiejun's expression did not change in the slightest. But everyone else in the room held their breath in unison. After all, Hong Shing was a solid top 5 giant in the harbor, known for their fierce fighters and incredible combat prowess. The saying Hong Shing sends fighters was not a boast. If truly pushed to a dead end, even if they risk everything to counterattack, even if global security could win, it would still be a scene of corpses lying everywhere and bullet holes all over the walls. At that time, compensation, funeral expenses, family arrangements. Just opening the accounts would be enough to crush half a consortium. Brother Jun, beware of Luo Tuahong Hani and Old Xiang. Jimmy stepped closer, lowering his voice to remind him. If Hong Shing goes crazy, those three forces will come together. We may not be able to withstand it. Before he could finish, Lin Jiejun raised a hand to cut him off decisively and swiftly. He then glanced sideways at Jiang Tianqing, his tone light. Mr. Jiang, you seem to have forgotten. Now the head of Hongxing is named Liang, not Jiang. This sentence struck Jiang Tianqing's eardrums like an ice pick. He froze all over his face, instantly turning ashen. Only now did he remember that he had long since stepped down, ceding the position to Liang Kuan. Regrets surged like a tide. Back then he only wanted to eliminate Liang Kuan as an internal threat, feigning retreat to lure the snake out of its hole. But with his mind solely focused on the fire in his own stove, he completely neglected what wind was blowing outside the window. Had he known Lin Jejun's methods were so ruthless, he would rather have bitten his own teeth than relinquished the head position. Lin Jejun, you bastard. Jiang Tianqing's eyes bulged, shouting angrily. Do you think Liang Kuan can hold the position for long? I still have. You still have your brother Jiang Tianyang, right? Lin Jejun interrupted him with a smile. Jiang Tianqing suddenly choked his throat, feeling like it was stuffed with a ball of scalding cotton. How do you know? Without knowing the cards, would I move against you? Lin Jejun shrugged. Don't worry, in a few days I'll send Jiang Tianyang down to keep you company. You dare? Jiang Tianqing's whole body convulsed violently, twisting his body like a madman. But his limbs had long been tightly bound by steel cables, and in his struggles he resembled a loach out of water, futilely bouncing and rolling on the ground. Getting anxious already? Don't panic. Lin Jejun narrowed his eyes, the smile deepening, but his voice was as cold as deep well water. Sending Jiang Tianyang down is a matter for later. For now, I've prepared a welcome gift for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianqing's body trembled violently, cold sweat trickling down his temples. In the midst of his bewildered gaze, Lin Jejun lightly snapped his fingers. Jimmy immediately stepped forward. Brother Jun Jianjun over there. Wait a moment. Lin Jejun waved his hand, and Jimmy quickly took out his phone to dial. In less than 2 minutes the call ended. Brother Jun Jianjun said he's finished and is on his way back, should be arriving soon. No need to estimate. Before his words fell, Wang Jianjun's cold, hard voice came from outside. Moments later, Wang Jianjun led in a dozen armed men, stepping in with resolute strides. Jiang Tianqing's pupils constricted, abruptly unable to react. What truly sent him into a panic was the 10 people being escorted in by those black-clad men. They were none other than exactly 10 of the 12 decision-makers of Hongxing. Liang Kuan and Liang Ma were present, but there was no one beside them to guard. Jianjun, you only caught 10. Lin Jejun glanced at him sideways, his tone dripping with unabashed disdain. Report, boss. Wang Jianjun straightened his back, his voice short and powerful. The Hongxing prince has already flown to Siam. We missed the mark when we went to the Boss BS boxing gym. Chen Yao just took the chance to leave the harbor. Currently, there is no trace of him. He swiftly reported the sequence of events. Forget it, just a few jumping clowns. Lin Jejun flicked his fingers as if brushing off a speck of dust. On the day we send Jiang Tianyang on his way, we'll conveniently take Prince and Chen Yao with us. As for Boss B, leave it to Liang Kuan to handle. Other than these 3, nearly all of Hongxing's 12 decision-makers were captured. Hanbin 13 Sister Tyrannosaurus. Not a single one missed, all were detained in this room. At this moment, their faces still bore the remnants of panic, their pupils reflecting the lingering confusion. It was evident that Wang Jianjun's surprise attack that night was so swift that they barely had time to blink, let alone organize a resistance. Everyone is here. The backbone of Hongxing is pretty much gathered. Lin Jejun glanced down at Jiang Tianqing, who was slumped on the ground, a warm smile on his face, yet chilling to the bone. You say if you die, everyone in Hongxing will come seeking revenge on me. But now all your hall masters are kneeling under my eyes. What do you still have to fight against me? Hearing this, Jiang Tianqing's face turned as pale as paper. Wildfire springs forth overnight. Instinctively, he turned to look at Brother Ji. Once the invincible Brother Ji, now held at gunpoint, his throat, unable to move a single inch. This scene extinguished the last flicker of hope within him. Mr. Lin, it's a misunderstanding. On the brink of death, Jiang Tianqing's voice trembled, his tone long lost to panic. Give me one chance. I won't trouble you again, or whatever you say I will obey. Tisk tisk tsk. Where were you earlier? Lin Jejun shook his head with a sigh, seemingly with genuine regret. It's too late now. However, being able to accompany you on this journey, Jiang Tianqing, is quite significant. No, Mr. Lin, I beg you. He spoke incoherently, his gaze darting around in panic, finally fixing on Fong Ting. Fong Ting had long since frozen in place, her face, pale, lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence. She was merely a popular star, having never witnessed the bloody muzzle of a gun or the cold glint of a knife. From the moment she entered, she felt as if her soul had been stripped away, leaving only instinctive shivers. Mr. Lin, she is my woman, a well-known star in the industry. Jiang Tianqing grabbed this lifeline, disregarding the shattering of his dignity. I'll give her to you. All of her. Just let me go, and I'll do anything. Willing to sacrifice a woman to save your own life. Lin Jejun scoffed, glancing over the members of Hongxing, shaking his head. Jiang Tianqing, you truly are the heir of the Jiang family, just like Jiang Jin from back, then cast from the same mold. The crowd below remained silent as the grave. Yet the glances directed at Jiang Tianxing quietly brimmed with disdain. D-knife. Lin Jejun suddenly spoke. Off. D was taken aback, then quickly reacted, hastily lifting the base of the altar to extract a gleaming butcher knife, presenting it with both hands. Clang. The knife sliced through the air, piercing the table, the handle vibrating ominously. He scanned the room, his gaze cutting through each face like a blade. Listen, don't say I didn't leave you any way out. It's not me who wants to flip the table, it's Jiang Tianxing who repeatedly stirs trouble, forcing me to end this and clean up the mess. Who do I have a grudge against? Just him. After a pause, he pointed at the knife on the table, the corner of his mouth curling up. Now that a Kowloon is at the helm and aligned with me, I'm giving you all one more chance to turn things around. As soon as these words fell, a flicker of hope ignited in the eyes of the Hall Masters. They had thought they were doomed tonight, yet unexpectedly there seemed to be a glimmer of hope. Was there truly a chance for a reversal? As they held their breath and watched, Lin Jejun lightly clapped his hands. Heaven has mercy for the living. I will divide your former turf into 10 parts. The amount of flesh Jiang Tianxing loses will determine how much of your old territory you get to keep. Hiss. The room erupted with gasps. Lin Jejun, may you die a miserable death. Jiang Tianxing's eyes turned crimson, his throat roaring like it was torn apart. I won't let you off, even as a ghost. He understood clearly. This was a slow peeling. The harsher the cut, the greater the share. Amid Jiang Tianxing's nearly mad cursing, the faces of the Hall Masters gradually turned ashen. I can't bring myself to do it. Xin from Xian Mountain's lips moved, his voice dry. After all, is my boss. Before his words could finish. Bang! The gunfire exploded. A blood blossom burst from Zin's forehead, and without a sound he collapsed to the ground. Everyone trembled, cold sweat immediately breaking out on their backs. I didn't ask if you were willing. Lin Jejun's voice was as calm as discussing the weather. Choose. Act or lie down. No one spoke. No one blinked. Finally, under the lead of Liang Kowloon taking the first step, a line of people silently formed, a queue standing still without a sound. A Kowloon. A Kowloon. Jiang Tianxing's pupils constricted, a mournful wail escaping his throat. Liang Kowloon slowly raised the steel knife, his smile growing wider, the expression sinister as a blade. The flash of the knife ignited a chorus of wails, tearing apart the night over the whole area. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. Mr. Jiang, truly sorry. Mr. Jiang, please bear with it. The Hall Masters stepped forward one by one, taking over the bloodied knife. Jiang Tianxing's pale face flickered under the dim light, the 13th sister's throat tightened, yet she forcefully averted her gaze. The blade had been drawn, its cold light shivering before it was thrust deep into flesh. This leader who had led Hongxing through 10 years of storms, even the most sycophantic Hall Master, when the knife was drawn, felt his fingertips stiffen. Yet at this moment, only two paths lay before them: draw the knife, survive and maintain their territory, or hold back and die on the spot. With life and death hanging by a thread, there was no room for hesitation. No matter how deep the thoughts, they could not withstand the boiling blood at the knife's edge. Not long after the last flicker of doubt on their faces was completely wiped away. The more they acted, the colder their hearts became. The more they swung the knife, the steadier their hands grew. By the time it was the 13th sister's turn to take the knife from Hanbin, Jiang Tianxing had long since been reduced to a mere shadow of himself. Even his howls had turned to broken breaths, like the last gasp escaping a deflated balloon. She clutched the handle, her knuckles turning blue, her wrist trembling so much she could hardly maintain her grip. We really have no way out now. Before her words could settle, Han Bin's voice whispered close to her ear. The 13th sister's shoulders shrank, silently nodding. The remaining Hall Masters all stood solemnly, not daring to raise their eyes. This entire scene was witnessed by all the Hall Masters of Lianxing, as well as Huang Daxian and King Jiao. No one spoke, yet every person felt a chill creeping up their neck, penetrating their spines. Recently, Lin Jejun had rarely personally intervened in the affairs of the Underworld. This time, he made an exception solely because his opponent was Hongxing. Others didn't say it, but in their hearts they were quietly murmuring his legitimate business was expanding rapidly. He should have softened by now and shouldn't be engaging in such bloody deeds. They had forgotten. No matter how dignified the civilization or how glamorous the capital, what lay beneath was never lukewarm water, but rather a current darker, heavier, and more unspoken than the Underworld. The little skirmishes between gangs were merely drops of wine spilled on a suit sleeve in the grand chess game, easily wiped away. This reckoning not only sealed the fates of the Hongxing Hall Masters, but also struck a heavy blow to universal security. Lin Jejun knew very well no matter how this account was calculated, it wouldn't result in a loss. Only Jiang Tianxing suffered. Until the final muffled groan was completely swallowed, Liang Kowloon finally took a deep breath and walked slowly to Lin Jejun's side. When he looked up again, his expression had completely changed. From one of vigilance mixed with calculation, thinking of leveraging the situation for profit, to now feeling his back chill, hands and feet weakening, afraid that even his breath would disturb the person before him. Brother Jun, Hongxing now completely obeys your orders, and the Hall Masters are all compliant. Let's not rush. Jiang Tianxing. Just a pawn. The person behind him will soon come to find you. It's not just you, Hong Hani Camel Old Xiang none will escape. Understood. Liang Kun's pupils constricted and his speech quickened. You want us at Hongxing to act as informants. Exactly. Lin Jejun's lips curled slightly. Before he was lurking in the shadows watching me. Next it's my turn to bring him to the forefront. After a brief pause he suddenly turned his head. By the way, Liang Kun, where is Jiang Tianyang? Jiang Tianyang. Liang Kun shook his head slightly. He and Jiang Tiansheng are not on good terms. Not many in Hongxing know him. I only heard that he is in Siam. As soon as he spoke he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly added. Shun Yao and the prince are close to him. They probably know his whereabouts. You don't need to worry about this. I'll send someone else to handle it. What's urgent now is Big Boss B, Jiang Tiansheng's only diehard loyalist. Jianjun and their team tried to intercept him, but they missed. He is still unaware of it now. You think of a way to clean it up quickly. Liang Kun's expression sharpened. Brother Jun, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Actually, there was no need for instructions. He had long wanted to eliminate Big Boss B. After years of grudges, they had reached a point where seeing each other would lead to drawing knives. Let Hongxing's people disperse for now. Starting tomorrow, everyone returns to their own territories and continues their work as usual. Lin Jejun waved his hand. After Liang Kun led the hall masters away, Di had already sent his trusted aide Chang Mao to take over the follow-up. Jiang Tiansheng's body was stuffed into a body bag tightly wrapped and directly thrown into an iron barrel. Boom! Next to the site, the mixer suddenly roared to life. Cement surged forth, filling the barrel inch by inch until not a gap was visible. Chang Mao drove the van, carrying the heavy silence merging into the night. Make sure Chang Mao is quick and nimble, Lin Jejun called Di over. Don't worry, Brother Jun, he never makes mistakes in his work. Di leaned in a few steps, lowering his voice. With Jiang Tiansheng dead, the news can't be contained. The underworld in Hong Kong is likely to become chaotic for a while. At this moment, Jimmy quickly approached. Brother Jun, should we increase manpower to protect you in secret? Lin Jejun slowly nodded. Just let Jianjun and their team know. Then Lin Jejun suddenly recalled the figures of Tian Yangsheng's group. By the way, how's the movement of Tian Yangsheng over in the Golden Triangle? Just received confidential reports yesterday. People have already gathered. Jimmy spoke in a hushed voice, his speed rapid. They are currently tightly holding onto the area around Mangsing Dai Nyo family village, and they've even figured out the lookout points, just waiting for the order. So quickly they've assembled a decent team. Lin Jejun raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Brother Jun, you've never been to that place in the Golden Triangle. Jimmy smiled widely, familiarity shining in his eyes. Those mercenaries, mountain folk, and retired cannon fodder, they're all the type to lick blood from a knife's edge. Who talks about righteousness with you? If the money is right, they would risk their lives. Back when Tian Yang's 7 sons left Hong Kong, they had casually taken half of the US dollars from the Central District heist. Tossing money around to recruit troops was simpler than cooking noodles. Contact Xincheng immediately. The arms must be sufficient and timely, not a single bullet less. Lin Jejun's voice deepened slightly, conveyed to Tian Yangxing Jiang Tianyang is most likely hiding near Chiang Mai or Chiang Rai in Siam. Once they secure a foothold, they must lock him down immediately. Alive to see the person, dead to see the corpse. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, chilling to the bone. If you leave a root, wildfires will spring forth overnight. There is no need for further words about loyalty. The Jiang brothers are not easy to deal with. Once Jiang Tiansheng is dead, Jiang Tianjiang will retaliate like a venomous snake, not only seeking revenge, but also wanting to regain the power of the Wo Shing Society. This grudge is no longer a matter of turning the page. There is only one way. Root it out, crush it, leaving no room for mercy. Junge, how should we deal with that woman at the door? Di pointed his chin towards the door. Lin Jejun turned his head, his gaze falling upon the entrance. Indeed, it was her, Jiang Tiansheng's wife Fong Ting. At this moment, she was slumped against the doorframe, her face pale as paper, lips tinged with blue, trembling like a withered leaf in the autumn wind, her eyes vacant and scattered, as if her soul had already been frightened away. She once was a popular star on screen, blooming with laughter, yet even after marrying in a Hongxing, she had never witnessed such bloody scenes. Their relationship was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. There was no real emotion involved. Just moments ago, Jiang Tiansheng had pushed her out in public to be humiliated by Lin Jejun in a desperate bid to save his own life. At that moment, the last bit of warmth in Fong Ting's heart turned to ice. But what truly shattered her nerves was the scene that followed. The former subordinates who once kneeled and called him boss, mercilessly carving flesh from Jiang Tiansheng's body, one knife after another. She stared in horror, her eyes no longer able to blink, her mind buzzing, completely frozen. Only fear remained. Pure, intense, all-consuming fear. You all go ahead and get busy. Lin Jejun waved to Jimmy and Di, then turned and slowly walked up to Fong Ting, standing silently before her. Junge, please spare me a way out. She finally regained a bit of her voice, trembling and out of tune. Even her breaths carried a hint of sobbing. Nonsense, Dassaw. Lin Jejun spoke calmly, even with a hint of a smile, raising his hand to gently press down. Don't be afraid, breathe slowly, deeper. Who? Heh. Fong Ting did not dare to be careless, her chest rising and falling violently, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. After a long while she finally steadied her breath and her fingertips ceased trembling. That's right. Lin Jejun smiled, leaning in a step closer, his voice as light as a casual conversation. Miss Fong Ting, I have always been curious. Those embraces and whispers in your films, are they real feelings or just a quick wrap-up once the camera stops? Fake. All misaligned editing. She blurted out, her words tumbling out quickly. I see. He nodded, shifting the topic. Jiang Tianxing is not a good person. Just now he dared to sell you out. Did you see it with your own eyes? Yes, Fong Ting nodded numbly, not even blinking her eyelashes. It's not easy for a woman in this circle. He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over her pale face. To have climbed up to Jiang Tianxing is already luck. How to proceed from here, you must weigh clearly for yourself. With that said, he turned and left, directly opening the car door. Fong Ting stood frozen in place, stunned for a moment. But soon a faint yet clear light flickered in her eyes, like she had understood the implied meaning. After hesitating for a moment, she clenched the hem of her dress and lowered her head, getting into the black sedan. The next morning, Host kills Jiang Tianxing, shaking the power structure of the Wo Shing Society. Upgrade points 10. Host cuts off Fong Ting's original fate line, reshaping her life path. Upgrade points 8. Hearing the notification, Lin Jejun sat up from his bed, shaking his head with a smile. No matter how big the Wo Shing Society is, it is ultimately just a local gang in Hong Kong Island. Once the leader falls, the system rewards just a little pocket money. Fong Ting, however, is different. She is a genuine star with countless fans, bringing her own traffic and influence, far surpassing Kowloon and Sister Bolin. He turned his head slightly to glance at the bed where Fong Ting was still sound asleep, breathing steadily. Last night, she had nearly exhausted all her efforts, the flattery under the weight of fear, the desperate loyalty, all means employed, without holding back. Her skin was cold white and delicate, her temperament a mix of coolness and resilience, more appealing than Sister Bolin, especially her eyes shining remarkably under the car lights. However, mediocre at best, a third-rate goldfinch, whom half a grade shorter than Kowloon and Sister Bolin. He took a glance, got up, dressed, and headed out. After going downstairs, he directly summoned Wang Jianjun, who was waiting in the shadows, to investigate the car, heading straight to the Lin Corporation's office building. At this time, in the 10th floor office of the Lin building, Han Bin, 13th sister, and Sister Liang had been waiting for a long time. Yet the bloody smell from last night seemed to still linger in the air. Both of them wore expressions of panic, restlessly guessing whether Lin Jejun's summons was a blessing or a curse. Don't worry, mister. Lin is not the kind of person who can't tell right from wrong. Sister Liang saw their expressions and gently spoke, her tone warm. He is ruthless to enemies, but never treats his own people unfairly. Kowloon and I are living examples. Suddenly a uniform greeting came from outside. Hello, Mr. Lin. 13th sister and Han Bin, hearing the sound, sprang up from the sofa, sitting up straight, even holding their breaths. Like an elite troop ready for battle, they stood upright, suppressing their breaths in rhythm. Before long, Lin Jejun entered with Jimmy, the sound of his leather shoes echoing firmly on the floor. What's with the tense atmosphere, like we're about to go to war? He swept his gaze over Han Bin and 13 sisters' faces, then raised the corners of his mouth. Take a seat. Only then did the two relax slightly, sitting down as instructed, their shoulders still tense with a hint of caution. I invited you here today to discuss 2 business deals. Hey, let's wrap it up quickly. Lin Jejun got straight to the point, his tone crisp, not beating around the bush. Han Bin and 13 sister exchanged quick glances, their eyes brightening immediately. The anxiety they had felt dissipated like mist blown away by the wind. Although they hadn't aligned with Lin Jejun as early as Sister Liang and Kowloon did before Jiang Tianxing's death, Lin Jejun's business acumen was already well known in the underworld, resounding and robust. Not just the two of them, the entire Hong Kong Island, both in the underworld and the upper echelons. Who doesn't know Lin Jejun's talent for turning stone into gold, creating wealth from nothing? Jun Gu, if there's a good opportunity, just command it. Just keep your composure for now. Lin Jejun gestured lightly. Sister Liang, 13th sister, how many girls can you each pull together? From all age groups, give me a real number. Sister Liang pondered briefly. I have about 400 girls in total. But in Shamshui, times are tight. Most girls in their 20s find the pay low and the environment poor and have run off. Sister Liang, let's keep it brief. Jimmy leaned in closer, lowering his voice to remind her what Jungo wants is numbers, not market analysis. Sister Liang immediately fell silent, and then adjusted, saying around 100 under 20, 150 from 20 to 30, the rest are all over 35. Lin Jejun nodded, turning to 13th sister. I may not have as many as Sister Liang, but the younger ones make up the majority. More than 50 under 20, over 80 from 20 to 30, and none older than that. Lin Jejun nodded, already plotting in his mind a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Although Sister Liang's girls are a mixed bag, they benefit from her control over the entire Sham Shui Pei area. 13th sister, on the other hand, only controls a small area of Bo Lan Street. with less resources, but they are young, moldable, and quick to respond. He paused for a moment, his tone turning serious. Tonight business, as usual at daytime, will focus on training. I've already hired a teacher to specifically teach how to entice men's hearts and pry open their wallets. Start with selling drinks, honing your skills in speech, eye contact, and presence. In half a month, the gambling stalls will fully open. These girls will be the bait. The more excited the customers, the crazier the bets, the greater the flow of money, and your share will rise accordingly. As soon as he finished this, Sister Liang and 13 sisters' eyes brightened in unison, especially Sister Liang, who suddenly felt enlightened. Lin Jejun had clearly calculated that once the gamblers were in the mood, they would spend money 10 times more than in the night scene. Even if he only takes a 10% cut, that's still an enormous income. Remember, there are only 15 days left. I've also hired top stylists to completely revamp everything, from hairstyles and makeup to clothing and nails. Every girl must leave looking like an irresistible beauty. If we can't launch in half a month, the consequences are on you. Lin Jejun's tone was calm, yet every word was firm. Rest assured, Jungu, I'll personally oversee it, staying on site for 12 hours a day. Same here, I'll be there every day, absolutely won't drop the ball. The two leaped up, responding decisively. This is not charity but trust, not just a job, but a stepping stone for advancement. Whether they can seize this opportunity depends entirely on their agility and determination. Among the 12 branches of the Wo Shing Society, if there's anyone Lin Jejun admires and holds great expectations for, it is undoubtedly Han Bin. He knew Han Bin's background. Clearly the decision-maker was merely the thinnest skin on him. After the unification of Kwai Chung, he had almost faded from daily gang affairs, only making appearances during significant votes or escalations. For the rest of the time, he had long extended his tentacles overseas: resource transportation, cross-border cargo, arms dealings, mineral channels. Close aides of the Siamese royal family, influential figures in the Golden Triangle, and even several major players from the peninsula's north and south have cooperated with him in solid gold transactions. Han Bin. Lin Jejun suddenly spoke, not mentioning business, but asking about yesterday's turmoil. What do you think of the old game of Wo Shing? Han Bin was slightly taken aback, then took a deep breath, his voice steady. The old rules of Hong Kong Island should have been put in a museum long ago. Compared to the former Wo Shing, I have more faith in the current Lin Corporation. Lin Jejun's lips curled slightly. Han Bin referred to it as Lin Corporation rather than Global Security. Though few words, it was like a key that gently unlocked the doors to their hearts. He understood clearly, no matter how big Global Security is, it is merely a shield in Hong Kong Island. Meanwhile, Lin Corporation is tearing through national boundaries at an observable speed, heading toward the global stage. This thought aligned perfectly with Han Bin's aspirations. Having the same ambition means sharing the same path. Sharing the same path means there's no need for further words about loyalty. Bin Xiao, let's skip the pleasantries. Lin Jejun smiled and waved his hand. Now that we are out to work, what we compete with is brains, vision, and connections, not scars and shouts. Venturing internationally is not a choice question, it's a mandatory one. Starting today, your branch will still be under Global Security, but you will be directly merged into Lin Corporation. If there's work overseas, I'll be the first to look for you. Thank you, Jungu. Han Bin stood up abruptly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had waited far too long for this day. Jiang Tianxing guarded every inch of Hong Kong Island, not daring to step beyond the line. He could only venture alone, navigating the undercurrents of a foreign land, testing the waters, and gritting his teeth. At last, someone had made a decision and presented him with a complete world map. The fire in his chest ignited completely. By the way, Bin Xiao, the international crude oil prices have been soaring recently. You must have heard about it, right? Lin Jejun raised his eyes and asked. I've heard it early on, Jungu. Han Bin responded, straightening his back, his expression suddenly tightening. Beside them, Liang Ma and Shi San Mei exchanged puzzled glances. Their horizons had always been confined to the small territory of Hong Kong Island, with their minds swirling around old routines of dock collections, night scene management, and gang rankings. Terms like international crude oil futures settlement and geopolitical games had never even reached their ears, let alone penetrated their hearts. At this moment, what Lin Jejun and Han Bin were discussing felt to them like listening to aliens speak about quantum physics. They recognized every word, but understood none of it. Not understanding was, after all, the most natural thing. Lin Jejun didn't bother to explain and turned straight to Han Bin. Regarding crude oil, Lin's finance has already entered the market to build a position. If you still have some capacity on hand, you might as well catch a ride. What I truly care about is that private oil line in the Persian Gulf. Han Bin's eyes suddenly brightened, and he leaned forward unconsciously. Private oil. That was the black gold lifeblood flowing from the Strait of Hormuz. Jungu, getting into this line has a terrifyingly high threshold. He spoke faster, infused with a seasoned determination. Right now, on both the east and west sides, the Yamaguchi-gumi holds the lifeline of the western route, while the mafia tightly controls the eastern shore. Even the Korean Goldman Group, Pablo from Colombia, the Eagle Alliance, and even the Siamese royal family and remnants of Kun Sa from the Golden Triangle are all involved. If we rashly barge in, we might just expose ourselves and get surrounded like a porcupine. Pausing for a moment, he smirked and lowered his voice. But if we can truly pry open a gap, once a ship unloads, cash will pile up higher than the buildings, and counting the money would require a bill counter on rotation. At this point his Adam's apple moved slightly, and a flicker of intense light flashed in his eyes. The Wo Shing gang was rampant in Hong Kong Island. Indeed. But looking at the global black market landscape, they hadn't even touched the edge of the admission ticket. Perhaps only when the 5 major leaders of Hong Kong Island, Hongxing, Dongxing, Helian, Sheng, the Number Gang, and Nu Ji, truly united, would they barely qualify to wrestle with those old lords lurking in the shadows. Bin Xiao, you can't say it like that. Lin Jejun chuckled lightly, tapping his fingers on the table. We can't just be afraid of choking and live our lives only drinking plain porridge. He gazed steadily. Is there a way to obtain that ship ticket? Han Bin pondered for a moment, then pointed at his temple. According to their rules, at least 3 major forces must co-sign to be considered officially listed. Before Lin Jejun could speak, he continued. Over in Siam, the person in charge of private oil is a young man named De Fan, an illegitimate son of Princess Serinhorn who has a strong connection with me. If I ask him, he will definitely agree. So you mean if we can get 2 more families on board, the gates to the Persian Gulf can be pushed open for you? Lin Jejun raised his eyebrows. The most reliable way is just this one. Han Bin nodded. You cover the Siam side and he'll take care of the remaining 2 tickets. Lin Jejun patted him on the shoulder and turned to Jimmy. Jimmy, isn't Mr. Wu from Las Vegas an elder figure in the alliance? Yes. The alliance was originally a vine twisted together by several branches of the Triads. Jimmy immediately chimed in. Mr. Wu's Yunshan gang is the most formidable one within. Find a time to invite him to Hong Kong Island. An old acquaintance, we've cooperated 3 or 4 times, no need for beating around the bush. Lin Jejun's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable rhythm. Understood, Jungu, I'll handle it right away. Jimmy responded succinctly and turned to leave. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Jejun's inquiries grew increasingly in depth. Middle Eastern transit warehouses, Singapore money laundering chains, risks of detouring through the Suez Canal. Han Bin answered without hesitation, as if familiar with his own drawer. Bin Xiao, you are truly a gem. Lin Jejun raised his teacup, his smile warm yet sharp. Jiang Tiansheng guards the Golden Mountain as a stonemason. What a pity. Buried treasures in the earth, who can see the light? Han Bin chuckled bitterly and shook his head, not continuing the conversation. But now it's different. Lin Jejun put down his cup, his palm pressing on Han Bin's shoulder again. Follow me, and you'll see the vast ocean, not just a narrow alley. Thank you, Jungu. Han Bin straightened up, his voice not loud, yet like a wedge driven into the floor. Not to mention the future. Just in this past half hour, the scale in his heart had completely tipped toward Lin Jejun. Loyalty sometimes comes from a sincere heart burning with fervor. Once everyone had left, Lin Jejun waved to call Wang Jianjun. Jianjun has the team sent to the Golden Triangle arrived. All present, boss. An enhanced squad fully equipped. Anti-tank rocket launchers, thermal imaging devices, individual radars, even the night vision goggles are the latest models. Who is leading the team? Dongzi. De Dong. Good. Lin Jejun nodded, his brow relaxing. With him around, I can sleep soundly. He paused slightly and asked, what about the weapons? Are they ready? Squad leader Shun has already communicated with them, and he even sent over a welcome gift. Wang Jianjun grinned. Oh, what is it? Lin Jejun's interest was piqued. He kept it a secret, saying he would wait for you to open it personally. Mentioning Shun, Wang Jianjun's face rarely relaxed, reminiscent of the days when they trained in the barracks together. This old Shun, playing this game again. Lin Jejun shook his head with a smile. Let the brothers hold on to it for now and transport it to Mangsing Dai overnight. Tian Yangsheng has been quiet for so long without any movement. Given his temperament, he must have hit a brick wall and is too embarrassed to call for help. As night fell in the Golden Triangle in Mangsing Dai at the northern part of Najiakan, the name Mangsing Dai came from the sky above. Stars were so dense that one could scoop a spoonful to make porridge. As night descended, the Milky Way poured down as if falling into a glassy dream. Crack, crack. Dry branches burst in the smokeless stove, sparks leaping lightly. Deep in the mountain hollow, a heavily guarded camp lay in silence. Tian Yang Liuji sat by the fire, his shadow elongated and shortened by the flames. The outer sentry positions were indistinct. A rough glance revealed over 100 people scattered like stars, each performing their duties. Have you seen An's photo? Just received it and flipped through it. She had a stack of papers on her desk and her gaze was almost scattered. That girl, we spoiled her too much before finally someone is cleaning up after her. The Tianyang 6 brothers exchanged lively banter as if freshly added firewood in a stove. Upon mentioning Tianyang, smiles of indulgence, affection, and a touch of silliness appeared on everyone's faces, like a bunch of proud and concerned family members. Even Tianyang Sheng, usually as cold as a knife's edge, softened at the corners of his mouth, revealing a long-lost, almost gentle curve. Go have a sip to moisten your throat. Tianyang Ji unscrewed a military aluminum kettle and handed it over, sitting down beside Tianyang Sheng. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to care so much for An. Isn't that so? Tianyang Sheng nodded lightly, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. hiring a famous teacher to come give lessons, providing the latest model notebooks, sending her to learn piano and practice guitar. Even when going out shopping, there are no restrictions. This is not raising hostages. It is clearly nurturing a daughter in the palm of his hand. The others nodded in agreement, swallowing hard without speaking, but the relief in their eyes shone brighter than the coals in the fire. Earlier, they speculated that Lin Jejun had held Tianyang in back, merely grasping the lifeline of the 7 siblings to force them to bow down and serve. Who would have thought that he not only didn't confine or corner her, but instead lifted her up hand in hand, taught her to read and understand, and supported her in standing tall. Tianyang Sheng and the others realized they had wronged him. Everyone is aware, Mr. Lin took action that time because we caused an indiscriminate explosion in Central. Tianyang Sheng's voice was low but steady. From now on we will work diligently, and he will definitely not treat us unfairly. After saying this, he raised his hand, his fingertip unintentionally brushing across an old scar on his brow. A slanted ancient mark where the night he was kicked by Dedong in the Lin's building parking lot and struck against the steel corner. They had all emerged from the blood and fire, clearly discerning right from wrong. Lin Jejun penalized them without personal resentment, only judging by cause and effect. Not only did he not bury them afterward, but he also sent them to the Golden Triangle to expand their territory and even threw them $50 million as capital. Tianyang Sheng and the others understood, although they had made $100 million from that operation in Central, had it not been for Wang Jianjun arriving in time, those black-eating dogs would have swallowed all the money and their 7 lives would have ended up in cement pipes. Now that their lives were preserved, the money was in hand, the territory was divided, even the youngest An was treated like a beloved sister by Lin Jejun. They said nothing, but the grievances buried deep in their bones had long been blown away by the wind. The intelligence has just been confirmed. Wanhua will lead troops into Najiakan tomorrow morning to capture Ding. Tianyang Sheng's gaze swept around, steady as a mountain. Aye, take him out. Our people will immediately move and confiscate weapons and take command of the team. Wanhua has been running rampant in Mengsing Dai for many years, and the soldiers under him have been brewing with anger. As soon as their leader falls, 9 times out of 10, the entire team will turn against him. He paused, his voice deepened. We've delayed this long just for this strike. Wanhua was no mere small-time military head. He was an old lord entrenched in one area. If it had been an ordinary small leader, they would have crushed him in a trice. Why wait until today? All units extinguish their lights and conserve energy. Tomorrow morning, we will see the real outcome. With the command given, the camp instantly fell silent, leaving only the sounds of insects and breathing. At dawn the next day, Tianyang was already lying in wait at the high vantage point, the crosshair in the sniper scope steadily locked onto the entrance of Najiakan. Tianyang Sheng led a mercenary team like ink droplets in water, quietly dispersing into the edge of the rainforest. The jungles of Southeast Asia were so dense that they could swallow light. Over 100 people could sneak in without stirring a single leaf. Before long, Wanhua's convoy rolled into the village, stirring up yellow dust. Over 100 soldiers jumped from the vehicles, kicking down doors and smashing windows, howling like wolves. In an instant, Nyo family village erupted into chaos. Brother, run. Go to the fields and call Dad to hide in the sweet potato cellar. Please spare my child. He's only 16, head of the household. Don't take my man away. The cries, screams, and pleas pierced the air, each one heart-wrenching. All of this unfolded before the eyes of Tianyang Sheng and his team, hidden in the shadows of the jungle. He tightened his walkie-talkie, lowering his voice to ask, have we locked onto the target? Locked on. When his breath stops, we can send him on his way. A calm response came from the earpiece. Fire. Bang. The gunfire shattered the silence. Wanhua, standing atop the jeep and gesturing, suddenly stiffened as a blinding red blossomed from his chest. He fell straight down from the metal roof like a tree severed from its trunk. Net closure, Tianyang shouted. But just as the mercenaries leaped out from cover and lunged forward, tat tat tat, a hail of bullets poured down, and the first dozen men fell to the ground, blood instantly soaking the red earth. Even more shocking was that Wanhua's men showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they all turned toward a man in a regular soldier's uniform. He waved his arm, and the squad immediately changed formations, providing cross-cover and suppressive fire, moving as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Tian Yangsheng's pupils constricted. Brother, that soldier. His facial features are almost identical to Wanhua's in the photo. Tian Yangzi's voice came through the walkie-talkie, tense and strained. A heavy dread settled in Tian Yangsheng's heart. A stand-in. In the Golden Triangle, it's an old trick for warlords to hire substitutes. Locals with similar facial structures, high cheekbones, thick lips, and square jaws, it was as easy as pie to find a lookalike. They had even checked the photos 3 times. Who would have thought Wanhua had even changed the negatives, so perfectly disguised that it was flawless? Can we still shoot? He asked urgently. Dead angle, no windows, Tian Yangyi answered bluntly. A flash of cold light crossed Tian Yangsheng's eyes as he decisively commanded, withdraw. All withdraw. Wan Hua had built up his forces over the years, originally hoping for a decisive strike to sway his men. Now, with the leader still alive, fighting Hedon was akin to sending them to their deaths. Once reinforcements arrived, this small team would likely be fed to wild dogs. For now, they had no choice but to retreat, seeking out a weaker warlord for a swift resolution and then report back. But just as he gestured for a retreat, boom! A helicopter tore through the clouds in the distance, its rotor blades shaking the leaves off the trees. Tian Yangsheng grabbed the binoculars and swept them toward the belly of the machine. In the next second, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. At the cabin door, a figure leaned out, waving vigorously at them with a familiar and exuberant smile. It was him, no one other than Dedong. Tian Yangsheng's pupils constricted as he watched the helicopter slice through the forest, diving headfirst toward them. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the engine grew louder, shaking the treetops and sending leaves fluttering down. Brother, whose helicopter is this? It couldn't be that old fox Wan Hua's, could it? Oh no, he must have figured out our tactics already. In the radio, Tian Yangji and the others sounded anxious and restless like tightly wound bowstrings. They'll take out the pilot. Tian Yangji lowered his voice, finger already on the trigger, but his breathing was heavy. Stop, that's Dedong. Tian Yangsheng grabbed the earpiece, yelling so intensely that his voice cracked. Sent by Mr. Lin. He's one of us. No sooner had he finished speaking than the channel went dead. Everyone froze in place. It was actually someone from Lin Jejun's side. But the question was, when did he set off? How come not a hint of news had leaked out? At the same time, things were also in disarray on Wan Hua's side. The helicopter, shrouded in killing intent, charged in from afar, sending the soldiers in gray-green uniforms into a panic, guns wavering, their steps faltering. Even Wan Hua himself, still dressed in the tattered uniform of a common soldier, couldn't care about putting on airs, grabbing the vehicle-mounted radio and shouting his words, racing like a machine gun, a jumble of incomprehensible noise. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers below fired aimlessly into the sky, panic-stricken. Bullets arced chaotically upwards, not even coming close to the shadow of the helicopter's tail. At that moment, tat 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 tat, a rough burst of gunfire erupted from the cabin door, deafening. The roar of the DPM light machine gun tore through the air, bullets pouring down like rain. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 soldiers fell at Wan Hua's position, blood splattering in the muddy ground, and before the cries could even fade, the men were already limp and convulsing. The remaining soldiers all shrank back behind the low cover, not daring to lift their eyelids, only able to turn their backs to the sky. Advance in groups. Tian Yangsheng's gaze sharpened as he seized the fleeting opportunity. Taking advantage of the enemy's heads retreating into their shells, he led his men forward, stealthily inching closer to the enemy line. Just as they reached the edge of the cover, grenade. Throw. At the command, 2 or 3 dozen mercenaries simultaneously tore open grenade pouches, whipping their arms and throwing. Dark grenades arced high and accurately landed within the low cover. That broken cover could barely withstand stray bullets, let alone such ground-bursting devices. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions shook the ground, and as firelight flared up, severed limbs and torn rags mixed with black smoke shot into the sky. Before the wailing could fade, over a dozen figures turned and fled, losing a shoe in the process. Yet they hadn't run 10 steps before being targeted by Tian Yangzi's sniper plus Dedong's precise shots from the helicopter, leaving none unscathed. Once the surroundings fell completely silent, Tian Yangji leaped out from behind cover, stepping alongside Tian Yangsheng into the enemy formation. He pulled out a yellowed photograph, crouching beside a corpse, to compare repeatedly. This should be Wan Hua. Though blown to bits, it still needs verification. He immediately summoned a local mercenary squad leader, saying, "Ask the captive in the local dialect if this shredded soldier's uniform belongs to Wan Hua." The squad leader nodded, stepping forward to ask in dialect with a tone both fierce and familiar. Soon after returning, he lowered his voice, reporting, "Captain, I confirmed. This corpse really is Wan Hua. The first one who was killed was his twin brother, who always wore the military uniform to cover for him when they went out of camp." Tian Yangsheng's lips curled slightly, and he realized it was indeed so. No sooner had he finished speaking than the squad leader came closer, saying, "I pried out an important piece of information as soon as the attack started. Wan Hua sent an urgent telegram to the headquarters. 2 tanks and a fully equipped infantry company are rushing this way. More than 100 men plus 2 iron behemoths." Tian Yangzi's brows furrowed tightly. "We don't even have a rocket launcher at hand. How do we tackle this tough nut?" Just as he was speaking, boom, the helicopter slowly landed in the clearing, its rotor blades swirling up a storm of dry leaves. Dedong jumped down, his boots crushing a few twigs. Almost simultaneously, over a dozen figures emerged from the depths of the dense forest, each carrying assault rifles and tactical bags. All elite forces under Lin Jejun. Tian Yangsheng glanced up at Dedong, his brow twitching, the old scar on his forehead faintly throbbing. It was this guy who had carved it into him back in the day. But at this moment, had Dedong not arrived in this Iron Bird in time, their mercenary team would likely have suffered heavy losses. "Thanks." He paused, his voice low but clear. How did you wind up here? Dong grinned, patting the helicopter's body. The boss was worried, so he asked me to pick up a shipment that Shun Chung was escorting on the way. He gestured with his hand toward the helicopter. Look, a welcoming gift from Shun Chung specially reserved for you. Tian Yangji and the others exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. In the Golden Triangle, most of the mountains still relied on rifles and bayonet fighting. Those who could deploy tanks were few and far between. Kunsha Guansai Ba Luo Xinghan. And the rest of the smaller warlords could be toppled by a single armed helicopter. Having air superiority means winning a huge portion of the battle. In this jungle, helicopters were rarer than gold bricks and more intimidating than prestige. Thanks to Dong for lending a hand, or I'd really be stuck in a pit this time. Tian Yanxing said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. After shouldering arms together and exchanging a few warm words, the previous barriers had long been burned away by the smoke of war. Yet he still harbored a question in his heart. Dong, how did Mr. Lin predict our moves so accurately? Hey, that's the boss talent. Dong replied confidently. He said, with your Tian Yanxing's temperament, staying silent for so long must mean you're planning something big. He was afraid you couldn't control it, so he sent me to back you up. Look, he was spot on. In the end, he shook his head, admiration leaking from his tone. I really don't know how the boss mind works. Even these twists and turns are all calculated clearly. Upon hearing this, Tian Yanxing and his companions exchanged glances, their pupils reflecting the same shock. None of them had anticipated. Lin Zhejun had grasped their innate temperament and methods down to a T. Even more astonishing was that the development of events aligned perfectly with his predictions. Dong, did you bring heavy firepower? Tian Yanxing suddenly came to his senses, speaking rapidly. I just pried open the captive's mouth. General Ruan Hua's camp has 2 tanks and a fully equipped infantry company approaching from the headquarters. How long until they arrive? Dong raised an eyebrow, his voice deepening. Tian Yanxing glanced at his watch. About 20 minutes, at most 25 minutes. That's enough. He muttered, then suddenly switched gears. Speaking of which, what happens after Ruan Hua is taken out? Once he dies, his men will likely fall into disarray. Well, feign an attack first, then call for a surrender. I plan to do it this way. Tian Yanxing laid out his calculations openly. No sooner had he spoken than a crisp sound rang out, and a solid slap landed on the back of his head. War isn't child's play. Your method will definitely cost lives. Dong's face tightened, bombarding him with 3 questions right away. Can you guarantee they'll truly collapse at the first touch? Does Ruan Hua have any backing? What if reinforcements launch a surprise counterattack? Have you thought about that? Tian Yanxing was taken aback, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. The 7 brothers were used to fighting alone, and this large-scale battle involving thousands was their first experience, leaving them feeling stiff and unprepared. If you have cards in hand, you should play them one by one. Seeing him frozen in place, Dong shook his head helplessly and pointed toward the village entrance. Do you see those villagers? Tian Yanxing immediately turned to look. It turned out that Ruan Hua had come to conscript strong men, and they had inadvertently become saviors. However, the villagers couldn't differentiate between the black and red, hiding behind bamboo huts and fences, peeking out with half their faces, their eyes still showing fear and vigilance, though a hint of warmth was already starting to rise. While pondering where this light came from, Dong spoke up. Having managed to establish a foothold here, we must tighten our grip on the hearts of the people. Tell them that we have taken over the land. We will not conscript labor, rob grain, or impose taxes. Let a few brave ones go back to the main camp to report that General Ruan is under attack, tricking 1 team out, capturing 1 team, trick 2 teams, capture 2 teams, without firing a shot. He sighed, yet the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Brilliant. Tian Yanxing's eyes lit up like stars, immediately summoning the mercenary squad leader to negotiate with the villagers in the local dialect. He quickly distributed a batch of individual rations, the oil paper still steaming. Not long after, several men who had almost been captured straightened their backs and volunteered. Tian Yanxing, go and take out Ruan Hua's stronghold with your men. Dong patted his shoulder, his tone as relaxed as if inviting him to dinner. That infantry company along with 2 armored vehicles, leave it to us to deal with. Huh. Dong, just you guys. Tian Yanxing frowned slightly, glancing over the group behind Dong, hesitating. Should I leave a few skilled ones to help? No need. Dong waved his hand, grinning a bit mischievously. Did you not see? My old buddies here, their eyes are shining with greed. They've been cooped up in the port for too long, itching in their bones. Tian Yanxing took a closer look. The sun-kissed faces had sharp, piercing gazes like starving leopards, catching the scent of blood just short of licking their paws. Dong, be careful. He stopped babbling, raised his hand to give a crisp military salute, and then led his brothers and the mercenary team straight toward Ruan Hua's main camp. Following the route map drawn by Dong earlier, Tian Yanxing sent 2 villagers to infiltrate the camp and spread the word of the general being seriously injured. Sure enough, within a quarter of an hour, a team of armed soldiers hurriedly rushed out of the camp, heading straight for the ambush area. Just as they stepped into the ambush circle, don't move. Crouch down. Hands on your head. From all directions, shadows emerged from the grass behind slopes, and around broken walls black figures appearing simultaneously, their gun barrels, like venomous snakes, firmly locking onto their necks. At that moment of surprise, the mercenary squad leader stepped forward, speaking deliberately in the local dialect. Ruan Hua is dead. Those who resist will be killed on the spot. As he spoke, he raised his hand, shaking two bloody heads, those of Ruan Hua's younger brother. The crowd's faces instantly turned as pale as paper. Glancing at the tightly formed gun line around them, without uttering a word, they dropped their weapons and raised their hands above their heads, not daring to breathe. Half an hour later, two more were sent into the camp. Following the same method, they captured another team. He Dedong's trick is truly brilliant. Tian Yangyi grinned broadly, revealing a set of white teeth. Tian Yangsheng and the others nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with admiration. Taking them down one by one, it was clean and swift, barely catching a whiff of gunpowder. If they had confronted them heat-in, they would have likely been battered and bruised by now. At that moment, the mercenary squad leader hurried forward, lowering his voice to report. Captain, the latest intel, there's not much fighting force left in the main camp. Apart from 7 or 8 guarding the supplies, the rest are cooks, clerks, and mechanics. Tian Yangsheng didn't hesitate for a second, waved his hand, and shouted, "Charge!" Leading the mercenary team like a fierce tiger into the camp, kicking down doors and crashing through walls, gunfire erupted. Da-da-da. A few bursts of gunfire knocked down several sentries who had just laid their hands on their rifles, and the camp was quickly taken over. Aji, you stay behind to count the equipment and escort the prisoners. Wiping his sweat, he turned and rushed outside. The rest of you follow me through the shortcut. Support Dedong. He said he trusted them, but in his heart he remained uneasy. With an infantry company cooperating with tanks, even the most cleverly executed ambush could not guarantee absolute safety. Anti-tank grenades are in the 3rd row of the armory. I remember to take them all. Tian Yangji grabbed his arm, his expression serious. This area, leave it to me. Tian Yangsheng nodded heavily, grabbing half of the mercenaries and rushed towards the ambush point with grenades in hand. Just as they reached the outskirts of the ambush point, Tian Yangsheng suddenly stopped, his mind going blank. 100 meters ahead, Dedong was casually handing out cigarettes to about 10 subordinates, laughing and chatting, exuding a relaxed air amidst the swirling smoke. Scanning to the side, those 2 old tanks had already broken down by the roadside like iron beasts stripped of their bones. The tracks were blown to shreds, the turrets askew, and rocket fragments were embedded in the armor with charred traces winding like snakes. It was clear that Dedong was aiming for the spoils, specifically targeting the tracks, with each shot hitting perfectly and efficiently. However, what truly made Tian Yangsheng's hair stand on end was the row of people by the roadside. An entire infantry company, 103 men, were all bound with their hands behind their backs, squatting neatly in a row like rice waiting to be harvested on a field ridge. No one shouted, no one struggled, only heavy breaths mixed with the mountain wind. Ah Sheng, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, I would have had to hire a couple of cows to drag these 2 iron lumps back for you. Dedong smiled, gesturing toward the tanks behind him. This, Dedong, your method. Tian Yangsheng's throat felt dry, his gaze sweeping over the group of prisoners, his lips trembling slightly. A dozen men holding down over 100 armed ones. This is not a battle, it's practically a magic trick. With a soft click, his cigarette was lit by the lighter, and the blue-white smoke slowly rose. Back when our platoon leader was in the 1960s at Cat Ear Mountain, 3 of us took out an entire regiment's command post and easily invited the whole regiment down the mountain. He exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression relaxed, as if discussing what to have for dinner, his tone light, as if dusting off a shelf. Tian Yangsheng froze on the spot, his pupils contracting. 3 people. An entire regiment. Over 300 fully armed soldiers. It was absurd enough to make one laugh, but the sight of those more than 100 lowered eyes before him forcefully hammered the words impossible into his mind. He took a deep breath and stepped forward quickly. Seeing Dedong offering him a cigarette, he hurriedly accepted it, trembling hands lighting it, taking a deep drag to calm his nerves. Dedong, how exactly did you do it? Before he finished speaking, Tian Yangji also leaned over, grinning widely. And that previous trick, disguising as a local to lure people out for canned food, and as soon as they showed their heads, guns were at their temples. Tricking rabbits into traps, one trick after another. Upon hearing this, Dedong burst into hearty laughter, shaking his head and nodding, then reached into his pocket. Soon a small red booklet was slapped into Tian Yangsheng's palm. Want to establish a foothold in this forest? First chew this up before talking. Before Tian Yangsheng could speak, he snapped his fingers behind him. Gather the team. Return to the port to report. After taking a few steps, he suddenly paused and turned back to add, "Oh, the name just decided by the boss. From now on, this team in the Golden Triangle will be called Global Armed." After saying this, he waved his hand, and his figure blended into the light and shadow of the forest. Global Armed. Tian Yangsheng repeated softly, instinctively flipping open the red booklet. The front page had 4 embossed golden characters: War Practice Record. After quickly scanning a few pages, a sharp light suddenly burst from his eyes. Regarding individual soldier quality and tactical execution, he had always been confident. However, when it came to how to fight cleverly, efficiently, and force the enemy to surrender, To be honest, today was when he truly opened his eyes. The battle examples, simulations, and psychological games in the book were like keys that instantly pried open the rusty locks of his understanding. He had previously worried that suddenly forming such a team with so many people and various backgrounds would be hard to manage. But at this moment, as his fingertips grazed the pages, a sense of certainty began to rise in his heart. As long as he thoroughly understood this booklet, he could help Lin Jiajun establish the strongest roots in the Golden Triangle, gain the loudest reputation, and raise the most stable flag. The host officially establishes the global armed in the Golden Triangle, and the regional power landscape is quietly reshaped. Upgrade points 30. The system's notification resonated, and the 30 points weighed heavily on his heart. Behind this number lay the chess game spanning 3 provinces. The territory has been secured. Once the wind settles, the production line for Zhulong handguns will be moved in. Lin Jiajun leaned back against the chair, tapping the armrest with his fingertips, but just making one type of gun. That's too narrow. The global armed needs to become a money-printing machine, not relying on brute force, but on brains and strategic layout. He understood clearly that a mercenary group was not just a team of fighters, but a complex business network. Arms, intelligence, security, consulting, mining rights, logistics. Any line could yield profits. Currently, various factions in the Golden Triangle were in constant conflict, and the common people were suffering. But for Lin Jiajun, it was a golden opportunity to seize power amidst the chaos. However, he lacked practical experience in playing this game. After careful consideration, he dialed a number. Jianjun, come to my office. Wang Jianjun entered with a sharp posture, his voice short and powerful. Boss, what's the matter? Don't be so stiff, or relax a bit. Lin Jiajun tossed him a cigarette and pointed to the sofa. Sit down. There's something I need to hear your opinion on. Wang Jianjun obeyed and sat down, but only barely touched the edge of the sofa, his back still straight, as if ready to leap up at any moment. Seeing this, Lin Jiajun didn't insist and spoke directly. Over there in the Golden Triangle, the Dong has cleared the area for Tian Yangshan. He paused slightly. Now it's stuck. Where should we next insert our chopsticks? Wasn't it agreed to focus on military supplies? Wang Jianjun blurted out. Military supplies are just the starting point. Lin Jiajun shook his head. Relying solely on a single line of guns is too narrow. It cannot withstand the storms. He paused. How about I call Zhang Wo? His mind works quickly. He was the one who came up with the security plan for Southeast Asia last time. All right, contact him now and have him come over immediately. Lin Jiajun replied decisively. Wang Zhangwo's practical combat skills were not as good as Wang Jianjun's. However, once off the battlefield, he was much sharper than his brother, filled with ideas that were both abundant and lively. In just a few minutes, Wang Zhangwo pushed the door open and entered. Boss, you called for me. Zhangwo, take a seat. Lin Jiajun gestured for him to sit down and then succinctly outlined the calculated direction he had planned. Brother Jun, you've truly caught me off guard this time. Wang Zhangwo grinned. When we were ambushing on the front line back, then we never encountered these kinds of tricks. Who said I wanted you to resell arms? Lin Jiajun shot him a sidelong glance. I just want to hear. When you were in the trenches, what did you most look forward to receiving from the rear? As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Zhangwo's eyes immediately lit up, leaning forward with renewed spirit. If we're talking about the most precious items, the first and foremost were medicines, anti-inflammatory, hemostatic, and antipyretic, all of which were in high demand. Next were cotton yarn bandages and moisture-proof tarps. Then there were individual rations, those hard compressed biscuits that could crush walnuts. They kept hunger at bay but caused such stomach issues that one couldn't even stand up straight. He paused, slightly frowning, as if he could smell the mingling scent of iodine and sweat from the battlefield hospital of those years. Also purification tablets, water filters, gas masks, penicillin injections, composite vitamins. Oh, and cigarettes and liquor, those were real hard currencies, no hesitation in trading them for medicine or bullets. Wang Jianjun also chimed in, his tone firm. I remember the disinfectant cotton very clearly. There was a factory that mixed an inferior cotton, and the entire batch was sent to the shooting range for quality testing right after it was unloaded. Cotton is indeed useful. It absorbs blood, quickly stops bleeding steadily, and can be used as dressing. On the battlefield, it was more practical than gold. The two spoke back and forth, growing more fluent and detailed. If asked where in the Golden Triangle it was suitable to open a casino or build a wharf, they would be completely in the dark. But if asked what was most lacking during those years of gunfire, they could recite a list with their eyes closed. All right, I have a grasp of it now. Lin Jiajun nodded lightly, gently tapping his fingertips on the table. These items were everywhere in Hong Kong Island, piled high on supermarket shelves, but in the Golden Triangle, they were life-saving straws amidst the constant barrage of fire. Over their warlords were in control, constantly on edge, who wouldn't want to stock up on a few boxes of antibiotics and tons of medical cotton. If this batch of goods were delivered to global armed forces, it wouldn't be surprising if they flipped it for 10 or 20 times the price. Furthermore, this type of trade straddled the boundary of military logistics. It wasn't considered crossing the line, just filling in the gaps. Right now, only two things were left that were critical. One was a reliable channel with prices that could be kept down and stable sources. The other was a transportation team brave enough to navigate the hidden currents of the Mekong River and withstand checks at various checkpoints along the way. I've memorized everything you listed. Zhangwo Jianjun, you know my rules. Once the job is done, your share is guaranteed. Before he could finish, Wang Jianjun immediately waved his hand. Brother Jun, you're willing to take in those brothers coming from the north, providing food, housing, and wages. They've already given their lives to you. TSK, you're still so stubborn. Lin Jiejun raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts pressure. From now on, the logistics line for global security will rely on the two of you to uphold. This share is not charity, but what you deserve. Seeing Wang Jianjun's lips move as if he wanted to decline, Lin Jiejun's expression suddenly darkened. Are you not planning to listen to the boss' words? Wang Jianjun was taken aback, awkwardly scratching the back of his neck, and finally nodded in agreement. Go ahead, busy yourselves. When you leave, have Jimmy call Tony and the others over. Lin Jiejun lowered his head, staring at the densely packed items on the paper, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the paper. Moments later, there were 3 soft knocks. Come in. The door was pushed open, and Tony, Asia, and Ahu entered in succession. Since the bloody incident at Sha Tin Bridge, the 3 had been thoroughly subdued. On the night Jiang Tianxing fell, they were present, witnessing how Lin Jiejun wielded a knife with overwhelming force. Originally, they thought Jimmy was ruthless enough. Now they understood that compared to Lin Jiejun, Jimmy was like a chanting monk. I haven't settled your accounts recently, but you 3 have delivered goods without fail, and I've seen it all. Lin Jiejun's gaze swept over the 3 without haste. The 3 of them held their breath, their eyes suddenly igniting with flames. Just as Lin Jiejun expected, recently they had indeed been pushed to the point of gnawing on tree bark. Transporting goods for Lin Jiejun was purely voluntary. Fortunately, they had saved up some capital from previous black dealings, or they would have starved on the streets. Even so, at this moment, the 3 dared not even breathe, evenly, their backs bent lower than shrimp. Mr. Lin, your willingness to leave us a way out is already a great kindness. How could we dare to ask for rewards? Asia hunched his back, wearing an almost fawning smile. Lin Jiejun glanced at him indifferently, then slowly looked at Ahu and Tony. Seeing the 3 standing stiffly, foreheads sweating, he suddenly chuckled. Indeed, those who are stunned fear those who are bold, and the bold fear those who are reckless. These 3 former notorious outlaws of South Vietnam had now been tamed by even colder, more ruthless, and less negotiable means, becoming like 3 obedient old dogs. To deal with the South Vietnamese, one must always show the knife and establish authority everywhere. Only by instilling a sense of chill in their bones could they dare not harbor a single thought of betrayal. Asia, stop acting you. I know your pockets are likely cleaner than your faces. Not paying you before was to test your resolve and sincerity. From today onwards, you will be the chief dispatcher of Lin's shipping. This time the route is the Golden Triangle War Zone, special line of business dancing on the edge of a knife. As long as you get through, in the future, there will be mountains of gold and silver for you to dig. Lin Jiejun's tone was calm, yet every word struck the eardrums of the 3. Only then did the 3 finally breathe a sigh of relief, realizing this was not a test, but a genuine, tangible trust. Mr. Lin, the War Zone special line. May I ask where the goods will be sent? Tony responded the fastest, immediately seizing the key question. To Mangsing Dai, deep in the Golden Triangle. I have a force called Global Armed over there, specializing in the cross-border circulation of military supplies and strategic materials. You prepare a few ships for direct delivery, and I will cover all expenses along the way, Lin Jiejun said calmly, as if he were merely arranging a usual freight shipment. But Tony and his brothers felt an immediate chill run down their spines. They had thought Lin Jiejun's strongest card was merely the well-trained team of global security, plus a few capable armed groups. Who would have thought? There was indeed a structured armed force hidden in the Golden Triangle. What was even more startling was that several cargo ships were being dispatched in rotation, operating day and night. Just the scale of this shipping capacity indicated that the forces over there were well-organized, well-stocked, and under orderly command. But upon a second thought, the 3's eyes suddenly ignited with a brilliant light. War profits. This was a business that could make one rich overnight, dreams shimmering with oil. Even if Lin Jiejun only loosened his grip and let out half a spoonful of broth, it would be enough for the 3 brothers to eat until their brains were full and their wallets bulging. Mr. Lin, we accept this batch of goods. Tony stepped forward, his tone resolute. To ensure everything goes smoothly, I will personally escort the ships from now on, not missing a single trip. It's best if you are willing to do that. Lin Jiejun's gaze swept over him lightly, his tone calm, yet undeniable. But remember one thing. These routes, resources, and opportunities were all handed to you by me, Lin. If one day I loosen my grip or my heart strays, I can reclaim it all with just a flick of my finger. The 3 brothers immediately shivered, the hairs on the back of their necks standing on end, hastily pounding their chests to pledge their loyalty, every word burning bright. Once the delivery matter was settled, Lin Jiejun immediately shifted his thoughts to suppliers. This person must not be a small-time player. With the volume of goods involved without a solid foundation and weight, it simply wouldn't hold up. They must be a well-known, stable, long-established brand on Hong Kong Island capable of selling both general goods and pharmaceuticals with connections, credibility, inventory, and cash flow. Sitting alone in the office, he lightly tapped the tabletop with his fingertips, his brow slightly furrowed. After thinking it over, he still hadn't found a suitable candidate. Suddenly, his eyes flashed like a blade cutting through dense fog. Just because I can't dig it out doesn't mean Shunbai can't. This guy has connections in Hong Kong as dense as a spider's web, and how many powerful families has he called brothers at the dining table? Relying on his introduction will surely be foolproof. With that, Lin Jejun promptly grabbed the phone and dialed Shinbis' number. Mr. Lin, I was almost starting to think you had donated me your old friend to the salted fish of Victoria Harbor. Shinbis' voice was bright and cheerful, his humor radiating from the receiver. Lin Jejun was already familiar with his tone. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he got straight to the point. Mr. Shinbai, I urgently need a reliable supplier of general goods and pharmaceuticals. Do you have anyone trustworthy and capable? General goods plus pharmaceuticals. Please hold on. On the other end, the sound of paper flipping was heard. Apparently, he was still in the habit of carrying around a thick notebook filled with names and numbers. Although small phones were everywhere, many Hong Kongers still adhered to old customs, believing that the scent of ink on paper surpassed the cold light of electronic screens. After a moment, Mr. Lin, have you heard of Yangon Department Store? Shinbis' voice carried a confident smile. Yangon Department Store? Lin Jejun was slightly taken aback. Yangon, established in 1907, is one of the oldest chain department stores on Hong Kong Island. It is both a descendant of the four great kings of Chinese-owned department stores and a hardcore player currently holding the second seat. Yangon is indeed a prominent brand on Hong Kong Island. Lin Jejun nodded in agreement. Coincidentally, Mr. Guo Jichuan, the head of Yangon, is coming to HSBC this afternoon to discuss a real estate financing deal. Why don't you come over too, and I can make the introduction for you? Shunbai added with a smile. Then I shall be grateful. Lin Jejun thanked him with a smile and then hung up the phone. To be honest, Shunbai is indeed a rare person. Ever since he set foot on the island, witnessing the struggles of Chinese businessmen under the pressure of the British capital, he quickly sensed a shift in the winds and immediately turned his ship around, aligning himself with the new forces. Moreover, after the gunfire and life-threatening escape in Central, the bond between the two has long transcended mere acquaintanceship and transformed into a true brotherhood. Unfortunately, foreigners are ultimately still foreigners. Despite their courage, vision, and loyalty, they are ultimately choked by the invisible rains from London. If history could indeed take a turn, Lin Jejun would genuinely wish to walk side by side with Shunbai like this forever. Jimmy, prepare the car, we're going to HSBC. He stood up and left his seat, heading straight out with Jimmy Zai accompanying him, driving directly towards Central. The receptionist had already received the notice and upon seeing him verified his identity without a word and led him to take the exclusive elevator straight to Shinbis' office. Pushing the door open, he saw Shunbai engaged in a hearty conversation with a man. The man was 7 or 8 years older than Lin Jejun, his demeanor combining the sharpness of youth with the calm composure of middle age, truly in the prime of life, both sharp and well-rounded. Lin, you've come. Shunbai greeted him with a smile. Mr. Shunbai. Lin Jejun also smiled as he stepped forward, shaking hands with just the right amount of force. Following this, Shunbai turned to introduce Lin. This is Mr. Guo Jichuan, the head of Yangon Department Store. Mr. Guo, this is Mr. Lin Jejun, whom I've mentioned often. Mr. Guo Jichuan immediately stood up, extended his hand, and smiled sincerely. I've long admired Mr. Lin's reputation. Meeting you today, you truly are a young hero with extraordinary bearing. Mr. Guo is the one in his prime, full of vigor, Lin Jejun replied with a smile. With Shunbai acting as the mediator, both parties had clear backgrounds and solid strengths. After a few pleasantries, the barriers quietly dissolved and the atmosphere became noticeably warmer. However, in the business world, there always remains a thin veil of caution, an instinct ingrained in their bones, emotionless yet unbreakable. Lin Jejun was well aware of this and got straight to the point. I've heard that the Guo family's enterprises span 3 major sectors: retail, real estate, and pharmaceuticals. I'm currently in need of a long-term stable partner with sufficient supply. Collaboration is certainly welcome. Let's make money together. Guo Jichuan said cheerfully. What categories does Mr. Lin plan to purchase this time? Primarily pharmaceuticals along with daily necessities. Instant food, cotton cloth, raw cotton, anti-inflammatory medication, antibiotics, multivitamins, potassium permanganate, water purification tablets. Lin Jejun listed the items clearly and without hesitation. We have ready channels and stock for all these at Guo's. Guo Jichuan thought for a moment, then nodded and asked, what is Mr. Lin's estimated total quantity? 200 million. Lin Jejun paused briefly, responding decisively. 200 million. Guo Zikin's pupils dilated, and he blurted out, forgetting to steady the teacup in his hand. Shunbai beside him was also stunned, unconsciously fiddling with his sleeve, his brows knitted in confusion. For the common people on the island, 200 million is a colossal sum that would sink without a trace if thrown into the sea. Yet among the three seated at this redwood table, who doesn't have several hundred million flowing in their accounts? But 200 million in cash is nothing unusual. 200 million worth of daily necessities, Western medicine, equipment, medical, gauze, disinfectant, cotton swabs, potassium permanganate. Even Shun Bai and Guo Jichuan, who were used to the tides of business, felt as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over their heads, sending shivers down their spines, their minds momentarily blank. Both men stared at Lin Jejun, their eyes wide in disbelief, as if seeing his face for the first time. 200 million. Mr. Lin. Guo Jichuan subconsciously touched his ear, his voice slightly dry. My ears aren't playing tricks on me, are they? Shun Bai chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. My ears must be malfunctioning too. Daily necessities combined with pharmaceuticals could fill half a warehouse in Central. Where would such a large order come from? Lin Jejun, seeing their bewildered expressions, couldn't help but laugh, raising his hand to gently pat his forehead. You really didn't hear wrong. The order indeed amounts to 200 million, consisting of towels, ointment, bandages, alcohol pads, anti-inflammatory tablets, and several batches of white fabric and medical tape. Here's the list. As he spoke, he slid a neatly folded A4 sheet towards Guo Jichuan. Guo Jichuan grabbed it, leaned in to examine it, his gaze sweeping from the top line to the bottom, repeatedly confirming the final entry of 200 before slowly exhaling a long breath, his shoulders relaxing a bit. Mr. Lin, I truly apologize. He gently pressed the list onto the table, his tone sincere. I can accept the order, but I cannot handle it alone. Although the Guo family started in retail and has opened over a dozen pharmacies, the real profits have long been diverted to building projects. The island is small, the rent is high, and storage space is tight. No matter how large a department store is, daily stockpiling typically amounts to 30 to 50 million. Daily necessities turn over quickly, and pharmaceuticals are restocked weekly. Who would dare to stock 200 million worth of goods in a warehouse and let it gather dust? The most reliable approach right now is to partner with the other 3 Chinese-owned department stores to share the load. Even if all 4 major players join in gathering this batch of goods would take at least a month. He secretly sighed. Had he known Lin Jejun would place such an order, he should have arranged for the factory to work around the clock the day before, cleared 3 layers of shelves in the warehouse, and put the raw materials on emergency status. 200 million in the real estate circle is merely a deposit for half a building. Yet in the retail business, this represents half a year's turnover. Who wouldn't want to monopolize it? As he was contemplating how to approach the other 3 regarding profit-sharing, Lin Jejun suddenly raised his hand with a smile. Mr. Guo, I haven't finished my point yet. I'm not asking for delivery within 3 days, nor for a week to clear out stock. Just complete the order within 2 months. Deliver 10 million worth of goods each month in 2 batches, and the shipping schedule from Lin's Maritime can be perfectly arranged. Guo Zikin's eyes instantly lit up, his shoulders relaxing completely. 2 months. No problem. They'll have the production line working overnight. We should be able to gather the first batch by the end of the month. If the ships aren't enough, he'll ask an old friend at the shipping association to allocate a few slots and ensure no delays. Then thank you for your strong support, Mr. Guo. Lin Jejun smiled warmly, nodding in appreciation. However, Mr. Lin. Guo Jichuan hesitated, slightly probing. Most of this batch consists of medical supplies, disinfectants, and trauma medication. Your sudden acquisition of such a large quantity, could it be? He paused, quickly adding, of course, if it's inconvenient for you to speak, I won't pry. Lin Jejun picked up his teacup, blowing away the foam, his expression calm. Actually, there's nothing to hide. The Golden Triangle is currently in chaos, with various armed groups fighting for territory daily. The border outposts in Myanmar have been going missing one after another, while the southern Vietnam military is frequently changing commanders, and there are rumors of a coup in Siam. In the buyer, you're the seller, payment upon delivery, and the goods are settled in cash. Where I transport them and who I sell to is none of your concern, nor do you bear any responsibility. I understand that nuance. Guo Jichuan nodded, pausing for a moment, yet still lowered his voice. But forgive me for my unsolicited advice. Those armed leaders in the mountains can turn on you faster than flipping a book. Shipping strategic materials to conflict zones carries significant risks. I have a permanent mercenary team in the Golden Triangle. Lin Jejun set down his teacup, his tone calm, yet filled with undeniable certainty. It's not large, about 300 people, all fully equipped with overseas combat experience starting from 5 years. This is sufficient to deal with militias of 100 or small factions under 1,000. The registration information for global armed services, overseas licenses, and security qualifications are all publicly available. A simple inquiry in the industry could even reveal the coordinates of the training base. Rather than conceal and raise suspicion, it's better to lay it all out. This saves worry and also helps legitimize the team. Yet such a light statement landed in the ears of Shun Bai and Guo Jichuan like a thunderclap. They were well aware that Lin Jejun came from a gang background, holding the approval for the new gambling den in Kowloon City in one hand, while controlling the chip supply chain for Lin's technology in the other, and also shouldering a fleet of 10,000 tons for Lin's Maritime. But the underworld of Hong Kong Island is ultimately akin to a market-style turf war. Bloody Blades turf rents, and cargo heists. And international mercenary groups. Those are the tough characters who have fought with real guns in jungle warfare, protected diplomatic convoys, and guarded mining areas for multinational corporations. Without government forces monitoring, a skilled tactical team of 30 could take down a large gang with ease. The two exchanged a quick glance, each reflecting the shock of disbelief in their eyes. They had thought Lin Jejun was already the sharpest knife among his peers on the island. Little did they expect beneath the sheath he was hiding a loaded mortar. Mr. Lin. Shinbai shook his head with a smile, his tone filled with genuine admiration. The energy you possess truly makes one increasingly impressed the more one contemplates it. I dare not claim such. Lin Jejun smiled faintly, not responding directly, but instead gazing out the window. The sunlight was slanting across the waters of Victoria Harbor, breaking into dazzling golden fragments. Some matters are best left at a hint. Those who understand will naturally grasp the implication. At this moment, Guo Zichuan also set aside all uncertainty, his expression earnest and solemn. Mr. Lin, I Guo will remember this trust. I won't engage in pleasantries. He'll instruct the factory manager to halt all regular orders and prioritize the production of this batch of goods with no downtime and no delays for even an hour. As for profits, I'm not after much. It's purely about making a trip and lending a hand. For each item, I'll only take a dime. Consider it a pack of cigarettes. How does that sound? Seeing Lin Jejun agree readily, Guo Zichuan decided to lay all his cards on the table. Mr. Guo, they say businessmen only see the ledger, yet I did not expect your candor to resemble that of an old-school practitioner. Lin Jejun laughed heartily, reaching out. Since my elder brother has laid it all bare, it would seem rather distant for me to be coy. Let's consider this as us acknowledging each other as brothers. In the future, if anything arises, just give a shout, and I will wade through fire and water for you. Guo Zichuan hurriedly reciprocated, shaking hands vigorously, his eyes beaming with mutual understanding. A dime per item. Yet even the cheapest goods start at $3 to $4. A rough calculation. With an order worth 200 million, Guo Zichuan only managed to pocket around 3 million in total, after deducting factory rent, loading and unloading labor, and fuel transportation costs. There was almost nothing left. To put it bluntly, this price was just sticking closely to the cost. More critically, he revealed all his cards right from the start, displaying considerable sincerity. As for Lin Jejun, he spent the least amount of money to swallow the largest cargo and secured a long-term supply. Future collaborations would be stable, channels would be smooth, and the benefits would only multiply. As for Guo Zichuan, he never intended to make quick money from this deal. He was here for Lin Jejun, betting on potential, building connections, and aiming for long-term planning. In the current situation, where both sides were satisfied, it was naturally a win-win. At noon, Lin Jejun returned to the headquarters of the Lin Group. Jimmy called Tony and the others to come over immediately. At this moment, the three brothers Tony had already caught wind of the news and had been waiting in the office building with their phones in hand, just waiting for this call. Upon hearing the summons, the three of them rushed to the office. The supply is stable. Lin Jejun got straight to the point, glancing at Tony. How many ships are currently operating at Global Maritime? Brother Jun, last time you added 7 new ships to Lin's Maritime all at once. Tony replied swiftly, including the 3 ships we originally had. We now have 2 large vessels of 10,000 tons for medium-sized bulk carriers and 4 flexible small barges, making a total of 10 ships. How many can we deploy right now? Lin Jejun nodded and continued to ask. We've signed a long-term contract with Mr. Wu, and the cargo has to be sent to Las Vegas in batches. The route over there is long, and each round trip is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Even running 5 ships in rotation is tight. Right now, we can immediately dispatch only 2 large ships, while the rest rely on small boats to maintain appearances. Lin Jejun did not respond immediately. He lightly tapped the table with his fingers, pondering for a moment. For the Las Vegas route, 5 ships would be more than sufficient. But the Golden Triangle is different. The mountains are high and dense with rivers crisscrossing. Many waterways are so narrow that even medium-sized ships have to pass sideways. When encountering marshes, shoals, and dense forest waterways, large ships simply cannot enter, and medium ships often get stuck. Fortunately, this batch of daily necessities and medicines is small and light, making ballast easy. As long as we send out the remaining small barges, running a few trips should barely suffice. Both large ships will set sail directly towards the Golden Triangle. Once we reach the area, we will anchor and unload, allowing the small boats to take over the transportation. He paused, his gaze fixed on Tony's face. This matter is crucial. You must supervise it personally and cannot let your guard down for a moment. Among the 3 brothers, the eldest brother Aja is sharp-minded but timid. The youngest brother A, who is strong and tough, yet easily loses his head in critical situations. Only the second brother Tony understands logistics and can handle affairs, capable of both fighting tough battles and keeping accounts clear. And this is indeed the case, whether for big or small matters. The 3 brothers always listen to Tony's decisions. Brother Jun, don't worry. Leave this to me. Not a single nail will be missed. Tony straightened his back, slapping his chest with a resolute voice. Having been thoroughly subdued by Lin Jejun earlier, the three of them had wallets that were already thin enough to be beaten like drums. Now with Lin Jejun saying this time, "I'll share the spoils with you," it not only solved their immediate needs, but also allowed them to see a path forward. They felt both respect and warmth, secretly vowing. This time they must do it beautifully, ensuring that Brother Jun cannot find a single flaw. Only by handling it reliably this time can they eat meat, share the spoils, and secure their footing in the future. In the afternoon, Guajichuan did not hesitate either. He immediately cleared the warehouse, sending nearly 20 million worth of goods to Kowloon Pier overnight. Under Jimmy's coordination, all the goods were stored in several large storage sites rented by Lin Jejun around Kowloon Pier. Until the deep night, be quick and nimble. Don't dawdle. Keep a close watch on the opposite intersection. If anyone dares to let a cop in, he'll skin him alive when he comes back. The ship will leave as soon as it's full. The next one will follow immediately. The three brothers Tony stood at the front of the pier, holding walkie-talkies, directing their subordinates from the southern Vietnamese gang, who were busily moving around. At this moment, across the pier on the rooftop of the castle's top floor, Lin Jejun leaned against the railing, holding a glass of red wine, quietly overlooking the brightly lit unloading site below. The view was expansive, taking in the entire pier. "Jimmy, is all the cargo on board?" He did not turn his head, his voice low. "How could it be that fast, Brother Jun? With 20 million worth of goods, 4 small boats can't handle it. Even if we throw in that big ship, it will still take at least 3 trips. 3 trips. Lin Jejun slightly nodded. The rhythm can just catch up with Guajichuan's shipping pace. The route from Hong Kong Island to the Golden Triangle is much closer than to Las Vegas. A single round trip can be done in 4 days. By the way, in the future, we'll only deliver goods in this kind of pitch-dark night." He suddenly smiled, the corners of his lips curling up. "Brother Jun, this trick of yours is truly deviously clever." Jimmy grinned behind him. Lin Jejun did not respond, but gently swirled the wine in his glass, his smile sinking deep into his eyes. Between Hong Kong Island and Guajichuan, the trade process is legitimate, with customs declarations, quality inspection certificates, and bills of lading, all in order, leaving no gaps. But once the ship leaves the port and heads towards the Golden Triangle, the nature changes entirely. The English people are known as the best in the world at setting up barriers and collecting taxes, with export taxes that are frighteningly high. This money, Lin Jejun does not intend to let a single cent be taken by the foreigners. The three brothers Tony have been navigating the smuggling trade for years. Every dark alley, every dead corner, and every change of guard has long been etched into their bones. The bribes are all accounted for, the cigarettes are all delivered. Even the pirates, who have long been rampant at the pier, must yield half the channel when they see their flag. Because of this, customs duties, bribes, tolls. Rather than letting the foreigners take advantage, it's better to keep everything in their own pockets without spitting out a crumb. Brother Jun, my eyelids are twitching over there in the Golden Triangle. Jimmy leaned closer to Lin Jejun, speaking in a hushed voice. The 200 million worth of goods are all military-grade strategic materials. Over there they can sell for gold bricks, making a profit of several times, even dozens of times as common. I'm afraid someone won't be able to resist the temptation and directly come to raid our den. Can't resist the temptation. Lin Jejun raised an eyebrow, a cold arc forming on his lips. Are you saying that someone really dares to storm into our territory with their eyes red and flip the table to snatch our bowl? Jimmy nodded immediately. Brother Jun, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Rest assured. Lin Jejun's tone was steady, as if his feet were firmly planted on the ground. Tian Yangsheng has been operating in Southeast Asia for over a decade, not surviving by luck. Holding $50 million in startup capital, he had just assembled a mercenary team of 100, firearms, ammunition, camp construction, intelligence network setup. The expenses were still far from the tip of the iceberg. By the time the rumors spread, they would have already taken root, set up cannons, and raised troops. He smiled confidently, as relaxed as if discussing the weather. Lin Jejun had heard about the incident where Tian Yangsheng almost stumbled, but the fault did not lie with them. General Ruan Hua had insiders providing information and a body double covering for them. More importantly, in the past they had only conducted small-scale raids and had never commanded a full regiment. Once they adapt to the rhythm, the ferocity, accuracy, and decisiveness of a few veterans will all explode out. Moreover, the most crucial point is those who dare to turn tables and draw blades are just some small-time warlords with little territory but big appetites. To deal with such characters, Tian Yangsheng can crush 3 to 5 strongholds with just a flick of their fingers. I've already instructed Jian Jun to send Dong and the others over for support to help set up the framework and establish rules. Once the armed forces there are formed and the camp is stable, it won't be too late to pull back. Upon hearing that Dong and the others had gone to the front lines, Jimmy noticeably relaxed. Brother Jun is right. If it were Kunsha or Luo Xinghan, the kind of old-school forces entrenched for decades, they would first feel out the ground before taking action. Confronting us directly isn't just about snatching a few boxes of goods, it's about tearing faces and flipping over chessboards. Lin Jejun slightly nodded, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. In the eyes of the Hong Kong Island populace, he is a young entrepreneur in a suit with an elegant demeanor. But in the underworld, the name Lin Jejun is like a sword without a sheath. You pry my door lock today, and tomorrow it'll burn down your whole street. You touch a finger of mine last night, and tomorrow I'll level 3 feet of your ancestral grave. Even those warlords in the Golden Triangle, who command thousands of troops, must weigh their options carefully before taking action. Behind Lin Jejun stands the iron net of global security, the gold mine of the Lin Group, and the bottom line in the underground order of Hong Kong Island that no one dares to touch lightly. Jimmy, just watch. Lin Jejun's gaze was intense. Within half a year, Tian Yangsheng will surely create a bloody battlefield in the Golden Triangle. By then, the only ones who will be able to compete with our global armed forces will probably be the likes of Kunsha and Luo Xinghan. As his words fell, he slowly raised his wine glass, the amber liquid reflecting the starlight. He tipped his head back and drank it all, as if to toast the heavens, or perhaps to himself. This scene was quietly etched in Jimmy's heart. Reflecting on the challenges he had faced with Lin Jejun over the years, he felt a warmth in his chest and a tightness in his throat. A thought quietly surfaced in his mind. When the flag of global armed forces truly flutters amid the smoke of the Golden Triangle, Lin Jejun might indeed lend him a hand, pushing him past that threshold he once thought was eternally unreachable to witness and touch those worlds he had never even dared to sketch in his dreams. At night, Lin Jejun did not return to Lin Tower, nor did he go to Kowloon Hall's villa. Instead, he went straight to the top of the Kowloon walled city. Ever since the cooperation with the Whirlwind was finalized, the other party had vacated an entire floor in the building for him to stay at any time. Though he rarely came over before the Whirlwind was hospitalized, he specifically instructed Cindy daily cleaning, tea preparation, and changing bed linens and pillowcases, none of which could be neglected. The next morning, Lin Jejun got up early and stretched lazily. This person, once he lies down on the hospital bed, really becomes attached. I need to quickly root out his old ailments, otherwise one day he might really drag me down. He laughed and shook his head, pushing the door open. Just as he stepped out, Jimmy was already waiting in the hallway. Brother June, good morning. His voice was bright, filled with morning freshness. Last night it was pitch black, I couldn't see anything. Let's take a look around today while it's bright and see how the walled city is coming along. Lin Jejun patted Jimmy's shoulder, leading him down the stairs. Before they reached the stairway, a loud shout from Xian hit them. Hedon. You over there? Get moving. The blueprint is pinned to the wall, follow it, don't make random changes. Hurry up and clarify. LED strip lights, not bead lights. Don't mix them up again. During this time, Tornado was hospitalized and Lin Jejun was busy with the Golden Triangle layout, placing the entire city enclave renovation project solely on Xian. Mr. Lin, you're up. Xian turned around at the sound and hurried over. Tornado had already made it clear during the hospital stay Xian he would follow Lin Jejun's orders completely. Moreover, he genuinely respected Lin Jejun's courage and skill, now obeying him without hesitation. Have you eaten? Lin Jejun casually asked. Just opened my eyes and got to work, still on an empty stomach. Xian scratched his head. Lin Jejun waved his hand. Call CZ, let's go to Achi's place for char siu rice. All right, Jun go. Xian responded briskly, turning around to pull CZ over, and the group headed straight to Achi's stall. Achi was now one of the 10 tigers of global security, yet he had no interest in sitting in the office managing accounts or giving meetings. He just guarded the most vibrant little street in the enclave, focusing on roasting his char siu. His secret sauce, the precise control of the heat and the crispy, fragrant skin, had long become a signature. Not just locals queued daily, but even people from Sham Shui Pei and Mong Kok came specifically to try a bite. Mr. Lin. Achi raised his head and immediately wiped his hands to greet them. Achi, 4 servings of char siu rice, extra sauce. Lin Jejun sat down, familiar with the place, with Jimmy and the others sitting close by. Duo. In the open kitchen, Achi skillfully flipped the knives like butterflies, glints of cold light sparkling, and in an instant 4 servings of char siu rice were placed on the wooden tray, steaming hot as they were served in front of everyone. Jimmy, come try Achi's skills. This char siu is evenly fatty and lean with a crispy, glossy finish, and the rice is perfectly separated. Lin Jejun laughed heartily as he swiftly opened a pair of disposable bamboo chopsticks, distributing a pair to each person. Jimmy nodded, eagerly picking up a piece and putting it in his mouth. The moment his tongue touched the honey-glazed crispy edges, his eyes widened and his Adam's apple bobbed. Having stayed up until 3 in the morning last night, his stomach was already in a panic. At this moment, he couldn't care about being civilized. He held the rice box, shoveling rice and chewing char siu, sweating at his temples and his mouth glistening with oil. Lin Jejun leisurely ate his rice while glancing around the enclave. At present, the renovation of the northern district was already halfway through. According to his plan, those old color steel houses were not demolished. Instead, they were all painted with matte metallic paint, gray blue, rusty red, and cobalt blue intermingled. Under the eaves, around window frames, and at stairway corners, RGB adjustable strip lights were densely wrapped. When everything was completed and it lit up at night, the entire street would instantly pulse with flowing neon, interweaving cool and warm tones, blending the real with the virtual. Cyberpunk is after all a meticulously designed aesthetic of rupture. Fiber optics sprout from ruins, holographic screens are embedded in tin houses, and the coexistence of roughness and precision, decay and sharpness. It seems absurd yet strikes a chord with the hearts of young people. The entertainment venue in the enclave about to open has already pinpointed its target clientele. Those under 30 with full pockets, wild hearts, and willing to spend for their emotions. They may not have the wealth of old-school businessmen, but their family backgrounds allow them to spend lavishly. The second-generation rich have been pampered since childhood and are currently at the peak of their hormones and least judgmental age, spending money more decisively and freely than anyone else. Just keep pushing this vibe. Lin Jejun motioned to Xi and E beside him. Also, the xenon lamps I mentioned earlier must all be installed on the top floor of the building. Once the lights shine, the entire building will look like a light spear piercing through the clouds. Let alone Southeast Asia, the whole of Asia will have to look up at it. Don't worry, June, go. Xi finished his meal in a few bites, wiped his mouth, and patted his chest confidently. After eating, seeing that it was still early, Lin Jejun simply took Jimmy and drove straight to Shamshuepa. At 6 in the morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The girls from Bolan Street had just finished work and arrived in groups at the Shamshui assembly point by designated vehicles for unified pre-job training. Mr. Lin, you're here. Upon seeing him, Liang Ma immediately stepped forward, her smile warm yet crisp. Mr. Lin. 13 May was also in the office, quickly getting up to greet at the door, her voice bright and clear. Although the girls hadn't officially started their jobs, yet they had already scouted the enclave's appearance a couple of days ago. Even if they found it hard to understand the strange pairing of cement walls with laser projections, who among them hadn't touched, played, or coaxed customers into putting coins into electronic gaming machines? The slot machines, racing battle stations, and motion-sensing roulettes produced by Lin's technology had visuals as smooth as a movie, layered sound effects, and crisp, satisfying button responses. Even the machines from the old Lisboa casino were overshadowed, appearing like antiques from the last century. Liang Ma herself had personally tested them, sighing on the spot. They make machines, we just set up toys. Everyone sit down, don't be tense. Lin Jejun raised his hand to gesture, then asked, how are the girls' classes going? Where are they training? Right next door. Liang Ma pointed lightly at the left wall. That is Sham Shui Pa's largest night school idol during the day. I personally negotiated and rented it as a temporary classroom. Mr. Lin, are the materials prepared for them ready? Ready, Mr. Lin. Liang Ma responded, while handing over several hardshell folders, pushing them in front of him as she spoke. Each booklet was a solid roster: age, education, place of origin, ethnicity, current address. All clearly listed with a plain or lightly made-up ID photo pasted in the upper right corner. Lin Jejun flipped through a few pages. Judging by facial features alone, the girls from Bolan Street that 13 May picked indeed stood out more. With sharp brows and eyes, radiant skin, and a lively smile. The girls from Liang Ma's side were not bad either. After all, in this profession, those with poor foundations could hardly make it past the first round. What made him frown was their makeup and clothing. The eyeliner was thick and clumpy, false eyelashes glued together, and the outfits were either too tight or too flashy, lacking a unified style. Let's go check them out. He closed the booklet and stood up. Liang Ma and 13 May immediately followed, leading him through the corridor to the adjacent night school. Before pushing open the classroom door, a voice rang out. Your worth isn't determined by how pretty you are, but by how much you're able to make men willingly spend. If tonight he's willing to order 30,000 worth of drinks, tomorrow at the gambling table he'll throw down 800,000. It's just a matter of a push. If you understand, applaud. The instructor's voice was loud, carrying a rhythmic fervor, and before the last word fell, clap, clap, clap. The applause erupted, dense and urgent like raindrops hitting a tin roof. Just hearing this momentum, it was clear that this group of girls had been ignited. Their eyes brightened, backs straightened, and their faces were filled with eager anticipation. Though the gambling stall had yet to open, the hearts of the people had already warmed up. Lin Jejun found this very satisfactory. Mr. Lin, they are this dedicated every day. Liang Ma added with a smile, and then pushed open the door, leading him into the classroom. As the door opened, dozens of different perfume scents mixed into a strong aroma rushing towards them. Sweet, spicy, woody, floral. All stirred together, so dense, it was almost visible. The two large classrooms had been merged, but with hundreds of people squeezed inside, they were still shoulder to shoulder and leg to leg. Even turning around required a sideways maneuver. Moreover, everyone was wearing heavy makeup and spraying high-concentration fragrances, making the air thick like glue. It didn't smell bad, yet it pressed against the nasal cavities, making breathing slightly labored. Liang Ma, 13 May. The girls turned around to greet them, voices crisp. But in the blink of an eye, all gazes fixed on Lin Jejun. Curiosity, speculation, probing, and a hint of irrepressible awe. They didn't know him. Just relying on his chiseled features and commanding presence made everyone in the room hold their breath. Mom, 13 May, why did you suddenly come over? The trainer on the podium glanced upwards, halted, and quickly approached. It's not that we wanted to come, Mr. Lin specifically requested to be here. Liang Ma smiled warmly, her tone light. but her gaze swept across the room like a spotlight. Sisters, this is our new boss, Mr. Lin Jiejun. As soon as she finished speaking, the girls below collectively gasped, their chests slightly rising and falling. Although they had never seen Lin Jiejun in person, his name had long been glowing in the circle. He was the captain sitting at the helm alongside Lianqing, the actual head of Lin's group. Not to mention that even the newly appointed leader of Hung Hing Liangkuan had to weigh his worth before meeting him. Looking at the everyday scene, these trendy young girls holding or clipping Lin's Technology's little phones, almost all of them. Some had saved up their own money to buy it, while others relied on several wealthy boyfriends to take turns treating. On the first day of training, Liang Ma and 13 Mei had already laid it all out. Lin Jiejun was about to acquire the land in Kowloon walled city to build a top-notch casino. They were the first batch of on-site consultants. The job wasn't difficult, using clever tactics, soft approaches, and a sense of atmosphere to stabilize the customers' emotions, whet their appetites, and empty their wallets. This was something no one felt burdened by. After all, those who could truly step through that door were all young masters, rich and well-resourced. Lin Jiejun never targeted the hard-earned money of the lower classes, but rather the frivolous cash and vanity of the wealthy. Now seeing this legendary boss in person, wealthy, young, and with features as sharp as if carved from stone, the girls' eyes lit up, their hearts skipped a beat. Suddenly a buzz arose, their voices overlapping in excitement. So this is what Mr. Lin looks like. So captivating. So handsome I could tremble. I want to pounce and take a bite. If I drink with him, I could wake up smiling from the dream tonight. Oh no, shall he help me cover? I need to go wash my hands for a bit. Just him standing there makes my legs weak. The voices were not loud, but every word pierced the ears. Lin Jiejun frowned slightly, remaining impassive. After casually encouraging a few words, he turned to leave with Liang Ma and San Mei. Mr. Lin, are you dissatisfied with this batch of girls? Liang Ma sharply noticed his slightly clouded expression and immediately softened her tone to probe. Is it because their looks are not outstanding? San Mei also tightened her nerves and leaned in to whisper. No, the foundation is not bad. None of them are breathtaking, but after makeup they can definitely hold the scene. Lin Jiejun waved his hand, paused, then said, however, this outfit really leaves much to be desired. Upon hearing this, Liang Ma and San Mei let out a quiet sigh of relief. As long as it's not about their looks, it's manageable. Besides, are we really looking for a rare beauty? There are plenty in Hong Kong Island, but they have long entered the film set and appeared on covers. Even if they act in a few risque scenes, they earn far more than selling smiles in nightclubs. Brother Jun, what do you think we should adjust? San Mei couldn't help but ask. They are in the business of companionship, not street soliciting. Look at them. They're all heavily made up with foundation thick enough to scrape off a layer of frost. With just a touch powdered, dust falls onto the guests' suits. And that smoky eye makeup combined with African curls is meant to scare the guests away. Remember, this is a high-end casino, not a dark alley brothel. There must be style, memorable points, and a sense of identity to make people willing to spend money, return repeatedly, and bring friends. This group of girls currently has enough confidence, but they exude a vibe of delinquents, either rebellious girls or gangsters. Even when whispering privately, they still use coarse language. Why would the guests like that? Lin Jiejun spoke slowly, each word clear. Seeing the two of them bow their heads in silence, he softened his tone again. But this isn't your fault. This is the trend in Hong Kong Island right now, but precisely because of this we need to break the mold, establish something new, and create our own brand. Whatever Mr. Lin says we will do. Liang Ma immediately chimed in, her attitude crisp and decisive. It's simple. Give them personas, shape labels, and exploit strengths. Whatever the guests seek, we will provide. In the future, those entering the casino will either be second-generation rich or second-generation entrepreneurs. Who would care for the little girl's antics? First, keep the mouth shut. All vulgarities, dirty jokes, and street slang must be eliminated. For those around 18 or 19, adopt a pure student vibe: white socks, pleated skirts, sporty short hair, or twin ponytails, and their voices should be practiced to sound both sweet and soft. For those in their early 20s, focus on being sophisticated and intellectual with clean makeup and proper speech. For those above 25, carve out a mature and elegant look, strong aura, precise gaze, and perfect poise. And for those from different ethnic backgrounds, each can be singled out and customized plans should be made according to their backgrounds. For example, those cherry blossom girls under San Mei could completely adopt the Yamato Nadeshiko route, graceful, modest, with every gesture exuding a sense of ceremony. Remember, high-end guests want not just an outlet, but an immersive experience, a sense of distinction, and a unique encounter. These matters must be implemented within a week. Lin Jiejun finished speaking in one breath. Liang Ma and San Mei stood there stunned, unable to regain their wits for a while. No one had done this in Hong Kong Island, but they understood in their hearts. Lin Jiejun's words were not just empty promises, but genuine business strategies. After listening, they felt a thunderous shock in their minds, as if they had opened a door they had never seen before. Exchanging a glance, their eyes were filled with shock and determination. Having worked in this industry for many years, they were clearer than anyone else. Once this strategy is implemented, it would not just tug at souls, but at hearts. Mr. Lin, rest assured. Anyone who doesn't follow orders will be immediately sent back to Shamshui to continue loitering around the street corner. Liang Ma patted her chest in assurance. As for clothing, accessories, and hairstyles, I will personally oversee it and hire the best stylists in Hong Kong Island to redo everything. Sure, San Mei immediately followed up. You handle things, I trust you. What's lacking is just that the patterns haven't opened up yet. Lin Jejun saw that they understood immediately, raising his brow with a smile at the corners of his eyes. This matter, I'll leave it to you. Before he finished speaking, dingling, Jimmy's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Hello, it's me. Brother June is right next to me. What? A short gasp tore through the air. Jimmy's face turned pale, and the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. Understood, I will inform Brother June immediately. He hung up decisively, turning around with steps that had already picked up speed, directly facing Lin Jejun. Brother Jun Xingu is in trouble. Han Shun was just ambushed on the streets of Kowloon. A bullet grazed his neck, and he is currently being rescued at Maria Hospital. Kowloon Maria Hospital. At this moment, Han Shun was no longer the small-time thug he once was. He was well known as the Short Tiger, among the 10 tigers of the globe, with a reputation so formidable that even many old-school gang bosses had to cast sidelong glances. Not to mention, he still had nearly 1,000 men from his Tsim Sha Sui faction under his command, with strong arms, wide connections, and strict discipline. In terms of manpower, only the Winged Tiger and the Jordan representative could match him among the 10 tigers. But such a figure was shot and sent to the hospital, and within half an hour the entire Maria building was surrounded tightly. The corridor was packed with Han Shen's loyal brothers. At the staircase, 7 or 8 small to mid-sized gang leaders eager to link up with Lin Jejun, but lacking connections, squatted with fruit baskets and gifts, each followed by lackeys carrying bags. Even many of the hall masters from Lianqing arrived, all in sharp suits, their faces solemn. After all, since the establishment of Globe Security, even dating back to the day Lin Jejun took over Lianqing, no core staff member had ever been shot on the street so unexpectedly and so disgracefully. Within an hour, even the emergency passage of the hospital was blocked, and even the cleaning staff pushing mop carts had to take a detour. This scene made many seasoned gangsters click their tongues. If Han Shun, a mere deputy, had such a scene, how deep, ruthless, and unshakable must Lin Jejun, who sat behind, be? In the hospital room, Han Shun leaned back on the hospital bed, his neck wrapped in a thick layer of gauze, yet his expression was like he had just heard a poorly performed comedic routine, both crying and laughing. I really said it, it's not a life-threatening injury. Let the brothers below withdraw, okay? Who cares if the patient is scared? Even if no one faints and the noise disturbs the doctors from writing medical records, that's too unreasonable, right? He rubbed his temples, his tone a mix of helplessness and fatigue. Shaxiang scratched the back of his head, looking distressed. Brother Qin, I also want to advise. But now even the hall masters of Lianqing are here. How can I dare to chase people away? Then let's first withdraw our own people. You stay here, that's enough. Han Shin sighed deeply, raising his hand to wave, as if to shoo away a bothersome fly. Shaxiang immediately nodded, turning and acting swiftly, clearing out the room full of little brothers in 3 minutes, leaving only a dozen close confidants scattered like nails in the corners of the hospital room. After he wheedled, persuaded, and coerced those small to mid-sized gang leaders who were just there to join the excitement, also left one after another. In the end, only several heavyweight hall masters from Lianqing remained, along with familiar faces like Daisong Bobby Feiji and Dong Guanzi, quietly guarding by the bedside. At that moment, the hospital room door was pushed open and several figures in black suits strode in, walking steadily with expressionless faces. The leader was a sturdy man with a round face and broad forehead, his shoulder epaulets gleaming, and it was none other than Inspector Dong Biao from the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. Han Shun was now Lin Jejun's sharpest blade, and this shot was equivalent to directly stabbing the heart of Lianqing. Dong Biao himself couldn't sit still. Behind him, Chun Jejun looked grim, with Olival Senior Inspector Chen Guozhong standing beside him. It was evident to anyone that this time the O Division was working hand in hand with the Major Crimes Unit, personally stepping into the field. Sir, are you here to investigate a case? Han Shun raised his eyelids, the corners of his mouth pressed down, and his tone grew cold. Meanwhile, the hall masters of Lianqing tensed their jaws, with Feiji and Dong Guanzi exchanging a discreet glance. Tisk, in a single hospital room, half of the underworld seems to have gathered. Dong Biao leisurely scanned the room, his gaze eventually landing on the gauze around Han Chen's neck. The hospital reported a gunshot wound patient. I didn't expect it to be you, Han Shun. Yes, it's me, so what? Han Shin chuckled coldly, showing no sign of retreat. Dong Biao instead smiled, his tone light. We suspect your involvement in this case, suspected of organizing Triad activities, and came to understand the situation. I'm the one who got shot. Han Shin shrugged and spread his hands. If I really knew anything, I wouldn't tell you. Hey, what do you mean by that? Shun Jejun stepped forward, his voice suddenly raised. If it weren't for you lying in the hospital bed, the person would have already been in my station drinking coffee. Before the words finished, Daiseng suddenly stood up and Bobby straightened his back, the two of them like two walls directly blocking Dong Biao and Shin Jejun. Do you think it's your place to dictate here? If there's nothing else, please leave. Don't delay Brother Chen's recovery. Over there behind O Division, Ma Jun instantly crossed half a step, his gaze sharp as a knife locking tightly onto Feiji and Dong Guanzi's wrists. The air suddenly tightened. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Outside, the security guard's low and respectful greetings came. In the next second, Lin Jejun stepped into the hospital room with hurried strides, his brows tightly locked, clearly having rushed over as soon as he received the news. Brother Jun. Han Shun instinctively tried to prop himself up on the bed. Achin, don't move. Lin Jejun spoke rapidly, rushing to the bedside in a few steps, reaching out to press down lightly. Or does it hurt? Does it hurt? The urgency and concern in his eyes warmed Han Chin's heart, causing him to grin. Really nothing, Brother Jun. Thank goodness I'm short. He then recounted the events in a few words. After the incident with Hongxing, he returned to Tsim Sha Sui to keep a close watch on the business there. This morning he drove to Kowloon with Sha Qiang initially, just to settle a few accounts with Bobby and Daisang. Who would have thought that as soon as they got out of the car, two masked men suddenly charged out from the alley and opened fire on him. Sha Qiang reacted quickly, pushing me away. The first few shots all missed, but the last bullet grazed my neck and blood even splattered onto my collar. If it had been half an inch off, or if I were 5 centimeters taller, now the grass on the grave would probably be waist high. He laughed, waving his hand, as if recounting someone else's story. Lin Jejun, with a serious expression, interrupted him. Why didn't you bring anyone when you went out? Didn't I tell you that whenever going on a long trip, it must be in pairs with 4 people guarding? Han Shin scratched the back of his head and smiled, sheepishly, knowing that Lin Jejun's reprimand was wrapped in a protective warmth. He immediately put away his playful demeanor and straightened his back. Don't worry, Brother Jun, next time I go out without bodyguards, I'll slap myself. Lin Jejun stared at him for 2 seconds before slightly nodding. Just then, cough. A dry and short cough sounded like a small stone hitting the water's surface. Lin Jejun raised his eyebrows and shifted his gaze from Han Shun to the doorway. Officer Dong. His tone was flat, showing no surprise. Haven't finished catching the thieves on Kowloon Street, and you come here to check in. Dong Biao leisurely adjusted his cufflinks, a faint smile playing on his lips as he said, I specifically came to ask Mr. Han to return and discuss last night's excitement. Excitement? The corners of Lin Jejun's eyes tightened, his voice lowering. My brother is lying here with bandages wrapped around his chest, and you just asked for him. Triad key figure, crucial witness in the gun case. Dong Biao spread his hands, his tone light, but his gaze hook-like. Kowloon Police Station can't avoid this. Lin Jejun suddenly chuckled softly, but his expression darkened like a leaden cloud. Officer Dong, my temper is quite high today. He took a half step forward, his shadow nearly covering Dong Biao's toes. In all of Kowloon, when it comes to tax payments, I, Lin Jejun, rank first. Regarding old debts, how Huang Jiqing choked you know better than anyone. Dong Biao's fake smile froze instantly, as if he had been splashed with a bucket of ice water. He was excessively greedy and deserved his fate. The question of whether it was unjust doesn't fall to me to judge. Lin Jejun squinted, his voice dropping even lower. But if you continue to stand here and obstruct my view. The tone suddenly shifted sharply, cold enough to cut. Officer. He raised his hand slightly. With your uniform tomorrow, you will have to pack up and leave. Chun Jejun and Ma Jun clenched their fists, ready to charge forward at any moment. But just as they raised their legs. Oh, you want to make a move, huh? Bob, I led 7 or 8 men to surround them, blocking all escape routes. The air suddenly taut, like a drawn bowstring. Dong Biao swallowed hard, his expression changing several times blue, white, gray before forcing out a hint of color. After a moment, he unexpectedly forced a smile, patting his suit jacket. Since Mr. Lin finds us disruptive, we won't disturb you any longer. Once Mr. Han recovers, the doors of the police station will always be open. Having said that, he firmly squeezed Chin Jejun's shoulder, exchanged a glance with Ma Jun, and turned to leave, his back straight and decisive. Brother Jun. Thank you. Behind him, Han Shen's voice tightened, his eyes slightly red. He understood that this was not about face, it was about risking lives. Others silently looked at Lin Jejun, not speaking, but their gazes were piercing. Now they wore the badges of global security, but deep down, they were still the brothers who once carried heavy bags at the docks and guarded stalls at night markets. Lin Jejun conducted business with strict principles. They respected him from the bottom of their hearts. However, they didn't know when it began, but it felt as if there was an invisible glass wall between the suited Lin Dong and the past Brother Jun, who used to smoke at the street corner, dividing them. It was only at this moment that they understood. The glass had long shattered. Lin Jejun was still the same Lin Jejun, fiercely protective and never allowing any encroachment. Brother Jun is amazing. Someone suddenly shouted, and everyone responded in unison, the sound echoing against the window frames. All right, tone it down. Lin Jejun waved his hand, glancing sideways at Han Shun. Next time you head out alone into danger, I'll personally order a coffin for you. His gaze shifted, sweeping past Ba Bai, Desang, Wu, and several young cadres. You too. No one goes out without people. Fine, if some sister-in-law comes looking for you with a baby, I'll really have to raise them until they're 18. This business I can't afford to lose. The room erupted in laughter, the tension from earlier dissipating in an instant. Dismissed. Lin Jejun clapped his pants. Everyone return to your groups, keep a close watch. Find out clearly who those two men in black are, whose knife they sharpened, and whose gun they passed. Everyone fell silent, their expressions tightening once more. The Ni family had already collapsed, and Han Chun had also followed Lin Jejun. This ambush was clearly not directed at an individual, but aimed at the global security brand, or even at Lin Jejun himself. This matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Just as he was about to turn around, a sudden flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps sounded outside. Crash. Wang Jianjun strode in sweat glistening on his forehead, his voice tense and hard. Brother Jun, our scouts just caught two tails. Right around the corner in the hallway, very sneaky. Everyone in the room held their breath and turned their heads in unison. The two who had attempted to assassinate Han Chun had slipped away like loaches after failing. Who would have thought they had returned? Bring them in. Lin Jejun didn't even lift his eyelids. Wang Jianjun nodded and turned to go out. In less than a minute he returned, dragging two young men tightly bound into the room. Kneel. Before his words fell, Wang Jianjun kicked one in the knee joint. Thud. Thud. With two muffled sounds the two fell straight to the ground, their foreheads bruised. Lin Jejun turned to Han Chun. Chun, do you recognize them? Han Chun glanced at them, gritted his teeth, and nodded. It's them. Lin Jejun nodded, his gaze slowly falling on the faces of the two. High cheekbones, thick lips, dark brown skin, and deep-set eyes, typical Southeast Asian features. Who sent you? He asked flatly, as if asking about the weather. Sawasti. Papon. Papon. One of them suddenly raised his head, speaking rapidly like a machine gun. Time mixed with gasps came out, each word unclear, but filled with a sense of panic. Brother Jun, they're Siamese. Wang Jianjun leaned in and whispered. Siamese. Lin Jejun scoffed, his gaze sharp as a knife. To be able to pinpoint Han Chen's car and calculate his disembarkation time in Oilseed City, wouldn't they speak Cantonese? Don't lie to me. He paused, raising his chin toward Wang Jianjun. Jianjun loosened their tongues a bit. Wang Jianjun smirked, directly grabbing the soft tube from the forestand and yanked out the needle. He yanked the man's hair back viciously with one hand while using the other to forcefully pry open the eyelid. The needle, long and glistening cold, was less than half an inch away from the eyeball. Wang Jianjun's movements were heavy, as if pressing down with a weight. But the shooter's face suddenly filled with horror. He instinctively wanted to close his eyes, but Wang Jianjun's iron-like grip held his eyelids firmly in place, not moving an inch. He watched helplessly as the cold, gleaming needle slowly approached his eyeball. Those who had never undergone severe training would feel as if their hearts were being squeezed and torn merely by staring at that cold light. Even breathing became stiff. Wang Jianjun had no patience for his nonsense. Seeing him shivering, without speaking, his wrists suddenly sank. The scream hadn't even escaped his throat when the needle had already plunged brutally into the eye socket. In an instant, warm blood sprayed out with a puff, splattering on Wang Jianjun's sleeve and the opposite wall, leaving a glaring red mark. Consider yourself lucky to have run into me. His tone was as flat as discussing the weather. If you had encountered those madmen from South Vietnam back in the day, your eyeballs would have been gouged out and trampled into the mud. Before his words ended, he twisted open the man's left eyelid. Don't move. He'll tell everything. The excruciating pain erupted. The man screamed in agony, tears and snot flowing. The other accomplice turned ashen, his legs trembling, his soul seemingly lost on some distant street. Oh, now you can speak Cantonese. Lin Jejun shrugged indifferently, but the next second his gaze turned sharp. State your name. Who sent you? We are Siamese. The shooter, clutching the bloody hole, answered in a trembling voice. Siamese. Lin Jejun raised his eyebrows. Han Chen's expression tightened instantly. The mastermind behind this was most likely Jiang Tianyang. There's no wall in this world that is completely sealed. Last time Jiang Tianyang was taken out, only a few leaders from Hongxing and core members of global security knew the details. Out in the world, there were still rumors that he was enjoying a vacation after stepping down. But Jiang Tianyang, however, knew the truth. Brother Jun, could it be that the news leaked from Hongxing? Babai leaned closer and asked quietly. A lot of people were present that night. It's not surprising that the news leaked. Lin Jejun waved his hand, his gaze returning to the shooter's face. Who brought you to Hong Kong? Where did you get the gun? A tall, thin man in a suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses spoke elegantly in his 30s. The man hurriedly replied. He gave us a sum of money to take Han Chen's life. A suit man, not a fat guy. Lin Jejun blurted out. Just as he finished speaking, Han Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Jun, it could be Chun Yao. I saw him at the Hongxing conference. Chun Yao. Lin Jejun's expression softened. Then it matches up. This person's description was spot on. Chun Yao looked exactly like that, and moreover, after that night, he had completely vanished from Hong Kong. Lin Jejun had already had someone check the flight records. Chun Yao's ticket to Siam was crystal clear. One last question. He looked down at the two on the ground, his voice not loud, but heavy enough to stifle. Since you just arrived, who picked you up? And where did the gun come from? Fei Rong. A fat guy named Fei Rong. The man hurriedly answered. The route, the goods, the contact code. All dictated by him. Upon hearing this name, Lin Jejun's face instantly darkened like ink. Fei Rong, a person from Dalao B. Back when he was still just a small fry, he had had dealings with Dalao B several times. Aside from the 5 tigers of Causeway Bay, Dalao B trusted 2 of his closest subordinates. The most one was Fei Rong, and the other was a Xiong. Jiang Kun's work this time was really neat. Keeping a close watch on Dalao B for several days, not even a ripple was stirred up. His voice turned cold, landing heavily on the ground. Now immediately call him, and tell him to come see me. As his words fell, the air in the room suddenly froze. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, shivering in unison. Perhaps Jiang Kun would truly face a great ordeal this time. No one dared to breathe heavily. This group of old brothers who had followed Lin Jejun for many years all understood clearly: do the job, swiftly reward; do it, slowly punish. Liang Kun was stuck at this critical moment, showing clear signs of negligence. Jungu will call him over right away. Even his closest ally Jimmy quickly collected his thoughts, turned, and hurried out to make a phone call. Jungu, how should we deal with these 2? Wang Jianjun lifted his foot to poke at the limp assassin on the floor and asked. One of them had a mangled right eye, while the other, though unharmed, wore a pale face drenched in cold sweat. Lin Jejun did not respond, only slowly scanned the 2 of them. After a moment of silence, he spoke, his voice as light as a falling leaf. Did the employer not instruct you on what to do after you succeeded? They gave half the deposit, saying the rest would be paid upon completion. The unharmed one hurriedly replied. How much in total? 500,000 each. 25,000 was paid up front. Lin Jejun's lips curved slightly, half smiling, half mocking. His gaze shifted to the blind assassin's face. Why, when you could pocket this money all for yourself, did you insist on sharing half of it with him? Both of them stiffened simultaneously. The blind one's pupils dilated sharply, his face drained of color, even his lips were trembling. They understood, and were terrified. Before they could utter a word, Lin Jejun already spoke indifferently. You do it. Finish him. If it's done cleanly, the remaining payment will double, and he'll add some more here. The man swallowed hard, hesitating. 500,000. 1 million. 1,500,000. Lin Jejun's speech was unhurried, with each number he announced causing the man's struggle to fade while greed intensified. When the words 2 million fell, he suddenly lunged for the table, grabbing a syringe. No, we're brothers who have sworn fealty to each other. The blind assassin's soul almost left his body, wailing in despair. However, before he could finish speaking, the needle had already pierced his neck vein, and a whole syringe of air was forcefully injected. His entire body tensed up, wanting to pull away to scream, but Wang Jianjun's hand clamped onto his shoulder blade, like a vice, rendering even his fingertips immobile. In under 10 seconds, the blind assassin suddenly seemed like his spine was doused in boiling oil, his body curling up like a shrimp, his limbs shaking violently, producing strange gurgling sounds from his throat. Excruciating pain tore through his nerves, his eyes rolling back as his pupils shrank to the size of needle points. However, this struggle lasted only 3 to 4 seconds before it abruptly ceased. With a syringe of air injected into his artery, even the king of hell would shake his head. Huh. The assassin collapsed on the ground, chest heaving violently, his throat pulling in rough gasps like a broken bellows. Just then, thud. A stack of cash was thrown at his feet, fanned out on one corner. It was all $1,000 Hong Kong bills, the golden bull image reflecting cold light under the fluorescent lamp. A rough glance revealed at least 2 to 300,000. Lin Jejun's voice was steady, yet it cut through the air like a blade. Well done, I love dealing with greedy people. The remaining payment will be collected from Chun Yao, and once you receive the money, take care of him too. Once these 2 tasks are completed, I'll pay 1,800,000, and I'll throw in an additional 3 million. If you can also send Zhang Tianyang away, 8 million will be transferred immediately, totaling 11 million. His voice wasn't loud, but it felt like a hook digging straight into the marrow of the bones. Gulp. The assassin swallowed hard, his throat working frantically. 11 million. The largest sum of cash he had ever touched in his life was the 25,000 deposit he received for killing Han Chan, with the final payment still in Chen Yao's hands. This amount of money converted into Thai baht could buy a seaside villa in Bangkok, hire 2 bodyguards, support 3 or 4 mistresses, and live comfortably into old age without any problems. As for Lin Jejun, he might not know the other's background, but just by observing how everyone in this hospital room had their heads lowered, even Wang Jianjun obeying him like the wind, he understood clearly. In this room, the one truly calling the shots was just a mouth, a pair of eyes, and a name. Jianjun let go. As soon as Lin Jejun's words fell, Wang Jianjun stepped back half a pace. The assassin jumped up in shock, losing one shoe, and staggered through the door to escape. Less than 2 minutes later, bang, bang, bang. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Liang Kun rushed in, panting heavily, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead, just as he opened his mouth. Jungu, did you call for me? Everyone go out. Lin Jejun raised his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Jianjun, Jimmy, you two wait outside. Dongguan and the others immediately turned around. The sound of the door closing was as light as a cat's leap. The hospital room was instantly silent, leaving only the sound of breathing. Only Lin Jejun, Liang Kuan, and Han Chan, who had his eyes half open on the hospital bed, remained. Jun-gu. Liang Kuan had just started to speak. Close the door. Lin Jejun's tone was flat, not even raised a notch. Yet Liang Kuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his spine stiffening, and the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. That voice was as light as a feather falling to the ground, but the weight pressing down on his heart felt heavier than a 1,000-pound iron gate. He dared not hesitate, quickly pulled the door shut, locking it with a click. He understood very well. His position as the head of the Hung Hing was merely a stage set up by Lin Jejun. If he performed, well, he could continue to sing. If he flopped, someone else would take over, and there wouldn't even be a need to strike the gongs again. But just as he steadied himself, not yet relaxing his shoulders, bang! Lin Jejun kicked out, landing directly on Liang Kun's chest. He didn't even have time to grunt. His entire body flew backward, crashing against the wall, with a loud thud, sliding down to the ground, his internal organs feeling like they had been churned into a mess. Jun-gu. Jun-guat. He curled up, clutching his chest, his forehead pressed against the floor, his voice trembling. Get up. Lin Jejun stood in place, his voice steady, as if asking about the weather. Liang Kuan gritted his teeth, propping himself up with one hand on the wall, while pressing against his ribs, with the other slowly straightening his back. He knew that this kick had held back some power. It was rumored that Lin Jejun had once clashed head-on with Wang Jiao, breaking 3 of his ribs with a single punch. If he had truly gone all out at this moment, he might not even be able to spit blood. He shrank into the corner, his head lowered nearly into his pants, not daring to breathe a word. Liang Kuan. Lin Jejun's gaze swept past him. 3 days ago, I asked you to take care of Boss B. Where is he? Still alive and kicking, using every trick in the book. Ah-chan was almost carried out horizontally. How do you plan to explain this to me? Liang Kun's shoulders trembled, his knees nearly buckling. Jun-gu. It's not that I didn't try. I went back to cast a net, but Boss B seems to have evaporated, not a shadow to be found. The Copper Pot Bay boxing gym has been closed for 5 days. Even the janitor has been replaced with a newcomer. The more he spoke, the weaker his voice became, until it was almost a whisper. That's your problem. Lin Jejun paused, nodding slightly towards the hospital bed. Ah-chan's life is the gap you left open. How to fill that gap, I need not teach you. Liang Kun's face turned pale. He turned and threw himself by Han Chan's bedside, kneeling with a thud, his forehead knocking against the edge of the bed. Ah-chan, I'm sorry. It's my fault, it's my negligence. Oh, Ah-Kuan, don't do that. Han Chan, in a panic, tried to prop himself up, flailing to help, but Liang Kuan kept bowing in apology. Han Chan had no choice but to turn to Lin Jejun, pleading. Jun-gu, Ah-Kuan truly didn't mean it. Boss B is hiding too deep. I nearly fell into his trap too. My injury isn't serious, how about? Give him another chance. Liang Kuan still kept his head down, his shoulders tense, his lips pressed into a thin white line. Enough, Lin Jejun spoke. Liang Kuan finally ceased his actions, moving to Lin Jejun's side. Since Ah-chan has spoken, I won't bring up past mistakes. Boss B may not be here, but he surely has people. Family, trusted subordinates, the tea house owner he frequents. Weigh your options carefully. After finishing, Lin Jejun lightly tapped his fingers against his pants seam without looking back. Jun-gu, rest assured, this time I'll risk my life to root out Boss B. No matter if he hides in the deep mountains or burrows into a rat hole, I'll personally twist his neck and swallow this blood feud for Ah-chan. Liang Kun's back stiffened like a steel rod, and before his words fell, he had already straightened his chest high, his eyes shining with fervor. If one can admit their mistakes and correct them, there's still hope. Lin Jejun's brow slightly relaxed as he raised his hand to brush off the dust from Liang Kun's suit jacket, the gesture light, yet carrying undeniable weight. The rules of Hung Hing are clear. If you make a mistake, you must accept the punishment. Considering you are the leader now, I've given you face and left you a way out. Liang Kuan nodded vigorously, looking like a top spinning in the wind. He knew very well, if not for maintaining his dignity, there wouldn't have been a single outsider left in that hospital room. It should have been packed to the brim. Jun-gu, I, Liang Kuan, swear to God, I will never make the same mistake again in this lifetime. He clenched his fist, his voice low but hitting the ground hard. Even he hadn't noticed that kick earlier hurt like hell, but instead of resentment rising in his heart, he felt warm and fuzzy from Lin Jejun's consideration. Even a surge of heat welled up in his throat. Enough, go handle your business. Lin Jejun's palm landed heavily on his shoulder, the pat crisp and decisive. Liang Kuan nodded in response, turned, and pushed the door open, his leather shoes hitting the corridor tiles with each step steady yet urgent. That afternoon, news spread like wildfire across every dark alley in Hong Kong Island, from Copperpot Bay Yao Ma tea houses to Mongkok markets. Jiang Tian was dead. The one who took action was none other than the boss of Copperpot Bay, Boss B. What was even fiercer was that Liang Kuan led the 12 representatives of Hung Hing to jointly sign a statement: whoever catches Boss B will be rewarded 1 million. Whoever shelters him, their entire family will pay with their lives. The underworld was thrown into chaos. Damn, Jiang Tian is really gone. Sitting in this leader chair is burning my butt. It's only been a few days since stepping down, and the coffin lid can't hold. 3 calamities at the door. Fate can't be changed. But wasn't Boss B promoted by him? Like a son, how could he suddenly turn against him? Isn't it possible that Liang Kuan set off a smoke screen? The two of them have already torn their faces. Who in the underworld doesn't know? Doesn't seem fake. Just look at those old timers and Hung Hing, their eyes all bloodshot as they speak. This is definitely Boss BS doing. This year Hong Kong Island is bound to change. Of course, first they fought bloodily with Lianqing, now Hung Hing has exploded again. TSK Tis, the king of hell, must have a full schedule this year. On the streets, the gossipers, the suspicious, and the onlookers were all in a heated discussion. Some insisted that Liang Quan had masterminded the plot, others were convinced that Brother B had turned on his own. Yet when the triad leaders of Sha Tin Tun Mun and Yuan Long publicly declared their stances one after another, those lingering doubts were gradually ground into dust. Meanwhile, Liang Quan's men surged across the new territories like a rising tide, while every Hung Hing branch mobilized its full force. Knives tucked behind waists, guns concealed beneath jackets, eyes burning red, as if ready to overturn Hong Kong Island itself. Several days later, deep within a teak-carved villa in Chiang Mai, Thailand, Jiang Tianyang knelt reverently on a meditation cushion before a four-faced Buddha, forehead pressed firmly to the floor, motionless. Brother Nam, what should we call him now? The old Mr. Jiang or this new one? De Tian Air leaned close to Liang Zai Nam's ear, whispering low. Old or new? It's all the same, Jiang family patriarch. Call him Mr. Jiang as always, Liang Zai Nam replied without lifting his eyelids, his tone as cool and flat as chilled tea. Ah, got it. De Tian Air slapped his thigh. He's the younger brother of Mr. Lao Jiang. By seniority, he's Uncle's second grandfather. Uncle's second grandfather sounds splendid. Might even earn us a lucky red envelope to calm our nerves. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Bao Pai slipped in with a grin, winking playfully. Ahem. Brother B cleared his throat softly, a sound like ice shards striking boiling water, chilling the room in an instant. In truth, Chun Yao had sensed something amiss the very day Jiang Tianxing met his end and had alerted them overnight. But Brother B and his crew were different. They'd arrived only yesterday, having endured 7 days and 6 nights aboard a smuggler's rickety vessel pitching violently across the open sea before finally setting foot on Thai soil. By now, Jiang Tianyang had completed his final prostration and rose slowly. With each step forward, the thick gold chain across his chest clinked rhythmically against his Buddha pendant, like funeral bells tolling for a soul summoned home. Please be seated. He gestured gracefully, his smile warm, yet his eyes held 3 parts weary gravity. In the hall sat Brother B, Liang Zai Nam, Tai Zi, and Chun Yao, each upright and still as a pine tree. Noticing De Tian Air and the others staring openly at his Buddha pendant, Jiang Tianyang chuckled and spread his palms wide. I've lived in Chiang Mai for over 20 years, drinking young coconut water, worshipping the Buddha daily. I'm practically half Thai now. Today is a royal holy day, so I dress more formally, but normally, flip-flops and shorts suit me just fine. As he spoke, a quietly clad maidservant knelt silently before him, offering a silver tray bearing steaming tea, whose fragrant vapor curled upward like incense smoke. While he bent his head to sip, Brother B smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, allow me to introduce several young men. Chan Ho Nam, De Tian Air, Chow Pai, and Bao Pai. They're my protégés. The 4 instantly bowed deeply with palms pressed together, moving in perfect unison, as though rehearsed 100 times. Ah, you're Chan Ho Nam. Jiang Tianyang's gaze swept across Ho Nam's face, then broke into a hearty laugh. Such youthful vigor, it can't even be concealed. Brother B, this seedling deserves careful nurturing. After brief pleasantries, Brother B exchanged glances with Chun Yao and Tai Zi, then cleared his throat. Mr. Jiang, we've traveled thousands of miles to ask you to return to Hong Kong and take command once more. Jiang Tianyang merely waved a hand, speaking slowly. Here in Chiang Mai, I keep elephants if I wish, or hire 100 servants. No one audits my electricity bills or scrutinizes my tax returns. Return to Hong Kong. Even keeping a Pomeranian would draw neighborhood complaints about noise. Chen Yao offered a wry smile. Yet the Hung Hing Empire was forged by the Jiang family, 1/1 bullet at a time. If you refuse to return, this entire structure may crumble into irreparable ruin. Jiang Tianyang fell silent for a moment, lifted his teacup, blew gently across its surface, and watched the mist swirl, then shook his head slowly. Returning to Hong Kong. I'll need more time to consider. Besides, the current Hong Kong may not even offer a single outbound flight ticket with ease. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by that? Brother B hesitated, his voice edged with cautious uncertainty. Though I reside far from Hong Kong, not a single breeze stirs there without reaching my ears. Jiang Tianyang raised his teacup and blew again, steam rising like a veil. Do you truly believe my elder brother fell solely because of Liang Quan? That seems rather hasty. He shook his head lightly. Han Shin barely stepped back from Hung Hing into a Lin Sheng, only to land directly in Lam Ka Chun's inner circle. Isn't that move clear enough? You mean, the entire scheme was orchestrated from behind the scenes by Lam Ka Chun? Brother B's eyelid twitched as the words escaped him. Not only did he orchestrate it, He personally assembled Liang Quan's very skeleton. Jiang Tianyang set down his cup, his voice dropping to a grave murmur as he peeled away word by word the dread long buried in his heart. The moment his voice ceased, the smoke in the room seemed to freeze, and every face stiffened, drenched in icy shock. Those entangled in the game see only fragments, only the detached observer perceives the whole. With Jiang Tianyang's revelation, a chill ran down their spines. None of these events were chance. Each thread was pulled deliberately by unseen hands, and at the far end of that string stood Lam Ka-chan. At high noon in Chiang Mai, heat shimmered off the asphalt, raising ghostly waves of white vapor. Yet in that very instant the men exchanged glances, and cold sweat broke out simultaneously across their foreheads, palms damp and chilled. An hour later, Jiang Tianyang escorted Brother B and the others, sated and merry, straight to a boxing gym for a match. Inside the ring, the blue-clad boxer twisted sharply at the waist and unleashed a brutal counterhook, crashing squarely onto the jaw of the red-clad fighter, who collapsed backward. The referee counted. No rise. Knockout. Mr. Jiang, your insight is truly unparalleled. Taizi leaned in, smiling obsequiously. Taizi, your discernment isn't lacking either, Jiang Tianyang replied with a sidelong glance. The one in red pants fights with sharper angles and nimbler footwork. But in this world, no fist is stronger than money. I gave him 100,000 baht, and he dropped faster than anyone else. He laughed aloud. A woman would lie down just as readily for the same sum. Wouldn't you agree? Before his laughter faded, Tai Zi Chen Yao and Brother B were already clapping vigorously. A moment later, Jiang Tianyang raised a hand to silence the clamor. Remember, greatness demands 3 things. Money, money, and more money. He paused, his eyes flickering faintly. Lam Ka-chun grasped this long ago. That's why he abandoned the leadership of Wolin Shang to build the Lam Group instead. Respect where respect is due. His intellect I acknowledge. I refuse to believe he possesses 3 heads and 6 arms. Brother B slashed the air with his hand, contempt etched across his face. It's nothing but luck, stumbling right into a pile of dog shit. I'll settle accounts with Brother Shing soon enough. Brother B, patience is essential, Jiang Tianyang murmured, a confident smile playing on his lips. He loves spending money. I'll spend more fiercely. I've already dispatched elite marksmen, targeting his most trusted lieutenants. Once his claws and fangs are severed, subduing that toothless tiger will be effortless, and Hung Hing will remain ours. As for Liang Quan, he's no more than a ripple on the surface. So Mr. Jiang had already laid the groundwork. Brother B's eyes lit up, the clouds of doubt vanishing from his brow. Kings avoid direct confrontation. I wouldn't be foolish enough to charge headlong into battle. Jiang Tianyang's smile remained gentle and profound. The Jiang family legacy spans generations. I could never surrender it willingly. Brother B felt the immense weight upon his heart lift with a thunderous release. He'd feared Jiang Tianyang would refuse to return to Hong Kong. Now he realized his worry had been entirely unfounded. Ding-ling-a-ling, ding-ling-a-ling. Just then Brother B's bulky mobile phone shrieked shrilly. Damn it, I hate this piece of junk. Lam Ka-chun's little walkie-talkie only works in Hong Kong. He cursed as he answered. If only it supported global roaming, how much simpler life would be. This bastard always leaves loose ends. Before he finished speaking, Chen Yao's phone also began shrieking from his pocket. In the blink of an eye, both men's faces turned ashen gray. What's wrong? You've gone green. Jiang Tianyang narrowed his eyes, his tone turning subtly heavier. I suspect Brother B and I have just received the same intelligence. Chen Yao's voice was hoarse. Liang Quan has gathered all Hung Hing branch leaders and publicly declared Brother Sheng's death was caused entirely by Brother B's betrayal, and he vows to exact vengeance at any cost. Jiang Tianyang's pupils contracted sharply. No need to guess further. It must be Lam Ka-chun's directive. This maneuver included me in its calculations. I underestimated him. Brother B shot upright, veins pulsing on his forehead. Mr. Jiang, I must return to Hong Kong immediately. Jiang Tianyang's brows knotted tightly. Brother B, the entire Hung Hing is hunting you. Do you intend to march straight to your deaths? My wife and children are still in Hong Kong, he gritted through clenched teeth. That scum Liang Quan has pinned the blackest blame directly on me. Have you truly considered this? It's a journey with 9 chances of death, and only 1 of survival. Jiang Tianyang's voice dropped to a near whisper. I've instructed my wife to bring the children to the airport ahead of time. I'll fly directly into Hong Kong, and leave the moment I land. I've confirmed it 30 minutes after landing in Chiang Mai. A flight departs for Kuala Lumpur, then onward to Chiang Mai via connecting flight. Total layover 30 minutes. Flawless. Hearing this, Jiang Tianyang ceased his objections. Very well, Brother B. Take care of yourself. Once you've retrieved them, come straight to Chiang Mai. Here no one dares touch a single hair on your head. Brother B nodded gravely. Brother B, I'll accompany you. Liang Zainam sprang to his feet. More people mean larger targets and greater risk. Brother B paused thoughtfully. Brother Nan, stay with Mr. Jiang until I return. Brother B, no more words. Brother B raised a hand, cutting him off decisively. Liang Zainam's lips trembled slightly. Then he lowered his head and silently nodded. Night fell. Rumble rumble. An international jet tore through the clouds above Kowloon walled city and touched down smoothly at Hong Kong International Airport. Under cover of darkness, Brother B slipped discreetly from the airport, scanning the dim glow of street lamps, desperately searching for his family. Before he could even distinguish familiar figures, Brother B, a shout shattered the silence. Ah Kung, the top enforcer under Leung Quan, strode forward with broad strides, waving casually. At the sight of Ah Kung, Brother B's brows snapped together, his voice iron-cold. Ah Kung, what are you doing standing here in the dead of night, shivering in the cold wind? Get to the point. Urgent business, Brother B. Ah Kung grinned, a smile that lingered only on his lips, never reaching his eyes. Brother Quan invites you for a quiet chat. Chat. Our destinies clash like fire and water. Brother B turned to leave, sleeve flaring as he strode away without hesitation. Refusing the invitation, are we? Ah Kung snapped his fingers sharply. An underling instantly handed him a vividly red cartoon backpack, featuring Winnie the Pooh, its corners worn thin with age. The moment Brother B's gaze fell upon it, his face drained of all color. His chest felt struck by a sledgehammer. The worst fear had finally arrived at his door. This backpack is exactly the one his son Tian carries to school. Ah Chong, have you gone mad? Boss B's eyes widened, his throat bobbing as he spoke in a low voice filled with sharpness. I warn you, don't mess this up. Without some real moves, how could I invite a big Buddha like you? Sha Chong sneered, pointing to the car door. Getting Kuan Gu is waiting. 10 minutes later, the car turned into an abandoned construction site. A few emergency lights swayed in the wind, and 7 or 8 black cars lined up like dormant beasts waiting quietly. Boss B's heart sank, and he blurted out, "Hey B." Leon Kuan pushed open the car door and jumped out holding a hamburger and a cold soda, smiling broadly as he waved at him. Kuan, if you have something to say, just say it. Who are you putting on this big show for? Boss B approached with a stern face. Just got off the plane, are you hungry? Leon Kuan offered the half-eaten hamburger forward. Here, have a bite. Cut it out with this nonsense. Boss B swatted it away, the paper package flying far. Where's my son? The kid said he was hungry, so I took him to McDonald's. Leon Kuan shrugged, looking completely at ease. I even got him a kid's meal on the side. You kidnap my flesh and blood and act so casually about it. Boss B gritted, his teeth, bloodshot eyes glaring. Let me give you one last piece of advice. Stop now while you still can. Advise me. Then I'll let you see what even more ruthless looks like. Before Leon Kuan finished speaking, he waved his hand behind him. A few lackeys dragged people out stumbling. His wife's sister, and even his 80-year-old son, all tied up, their lips turning blue. At their feet was a 3-meter-deep pit, dark and ominous, resembling a silent, grinning mouth. A Kuan. Boss B's legs gave way, nearly collapsing, his voice suddenly hoarse, leaving only please. Kuan Gu, I admit defeat. Just let them go. I will agree to any conditions. I was just getting into the game, and you expect me to stop? Leon Kuan lit a Marlboro, the flame illuminating half of his grim face. After all these years, has your brain been eaten by a dog? Before his words finished, he suddenly stepped forward, delivering a vicious kick to Boss B's old injury on his chest. The force was so strong it knocked him to the ground, the back of his head hitting the gravel with a dull thud. Kuan Gu, we're brothers in the underworld. Please spare my wife and child. Boss B curled up on the ground, crying out in agony. I beg you to show mercy. In early September, my batch of smuggled electronics from Europe and America was confiscated as soon as it entered the port. Last month, the dock deal I was discussing with Daquan was secretly sabotaged by you, leaving me with nothing. Over 7 million, all gone to waste. Leon Kuan grabbed his chin, his knuckles turning white. And my sworn brother. Without even asking me, you nearly sent him to his grave. Now you're talking about brotherhood. What do you take me for? Kill me however you like, just spare them. Boss B coughed up blood, his forehead against the ground. Spare them. Money is a trivial matter. Leon Kuan slowly stood up, ash from his cigarette falling. The most important thing is, before Mr. Lin, you personally pressed my face into the ground and rubbed it back and forth. This debt your whole family could be chopped into 18 pieces and still not repay it. Mr. Lin. Boss B suddenly raised his head, his pupils contracting sharply, then erupted with an angry roar. You traitor, you really sided with Lin Jiajun. That's right, you heard that secret. Leon Kuan spread his hands, his smile widening, yet the chill in it was as sharp as a blade. Tell me, can I still let you live? He glanced at Sha Chong. Sha Chong immediately presented a sharpened knife, its blade gleaming coldly. Go die. Leon Kuan swung the knife down hard. Nobody knew how many times he struck. By the time he straightened up, panting, Boss B was no longer recognizable. His body was covered in layers of cuts, flesh torn like parched fields, blood pooling everywhere, with only a faint rise and fall of his chest twitching like a marionette with severed strings. In just a few minutes, he was completely still. Fall back. Leon Kuan dusted off the blood from his sleeves and turned to leave. Kuan Gu, what about his family? Sha Chong leaned in and whispered, when you come out to mix, what you say is set in stone. If you say to wipe out a family, you must see blood to seal the throat. In the early hours of the morning by the Wanshai Pier, Iron-Faced Tiger, Chunluo Jun, and Double-Edged Tiger, Chi along with their gang, waited quietly. Jun, Chi, the people are ready, at any time. Chu Ji pushed open the door, taking out 2 cigarettes, handing one to each person. Since stepping down from the leadership of Lin Sheng, Lin Jiajun not only didn't move against him, but also allowed him to firmly hold the position of Wanshai's master. Moreover, due to following Lin Jiajun in the profitable businesses of foreign liquor and slot machines, Chu Ji was no longer the destitute minor master he once was. In the past, he was the least noticeable brick in Lin Sheng. Now he walked proudly outside, well off with ample resources and a solid crew, his back straighter than anyone else's. Ding ding ding. The phone screen lit up. Chunluo Jun glanced at the message, raised an eyebrow, and looked directly at Chi. Liang Kun's side is settled. Seal the mouth, assemble the troops. Chi wasted no time grabbing the pair of oil-soaked, gleaming cleavers from the table, their blades reflecting a cold blue light under the lamp. Hundreds of people, dozens of cars, all in a black mass roaring toward Causeway Bay. Stop! What's going on? A few of the little brothers at the street corner jumped off their motorcycles, their shouts barely finished. A flash of cold light, a cleaver had already embedded itself in the forehead of the lead man, blood spraying 3 feet, falling back onto his back. Hit the ground. Before the loud shout faded, Chunluo Jun and Chi's troops had surged into Boss BS territory like a tide. In less than half a stick of incense, the entire Causeway Bay exploded. Neon tubes popped, windows shattered, gambling stalls were kicked in, and even the stray cat at the alley corner was so scared it climbed up a power pole, its tail puffed up like a fan. Boss BS men were already uneasy. Boss had been missing for 3 days. News was tightly sealed, but rumors had spread like mold in the corners. Now hearing that Boss B personally killed Jiang Tian, Sheng, his men didn't believe it on their lips, but their legs turned to jelly hands, sweating, unable to hold their cigarettes steady. In contrast, Chunluo Jun and Chi remained calm. One was steady, the other commanding. Especially Chi, wielding 2 knives. The wind howled, the shadows of the blades danced so dense that even flies couldn't get through. Those who blocked were either left with broken arms or kneeling, none able to endure 3 moves. In less than 60 minutes, Causeway Bay was completely taken over. The remnants scattered like a defeated army, heads down. Even those who hid in public toilets were dragged out and forced to kneel by the urinal. Fei Rong and Xiang, these 2 close bodyguards, were cut in the throat by Chi and smashed in the skull by Chunluo Jun's elbow, collapsing on the spot like mud. As dawn broke, the blood spilled last night had been washed away by high-pressure water guns, leaving only the asphalt road slightly darkened, resembling old bruises. The next morning, Jun, go this way, please. Chunluo Jun and Chi personally welcomed Lin Jiajun into Causeway Bay. Hong Fei Bar, the brightest night venue in Causeway Bay, once the place where Boss B dictated everything. Now the sign has changed, neon tubes newly installed, and the glass door was adorned with the golden embossed words Global Security shining blindingly. Lin Jiajun strode in, sitting down at the main seat, crossing his legs. How was the discussion? Personnel have been dispatched to handle the outreach. The sign of Global Security is more stable than Hong Shing. Moreover, our drinks are genuine and the channels are clean. The bosses are aware, so stocking is just a matter of time. Chunluo Jun stood to the side, his speech brisk, without a trace of delay. Done efficiently. Lin Jiajun nodded lightly, tapping the table with his fingertips. To be honest, securing this flow in Causeway Bay doesn't even count as a fraction in the entire Lin Group's accounts. His gaze slowly scanned the bar booths and surveillance screens, suddenly smiling. Back when I was still in straw sandals, I had a scuffle with the 5 rats of Causeway Bay, and we chased each other down the street. Now the 5 rats have gone into hiding in Dongguan and Boss B. I heard he's selling salted duck eggs in Yuan Long, setting up shop at the entrance of the vegetable market. He paused, his voice lowering. The world flips faster than a page in a book. Unless you see it with your own eyes, it feels like a dream. Before his words finished, Jun Guliang Kuan has arrived. Jimmy's eye pushed the door and his voice bright. Let him in. Got it. Liang Kuan stepped in with his head held high, his polished shoes gleaming, his tie askew by half an inch, exuding a sense of triumph. Jun Gu, I have lived up to my name. Lin Jiajun glanced at him sideways, raising an eyebrow slightly. I heard that Boss B's whole family has been sent away by you. Liang Kun's smile instantly froze. His heart tightened, thinking he was about to be scolded. The words ruthless and cold-blooded were likely to come crashing down upon him. Unexpectedly, Lin Jiajun chuckled. What are you so flustered about? He flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone casual. I'm not Boss B's godfather. Since the enemy can't be contained, it's better to wipe them out completely. Soft-hearted. That only leaves a path for the opponent, not a virtue for oneself. Liang Kuan felt a weight lift from his chest, the tension in his shoulders finally easing. Before he could express his loyalty, Kuan, I never compromise on what I promised. Lin Jiajun pulled out a cigarette and tossed it over. From now on, you will oversee all the branches of Hongxing and all offline stores of Lintech. The Qiankuan Electronic City in your hands will be turned into a branch. Only for sales, no experience area. You will take a 10% cut from the profits. Thank you, Jungo. Thank you, Jungo. Liang Cohen caught the cigarette with both hands, his fingers trembling. He had thought he would at most land a foreign liquor agency or take over a few slot machine stalls. Who would have thought Lin Jiajun would directly hand him the terminal network of Lintech? That's real money made from chips, motherboards, and AI devices worth 10 times more than selling liquor or chickens. Joy surged to the sky along with a boiling loyalty. Don't mention kicking once. He could laugh and shout, give me another one, even if he was kicked 10 times. After settling Liang Kuan, Lin Jiajun turned to look at Chen Luojun and Achi. Achi, the name Double-Edged Tiger, will officially be hung out from today. During the setup of the Global 10 Tigers, this position was reserved for him. With those two knives, he could chop through iron doors, sever steel chains, and break through human walls. Does he deserve it? When it comes to current combat strength, although the Mad Tiger King Jiu ranks first, phone you refuses to be conferred. Aki, standing with a knife, is undoubtedly the rightful first seat. Thank you, Brother Xia. Aki clasped his hands and bowed, his bald head shining under the chandelier like a bowl offered before a Buddha. Now Luo Jun Aki, who is willing to guard Tongluan? Lin Jiajun's gaze swept over the two, calm yet heavy. Chen Luo Jun turned sideways and nodded at Aki. Though he didn't speak, the meaning was clear. If you wish to take this seat, I will step aside immediately. However, Aki slowly shook his head and scratched his shiny bald head, breaking into a somewhat foolish and shy smile. Brother Jun, I do not want the territory. I just want to ask for something. Lin Jiajun glanced at Aki with a sidelong look, unable to help but shake his head and chuckle. Brother Jun, I never intended to be any regional leader. I just want to firmly open a char siu shop in each district. But except for Sini and the others, I am not familiar with the heads of other territories, so I need you to build a bridge and guide me. Aki laid out his thoughts clearly before Lin Jiajun. I thought it was a big deal, but it's a small matter. Lin Jiajun waved his hand unconcerned, then turned to Liang Kuan and nodded. A Kuan, allocate a shop for Aki in the territory of the Hong Sing Association. It shouldn't be difficult, right? How can we call it allocation? Aki is willing to settle in our territory, who I would applaud if it were any faster. Liang Kuan immediately put on a smile, his tone warm, as if welcoming a brother. Then it's settled. Lin Jiajun nodded, but his voice suddenly deepened. Pass on a message for me. If anyone dares to send their subordinates to Aki's shop to ask for tea money, regardless of whether they succeed or fail, if anything happens, the association will not take responsibility. Brother Jun, rest assured. I will make it clear to each of them tonight. Liang Kuan detected this was a half-serious warning, smiling as he responded, wiping away non-existent sweat from his forehead. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jiajun turned to Jimmy. Jimmy, later tell the D to inform all the venues of Lian Shang, as well as Wang Jiao and Wei Yes old veterans. Aki is opening a shop in their territory. The premises should be arranged for him, and no rent should be charged. When Brother Jun speaks, there's no need for orders. Jimmy replied loudly, casually patting Aki on the back, who wouldn't give this face. Thank you, Brother Jun. Aki quickly bowed in gratitude. Rest assured, every penny earned from the char siu shop, I will share one portion according to the rules into the company account. Thank for what? A few char siu shops, what waves can they make? Lin Jiajun glanced at him, a hint of teasing in his tone. Keep it tight for yourself, that's more practical than anything. No way, Brother Jun. Aki shook his head firmly. I carry the association's banner. Whatever I earn is everyone's face. If I don't contribute, my subordinates won't say anything, but they will definitely harbor resentment. Lin Jiajun was slightly taken aback, his gaze resting on Aki's face for 2 seconds. This remark was not casually made. It truly raised the issue to the level of the entire company. All right, if you have this intention, follow your own rules. He nodded in agreement, his tone filled with a few more points of approval. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Luo Jun had already led his men into Tongluan. His subordinates were few, totaling less than 100, but Tongluan was indeed a fat piece of meat. When the Lin Group's business chain was established, combined with Chen Luo Jun's formidable skills, within 3 months, it would undoubtedly make a name for itself in Hong Kong Island. By that time, with wealth and power flourishing, those scattered and struggling mercenaries would naturally hear the news and scramble to join, needing no invitations. At the same time, in Siam, Chiang province, this Lin Jiajun sure is ruthless. Jiang Tianyang slammed his palm on the mahogany table, the sound deep like thunder. Though his expression didn't change, Chun Yao, the prince, and the others sitting in the room all tensed their backs. The air seemed to freeze into ice shards. Clearly the news of Boss BS' violent death had already reached his ears. Just then, Dong, Anan, what are you all doing? Jiang Tianyang stood up suddenly, his voice revealing a hint of urgency. Mr. Jiang, brother B treated us like his own sons. Anan's voice choked, tears welling in his eyes. We all regarded him as our father. Please, you must avenge brother B. Before he finished speaking, he had already knocked his head heavily against the ground, his forehead touching the floor, a sound echoing again and again. De Tian Air and Shuang Pai, seeing this, immediately followed suit, lowering their bodies, banging their foreheads against the ground without hesitation. Get up. All of you get up. Jiang Tianyang stepped forward, holding both of their arms. I know brother B treated you well. If he were aware of your intentions, he would surely be comforted. Revenge I will take for you. I will not go back on my word. Only then did An finally use Jiang Tianyang's support to slowly stand straight, his shoulders still slightly trembling. Just then, Chen Yao's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He listened for a few moments and quickly walked to Jiang Tianyang's side. Mr. Jiang, the hitmen sent to Hong Kong Island, have just landed in Chiang Mai. They still have the face to come back after failing the mission. Jiang Tianyang's brow furrowed suddenly, his gaze darkening. Those two assassins were personally chosen by him, and the original target was Han Chun. Although it was Lin Jejun who actually took action, Jiang Tianyang knew in his heart with those two, they could never take down Lin Jejun. It would be better to take Han Chun out first. After all, the death of Jiang Tian was largely rooted in Han Chun's undercover identity as a traitor. His intention was clear: first eliminate Han Chun, then gradually cut down Lin Jejun's strongest wings, and finally, it would be Lin Jejun's turn. Mr. Jiang, the hitman, said his brother has already died in Hong Kong Island. Chen Yao lowered his voice. However, after their first failure, they sneaked into the hospital overnight and poisoned Han Chen's for drip. Even if he is still breathing now, he probably won't last more than half a month. Jiang Tianyang's expression finally eased a bit. Then why did he come back? What is he after? To collect the final payment. I wouldn't believe that. Jiang Tianyang let out a cold laugh, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. I think he probably failed concocting a story to come back and scam money to escape. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean? Chen Yao cautiously inquired. Jiang Tianyang fell silent for 2 seconds, his gaze cold as a knife tempered in fire. This person cannot be left alive. Yao, you take on Nan and the others, make it clean and quick. Understood. Chen Yao immediately responded, and then gave a signal to Nan and the others. Chen Haonan, de Tian Air, Bao Pai and Chao Pai exchanged glances, their movements synchronized, each quietly sliding a short gun into their palms. In Siam, guns have never been as precious as in Hong Kong Island. They are merely handy tools. After following Jiang Tianyang, he immediately equipped each of them with a real firearm. Just as Chen Yao was about to lead his men out of this stronghold. Wait. Jiang Tianyang suddenly raised his hand, his expression darkening. Don't rush to act. You first keep on Nan and the others steady outside. Wait until I figure out the situation on Hong Kong Island. If the wind doesn't feel right, we must not alert the snake. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Chen Yao answered crisply and turned to lead Nan and his group out. Half an hour later, Chen Yao drove through the dense forest road outside Chiang Mai province and stopped in front of a dilapidated temple with half of its mountain gate collapsed. Siam has countless temples, but those that truly have incense and monks are scarce. The temple before him had already been gnawed at by vines, its plaque decayed into black ash, a typical wild temple. In Orthodox temples, offerings to Buddha, chanting scriptures, and making talismans use lamp oil, sandalwood, ash, and nectar. However, the masters in wild temples burn infant bones, soak in diesel, and refine resentment. Siam's countryside is poor, and many children die young. Some evil cultivators specifically choose the corpses of children who have not reached 3 years old, grind them into powder, mix them into asphalt, and sell them as amulets to Hong Kong Island. The elders say that these amulets are terrifyingly effective, but the more effective they are, the more ferocious they become. Wearing them for long can lead to nightmares, and in severe cases, blood from 7 orifices, madness, or sudden death. Those who believe kneel to grab them, while those who don't treat it as a joke. Nan and the others clearly belong to the latter. Yet this dilapidated temple was precisely where Chen Yao arranged to meet the head of the hitmen. You all keep a close watch outside while I'll go in to check the situation. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yao stepped over the broken threshold. Upon entering, a foul odor mixed with mold rushed into his nostrils. Inside the hall, the Buddha statue was askew and slumped, its gold paint all stripped away, revealing a blackened wooden base beneath with hollow eye sockets and a cracked mouth seeming to grin maliciously. Scattered in the courtyard were a few strands of withered hair and several yellowed small leg bones, short and pitiful, clearly belonging to a child who had passed away in swaddling. Chen Yao's brow twitched, but his footsteps did not stop. In the Buddha room behind the broken door, the hitman was sitting with his legs crossed, casually toying with a black revolver. Is it done? Chen Yao sat down across from him, his voice as flat as a dry well. Where's the money? The head of the hitman did not even lift his eyelids. It won't be less for you. Chen Yao smiled slightly, however. I heard Han Chun was still having breakfast at a tea house in Central yesterday. Are you sure you really sent him on his way? The head of the hitman's face stiffened. You don't trust me. It's not a matter of trust. I'm afraid you might return the wrong head. Chen Yao tapped his fingertips on his knee. 25,000 final payment. Not too much, not too little. I still need to examine the goods right. Just as he finished speaking. Click. The head of the hitman flipped his wrist, the gun's muzzle pressed against Chen Yao's brow. Both men were clear. One wanted to extract the truth before silencing him, while the other was already planning to engage in black and black. Lin Jejun offered him millions. Chen Yao's 25,000 was a quick profit, but if Chen Yao dragged it out without paying, it would be better to shoot him dead and return to Chiang Mai directly, taking Jiang Tianyang's head for double the bounty. But just as the trigger was about to be pulled, Chen Yao leaned back violently, his back sliding half an inch against the ground, and he seized a handful of wet mud, throwing it directly at the hitman. Bang, bang, bang. The Buddha room erupted with deafening explosions. Dust and debris filled the air. The hitman fired wildly, bullets striking the beams and altars with chips flying everywhere. Outside, Nan and the others had already heard the commotion, and as they broke through the door, 4 gun muzzles simultaneously spat fire. The head of the hitman didn't even have time to dodge. His chest, abdomen, and throat burst forth with blood collapsing like a broken sack nailed to the wall. Brother Yao, hold on. Crisp, grounded. Liang Zinan rushed forward to steady him. Chen Yao coughed and sat up. 5 charred bullet holes gaped across his shirt. He tore open his shirt, revealing a dark gray ballistic vest beneath. I ordered this in Hong Kong before coming. I'd rather be safe than sorry. Embedded deep in the steel plate were 3 deformed bullet heads glinting with a dull sheen. Brother Yao, look. Bao Pai's face had gone deathly pale. His fingers trembled as he pointed at Chen Yao's left shoulder. Chen Yao tilted his head and saw it. Blood had already soaked through the fabric of his shoulder, spreading swiftly in a dark crimson stain like a venomous flower blooming in sudden grotesque splendor. Only then did the agony detonate. His skull rang, the world spun violently, and he crashed heavily onto the ground. A stray round had pierced diagonally through the gap beneath his vest's armpit during the roll, entering just below the clavicle and plunging straight into his lung. Pooh! A hot metallic surge flooded his throat. He spat forth a torrent of blood. Nan, get me to a hospital. No need. Chen Yao gritted his teeth, forcing himself upright, his voice raw and frayed. Send Bao Pai and Chow Pai to drive me out. You return to Chiang Mai immediately and see Mr. Jiang in person. Tell him, the gun chief was bought off long ago by Lin Jejun. This meeting site, it's almost certainly been compromised. Chiang Mai may be distant, but Lin Jejun's hounds have noses sharp enough to track us down from the faintest trace. They'll find the villa sooner or later. He must relocate now. You will deliver this message verbatim, word for word. As the final syllable left his lips, Chen Yao's vision blackened, and he slumped into unconsciousness. Bao Pai, into the car. Now, Liang Zinan hoisted Chen Yao into the rear seat and urged Bao Pai and Chow Pai to depart without delay. He himself seized the Tian Air and sprinted onto a rice paddy embankment, brandishing his weapon to halt a passing motorcycle, then twisted the throttle to its limit, vanishing toward Chiang Mai. Mr. Jiang, something grave has happened. He burst through the villa's iron gate, gasping as he charged into the living room, and recounted verbatim every word Chen Yao had spoken, including the incident at the abandoned temple. Clang! Before the teacup lid could even settle, the purple clay vessel in Jiang Tianyang's hand shattered into shards across the table, scalding tea flooding the surface. Lin Jejun, does he take me for clay to be molded? Veins bulged at his temples, his voice grated like sandpaper dragged across iron. He'd long suspected the gun chief might be duped, delivering false intelligence. But he'd never imagined Lin Jejun had stolen not only the man, but his loyalty. The gun chief hadn't been deceived, he defected. Had Chen Yao not sensed danger and donned the vest, he'd already lie dead in some desolate field. Yet even that armor failed to stop one round, a diagonal strike beneath the ribs. Blood soaked through 3 shirts. Chen Yao remained unconscious, his life hanging by a thread. Oof, I underestimated this starving wolf. Jiang Tianyang narrowed his eyes, knuckles tapping the tabletop, one measured leaden beat after another. He failed to recall had Jiang Tianxing not secretly severed intelligence channels, or had he himself not dispatched spies into Hong Kong to stir chaos. This fatal stalemate would never have arisen. Before the echo faded, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. The young master crashed through the door, chest heaving. Urgent report. We've just learned Lin Jejun established a covert armed base in Maisai Golden Triangle days ago. Jiang Tianyang snapped his head up. An armed base. That place wasn't even marked clearly on maps, yet he'd built a full-fledged garrison there, unseen, unheard. His gaze swept slowly across the villa, then paused on the swaying palm trees beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. His Adam's apple bobbed. It seems Chiang Mai won't let me rest easy any longer. Chen Yao had warned him. The meeting location was already exposed. Once Lin Jejun knew, he wouldn't wait. Mercenaries from Maisai could reach Zhang's doorstep within a single night. And Chiang Mai lay barely 100 kilometers away by road. At that thought, Jiang Tianyang's nape prickled, his fingertips curled inward unconsciously tight. He'd always relished watching from the shadows, but now the hunter had pivoted his rifle, aiming squarely at his hiding place. Even he felt a chill crawl up his spine. Days later, in Lin Group's headquarters division, heads gathered in the top-floor conference room. Only Global Arms was absent. This building's taking forever, another year at least. Lin Jejun glanced around the packed room, shoulders brushing, no space to spare, and calculated, time to secure an interim HQ. He'd originally planned to wait until Lin Group fully occupied the tower before sealing the Central District skyscraper's construction. Yet while the Central District foundation still existed only on blueprints, 10 floors here were already bursting at the seams. Worse still, Global Arms insisted on cramming an administrative staff, forcing him to carve out an entire floor from global security, half for military advisors, half for logistics support. Now, even group-wide meetings strain the capacity of this 10th floor chamber. Report your current status. Lin Jejun said, his gaze sweeping the room. Kowloon Wharf shares fully liquidated, reported the Lin financial head rapid fire. Trading at 79 Hong Kong dollars. 8 and rising. Final execution is imminent. Executed per your steady advance gradual exit principle. Net profit 31 million Hong Kong dollars in half a month. Crude oil. International market status. Current price $23. Free per barrel. Our trading desk is buying aggressively for 27 million barrels secured. 80% of your allocated fund is deployed. Crossing the 10 million barrel threshold is imminent. Lin Jejun gave a slight nod. Entering the oil market now was akin to holding a printing press and waiting for prices to rise. All he needed was time. Once crude breached the $30 threshold, unloading his stockpile wouldn't yield mere pocket change compared to Kowloon Wharf. It would be crushing epical profit. His gaze shifted to Jimmy Z. Lin Tech was his true cash cow, entrusted only to those he trusted most. Brother Jun Lin Tech has been operational for 2 weeks, full-scale production across toys, home appliances, and PHS handsets. Jimmy Z grinned. Local sales alone brought in 297 million Hong Kong dollars in half a month. A collective stillness fell over the room. Someone instinctively held their breath. Nearly 300 million in under a month. How many veteran Hong Kong manufacturers struggled to match that in 6 months? Not counting export orders for gaming consoles, or the advance payment just wired by Shinbai. Jimmy Z winked. I'll send over the detailed ledger and transaction records shortly, Lin Jejun replied coolly. What of Global Maritime? Purely a logistical conduit. No external revenue. Global Arms. Still burning capital to build foundations. 0 returns thus far. Global Security Liansheng's major branches and slot machine operations. Though individual commission rates appeared thin, their relentless cash flow ensured a steady 20 million Hong Kong dollars monthly intake. Lin Jejun knew these figures intimately. After all, 9/10 of Lin Group's new ventures were still swaddled in infancy, barely out of the cradle. Take Lin Financial, though it had earned only several million so far, it held Kowloon Wharf shares acquired from the Ship King, locked under a rigid valuation guarantee with 0 funds yet realized on the books. Once that guarantee expired, hundreds of millions would flood in, without pause, without breath. And his oil empire, a subterranean current gathering force poised for eruption. As for Lin Tech, no elaboration was needed. The hottest commodity wasn't street-level PHS retail in Hong Kong. It was global distribution rights. Whoever seized them held a printing press in their hands. Today, the PHS brand stood tall in telecom circles, a household name. Foreign firms lined up at the door, clamoring for partnerships. Yet Jimmy Z turned them all away, not from disdain, but because their foundations were too weak to withstand the scale of this game. In time, truly heavyweight distributors would grow restless and come knocking themselves, bearing formal invitations seeking audience. Just then, Jimmy Z's phone vibrated sharply in his pocket. Brother Jun, I'll take this call. He rose instantly, his tone tightening by 3 degrees. Lin Jejun nodded, no questions asked. Given Jimmy Z's discipline, he never answered calls mid-meeting. Whatever had triggered this shift was no trivial matter. Within half a minute. Understood. I'll brief Brother Jun immediately. Jimmy Z hung up, strode to Lin Jejun's side in 2 quick steps, and lowered his voice. Brother Jun, Jian Jun just called. N.I. Yongxiao has landed. He's back in Hong Kong. N.I. Yongxiao. At last he shows his face. Lin Jejun's brows lifted slightly, a wry, knowing smile played on his lips. N.I. family had been pinned down for nearly a month. Even Han Shun had returned long ago. N.I. Yongxiao couldn't possibly be unaware of the winds shifting. Yet he delayed his return until now. Proof this young man's heart was harder than iron, his patience longer than a serpent's coil. Brother Jun, as instructed, we made no move to detain him. But the moment he entered Hong Kong, our people locked onto him. Shall we go now and invite him in? Jimmy Z murmured, awaiting orders. Lin Jejun paused, then shook his head slowly. Hold. Let him wander through Tsim Sha Sui's new landscape first. We'll act once our own affairs are settled. Tell Jian Jun, keep him shadowed. Not a single hair may escape our sight. Wang Jianjun's team comprised elite reconnaissance veterans. No matter how sharp N.I. Yongxiao's mind, he couldn't shake their pursuit. Oh, and one more thing, Brother Jun. Jimmy Z hesitated, then added, Mr. Wu of the Chi Kung Tong arrives at Hong Kong International Airport tonight at approximately 11 p.m. Lin Jejun nodded assent. Wu Zimu, the patriarch of the Chinese Triads along the San Francisco-Las Vegas corridor, and a senior elder of the U.S. based Chi Kung Tong. Since Lin Jejun secured his foothold in the liquor trade, their alliance had run deep. Later mass production of electronic gaming equipment tightened their bond into an unbreakable web. As Han Bin once noted, penetrating the lucrative Persian Gulf market required endorsements from 3 entrenched stakeholders, and the Chi Kung Tong was one of them. Jimmy, you'll meet him personally. An old friend deserves full protocol. Night pressed thick and heavy outside the airport, where a formation already waited. Jimmy Z stood with Bob Bai and others at the exit. Over 100 men aligned like a wall, black suits, crisp, white shirts, ties perfectly knotted. Behind them stretched a line of luxury sedans, headlights cutting through darkness like blades, so commanding the very air seemed to thicken and still. Wu Zimu emerged calmly from international arrivals, flanked by his closest lieutenants. Two young sharp-witted Chinese-American female assistants walked at his sides, each gently holding an arm, poised unhurried. Influenced by the late San Francisco Chi Kung Tong Red Pole master son, their lineage honored the Zhongshan suit above all, dignified, precise, rooted. What drew Jimmy Z's lingering gaze, however, was this. Though it was deep night, Wu Zimu wore a pair of dark sunglasses, opaque and impenetrable, yet his gait remained rhythmically assured, his gaze lifting with precise intent, as if darkness were merely another hue of light to his eyes. Mr. Wu. Jimmy stepped forward and extended both hands. His female assistant leaned close to Wu Zimu's ear and murmured something softly. Jimmy. Wu Zimu laughed heartily and reached out to clasp Jimmy's hand. I've long heard that our business has been under your steady helm, and today, meeting you in person, I see the reputation is well earned. He was a native of Chaozhou in eastern Guangdong. His hometown dialect unchanged, his manner warm and effortlessly familiar. A moment later, he glanced around the room and asked casually, Mr. Lin isn't here. A private banquet awaits you at the villa atop the hill, prepared especially for your arrival. Please step into the car. Smiling, Jimmy circled to the front and personally opened the rear door. But then, no, Jimmy, I prefer to hold the steering wheel myself. Wu Zimu waved lightly with a smile. Hearing this, Jimmy assumed it a personal quirk and instantly instructed the driver, hand the keys to Mr. Wu. Upon arrival at the villa, the courtyard had been transformed entirely. Lin Jiejun had reimagined the entire garden into an intimate family-style feast. Paper lanterns cast a soft golden glow, charcoal grills sizzled with quiet intensity. What a marvelous aroma. No sooner had he stepped from the car than Wu Zimu drew a deep breath, his face alight with genuine delight. Your esteemed presence graces us. It truly honors this humble abode. Lin Jiejun strode forward with open, radiant warmth. Once again, his assistant whispered briefly into Wu Zimu's ear. Instantly, Wu Zimu's expression brightened. He stepped forward and firmly clasped Lin Jiejun's hand. Mr. Lin, long have I admired you. It is you, Mr. Wu, who is the true man of distinction. I have held you in highest esteem for years. Lin Jiejun replied with resonant sincerity, then gestured toward the head seat. I understand you hail from Chaozhou. I've specially invited a master chef from the Chaoshan region. His craft runs deep in his bones. Before the words had fully faded. Oh no. Wu Zimu's body stiffened abruptly, a low, urgent cry escaped his lips. Lin Jiejun's brows drew sharply together, his voice dropping grave and measured. Mr. Wu, what's happened? Nothing. Truly nothing at all. Wu Zimu instinctively raised his hand in a dismissive wave. His voice taut like a string pulled to its limit, trembling faintly at the edge of control, yet within a heartbeat it steadied again. Just misstepped earlier, tripped over a low stool. Even before the sentence ended, he had already sidestepped the small stool, with fluid grace, striding briskly to Lin Jiejun's side and settling himself decisively into the seat. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Jiejun's eyes. That stool sat squarely before Wu Zimu. Foldable aluminum framed, its polished surface gleaming with cool clarity beneath the villa's warm ambient light. Even a sighted person could have sensed its outline without looking, yet he wore sunglasses, not just at midnight, but without even glancing up at the street lamps. It was peculiar, strikingly so. At that very moment, the kitchen curtain parted and dish after dish emerged, steaming and fragrant. Chaozhou cuisine, also known as Chaoshan cuisine, is hailed by connoisseurs as Chao Kai, the most robust branch of Cantonese gastronomy and one of China's 4 great culinary traditions. It unfolds across 3 distinct lineages: the native school, the Hong Kong Macau current, and the overseas lineage, each with its own refined mastery. Wu Zimu had grown up devouring rice noodle rolls on Chaozhou's ancient streets. One sniff was enough to tell him these dishes were born of the master chef's lifelong devotion. Perfect fire, bold ingredients, depth of flavor unmarred by superficiality. He wasted no pleasantries. Snatching up his chopsticks, he took a bite and grinned. After all these years of partnership, we've long overdue a faceta-face toast. By the way, the sample batch of gaming consoles you sent, I tested them thoroughly. Tactile response, latency, thermal management, flawless. Mr. Lin, could delivery be expedited? Though his mouth spoke of food, his purpose rested sharp and clear upon his tongue, unwavering, unblurred. Done, Lin Jiejun replied, crisp and decisive. Jimmy will load the containers day after tomorrow. Direct shipment to your dock. For ongoing technical support, I'll station a dedicated engineering team on site. Hearing this, Wu Zimu's lips curved upward, the smile spreading from his eyes to the very tips of his ears. This visit centered on the gaming consoles. After all, Las Vegas was no Hong Kong or Macau. Its gambling halls rose like skyscrapers, and among the major casinos alone, no fewer than 7 commanded global renown. Without a flagship product capable of holding its ground, entering that arena would be little more than stepping aside for others. Seeing Lin Jejun's swift ascent, Wu Zimu added smoothly, "Shall we proceed, as usual?" 30% deposit balance settled upon receipt. Lin Jejun laughed aloud. "Mr. Wu, this time not a single cent. Henceforth, all new products from Lin Technology will be offered to you first, at a permanent 30% discount." Leaning slightly forward, his gaze intense and unwavering. "There is, however, one matter I must ask your help with." "Speak, I'm listening." Wu Zimu set down his chopsticks and straightened, his tone now solemn. "I hear the oil trade in the Persian Gulf has long been dominated by several colossal powers rotating control like sovereigns. To enter that field, one must secure formal endorsement from at least 3 major factions. As director of the Zhigong Alliance, might you convey a word to my mentor on my behalf?" Lin Jejun cut straight to the point, every syllable landing with weight and clarity. Wu Zimu did not reply immediately. His knuckles tapped twice against the table's edge, his brow furrowed, as if weighing the gravity of the request. "Is there difficulty?" Lin Jejun leaned in, probing gently. "It's not impossible." He shook his head, exhaling softly, his voice lowering, quieter now. "My mentor currently presides over the Zhigong Alliance. One word from me and his seal affixed. That alone secures half the battle. Yet the Persian Gulf is unstable. Global oil prices are surging wildly, black market prices have tripled overnight. On the surface, old protocols still hold. No one dares tear away the veil, but beneath, chaos burns white hot. To be frank, we've had 3 of our oil tankers intercepted 4 times in recent weeks, by unknown parties." He offered a wry, self-deprecating smile, laying bare his cards without reservation. A spark of understanding lit Lin Jejun's mind. Black market oil may be cheaper, but with crude soaring, the entire market had boiled over. Those once content to share portions now fought savagely, clawing for every scalding drop. "Mr. Wu, we Chaos Han people have an old saying, without diamond-tipped tools one does not undertake porcelain repair. In this world, money makes the man, and lack of it reduces one to clay. Since I dare reach, and I've already prepared the hardest bone to gnaw." And he lifted his wine glass, tilting it toward Wu Zimu with serene confidence. "With your banner flying high, our 2 houses stand ready. Advance with force, retreat with dignity." Wu Zimu held the glass for 2 silent seconds, then broke into laughter and raised his own. "Agreed. Since Mr. Lin has already entered the ring, I shall return and speak plainly to my mentor. The Zhigong Alliance casts its vote for you." A bright chime rang out. The glasses met, then emptied in one smooth, resounding draft. With mutual satisfaction achieved, the atmosphere relaxed instantly. 3 rounds of wine had passed, 5 courses had been served, and 2 bottles of imported spirits stood empty upon the table. Lin Jejun's complexion remained unchanged, not even a flush at his ears. A metabolism honed by the Su Nu Jing expelled alcohol as effortlessly as water. Wu Zimu was different. Naturally resilient in drink, he nonetheless found himself buoyed higher than intended. Lin Jejun's toasts came frequent and artful, and now his speech carried a gentle lilt, his tongue just slightly thickened. Yet Lin Jejun saw clearly. This was mere light intoxication, far from loss of composure. Judging the hour right, he rose. "Mr. Wu, I must make a brief inspection at the factory. Later, Jimmy will escort you through Hong Kong's nocturnal charm, introduce you to its authentic earthy vitality." "Absolutely." Wu Zimu swept his hand grandly, his laugh booming. "Until tomorrow morning." The moment the words left his lips, he was already on his feet, surrounded by his secretary and bodyguards, marching directly toward the garage. "I'll drive myself." Wu Zimu's fear. At dawn the next day, Lu Huizhen's lips curved in a faint, tender smile as her fingertips cradled a warm, damp towel, slowly pressing it onto Lin Jejun's shoulders. The hot water seeped into the cotton fabric, her touch was feather-light, tracing the subtle ridges of his abdominal muscles, attending even to the narrowest grooves with reverent care. Though she had followed Lin Jejun for some time, using journalism as pretext to visit him every few days. Even after witnessing that chiseled, sculpted form hundreds of times, her fingertips still trembled faintly, her pulse skipping half a beat. Lin Jejun smiled down at her, gently ruffling her hair. Slipping on his jacket, he stepped into the living room. Just as he reached for the door, Jimmy burst in, his brow furrowed, his face grim as storm-darkened water. "What's wrong? Where's Mr. Wu?" Lin Jejun descended the stairs at a calm, unhurried pace, his leather shoes whispering softly against the wooden steps, stopping beside Jimmy. "Brother June, Mr. Wu is at St. Mary's Hospital, in the ICU." Jimmy offered a hollow laugh, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Hospital? Who struck him?" Lin Jejun's gaze sharpened, his voice dropping low and hard. "Tell me, it wasn't at our venue, was it?" Before the question fully settled, his jaw tightened, rigid as forged steel. If the incident had occurred at their own establishment, it would be far more than embarrassment. It would be dousing their partnership's flame with ice-cold oil. "Brother June, it happened this morning." Jimmy hurried on, quickening his pace as he recounted everything. "Last night after the dinner, I accompanied Mr. Wu to the nightclub in Tsim Sha Sui. Yet this leader of the Yunsan branch of the Triads showed no interest in neon lights or pounding music, remaining barely 20 minutes before rising to return to his hotel. At first light this morning, Wu Zimu slipped away unnoticed, carrying his golf club and accompanied only by his female secretary, heading straight for the family golf course. But no sooner had he swung a few strokes than he collided head-on with someone in the clubhouse corridor. Who struck him? Lin Jiajun's brows leapt, the question burst forth unbidden. Fanling was where men in tailored suits and Bentleys played. True underworld figures were rare there. Jimmy's voice lowered. They hadn't drawn real blood. Not yet. Lai Weiyong, the son of Lai Dingchong, was also playing. As Wu Zimu passed, his shoulder brushed lightly against Lai's back. "Excuse me," he said, only for the other man to erupt instantly, his voice louder than a blaring horn. Others managed to separate them, but no sooner had Wu Zimu's car cleared the club's gates than he was surrounded by 7 or 8 thugs. His bodyguards fought fiercely, but numbers overwhelmed skill. Lin Jiajun sighed, shaking his head. Wu Zimu truly is extraordinary. Wearing sunglasses at midnight is one thing, but last night nearly tripping headlong over a footstool. He paused, then fixed Jimmy with a steady look. Still, he is our honored guest and our trusted brother in endeavor. Let's go to the hospital. Jimmy responded instantly. The two seized their car keys and rushed out. En route, Lin Jiajun had already phoned ahead, confirming Wu Zimu was lodged in the VIP wing of St. Mary's Hospital. This private hospital operated outside the public healthcare system. Its currency was not insurance cards, but the unmistakable ring of wealth. When funds flowed freely, even the rooms mirrored 5-star luxury, floor-to-ceiling windows, climate-controlled ambience, personalized concierge nursing, and even the 4 stands bore matte metal finishes. As a senior official of the U.S. based Zhigong Alliance and head of the Yunsan branch, Wu Zimu naturally commanded such treatment, without question. Is Mr. Wu upstairs? As the elevator doors opened, Lin Jiajun stood at the end of the luxurious ward corridor, nodding towards the security supervisor guarding the door. The man's left eye was still swollen and a band-aid was stuck to his right cheek, yet he stood tall and straight like a pine tree, with bulging muscles straining against his shirt, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Mr. Lin. The security supervisor nodded, raising his hand to gesture. Mr. Wu is in the innermost room. Just as Lin Jiajun lifted his foot to move, the supervisor suddenly spoke up. Mr. Lin, please wait. Lin Jiajun turned around, his gaze slightly stunned. You may have noticed, our boss has some unusual behaviors. The supervisor's voice was low and steady. Everyone has their habits. It's nothing serious. Lin Jiajun waved his hand casually. However, the supervisor slowly shook his head. In fact, Mr. Wu has been completely blind for 5 years. The air suddenly froze. Lin Jiajun's pupils constricted. Behind him, Jimmy gasped in shock, his lips turning pale. Nonsense. Jimmy exclaimed. I saw him holding the steering wheel at the airport yesterday. Lin Jiajun nodded. He drove to Tsim Sui last night after drinking. You both are correct, the supervisor sighed with a bitter smile, lowering his voice even further, but the truth is, heaven favors him, always discreetly lending a hand just when he is about to stumble. In Eagle Sauce, the brothers privately referred to him as the blind lucky star. It was because of this hard life and good fortune that the members of the Yunshan gang were willing to risk their lives to shield him from bullets. Lin Jiajun was stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled in understanding. No wonder he bumped into chairs and people walking as if blind. It turned out he truly couldn't see. He patted Jimmy on the shoulder and stepped upstairs. Pushing open the ward door, Wu Zimu was leaning against the head of the bed, drinking porridge with a bandage wrapped around his forehead. He looked relatively well, while a female secretary was busy peeling an apple beside him. Mr. Wu. Lin Jiajun approached, his tone gentle. Wu Zimu raised his hand, and the female secretary immediately stepped aside. He stared in Lin Jiajun's direction, his gaze vacant, yet seemingly penetrating to the heart. Lin, are we on the same boat? Lin Jiajun laughed heartily. You are being too formal. After so many collaborations, we are practically life and death friends. If you want, I'll gladly bow and offer incense to become sworn brothers. Wu Zimu's lips lifted slightly. With your words, I feel reassured. He paused, his voice softening. From now on, don't call me Mr. Wu, just call me Wu Zi. The brothers of the Yunshan gang all call me that. Wu Zimu waved his hand, his voice suddenly low and heavy. Rest assured, I will not drag you down. Regarding the matters of Hong Kong Island, you know better than I do. I only ask you to help me uncover the details behind those people. I will handle this personally. His tone was calm, but Lin Jiajun perked up his ears, sensing the underlying hostility and an unprecedented icy killing intent. Wu Zi, I don't like what you just said. Lin Jiajun furrowed his brow, his face tightening. You are my partner, and also a valued guest I invited in. If anyone dares to touch a single hair on you, it's like spitting in my face. This lesson I will deliver personally. Lin bro, this time is truly different. Wu Zimu slowly shook his head, tapping his fingers silently on the wheelchair armrest. I want them dead. If it turns out that that old man from Fanling had a hand in this, he must pay with his life as well. Is it really necessary? Lin Jiajun frowned and countered. According to common sense, it was merely a street scuffle. Wu Zimu barely had any injuries. Neither side had fought for territory nor torn contracts. There was no need to go to such extremes. They pushed me into the water. Wu Zima's throat bobbed, his voice suddenly erupting. I want to blow them to smithereens, leaving not even a bone fragment. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly paused as if all his strength had been drained, and after a long while he hoarsely added, in fact, I have long since lost my sight. Lin Jejun did not respond. Just moments ago, Wu Zimu had been able to get up, walk, and drink from a cup, yet right before his eyes Lin Jejun waved his hand 3 times, and not a single eyelash of Wu Zima trembled. Over the years I have honed my hearing, touch, and smell to a razor's edge. Oh, acquaintances can't find a flaw. But once I fall into the water, all my skills are rendered useless. In the water, I can't even hear my own heartbeat, only fear remains. Therefore, anyone who pushes me into the water, I will eradicate their entire family. The last few words he uttered were soft, yet they sounded like ashes crushed from the depths of his heart, followed by a long sigh, filled with desolation. Wuzi, I understand. Lin Jejun patted his shoulder heavily. Everyone has their own untouchable weaknesses, and these people had carelessly stepped into the depths of another's nightmare. No wonder Wu Zimu had completely snapped. Regardless of who it was, be it a king or a veteran of the underworld, he would kill without hesitation. Lin Jejun understood that Wu Zimu was always a smiling tiger, preferring negotiation over conflict and enduring rather than turning hostile. But the water was his lifeline. This push was not a fight, it was a death sentence. Rest assured, Wu Zi, it's still the same old saying, you are my person, and whoever touches you is equivalent to slapping me in the face. I will bear this burden. Stepping out of the hospital, Lin Jejun immediately dialed Big D's number, urging him to hurry to Lin's building. Jungo, what's the urgent matter? Big D rushed over, stopping to ask. My partner was surrounded and beaten by a group of hooligans on Fanling Highway this morning. Those kids are hot-blooded and will surely brag everywhere after the beating. Keep an eye on them and find out who is backing them. Damn, are they tired of living? They dare to mess with June guests. Big D's small eyes widened, flames of anger rising. Got it, I'll set the net immediately. You handle it, ooh, I never worry. Lin Jejun nodded. Now Big D held both universal security and Lianxing's real power in his hands. Having mixed in the underworld for over 20 years, his connections were so deep they could serve as city walls. Leaving it to him was more reliable than doing it myself. After returning to Tsuanwan, Big D's first call was to Chung Mao, immediately mobilizing his men. In less than 60 minutes, the news flew into his ears. Big D, we found out. Leading the charge is someone from Central's Chung Sins. The leader is called Li Jintong. Li Jintong? Who is he? Big D was stunned. An old Temur from Central's Chung Sins. He was the master before Kowloon took over. He has been retreating for a while and hardly shows up. Even the incense offerings at the ancestral hall are almost cut off. Big D sneered. He can't even cover his coffin now and still dares to bounce around. Is he bolder than me, Big D? Big D smirked, slicing his hand down. Mobilize people. Sweep through those shabby establishments in his territory, leaving not one behind. Chung Sin's initial move had already broken the rules. Now that they had the backing of universal security, there was no need to speak of old ties with a has-been. With strength crushing through, the reasoning would naturally yield. Got it, Big D. Chung Mao replied sharply, turning around to mobilize 800 capable subordinates who surged into the west end like a black tide that night. Li Zintang's few bars were shabby, with peeling walls and crooked signs, and with barely 200 lethargic and disheartened men, how could they withstand Chung Mao's 800 hungry wolves? In less than an hour, half of them lay on the ground moaning, while several dilapidated establishments were doused in gasoline, bursting into flames and sending smoke spiraling into the sky. At this moment, Li Jintong was nestled in an apartment entangled with a bar hostess. Bang! The door was kicked open, splintering, wood flying everywhere. Chung Mao and his men crossed the threshold, their shadows darkening the entire room. Who? Do you know who I am? Li Jintong hurriedly pulled the blanket around himself, shouting in a fierce but weak manner. Li Jintong. Chung Mao didn't even glance at him, merely looked down at the photo, then raised his hand and pointed, take him away. Before his voice faded, a burly man had already lunged forward, grabbing Li's sparse white hair and forcibly dragging him out of the room. From the broken door to dragging the person out, it took less than 72 minutes. By the time the double flower red sticks from Chung Sins arrived at the scene, Chung Mao's convoy had already vanished into the depths of the night, leaving only the smell of charred remains and a scene of devastation. Before him lay a scene of chaos. Charred and crooked remnants of the bars resembling bones gnawed upon by a giant beast. The bartender girl, trembling in the corner of Li Zintang's home, dug her fingers into the cement crevice, her nails filled with dust. After waiting for half an hour, Big D we've brought him in. Chung Mao grabbed Li Jintong by the collar, dragging him into the Tsunwan Hall like a sack. As Li Jintong raised his eyes, he collided with Big D's cold, shining gaze. He suddenly shivered, his soul returning to his body. Big D, what did I, Li Jintong, do to offend you? Having spent half his life in the underworld, he had become increasingly aware in the waters of Hong Kong Island those who could stand firm were not easily toppled. Big D, while only a hall master of Lianxing, had long been established in the circle, His territory was the toughest iron plate among Lianqing. Not to mention, he was someone Lin Jejun trusted implicitly. Li Jintang was utterly baffled. When did he offend this deity? You aren't offended by me. Big D's voice was deep, yet it sliced through like a blade over a blue brick. Li Zintang's eyes brightened, suddenly the stone in his heart lightening by half. As long as he hadn't crossed Big D himself, it could be resolved. Most likely it was his underlings who clashed with Big D's men. Compensation, apologies, and a banquet would suffice to calm things down. As he opened his mouth to speak, the one you offended is Jungo. Big D articulated each word slowly. Li Zintang's body stiffened, the blood draining from his face, his lips turning pale. Which Jungo? His voice was as weak as a deflating windbag. Who else could I call Jungo? Big D raised his lips slightly, his brow arching. It's Lin Jejun, the boss of Lianqing. With this statement, the last glimmer of hope for Li Jintang instantly shattered into pieces. Offending Big D, he could still kneel and seek a way out, however, to provoke Lin Jejun. That was a figure even the head of Hung Hing would choose to avoid. Big D, there must be some misunderstanding here. His hands rubbed together until red, forcing out a flattering smile. In the Hong Kong underworld, who doesn't know Mr. Lin's reputation? I trembled just seeing him. How could I dare touch a single hair on him? By the end, his throat tightened, and the final syllable trembled into a sob. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Li Jintang, you seem to be sliding backward with every year. The D cast him a cold, dismissive glance, as if looking at a piece of mildewed timber. This morning at the Finling course, after they finished playing, your men blocked the exit. Not content with beating people, they even hurled them into the man-made lake. Heaven may turn a blind eye, but the law will not. Before the words had fully landed, Li Jintang looked as if struck by lightning, his pupils contracting. He had never imagined, even in his wildest dreams, that farce would be tied to Lin Jejun. Forgive my failing eyes, I truly did not recognize those were Mr. Lin's people. He hurriedly plastered on a flattering smile. May I ask what sort of relationship that esteemed guest has with Mr. Lin? I cannot go into details, only that he is a pillar-level partner of the Lin Group in Yingjiang. The D paused, his gaze growing heavy. Li Jintang, this time you have fallen deep. The last word struck like a hammer. Li Zintang's knees gave way, and he crumpled to the floor with a dull thud, his face ashen, breath forgotten. At the same hour at Zongxinyi Tower. Zongxinyi was one of Gangdao's oldest, most deeply rooted syndicates, once affiliated under the Haoma Bang. On paper, Haoma Bang was a single organization, but in truth, it was a loose confederation. Each faction proclaimed itself king and refused to bow to the others. It boasted the largest numbers and the greatest presence, but its infighting was fierce. Street by street, shop by shop, even to fight over a single vehicle, the factions clashed as a matter of course. Zongxinyi, however, was an ironclad not forged from the three-character factions, Zhong, Xine, and E. Years ago, when its leader Lian Haolong was still a nobody, he rose by force of his fists from lowly ranks to stand beside the boss. Later at the Yamadi dock, he single-handedly fought off 100 attackers and earned the Jianghu title, Gangdao's first hand. After the previous boss died unexpectedly, he took the helm of Zongxinyi. Under his command, the syndicate prospered, its prestige swelling day by day. His 4 lieutenants were names that rang through the Gangdao underworld: the eight-faced blade Luo, Tianhong the loyal knife, Guaziheng, and Luo Dingfa, and Lu Guowei, who oversaw the syndicate's narcotics trade. Lian Haolong's wife Susu kept the ledgers in her iron grip, shrewd and efficient. Their hall was planted in Zhonghuan, the most lucrative quarter, and their foundations were firm. In force, they could not yet match the top syndicates like Hongxing, Dongxing, or Heliansheng, but even if another boss showed up in person, he would still have to give Lian Haolong some respect. And yet at this moment, the once glorious leader sat alone in the top-floor office of Sinny Tower, brow knotted into a deathly crease, his knuckles white from clenching. Before long, footsteps came growing louder. Susu pushed the door open, followed by Luo Tianhong, Guaziheng, Luo Dingfa, and Lu Guowei. Brother Long, what's so urgent? Not even letting me nap soundly. Luo Tianhong idly swept a lock of blue hair from his brow. His tone was casual, but his eyes were taut with tension. Last night you went to see Tang Shu. Did you really confirm that the team leader was one of the DS men? Lian Haolong did not look up, his gaze fixed on a photograph on the desk. Absolutely, Luo Tianhong nodded. And Heliansheng let it slip. Tang Shu didn't provoke the D, it was Lin Jejun. Their message was clear: the man will not be released. Lian Haolong's face darkened, impossibly rigid. Tang Shu is getting more muddled with age. Why would he perfectly fine provoke Lin Jejun? As he filled his head with lead, Susu sighed softly and sat down beside him. Chasing reasons now is useless. If we were an ordinary syndicate, we might sit down and negotiate terms, measure boundaries. But Lin Jejun, the truth is he treats even Jiang Tiansheng's face like a rag. Word outside says Jiang Tiansheng died suspiciously. 9 times out of 10 it has something to do with him. Lian Haolong gave a bitter half-smile and said nothing. The room fell so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Zongxinyi strode through Zhonghuan without hindrance. Oh, no one dared oppose them. Yet compared to Hongxing, they still lacked an edge. If Lin Jejun dared move against Jiang Tiansheng, he would dare move against anyone. Rumors had already spread outside. Liang Kuan had long since become Lin Jiejun's puppet. Hong Xing obeyed his orders unquestioningly. And not to mention, Wang Jiao of Julong and the venerable Wei Yi now all acted at Lin Jiejun's signal. Only then did they dare to breathe. Don't speak of Hong Xing, Heliansheng, Wang Jiao, and Wei Yi uniting their pressure. Even if only a detachment of Heliansheng's men marched on our doorstep, Zhang Xinyi might not withstand 3 moves. Why don't we just admit defeat? There's no need to collide Heaton with Lin Jiejun for that foolish old Tang Shu. Luo Dingfa tapped the table with his fingertips, opening the discussion with a tone of retreat. Admit defeat. How? Luo Tianhong snapped his head up, pupils narrowing. If we truly bow our heads now, the name Zhang Xinyi will be spat out for mockery. Tianhong is right. If we run the docks and have lost our backbone, what use are we in this Jianghu? Guo Ziheng slammed his teacup down, tea splashed half a circle as his eyes bore into the assembled men. After his words, the room was silent except for the low hum of the air conditioner. Lian Haolong kept his head bowed, knuckles white, not a word. 5 or 6 minutes stretched with an atmosphere so heavy it could be wrung for water. I keep feeling there is something strange about this. He finally looked up, a deep furrow between his brows. I know Tang Shu too well. He knows exactly who to provoke and who not to touch. Why would he needlessly poke that powder keg called Lin Jiejun? Hey Race, what happened? Luo Tianhong immediately took up the thread. This morning Tang Shu's men stormed Finling and beat a group of people flat. The DS side just leaked that the ringleader was Lin Jiejun's business partner in Yangjiang. But what was his motive? Lian Haolong's brow tightened further. Before he could finish, there came 3 sharp knocks at the door. Who is it? Luo Tianhong sprang to his feet, his hand already at his waist. Brother Tianhong, brother Long, 4th uncle has arrived. Outside, the secretary's voice was steady and respectful. Show him it. Luo Tianhong inclined his head. Lian Haolong went forward and opened the door. 4th uncle. 4th uncle. Everyone straightened in unison and greeted him. 4th uncle was Tang Liu, the true financier behind Zhang Xinyi, a household name on Gangdao, whose reach extended everywhere. Yet compared with century-old aristocratic houses, the Tang family still lacked a certain gravitas. Along this matter was acted upon at the instruction of Azu. Tang Liu had barely taken his seat before speaking plainly. Azu. Lian Haolong's pupils contracted. Tang Yaozu, Tang Lias' only son, the helmsman of the Tang house. Lian Haolong pressed on. How could Azu come into conflict with Lin Jiejun's partner? It's a long story. Tang Liu sighed, sinking into the sofa as he patiently recounted the sequence of events. It turned out the Tang family was negotiating a major cooperation with the Li family. Tang Yaozu had invited Li family's heir Li Weiyong to play golf in Finling. The deal had been nearly settled. But at the last moment, to curry favor, Tang Yaozu had ordered Li Jintong to send people to rough up Wu Zimu and his men. Along for this, I am truly sorry. Tang Liu forced a smile and shook his head. Brother, you not done enough for me. To say sorry among one's own brothers feels strange. Lian Haolong waved his hand and changed the subject. The urgent thing now is to get Tang Shu out of this quickly. As he spoke, Tang Liu suddenly lowered his voice. Along, I just came back from Mr. Li. He asked me to ask you, would you be interested in planting a flag in Tongluan? At those words, Lian Haolong's eyes flashed bright like a blade drawn from its sheath. Li Dingchang, the Underworld, called him the Tongluan Land King. Tongluan had once been under the watch of Boss B, but had now been swallowed by the iron-faced Chen Luojuan, who had risen into the global top 10. A change of hands left the territory unsettled. The Li family had been nursing a grudge. Tang Lia's sudden suggestion lit a clear path in Lian Haolong's mind. To take Lin Jiejun on Heaton with only Zhang Xinyi. Even Tang Liu doubted that. But if the Li family backed them in secret, this fight might well be worth gambling on. Victory would catapult Zhang Xinyi into Gangdao's first tier. A defeat would merely return them to where they began. At the same time, on the top floor of the Lin Group office building. Brother Jun, Zhang Xinyi's Lian Haolong wants to arrange a meeting with you. Didi strode into the room and reported crisply. Lin Jiejun frowned slightly. Lian Haolong, what does he want from me? Shouldn't he have come to you first? Didi hesitated, his mouth stiff for half a second. Didi, I've told you before. Matters of the syndicate are yours to decide. Lin Jiejun leaned back in his chair and glanced over with cool indifference. Such a small matter, and you still come to ask me? Brother Jun, it's not that I'm unwilling to decide. I'm afraid of misjudging the boundaries. Where is the line? Didi rubbed his hands and forced a smile. In Jianghu negotiations, one must consider both courtesy and force. In terms of righteousness, Lin Jiejun had every advantage. In terms of momentum, Zhang Xinyi could not even chase Heliansheng's shadow. What truly choked the situation was how to negotiate compensation. By convention, the victor sets the terms. The loser either cedes territory, pays up, or kneels with tea to apologize. Didi dared not decide on his own and had come to consult. 2 billion case closed. Lin Jiejun tapped the desk lightly with his fingertip, his tone even. 2 billion. Didi's Adam's apple bobbed. He swallowed hard and went pale. 2 billion, even if in Hong Kong dollars. Zhang Xinyi could not scrape such a sum together. Dongxing, famed for its money-making, would have to tighten its belt for a decade. Across all of Guangdao, the number of families who could casually throw out such cash could be counted on 2 hands. Lin Jejun raised a hand to calm him. This price already allows them to keep some dignity. Wu Zi is my partner in Yingjiang. Oh, let me lay out the actual numbers. He had personally promised the Las Vegas Four Dragons Casino's electronic gaming venture a 5-year dividend with a guaranteed $100 million. Moreover, he held sway in the Chinese Zhigong Alliance and could help secure the Bashawan private oil entry votes for me. Just the quota shares alone would yield a steady $10 billion over 5 years at the very least. If this deal fell apart, the votes would be lost, the casino cooperation ruined, and the private oil business would be finished. Besides, am I Lin Jejun only planning for 5 years? He looked up, his gaze as sharp as a blade aimed at Didi. If they give us 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, would I still be shortchanging them? The figure was not a wild bluff, but the floor determined by Lin Group's financial team after repeated simulations. Didi was stunned, frozen on the spot. On the one hand were 2 deals whose profits would snowball into staggering returns, making his scalp tingle at the thought. Elsewhere, Zongxinyi has truly hit a steel wall this time. Yunga, I understand. Didi inhaled sharply, his voice tight. If talks fail, we flip the table. They simply cannot produce that sum. They can't produce it. Lian Haolong did not even raise an eyelid. Isn't the Tang family the backer? Make them pay. If they cannot sell buildings, sell land, sell the docks. 200 million, not a cent less. Wait, he suddenly called to the departing Didi. Bring Feng Yuxiu along, he's been idle to the bone lately. Got it, Yunga. Didi waved his hand, his tone airy, as if replying to a question about dinner. In the afternoon, to show sincerity, Didi avoided the old Quanwan turf. Even Lian Haolong did not gather at Zhongwan. Too conspicuous, too exposing. In the end, both sides agreed at Dongwang Restaurant in Tongluan. By reputation in the underworld, both Didi and Lian Haolong were long-established figures who could shake Guangdao with a single stomp. In terms of spectacle, they were not comparable to the small clubs and petty chiefs just making a name. The entire Dongwang building was booked. Rows of gleaming luxury cars filled the entrance, clogging the intersection. Iron-faced enforcers from the Tongluan district, led by Chun Luojuan, kept watch downstairs. Underlings ran errands, panting calves trembling, unable to keep pace with the comings and goings of both factions. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Lian Haolong arrived with Zongxinyi's 4 kings in full. As for Didi, bolstered by the current cloud of global security, he was confident Lian Haolong would not dare act rashly, and had long since forgotten to bring Feng Yuxiu. Once inside the VIP Tian room, Didi took the main seat, legs apart and spine rigid. Where is Lin Jejun? Lian Haolong glanced at him, frowning slightly. Who do you think you are? You deserve to see Yunga. Didi had scraped the underworld for decades and knew well how to seize the initiative. With Lianxing already at a disadvantage, he spoke bluntly, leaving no room for retreat. Lian Haolong's eyelid twitched. He had expected Lin Jejun in person, but only Didi arrived carrying such an attitude. This was not a meeting to negotiate, it was plainly intimidation. He felt a chill. If Lin Jejun had appeared, the scene would have erupted. Yet he did not lose his temper. Instead, he smiled. Today's banquet is only for Tangshu's matter. We ask Lianxing to show mercy and release him. Release? You think this is a market where one picks cabbages? Didi's eyes narrowed. Who did Li Jintong strike? Yunga's partner. And he smashed him for no reason. Today's Zongxinyi, if you do not give a clear answer, nobody walks out of this door. Lian Haolong's heart sank, and his mouth tasted bitter. From the beginning to the end, they were at fault. Moreover, the cause had been Tang Yaozu standing up for the Li family's eldest son. He could not bring himself to say such a thing out loud. We are all from the same road. I, Lian Haolong, have always been fair. He lifted his teacup and deliberately poured a cup. Since we are at fault, let us follow the rules. Underworld matters are settled by the underworld. Split it 4-6-3-7, mark the line as you wish. Fine. Didi accepted the cup briskly, and with a sweep along the table edge drew a semicircle. 1 take, 2 billion. Compensation, apologies, bows, serving tea, all waived. Yunga only wants the money. Before his words finished. Damn. Lu Guowei, one of Zongxinyi's 4 kings, slammed the table and rose. 2 billion. You might as well rob the vault. Luo Tianhong and the others glared murderous. Lian Haolong's face turned ashen, veins twitching at his temple. He had long coveted planting the Li family's flag in Tongluan, but he also knew that the deity Lin Jejun could not be offended too gravely. That was why he left some wiggle room, feeling things out while talking. But 2 billion. This was no negotiation, it was an open slap. Even stripping Zongxinyi and selling their remnants as scrap would not raise such a sum. Didi, I came in good faith. Are you toying with me? He tapped the tabletop with 2 fingers, his voice lowering. Lian Haolong, it's not that I won't give you face. Didi tilted his chin, eyes looking down. 2 billion is already at cost. Do you know who Li Jintong struck? Even a king among kings is not worth 2 billion, Lian Haolong blurted. A frog in the well. Didi sneered. That man's surname is Wu. Yunga's staunch partner, a core figure in the Yingjiang Chinese Zhigong Alliance, head of the Yunshan gang that stretches from San Francisco to Las Vegas, and the man behind the Four Dragons Casino, one of Las Vegas's 4 major casino cities. Do you think he is worth it? Before Lian Haolong could answer, Didi snatched his teacup and slammed it to the floor with force. The porcelain shattered, shards spraying. Originally, Yunga had arranged with him to open a route through the Persian Gulf oil channel. Li Xintong smashed that with one punch. Tell me, does that punch deserve 2 billion? The room fell utterly silent. Lian Haolong froze, and the four kings were dumbstruck. 90% of the Gangdao syndicates trace their roots to the Sanhui. Even the number gangs are Sanhui branches. The 5 great lines of Hongmen, Sanhui, Tiandahui, Peod, Xiaodao, Galao, share a century-old origin. Back when the Zhigong Hall in the United States held sway, Situ Meitang carried its banner. The Red Stick loyalist among them was Sun Zhongshan. Today's Zhigong alliance sprang from that stormy lineage. They had not expected that Lin Jiejun, who outwardly looked like a mere business partner, had such formidable backing. If one tallied Didi's account, gambling den cuts the Persian Gulf private oil chain plus several gray income streams. 2 billion Hong Kong dollars is not an outrageous demand. But Li Xintong, that old fool, had smashed his fist against the blade. This time he had truly poked a hole in the sky. 60 full seconds passed. The room was so silent that even breathing seemed frozen. If the wall clock's ticking had not kept time, the Tian room might have turned to a block of ice. Outside, a ring of underlings pressed so tightly that they could not be seen through. When silence fell inside, they craned their necks to peer through the door crack. Only when someone drew a long, heavy breath did the Zongxinyi group come back to themselves. The DS sideways glance was like a knife scraping glass. Lian Haolong's eyes darted, his mind burned. Indeed, the opponent's identity, the loss, and the price, when placed together, were hard to fault. But a fair price does not equal having the cash. More troublesome was that even if Lin Jiejun softened, his Ingjiang partner had probably already torn through the ledgers. He had heard of their rules, even if he had not touched them. Gangdao's enforcers often storm doors with iron rods and numbers. They rely on mass. Yingjiang's muscle numbers fewer, but they never leave home without heavy weapons. All automatic rifles ready with rounds chambered. When trouble comes, they do not haggle. They raise their hands and open fire. Their roots lie across the ocean, with no scruples. A counterstrike would likely be 3 parts more ruthless than the big local crews, colder, more decisive, leaving no survivors. If talks failed, there remained only one path. Tear off the facade and overturn everything. Strike now while Didi is alone outside. If first sever his arm. Taking Didi would be to cut away half of Lin Jiejun's lifeline. With that thought, Lian Haolong did not even raise his eyelids. He tapped the table edge with his forefinger. All understood at once and slapped his palm against the rosewood table. 2 billion. Stop talking about the Zhigong alliance. Do you think I haven't seen the world? Before the words finished, the teacup at his hand was flung with force. The porcelain burst and hit Didi's forehead. Didi had not expected the other side to flip so quickly. He could not even turn his head in time. His forehead burned instinctively. He touched it, and his palm came away red. Damn your ancestors. Luckily, his lieutenant Chang Mao reacted quickly and, seizing the table, shoved it aside. Taking advantage of the brief retreat, they dragged Didi and charged through the door. Wretched sons of bitches. Cut up these Zongxinyi bastards. Grab weapons. Are you afraid of Lianxing? Then just do it. Outside, when the room exploded into chaos, the underlings needed no orders. They snatched bottles and chains and surged forward, and the place devolved into mayhem. Luo Tianhong blew a strand of blue hair from his brow and was about to grin when Lian Haolong stopped him. Tianhong, Ahong, do not act here. He sat back in his chair, calmly lit a cigar, and his voice, thick with smoke, sounded like iron. Chase Didi. If he lives, bring him alive. If he dies, show the body. If rupture was inevitable, then better to root it out. As for Li Xintong, he had been kicked out of the calculations. The immediate priority was to grievously wound Lin Jiejun and quickly climb onto the Li family tree. Understood, Brother Long. Luo Tianhong rose and exchanged a quick look with Guo Ziheng. They beckoned Luo Dingfa, Lu Guowei, and the others tore off their jackets and twisted them into a thick rope. The hotel glass shattered in reply. To avoid the dogs fighting outside, the two leapt through the window, using the cloth rope to soften the drop. With a few agile moves, they landed steadily and sprinted in the direction Didi had fled. At that moment, Didi was running with all his might toward the underground parking. When the melee erupted as he burst out of the hotel, he had lost Chang Mao entirely. Stop! A fierce shout came from behind. He glanced back to see Luo Tianhong and Guo Ziheng approaching, and his heart plummeted. In his panic, his foot slipped. He stepped into a crack in the ground and tumbled. Damn it, it's do or die. As they closed, he clenched his teeth and snatched up a broken chunk of cement. Didi was reckless, but not foolish. Before coming, he had scoured Zongxinyi's ranks. The two before him, one was the blue-haired scourge-bred in Zhonghuan, the renowned Red Stick duo Luo Tianhong. The other Guo Ziheng, a man who could take on 3 streets alone. Solo fight. He knew well he would lose. Yet no trace of fear remained on his face. Only 2 things remained: regret, for not heeding Lin Jiejun, and for arrogantly leaving Feng Yuxiu behind. Resolution. Since there was nowhere to fall back to, he would fight to the end. Victory or defeat no longer mattered. One thing burned in his mind: He could not let Lian Sheng's reputation collapse, could not disgrace the Lin group, and above all could not let Lin Jejun lose an ounce of face. It's half a life. Even facing certain death, he would choose to fall standing, sacrificing everything in a defiant, honorable last stand. Brother Jun, I'm Didi. I truly should have listened to you. Alas, heaven grants no second chance. In my next life, I'll kowtow to atone for my sins. Muttering these words, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Clenching a brick in his fist, he charged headlong, against the odds, straight toward the two men. At that very instant, sure three, a gleaming steel blade shrieked past Didi's ear, its razor tip aimed unerringly at Luo Tianhong's throat. Luo Tianhong's pupils contracted sharply. His wrists snapped sideways. The long blade slashed diagonally outward with a ringing clang, deflecting the flying dagger with brutal force. He glanced down at his arm, still faintly twitching, tingling with residual numbness, then lowered his brows, his gaze turning into a blade as it pierced straight toward Didi's position. More precisely toward the shadows behind Didi. Even Didi, who had already steeled himself for death, felt something amiss. His spine stiffened instinctively. He whirled around to look back. The moment his eyes met the figure behind him, he froze, utterly breath suspended. It was no stranger. It was Ah Wu, the pay extra brother, and Feng Yuxiu, silent and immovable as tempered iron. Ah Wu's hands were empty. Only an 8-cut broadsword hung at his waist. That lethal flying dagger had come from him. What chilled the blood even more was the dense mass of figures behind him. Every one a brother summoned earlier from the number gang. Each gripped a weapon, their steps deliberate, their formation tight and disciplined. Not a hasty arrival, but a long-prepared deployment. How did you get here? Didi's voice tightened, astonished, elated, yet deeply bewildered. The Copper Lane's negotiation had collapsed less than 10 minutes ago. The only one who could possibly know, and act swiftly, was Chun Luojuan, head of the Copper Lane's branch, who was now locked in bloody combat with the Zhongxin Yi outside the Dongwang Hotel. By all logic, no one else could have reacted so fast. Yet Ah Wu and Feng Yuxiu had not only arrived, they'd brought this entire contingent fully arrayed and battle-ready. Clearly this had been planned well in advance. Ah Wu strode up beside Didi, lowering the tip of his sword slightly. The boss just called. He suspected Zhongxin Yi might betray us. So I brought everyone over immediately. The boss didn't trust you alone. Feng Yuxiu said, his voice low and hoarse, yet each word precise. He sent me to watch over this place. As his words settled, a flush of scorching shame flooded Didi's face. He bowed his head, too humiliated to lift it. Earlier he'd dismissed Lin Jejun's warnings with arrogant indifference. Who would have imagined that the very counsel he'd brushed aside would be the one to save his life? Had Ah Wu and the others arrived, even half a second later, he'd already be a cold corpse sprawled on the pavement. Before he could utter an apology, Ah Wu surged forward, his single-edged sword raised across his chest, voice splitting the air like torn silk. You retreat. Leave this to us. Hold on. Didi gritted his teeth, nodded sharply, and turned away, retreating while snatching up his phone, dialing the emergency lines of every Halian Sheng branch in rapid succession. But the chaos lasted only moments. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A shrill police siren tore through the night, grating like a dull blade dragged across the eardrum. Cops are here. Scatter. Damn it. Zhongxin Yi bastards. I'll remember your faces. Run. Scatter now. Wait, something's wrong. They're targeting us specifically. No time. Fall back now. Ah Wu's and Chun Luojuan's men roared in unison. Though they sensed the police were blatantly favoring Zhongxin Yi, surrounding only their men while ignoring those wielding blades on the other side. Zhongxin Yi themselves, seeing the patrol cars closing in, instantly dropped their weapons and fled in all directions. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Chun Luojuan's men withdrew like a receding tide, vanishing without a trace. This police intervention reeks of foul play. Report to the boss immediately. Ah Wu's eyes flashed fiercely. In one fluid motion, he delivered 3 vicious downward slashes, forcing Guo Ziheng stumbling backward. Then with a sharp glance at Feng Yuxiu, the two led their men in a swift, windswept retreat, racing toward the van already waiting at the street's end. Feng Yuxiu didn't linger for a single second. He turned and withdrew instantly. In the blink of an eye, the group vaulted into the van. The engine roared, a thunderous arrow-like surge, as the vehicle shot forward, vanishing into the dust-choked night. At that same moment, in a VIP suite at the hospital, Wu Zimu rotated his wrists smoothly, the golf club tracing a calm, unhurried arc. The white ball skimmed low across the floor, landing with perfect precision, thud, into the paper cup held aloft by a waiting attendant. Clap, clap, clap. Wu Zi, if you hadn't told me, who'd believe you're completely blind. Lin Jejun chuckled softly, applauding beside him. Here, try it yourself. Wu Zi smiled and handed over the club. Lin Jejun caught it, effortlessly swung, his arm rising, the ball flashing once, and sank it cleanly. Just then, bang, bang, bang. A frantic knocking shattered the silence. The door flew open. Didi entered, swiftly followed closely by Feng Yuxiu and Ah Wu. Boss, something huge has happened. Ah Wu's face was ashen. Luo Jun and over 20 brothers, are already locked up by the cops. Arrested? Explain clearly. Lin Jiejun didn't turn around, merely gestured with his chin toward Wu Zi's attendant. Another ball. Throw one. The Copper Lane's talks collapsed. Violence erupted on the spot. Luo Jun held the line, but by the time we arrived the situation was nearly lost. We'd just pushed Zhongxin Yi back when the cops showed up. That's what's strange, they arrested only our men, while turning a blind eye to Zhongxin Yi's sword-wielding thugs. Wu spoke, rapidly spilling out every detail in one breath. They arrest only us. Lin Jiejun swirled the club slowly, then let out a quiet, knowing chuckle. Interesting. Has Zhongxin Yi found a powerful patron? They beat my men, and then call on the cops to clear the field for them. How courteous of them to pick this moment to observe etiquette. Before the words fully faded, thud. Didi crashed to his knees, his face purpling with shame and anguish. Brother Jun, I was wrong. Where did you go wrong? Lin Jiejun still hadn't turned. The tip of his club tapped lightly against the floor. I shouldn't have been arrogant. I shouldn't have treated your words as idle wind. Didi's voice dwindled to a whisper. My rules, you know them well, Lin Jiejun said calmly, striking the ball as though discussing the weather. When you err, you accept the penalty. Didi jerked his head down sharply. His eyes flicked to the coffee table, a flash of grim resolve blazing across his face. I understand, Brother Jun. He surged upright and strode forward, snatching up a fruit knife from the table. Slap. His left hand slammed hard onto the rosewood table, the blade's cold gleam flashing as it hovered over his thumb's base. And in that lightning instant, sure three. A sharp, tearing whistle split the air. A golf ball propelled with fierce momentum rocketed toward Didi's wrist. Bang. Striking it dead. Clatter. The fruit knife flew from his grip, bounced twice, and plunged upright into a floorboard seam. Brother Jun. Didi whipped his head around, his gaze colliding with Lin Jiejun's silver-cold club. His throat bobbed once, then fell silent, his brow creased with shock, remorse, relief, and crushing weight. Those fingers of yours can barely count cash. Save them for stuffing red envelopes instead. Lin Jiejun lifted his wrist, the club spinning once in his palm, his tone measured and unhurried. As for your punishment, cover the full bail for Luo Jun and all detained brothers, pay every medical fee and condolence sum. No exceptions, and for everyone who stood on the field tonight, hand out an $88,000 bonus envelope. Wrap it thick in red paper. The moment he finished speaking, Didi's pupils contracted, then his eyes grew slightly damp, his head nodding furiously. Wu's face crumpled instantly. Damn it. Over 300 people. You'll bankrupt me 3 lifetimes over. Hey, Feng Yuxiu shot him a sidelong glance, dryly amused. Cutting off fingers breaks bone, spending money cuts flesh. Which pain lasts longer? You don't know squat. Wu waved dismissively, sighing heavily. Fingers can be reattached. You can still play mahjong. But once money's gone, it's gone. I'd die with my eyes wide open. Feng Yuxiu snorted, refusing further reply. He turned and walked a few paces away. This time Didi truly faced being flayed alive. Chen Luo Jun had only commanded the Copper Lanes branch for 3 months, his forces numbering under 800. Yet in this single clash the police moved with ruthless efficiency, arresting nearly 300 men outright. At 10,000 per bail, that was already 3 million minimum. Add in herbal remedies, family stipends, silence payments, and trauma compensation. Each line item laced with barbs piercing deep into the heart. Rough calculations placed the total near 10 million. To Didi, that sum wasn't mere digits. It was half his life. Yet truth be told, this humiliating defeat stemmed from his own failure, a leak beneath his nose, a fogged mind, sluggish reflexes. Not even double the amount would make him hesitate. He'd swallow it whole, teeth clenched. That Lin Jiejun spared him from spilling blood on the spot was mercy beyond measure. He vowed inwardly henceforth, before moving even a finger, he'd weigh every action thrice. Just then, Wu Zimu approached slowly, his hand settling firmly on Lin Jiejun's shoulder. Lin, let this end here. Don't intervene further. To settle this score for me, you've sacrificed 300 brothers and poured in tens of millions in real currency. It burns in my chest. I'll handle the rest. His tone was steady, heavy with unyielding apology. Wu Zi saying that makes it sound as though you think I'm an outsider. Lin Jiejun arched a brow, smiled, then shifted course seamlessly. Still, I truly owe you thanks. Thank me, eh? Wu Zimu paused, startled. Without your invitation, how else would I have seized the chance to devour Zhongxin Yi whole skin and bone? He clapped Wu Zimu's shoulder, the smile deepening, his eyes blazing with startling intensity. To Lin Jiejun, whose stature today rendered Zhongxin Yi little more than a withered twig by the roadside, this Copper Lane's upheaval had unexpectedly reignited a long-dormant thrill. And Didi's raw, unvarnished recounting became the spark. Swallowing Zhongxin Yi was merely the first bite. The true quarry lay beyond. Tang family's throat exposed and vulnerable. Though the Tangs ranked only as a second-tier clan in Hong Kong, the vast land deeds in their possession, seemingly unremarkable now, were buried gold bricks waiting for the property boom's gale. When the wind rises tenfold, too conservative, hundredfold, merely the beginning. Even more telling, Who could mobilize such overwhelming police force, targeting only Luojuan's men, yet leaving Zhongxin Yi untouched? Tang Liu's current influence couldn't stir such a tempest. There remained only one answer. Behind Zhongxin Yi stood far more than just Tang Liu. The dragon's pearl which stirred the entire situation from the shadows had already revealed its clues when the eldest son of the Li family, Li Wei-yong, first took action. The true king of Copperloaf Bay, the elusive Li Dingchong, was the trump card hidden at the very bottom of the poker table. On that day, the banner of Zhong Xian Yi was planted deep in the heart of Copperloaf Bay. In the elegant room on the second floor of Lu Yu Tea House, the fragrance of tea wafted. Mr. Li and I apologize, but we do not discuss cooperation here. The territory was previously under the management of Luo Jun, and they collected management fees, not protection fees. Protection fees. No discussion. Do you think Copperloaf Bay is an ironclad territory? Luo Jun's men will eventually come back to kill. The higher you stand, the harder you'll fall. Look for someone more capable. Nightclub sound as we can handle it ourselves. The speaker was Lian Haodong, younger brother of Lian Haolong, going door-to-door meeting the financiers behind the major nightclubs and saunas in Copperloaf Bay. Most of these places were built with money from behind Thessine's bosses, then handed over to the syndicate for management, allowing them to remain hidden while waiting for dividends. However, at present, nearly 70% of the financiers shook their heads, their attitudes a mix of softness and firmness, their smiles polite, yet their words pierced like nails. Lian Haodong grew more confused with each passing moment, finally unable to hold back, and slammed his hand on the table. What kind of mind-altering soup has Chen Luo Jun fed you? He was still drinking coffee at the police station, and his subordinates had all scattered. Why were you still clinging to an old sign? Before he could finish his sentence, clang. Luo Tianhong's saber suddenly unsheathed from his waist. A cold light flashed, and he was already standing behind Lian Haodong. The sword tip pointed to the ground, his gaze sharp as it slowly swept across the room, full of financiers and bosses. He did not speak, but the killing intent forged on the battlefield had already filled the room with a chilling atmosphere. Everyone's backs stiffened, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, and they all forced a bitter smile and shook their heads. Finally, the middle-aged financier sitting in the main seat sighed deeply and spoke. We all understand the reasoning. Whoever watches the venue business carries on. But we are not afraid of Chun Luo Jun, we are afraid of the Lin Group. You've heard of the foreign wine they supply, right? Lian Haodong's expression changed, and he nodded at Luo Tianhong. The sword light returned to its sheath with a crisp sound. I have indeed heard of it. He nodded, a hint of an enigmatic smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I heard that the wine tastes like the real thing. Even seasoned drinkers can't detect the flaws. Exactly. The financier nodded, slightly lowering his voice. Moreover, regarding the rules, they do not collect management fees. The profit from the drinks is divided 80-20, and they only take 20%. Lian Haodong's eyes widened in realization. No wonder these people, even if Chun Luo Jun slipped away, still held onto him tightly. It turned out that they were not after Chun Luo Jun himself, but were targeting the genuine imported red wines under Lin Jiajun's control, the Lin Group. No protection fees. The benefits were much thicker than extorting money. The financiers saved a lot of expenses, and the profits from the drinks were split directly 80-20. Although they only took 20% in the bar, that wine bottle could be emptied several hundred times in one night, with cash flowing in more than enough for them to count until their hands were sore. This had become tricky. If they really took action against these financiers, Lian Haodong truly did not have that courage or capital. Not to mention him, even his brother Lian Haolong would have to think thrice before acting. After all, the syndicate's half-life was tied to these financiers' belts. Who would dare to turn against them and smash their venues? If their reputation was ruined, who would still dare to extend the olive branch for cooperation? I understand. Lian Haodong's lips curled slightly, his voice calm yet firm. But rest assured, Copperloaf Bay is already firmly in our grasp. As for the future, we may not be unable to swallow the entire Lin Group. By then, the foreign wine supply will be split 70-30. The middle-aged financier did not respond, simply waved his hand and turned to leave. Seeing this, the others immediately stood up to bid farewell. The sound of chairs dragging across the floor echoed. Once the last door closed, damn. Lian Haodong's face instantly darkened like iron. He picked up the ashtray on the table and smashed it on the ground, shards scattering everywhere. Do these old foxes really think Zhong Xian Yi is a paper-thin sign? Luo Tianhong brushed his blue hair away from his forehead, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the sword hilt. Dongge, how about I take a few brothers tonight to discuss it? No need. Lian Haodong raised his hand to stop him, his tone calm, yet filled with undeniable authority. We have just entered Copperloaf Bay, and our foothold is not yet secure. If we can avoid using blades, we shall not set fire. The two stood up, leaving the tea house. Just as they stepped onto the street, their footsteps suddenly paused in unison. The surroundings were abnormally quiet, but that feeling of being watched pricked like fine needles at the back of their necks. Dongge, be careful. Luo Tianhong's pupils constricted, his gaze sweeping over the alley entrance, the covered walkways and the stalls. But then he furrowed his brow. Something's not right. What's wrong? Lien Haodong quickly scanned the area. Stop looking. Luo Tianhong chuckled bitterly and shook his head. It's just the local vendors and shop staff in Copper Loaf Bay. They've been watching us since we entered the street. My brothers had already mentioned to me that once we showed up, these people's eyes seemed glued to us. Lien Haodong finally saw clearly. Sure enough, the street vendors, convenience store clerks, and herbal tea shop owners were all standing straight, their eyes resembling startled birds. The moment their gazes met, they immediately dodged, lowering their heads to wipe tables, organize goods, or pretended to check their phones. What stood out even more was that at every stall and every shop there was a prominently placed bright red slot machine, glaringly bright. Perhaps the new faces are too eye-catching and they haven't recovered from the shock yet. Lien Haodong patted Luo Tianhong on the shoulder, smiling lightly. They're all just ordinary people trying to make a living. They can't stir up a storm. Luo Tianhong shrugged, hoisting up his sword, and silently followed behind him. Just after noon, the news of Zhong Xian taking over Copper Loaf Bay had already spread like wildfire, engulfing both the black and white underworld of Hong Kong Island. Did Zhong Xian really manage to take Copper Loaf Bay? What a joke. Isn't that territory belonging to Lian Sheng? Lian Sheng. They've long since changed their name to Global Security, supported by the Lin Group. The Lin Group is currently on the rise, and yet they were pried at the corners by Zhong Xian. Even Big D was chased out 3 streets. Do you still not believe it? These guys have guts to dare take on Lin Jiajun's whiskers. The streets were abuzz with discussions, spittle flying out like a map. But most people knew one thing in their hearts: Zhong Xian's high-profile move would definitely not go unnoticed by Lin Jiajun. At the entrance of Wanchai Police Station, Big D, a group of young men in black suits accompanied by lawyers streamed out one after another. Big D glanced at the 50 or so people before him, his brows knitted tightly. Just this number. There are too many people. The other brothers are scattered at North Point and Yao Ma Ti. The lawyer leaned in and whispered, I've already sent a signal to have them gather at the Blowfish restaurant first. Big D finally sighed in relief. Big D. Chen Luo Jun stepped forward quickly. How much did it cost to bail someone out? Once I recover, I will return every cent. Return a fart. Big D waved his hand aside. It's my fault for not listening to Jun Ge's advice. Chen Luo Jun had just opened his mouth when Chong Mao grabbed his sleeve. Jun Ge, don't say any more. This was directly ordered by Jun Ge himself. Jun Ge. Chen Luo Jun's heart warmed and his eyes sparkled. Stop rambling. Big D waved his hand. First settle down the brothers below. Luo Jun, come with me to report to Jun Ge in person. At the same time, in the top floor office of Lin Building, Mr. Lin. Brother Hong Xing Ji sat on a large leather sofa, a smile perfectly in place. Lin Jiajun looked slightly surprised. Brother Ji, what brings you here today? Brother Hong Xing Ji, the leader of the West Ring, right next to Central. When Jiang Zhen was carving out his territory, he was already an elder of Hong Xing. Now his status was high enough to be considered a senior elder among all the uncles in Hong Kong. Mr. Lin, you know my territory, right? Brother Ji rubbed his hands, squinting his eyes and smiling. I just received a tip-off this morning. Tonight, Lien How Long has a shipment coming in at the tail end of the West Ring dock. Lin Jiajun's gaze sharpened, and he sat up straight. Zhong Xian's rise relied on flour, and although they now operated a gambling hall and logistics in Central, this dark line had never been severed. And their supplier was the ruthless drug lord from Southeast Asia, Guan Kaiba. Brother Ji, is this news reliable? His voice was low but carried a hook with every word. Jun Ge, you can rest assured. I've been treading this West Ring territory for over 30 years. Oh, I can tell you exactly where Zhong Xian's iron door opens, how deep the key goes, and how many hidden locks are behind it, even with my eyes closed. They often throw smoke bombs, but when the real goods arrive, someone will definitely step in at the dock before 3 in the afternoon. As for the flower, Lien Hao Dong, Luo Ding Fa, and Lu Guowei, 3 big shots take turns holding the fort. As long as one of them shows up in West Ring, it's guaranteed they won't be able to escape. Good. Lin Jiajun slammed his palm on the table decisively. Brother Ji, if this news is confirmed, the credit for the first achievement will be yours. Brother Jis' smile instantly brightened, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes, his eyebrows lifting. He knew Lin Jiajun's temperament well. Rewards for merit, never leaving debts unpaid. Currently with the Lin Group and Zhong Xian at odds, the entire underworld of Hong Kong Island was stirred up. If he hit the jackpot this time, the benefits would definitely not be just a meal or a stack of cash. Indeed, Lin Jiajun's tone shifted. They'll send someone to keep watch tonight. If the goods truly land in West Ring, they'll personally invite Liang Kuan later. By the way, his new batch of merchandise at the electronics store will arrive at the warehouse next week. I'll conveniently take you along for entry. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Brother Ji stood up, bending lower than a shrimp, bowing repeatedly, his forehead nearly touching his knees. Once Brother Ji left, Jimmy led Big D and Chen Luo Jun in from outside. Jun Ge. The two continued their pace, their voices arriving first. What's the situation in Causeway Bay now? Lin Jiajun asked. Hold on, Brother Jun. Chen Luojun immediately took out his phone, his fingers flying as he dialed a number. In less than 2 minutes, he put down his phone and lowered his voice. I just asked the old man at the street corner, the owner of the tea restaurant, and oldly from the repair shop. Zhongshin's people have mostly retreated, leaving only a few to keep watch over a few shops. Upon hearing this, Big D's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fist. Brother June, isn't this the perfect time to net them? I'll call my people right away and reclaim all of Causeway Bay within an hour. Big D, calm down. Getting too hot-headed can lead to trouble. Lin Jejun didn't even lift his eyelids, just casting a faint glance at him. Lian Haolong isn't a fool. If he suddenly pulls back, there must be a hidden agenda. What Brother Jun said is spot on. Chen Luojun quickly agreed. People have retreated, but the cops from the Wanchai police station seem fired up with patrols tripled. Without their nod, it'll be hard for us brothers to even draw our knives. Heh. Lin Jejun let out a cold laugh, lightly tapping his fingers on the table twice. Who is the real local tyrant in Causeway Bay? Li Dingchong. As soon as he opens his mouth, half the police force runs errands for him. Ooh, what's so surprising about that? Then what should we do? Big D was anxious, rubbing his hands together. Humph. Lin Jejun raised the corner of his mouth. If he can pull the police, why can't we build a bridge? He turned to Jimmy. Jimmy, have you found the person I asked you to look for last time? Already arranged. The person is downstairs. Jimmy replied immediately. Before he finished speaking. Ding ling ling. Jimmy's phone vibrated. He answered a few sentences, hung up, and smiled. What a coincidence. Just as I called the name, the person arrived right on time. Lin Jejun nodded. Please come up. Moments later, Jimmy led a middle-aged man into the room. The man had a square face and a broad nose, his smile thick, but his eyes seemed to hide 2 small hooks, as if they could strip a layer of skin off with just a glance. He looked honest, but his mind was sharp. Sir Liao. Lin Jejun stood up to greet him, his smile warm. The visitor was none other than Liao Zhizhong, a senior inspector from the Central O Division. Zhongshin, he had been entrenched in Central for many years, and he had been in a covert battle with Lian Haolong for half his life. 3 of his capable agents had consecutively encountered accidents. Car accidents, falls, sudden deaths. On the surface, they all seemed like accidents, but those in the circle understood where the wind blows, the tree falls. With the old dragon head of Lianxing. Oh no, now he should be called the helm of the Lin family. Liao Zhizhong's smile remained unchanged. Boss Lin, you invited me here today. How could it be? There's some monumental good news to discuss. Sir Liao, I heard you've been a senior inspector for 8 years. Lin Jejun leaned slightly forward, his tone calm. Have you considered moving up a step to take a seat as an inspector? Inspector? Which officer doesn't want that? Liao Zhizhong chuckled, shaking his cigarette case. But if I have to climb up by accepting bribes and stuffing envelopes, I'd rather wear this blue uniform for life. TSQ officers always tend to think the worst of people. Lin Jejun shook his head with a light laugh, his gaze sharp as a knife. Why not try a different approach? Join forces with the police to pull off a big score. There's a piece of news that will surely keep you awake at night. What news? Liao Zhizhong's brow furrowed. Tonight at the Western District Tail Dock, Zhongshin, he has a shipment to unload. Lin Jejun spread his hands, his tone light, as if discussing the weather. I've heard the quantity is enough to rival half of the Golden Triangle. Whether it's true or not, I won't guarantee, but you can weigh it yourself. Liao Zhizhong's breath hitched, his pupils suddenly constricting. Is it true? Am I deceiving you? What's in it for me? Lin Jejun smiled. If you believe it, you might even earn a medal for solving a major drug trafficking case. Impossible. We haven't heard a whisper internally. Liao Zhizhong shook his head, his eyes piercing as he stared at him. How do you know this so accurately? Everyone has their own channels. Lin Jejun shrugged, his tone firm. As for how I got it, sorry, I can't disclose that. But I say it existed definitely. Is there not a single piece less? As soon as he said this, the smile on Liao Zhizhong's face completely vanished. He could tell this wasn't just a bluff, but rather an almost domineering confidence. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. After a long while, he took a deep breath, pulled out a cigarette case, and handed one over. Boss Lin, about the cooperation. You set the terms. Lin Jejun took the cigarette, the flame illuminating half his face, and a smile slowly emerged. Half an hour later, Liao Zhizhong pushed open the door and stepped out of the office. An expression of rare shock appeared on his face, mixed with unabashed apprehension. If Lin Jejun's scheme truly succeeded, Zhongshin, he might not survive the night, collapsing in an instant. I've heard Lin Jejun is ruthless and cold-hearted. Seeing it today, the rumors seem rather mild. Liao Zhizhong swallowed hard, exhaling deeply as he quickly walked towards the elevator. Ding! The elevator door slid open. Wang Jianjun led an 18 or 19-year-old boy brushing past Liao Zhizhong and directly pushed open Lin Jejun's office door. Boss, the person has arrived. As soon as Wang Jianjun finished speaking, he stepped back against the wall. Lin Jejun glanced over, his gaze revealing a hint of interest as he scrutinized the boy. The boy was not tall, but his brow was hard and his jawline was tightly defined. At only 19, his eyes, dark and heavy yet sharp, were like 2 clusters of charcoal with flames suppressed, exuding an innate fierce energy. The boy didn't shy away from Lin Jejun's gaze, speaking clearly. Boss, my name is Yi Shiguan. Night, Western District Tail Dock. Sawastika. Sawastika. Lien Haodong smiled brightly, his hands pressed together, bowing to the Siamese man in front of him. Behind him, Wu Luguowei and Luo Dingfa stood in a line, their expressions serious. The Siamese man in front was named Bao, the most capable delivery man under the drug lord Guan Caiba of the Golden Triangle. The transactions between Guan Caiba and Zhongxin had always been handled by him, and after several deals they were already quite familiar with each other. With the goods and money exchanged, Zhongxin's subordinates were carrying boxes of Type 4 powder onto the transport truck. As Bao turned to leave, suddenly his right hand exploded in a mist of blood, his entire palm shattering into several pieces, broken bones flying everywhere. Bills rained down like snowflakes. Almost simultaneously, bang! The gunfire pierced the air, delayed to a chilling degree. A long-range sniper shot. Only at a sufficient distance can the speed of the bullet far outpace the sound wave, leaving behind this heart-stopping first shot, then sound. Lien Haodong, how dare you go back on your word? Click, click. Before the words fell, both sides had drawn their guns in unison, the gun muzzles facing off, the gunpowder scent thick and suffocating. Brother Bao, I swear it wasn't me. Get down. Lien Haodong shouted, his entire body already diving behind a shipping container. Bao's pupils shrank, his mind racing. After years of cooperation, there was no need to destroy the foundation for a single deal. Both sides were scrambling for cover. What's going on? At the dock exit, Liao Zhizhong, hidden in the dark alley, suddenly changed color, grabbing the intercom. Who fired the shot? Sir Liao, we didn't move. The urgent denial came from the earpiece. Liao Zhizhong's eyes narrowed. If it wasn't the police firing, that meant there was a third party involved. Abort the plan. All teams attack immediately. Now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to close the net early. Creak, creak. Two piercing shrieks cut through the night as two dock cranes roared to life, one on the left and one on the right, blocking the road, completely sealing off the escape route. In the dark alley and by the police cars, dozens of royal police officers poured out swiftly, surrounding the dock entrance tightly. Big brother, the cops are here. What do we do? Afa's forehead veins bulged. Charge. Lien Haodong's gaze sharpened, his finger pointing straight at the narrow gap between the cranes. Let's go for it. At worst, we'll end it here tonight. Luo Dingfa gritted his teeth and growled, leaping onto a transport truck that was only half loaded. Lien Haodong, along with two trusted aides, jumped into the cargo bed. The engine roared as he floored the accelerator. Bang, bang, bang. Using the vehicle for cover, he and his two subordinates fired madly towards the road direction, bullets pouring like rain, suppressing the police's firepower. Spread out. Get out of the way. Seeing the opposing side going completely mad, Liao Zhizhong shouted hoarsely. The surrounded officers immediately dropped down, shifted, and sought cover. The transport truck crashed into a police car, forcibly tearing open a gap. Bang, 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 da-da-da-da-da. The officers turned their guns, bullets pounding like a rainstorm towards the back of the truck. But the trunk was stuffed full of Type 4 powder bricks. The bullets hit it, all absorbed, trapped, and unable to bounce back. The vehicle remained unharmed. Give me the gun. Liao Zhizhong snatched the firearm from the hands of a nearby officer. Slug round, he shouted while smoothly ejecting the cartridge, the motion crisp as a knife. Click. A specially made 12-gauge slug round was firmly pressed into the chamber. Boom. The trigger was pulled, unleashing a deafening roar as the rear tires of the speeding transport truck exploded. The steel rim twisted and deformed, metal shards flying everywhere, and the entire vehicle suddenly lost control, swerving violently like a dying beast. Boom. The massive sound shook the ground. The transport truck crashed diagonally into a thick power pole 100 meters away. The trunk lid flew off and stacks of Type 4 powder bricks were thrown out, crashing to the ground and bursting into a cloud of white mist. Team A, follow me. The rest head straight for the dock. Liao Zhizhong commanded, leading the charge towards the overturned truck. At this moment, inside the vehicle, Luo Dingfa tore open the deployed airbag, shaking his buzzing head. Donggu, are you okay? I'll survive. Lien Haodong's voice came from the right side, hoarse yet clear. Luo Dingfa kicked open the car door and dragged Lien Haodong out. What about the brothers behind? Lien Haodong wiped the blood from his face, asking. They're all gone. The cops are already surrounding us. We need to go. Before the words were out, Luo Dingfa was already dragging him, diving into the adjacent deep and narrow alley. Chase! Liao Zhizhong sprinted forward. The alleyways of Hong Kong twisted and turned like a spider web. He lost his bearings and sense of direction within moments of pursuit. He slammed his fist hard against the damp, cold brick wall. Blood welled from his knuckles as fury erupted from his lips. This operation was meant to dismantle Chang Sin Yi's No. 4 drug chain entirely and haul several high-ranking members back to the police station for coffee. A feat of such magnitude would have all but secured his promotion to chief inspector. But now, everything had collapsed. The narcotics transport vehicle had been intercepted, yet Luen Hoding and Lo Tingfat had slipped away like eels. Just as white-hot rage surged toward his crown. Bang! Bang! Gunfire erupted abruptly from deep within a distant alley. A crisp, metallic, death-tinged resonance. The unmistakable muffled report of a sniper rifle, identical to the earlier headshot. Go check it out. Lao Shikung barked low and charged forward. 7 or 8 loyal officers instantly dropped low and followed in tight formation. They had barely turned into the narrow lane when every pair of feet froze in unison. Lo Tingfat lay supine on the ground, his chest torn open by a grotesque black cavity. Blood had already flooded half the sidewalk. His corpse slumped crookedly against the iron shutter of a liquefied petroleum gas shop, eyes wide and frozen in shock. Lewin Hoding crawled forward on his belly, his right calf blown apart. Only a strip of flesh and sinew held the shattered bone together, jagged white shards piercing through each inch of movement, trailing thick crimson streaks. Who fired? Lao Shikung whirled sharply, his gaze slicing across the surroundings like twin blades, voice raw and splintered. Before the words fully left his mouth, from the left side alley, the sharp crunch of leather shoes on gravel rang with chilling clarity. He snapped his head around, pupils contracting violently. Dwarf Tiger Han Chun. One of Lin Group's 10 tigers. He strolled leisurely into view, hands tucked casually into the pockets of his tailored trousers, a faint knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Was it you? Did Lin Keikung pull the trigger? Lao Shishang's Adam's apple bobbed, veins bulged fiercely at his temples, his voice trembling. Lin Keikung himself had personally fed him the operational timeline for Chung Sin Yi's move tonight. Han Chun's presence here spoke volumes. Superintendent Lao, one may eat carelessly, but one must never speak recklessly. Han Chun smiled disarmingly, eyes crinkling at the outer corners. Mr. Lin is currently holding a closed-door meeting with Lin Financial's board directors. Such an accusation could spark serious trouble. Come with me, to the station. Lao Shikung lunged forward, reaching to seize Han Chun's wrist. Han Chun's smile froze instantly. He tilted his chin upward, gesturing sharply toward the rooftop of the adjacent residential building. Lao Shikung looked up, and there, perched at the edge of the rooftop, knelt a man in a baseball cap, his SVD rifle aimed steadily, its black muzzle locked precisely upon their group. Every officer behind him, and himself, had already been pinned within the crosshairs of death. What do you really want? Lao Shishung's voice tightened, his fists clenched so hard his knuckles blanched white. Nothing at all. Han Chun spread his hands, tone airy and light. Take Chung Sin Yi's number 4 chain. Take Lo Tingfat's body. It's yours. But Luen Hoding and the funds, we'll take those. Rules are rules. Lao Shishung's face cycled through shades of disbelief, fury, and hollow resignation, as if his very spine had been stripped away. The meaning was unmistakable. Credit would remain his, but the man and the money must be surrendered. Could he refuse? Yet upstairs, that SVD required only the slightest twitch of a finger. Not just his promotion, but perhaps even his badge would be left behind tonight. I am the fish on the chopping block. There is no choice. Superintendent Lao, accept it. Superintendent Lao. His closest officers bowed their heads, voices hushed, but striking his eardrums like hammer blows. Did you take Lin Keikung's bribe? Lao Shikung suddenly pivoted, his gaze lightning fast, scouring each face. Eyes darted away in unison, throats bobbed. No one dared utter a word. A chill sank deep into his marrow, racing up his spine until his scalp prickled. So, everyone was a pawn. His subordinates were pawns, he himself a rook, and Lin Keikung remained seated serenely beyond the Chuhan River boundary, hand poised over the board, unmoved. After a long silence, he exhaled slowly, then raised a hand and gave a quiet, weary wave. Superintendent Lao, you truly understand. Han Chun laughed aloud, then suddenly bent down, seized Luen Hoding by the back of his collar, and dragged him off like a sack of ragged burlap, vanishing deeper into the alley. Superintendent Lao, what now? A junior officer whispered. Lao Shikung said nothing. Instead, he slowly turned sideways and raised his pistol, aiming squarely at the oil-streaked glass window of the LPG shop. Bang, bang, bang. 3 deafening blasts tore through the air. Flame erupted violently. The entire shop exploded into a searing ball of crimson fire. The blast wave hurled the metal shutter aside. Lo Tingfat's remains disintegrated instantly in the inferno. Not a single intact scrap of flesh remained. All officers drew sharp collective breaths. Lo Tingfat bore an SVD entry wound. Forensics would expose it immediately. This explosion wasn't scene cleanup. It was total erasure of evidence. Call in the forensic team to recover the body. Lao Shikung holstered his weapon, voice hoarse and brittle. In your report, write clearly suspect Lo Tingfat resisted arrest violently and detonated the LPG tank. Killed instantly. Compensate the shop owner fully, at the station's expense. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sinking into shadow. His eyes held no light, only ash. Some paths, once taken, cannot be retraced. Justice sometimes must be swallowed with dirty water. The Underworld is no stage. No one grants you a second chance. Meanwhile, the gunfight at the docks had reached its fiercest pitch. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets whined past cover, both sides crouched rigidly behind shipping containers and concrete barriers, too terrified to raise their heads. If we wait any longer, our legs will go first, then our lives. Bao huddled behind a rusted metal crate, his left palm a ruin of shredded flesh. Only 2 fingers remained attached by tendon. Darkness pulsed at the edges of his vision. He knew. He was bleeding his life away, suspended over the precipice of death. A lamb. Xiao Gao, grab the cash, retreat. He snarled through gritted teeth. Two underlings lunged for the scattered wallets on the ground. They hadn't even touched them before twin blossoms of blood burst from their chests, bodies collapsing like puppets with cut strings. Bang, bang. Two more shots, clean precise. A bow stiffened realization crashing over him. They weren't after lives. They wanted the money. So long as no one touched that pile of cash, the unseen shooter wouldn't waste a bullet on them. Abandon ship now. He roared, hurling himself into the sea, refusing to sacrifice his men any further. Seizing the moment while Ah Wu and Chung Sin Yi's thugs kept the police fully occupied, the rest plunged one after another into the dark water, swimming desperately toward a small shadowy speedboat anchored offshore. Its engine roared to life, then shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, cleaving through the ink-black waves as it vanished into the night. No sooner had Ah Bao's vessel disappeared beyond the horizon than a briny wind swept in off the sea. Another iron-hulled vessel sliced through the black water of Sai Wan Pier's western tip and docked smoothly. At its prow stood Fei Ji, Flying Tiger, one of the 10 tigers, head held high, his trench coat flapping fiercely in the gale. Before him stood a modified harpoon cannon, designed to hunt deep-sea sharks, its muzzle as thick as a millstone barbed tip forged from chilled steel, gleaming with a venomous serpentine sheen. Click! Whoosh! He squeezed the trigger. The anchor hook screamed through the air, iron chain taut as a drawn bowstring, striking true and embedding itself deep into the swollen wallet lying on shore. Seconds later, the winch shrieked as steel cable reeled inward. The wallet lifted skyward, arcing through the air before landing with a wet slap amid the churning foam. Fei Ji reached out and caught it cleanly, gripping it firmly in his palm. Within 10 minutes, the Flying Tiger's black assault vehicles arrived, sirens wailing. Ah Wu and Chung Sin Yi's enforcers didn't even get a chance to react. Some convulsed on the ground, others dropped their clubs and knelt, breathing in ragged, trembling gasps. Ah Wu himself had barely turned in the shadows behind a container when Lao Shisheng's officers slammed him to the ground and snapped the cuffs shut with a sharp final click. Superintendent Lao, Wo Shing, commander of the Flying Tigers, strode forward briskly and saluted, his shoulder insignia flashing sharply beneath the street lamp. Commander Zhou. Lao Shikeng nodded in return, his gaze sweeping the scene. Those still alive, send them to hospital. Anyone who offered no resistance, escort them all to Central Police Station. Not one exception. Understood, Superintendent Lao. Officers responded in unison, their voices rising above the lingering tide's murmur. In moments, Ah Wu and his Chung Sin Yi underlings were loaded in batches onto patrol cars. Engines revved, sirens wailed, and the convoy surged forward like a serpent coiling through the night wind, racing towards Central Police Station. Superintendent Lao, Chung Sin Yi's nest has been utterly gutted this time. A trusted aide leaned in, voice thrumming with barely contained elation. Once the regional commendation comes through, Superintendent Lao won't just be a title. It'll be engraved on the badge itself. Lao Shikeng only shook his head with a bitter smile. We've merely flipped the first card. Even as he spoke, his expression hardened. Snatching up his radio, evidence linking Chung Sin Yi to narcotics trafficking is complete. Immediately issue Level 1 warrants for Wen Halong Kwok Tsang and Lok Tin Hung. All standby personnel are to assemble in Central without delay and conduct full-scale raids on every Chung Sin Yi stronghold. Central District. Chung Sin Yi's territory, lost completely tonight. Shrill sirens ripped through the night as Lao Shikeng led the Central District's elite force, reinforced by uniformed officers urgently deployed from across Hong Island, flooding into every Chung Sin Yi-affiliated nightclub like a relentless tide. Doors went unknocked, locks unbroken. Presence alone meant control. Black-suited figures were cuffed on sight. Tattooed, cigarette-smoking patrons were pinned down immediately. Even waiters carrying trays were forced to produce ID and submit to background checks. It wasn't just nightclubs. Banquet rooms and restaurants, private booths and tea houses, roast meat stalls. Any establishment remotely tied to Chung Sin Yi was turned inside out. The entire Central District descended into chaos. Shrieks, shouts, overturned chairs, stampeding crowds. At first, some hoodlums still dared shout defiantly, cops flexing muscle. Try arresting my big brother. Until riot shields advanced and batons rose in unison. Eyes behind the helmets, glacial, unforgiving. Holy shit, these bastards will hit hard. Run, back alleys now. Don't touch me. I haven't done anything. Total pandemonium. Within 2 hours, every venue under Chung Sin Yi's name, legitimate or otherwise, had been combed clean by Lao Shisheng's forces. Detainees stretched in dense grim rows along Vo Road West, hooded in black, cuffed heads, bowed shoulders, slumped faces smudged with grime, like sheep herded helplessly into a slaughterhouse. A young officer jogged up, voice strained. Superintendent Lao, the assault vehicles are full. If we arrest anyone else, there's literally nowhere left to put them. Lao Shikeng opened his mouth, when suddenly 2 short, sharp horn beeps echoed from afar. He looked up, The D was stepping out of a gleaming Mercedes, shoes polished to mirror brightness, a familiar, effortless smile on his lips. Inspector Liao. Oh, pardon me, Superintendent Liao now. Brother Do, what wine brings you here today? Liao Zhizhong remained outwardly calm, yet his gaze had already shifted to the figure behind him. Not enough vehicles. You should have said so earlier. Brother De narrowed his eyes, laughter crinkling the corners. Mr. Lin has declared the Lin Group's founding principle is to serve the citizens of Hong Kong, especially supporting resolute anti-organized crime operations led by officers like Superintendent Liao. The words had barely settled. Clap, clap. He struck his palms twice. A low thunder rolled in from afar, growing steadily louder as a line of gleaming new coaches glided into view, blue and white livery, and emblazoned across their roofs in bold gold foil characters Lin Group. Liao Zhizhong's eyelid twitched, his Adam's apple bobbed. After a long silence, he finally exhaled. I'm truly astounded. How does Yunga's mind work? He'd expected to arrest only a few dozen tonight, not even bothering to arrange extra transport for reinforcements. Yet Lin Jiejun had foreseen even the police force's acute shortage of vehicles. Cine Tower, the stronghold of Zhongxin embedded deep in the heart of Central. A 24-story skyscraper, 20 floors leased to banks and law firms. The remaining 4 housed their true lifeline, ledgers, narcotics dens, and high-interest loan records, all concealed within those 4 floors. At this late hour, the loan department still burned with light. Su Su strode between desks on stiletto heels, her skirt swaying like a serpent coiled and ready to strike. She paused before an employee's desk, tapping the screen with a slender finger. How's the collection on Li Hongzhi's debt? He's clinging tight. We've already threatened his daughter, but he's still playing dumb. His voice trembled. He dared not meet her gaze. Only children rely on threats, Su Su sneered, snatching the file folder from his hands. Sulfuric acid. Too crude. Bring his mother in for tea. Refuses? Then you drink it instead. She paused, a faint chilling curve lifting one corner of her lips. If even that fails, I'll invite her for tea. Understood. His face drained of color, his fingers gripped the keyboard until the keys groaned in protest. Never mind. Hand this case to Tianhong. With a casual flick of her wrist, Su Su nodded toward Luo Tianhong, lounging lazily in a corner sofa. Tianhong, Li Hongzhi's file. You'll handle it. Right away, big sister. Luo Tianhong accepted the dossier, glanced at the photo, and smiled warmly, as if heading off to afternoon tea. And Mie. Guo Ziheng sat bolt upright, eyes wide with eager anticipation. You'll shadow Tianhong. Learn how it's done, Su Su replied, arching a brow with quiet amusement. Got it. He shot to his feet, brimming with restless energy. But before the words fully left his mouth, bang! Crash! The office door burst open. Several Zhongxin enforcers tumbled inside. Bloodied, bruised, closed, torn eyes wild with panic like feral dogs caught in a trap. What in the world happened? Su Su stared at the battered men before her, her brows knotted into a tight, furious knot. Big sister, brother Tianhong, brother Ziheng. It's catastrophic. Their voices were hoarse, cracking mid-sentence. Luo Tianhong's eyes flared, cold light flashing. Catastrophic. Speak, now. The thug's chest heaved. He raised a shaking hand and jabbed it toward the tower's glass facade. The cops. The Flying Tigers from Central Police Station. They're here. This isn't a drill. Over a dozen of our venues have been raided. Fa Wu and the rest. They're all in custody. Before the sentence ended, Luo Tianhong and Guo Ziheng had already lunged to the window. Below, rows of Zhongxin underlings were being shoved, handcuffed into the very same coaches, like ants fleeing a shattered mound, forming a dense, grim procession down the street. Police cars led the convoy, their redan blue lights cutting icy streaks through the night. Then as one turned the corner, its rear panel revealed in stark, gilded letters Lin Group. The Lin Group. Shit. It's Lin Jiejun's men. Guo Ziheng slammed his palm onto the desk edge, sending a teacup leaping half an inch into the air. These black-jacketed redshirt bastards dare collude with the cops to dismantle our empire. Do they think Zhongxin has no backbone left? Luo Tianhong ground his molars, knuckles popping with tension. But Su Su's expression suddenly froze, her lips twitching faintly. She knew full well Luo Tianhong and Guo Ziheng loathed any entanglement with law enforcement. She'd never breathed a word about the incident in Causeway Bay, not even a whisper. Even if they'd been nearby that night, she'd deliberately diverted them elsewhere. By the time the police kicked down the door, they hadn't seen a single trace, and certainly knew nothing of that raid targeting only Chen Luojuan's faction. Just then, bang! The door flew open. Lien Haolong strode in, his face iron gray with fury. Brother! Brother! Luo Tianhong and Guo Ziheng instantly stepped forward. Say nothing. I already know, Lien Haolong rasped, his voice like sandpaper dragged across rusted iron. Let's talk in the office. Seeing the deep, blade-like furrow between his brows, the three fell silent, breath held, and followed him into the inner chamber. As the door locked behind them, Lien Haolong spoke, voice low and heavy. News just came from West Point Wharf. The cargo, it's gone. All of it. Fa, who escorted the shipment, had his spine shattered on the spot and died en route to the hospital. Silence fell, thick absolute freezing the very air. For decades Zhongxin had dominated Central, boasting countless venues, thriving hotels, bustling tea houses. But its true foundation, its sole artery of power had always been narcotics trafficking. Through Guan Kaiba's network, they secured the lowest prices and most reliable supply in all of Hong Kong. Now, an entire shipload of goods along with ledgers, contact points, and hidden caches had been seized down to the last gram. What do we do? This shipment could sustain our brothers for a full year. Delay further, and we'll be begging for meal money. Su's voice tightened, her fingernails bit deep into her palms. She oversaw the accounts. Every cent flowed through her memory. Still fixated on money, Lien Haolong slammed his fist down, rattling the ashtray. Fa is dead. And you ask where the cargo is first. All present flinched. Su's face blanched, then flushed crimson with raw, humiliating shame. Her throat convulsed, she hastily corrected herself. Then, what of Dong and Wu? Only then did Lien Haolong's expression soften, just slightly, as he uttered, Wu has been arrested. Dong remains unaccounted for. Phone off. Vanished without a trace. A suffocating hush descended. 2 of Zhongxin Yi's 4 heavenly kings, fallen in a single night. Lien Haodong, the dragon head's own younger brother, had vanished into oblivion. This reeks of Lin Jejun's handiwork, Su said, voice steady once more. I memorized the license plates of those coaches. Every one belongs to the Lin Group's fleet. He struck with surgical precision, meaning our internal security was compromised long ago. Our defense maps were handed over intact. Damn it. Lien Haolong drove his fist into the rosewood desk, leaving a hairline fissure. I hadn't even drawn my blade, and he's already driven it home. His curses ran hot, but inwardly his thoughts churned like a storm-tossed sea. That very morning, he'd pressured Commissioner Ding Chong to order Wanchai Police Station to focus solely on Lin Jejun, leaving Zhongxin untouched. Yet the counterstrike arrived faster than lightning, not only deploying Central Police to clear our venues, but also tracing the drug shipment to West Point Wharf, seizing the entire cache, and crippling 2 of our 4 heavenly kings. Rumors had long circulated in the underworld Lin Jejun strikes like a blade, and remembers grudges like an engraver. Tonight's proof confirmed it, ruthless, incisive, utterly without mercy. Brother Long, shall we storm the station and break them out now? Luo Tianhong clenched his fists. No. Lien Haolong waved him off, eyes sharp as shattered glass. They've just returned. Their weapons are still warm. Charging in would be suicide. Both of you, immediately gather every brother scattered outside. They exchanged a glance and turned to leave. As for debt collection, enforcement, venue clearance, all forgotten. The urgent priority now was rallying Zhongxin Yi's scattered foot soldiers. As the elevator doors closed, they split, racing toward major nightclubs across the city. It wasn't until 340 am that they managed to assemble every reachable underling. But when they converged at the street corner, the sight of each other's ragged retinues nearly buckled their knees. Where was the swagger of old, the swagger that ruled these streets? Some wore belts crookedly fastened, others stood drenched in sweat, hair plastered to their foreheads, trembling uncontrollably. One cradled a torn shirt around a mangled arm, purple-black, bruises crawling up from wrist to elbow. Another bled silently from his left ear, clamping both hands over his mouth to stifle even a whimper. This is all that's left. Guo Ziheng shook his head with a hollow laugh. At its zenith, Zhongxin commanded 2,000 elite fighters, unrivaled across Central. Now hundreds had been swept up in arrests, over 100 remained missing, fewer than 800. Barely, could still be mustered. We'll make do for tonight. Tomorrow we'll track down the rest. Luo Tianhong sighed, then abruptly stopped short. His eyes narrowed, locking onto the far end of the street, where a black Mercedes glided soundlessly from an alley, mouth headlights unlit, advancing like a viper tasting the air. His pupils contracted, his breath caught. Blood drained from his face in an instant. Sensing the shift, the surrounding underlings instinctively turned their heads. The entire street fell unnervingly silent, save for the dry, rasping hiss of wind across corrugated iron awnings. All eyes instinctively swept toward the street's far end. There a tide of black-clad figures surged forward, boots striking concrete with such force the pavement itself seemed to shudder. At their head strode a man in a boldly clashing suit, hair, disheveled, amber-tinted sunglasses perched low on his nose, reflecting cold, predatory light. Lin Jejun's 10 tigers, foremost among them Wang Jiu, the mad demon tiger. It's Wang Jiu, the knife in Lin Jejun's hand. Lin Jejun has moved. Guo Ziheng's face paled, his voice cracked raw and ragged with terror. Damn him, striking while we're gasping for air. Luo Tianhong wiped his brow, his blue-dyed hair whipped wildly in the night wind. Zhongxin Yi's twin red sticks, renowned, feared, peerless enforcers in the underworld. Precisely because they understood the craft, they grasped Wang Jiu's terrifying nature, impervious to blades, unshaken by clubs seemingly armored in bronze and steel, except for one fatal vulnerability where a single misstep meant utter annihilation. Before Zhongxin could even steady their nerves, Ruer. A barrage of motorcycle engines exploded at the street's entrance, tearing the night like rolling thunder. Leading the pack was a modified chopper, its rear seat bearing a passenger, followed by 7 or 8 roaring machines' exhaust pipes spewing searing blue flame. Lin Jejun's 10 tigers, Feng Lei Tiger Xi. Behind him sat a mountain of muscle, half his face masked in antique bronze, only his hawk-like eyes visible. Ren Xian Tiger CZ. Before the name fully left his lips, another wave of black-clad figures poured from the alley, marching in perfect unison, radiating lethal intent straight toward Zhongxin Yi's ragged ranks. Shuang Ren Tiger He, Huanan Tiger Dingwenzi, Tai Mian Tiger Chen Luojun. Aside from the short-foot tiger Han Chun watching the dock, and the winged tiger on the plane liaising with the cargo ship, the other 8 tigers have all arrived. Luo Tianhong and Guo Ziheng exchanged glances, their throats tightening as they took a deep breath. Not to mention that each of these tigers is a desperate outlaw. Just looking at those little brothers at the back, their numbers have at least doubled, while their own brothers have been left in disarray from last night's bloody battle, barely able to stand, their eyes filled with panic. Tonight it seems they might meet their end here. The next day, atop the Cine building, Lien Haolong was trapped in the wide boss chair, his brows furrowed into a tight knot. In the past, meetings were crowded with people, smoke swirling and voices booming. Now looking around, there were only him and Susu left, the silence so profound that one could hear the low hum of the air conditioning. Last night's gunfight in Central had left the last batch of loyal subordinates of Cine scattered, injured, and vanished without a trace. The dead and wounded lay in heaps, blood mixing with rainwater flowing into the sewers. This morning, even the old lady sweeping the streets found 3 severed fingers and a severed hand, one with a gold watch chain no less. Luo Tianhong and Guo Ziheng had completely vanished, as if swallowed whole by the night. Lien Haolong had truly become a lonely man, a mere figurehead. He thought that Lin Jejun robbing his goods and eliminating his 2 kings was already a complete annihilation. Little did he expect that in the later hours of the night there would still be such thunderous means. At this moment, Lien Haolong finally began to grasp the situation. Lin Jejun was not venting his anger, he was out for blood. It was not about fighting for territory, it was about taking away the Lien family's ancestral property and making the Cine brand disappear into thin air on Hong Kong Island. Brother Long, perhaps we truly made a mistake this time. Susu sighed lightly, her voice as soft as a feather falling to the ground. Lien Haolong lowered his eyes, not responding, but his fingertips unconsciously dug into his palm. Had he known this would happen, why bother standing firm against Lin Jejun? Why invite Li's family to bring the cops? The one who broke the rules had always been him. There was no way out. His temples throbbed, fingers pressing hard, as if any release would cause his head to explode. Right now there are only 2 paths to survival. Either bow down and admit defeat, begging for peace, or grit his teeth and seek Li's family, seeing if they would be willing to play this trump card. As soon as the words fell, he let out a heavy sigh. At that moment, knock, knock, knock. The knocking was urgent and heavy, like a hammer striking a wooden board. Who the hell is so blind? Knocking like it's a death sentence. Lien Haolong's anger flared, and he sprang up, cursing as he stormed to the door, jerking it open with a crash. When the door opened, thud, a figure fell straight to their knees at the threshold, their forehead nearly hitting the floor. Brother Yu. Lien Haolong's pupils constricted, his fury instantly doused by half as he rushed forward. Brother Yu. What happened? Along. You have to help me. Save Grandpa. Tang Lia's lips were pale, his voice trembling out of tune. Susu quickly stepped forward to support his arm, her tone gentle. Brother Yu, let's talk after you get up. Tang Liu nodded unsteadily, rising with her help and moving back to sit on the sofa. Lien Haolong and Susu held their breath, gazing at him. Last night, Grandpa said he wanted to take a drive by the sea, and just as he stepped out of the villa, there were several gunshots. Bang, bang, bang. When I rushed out with security, all 4 of his bodyguards were lying in a pool of blood. Grandpa is gone. Tang Liu spoke in broken fragments, finishing the story. Lien Haolong's brows knitted tightly, his knuckles cracking. He was an old hand in the underworld, and upon hearing, he immediately understood. To quietly eliminate certified agents and swiftly abduct Tang, Yaozu, the moves were quick, accurate, and ruthless, leaving no room for error. Such tactics no one in Hong Kong dared to employ, nor could they execute with such precision. Only the big circle would do. Brother, you don't panic. Lien Haolong lowered his voice, speaking steadily. The big circle is after money, not lives. Even if they truly have murderous intentions, they would have to leave him a way back from my face and Cine. Tang Lia's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. But just then, could it be? Lin Jejun did this. Susu suddenly spoke, her voice soft but sharp like an ice pick piercing the air. Tang Lia's body stiffened abruptly, his face draining of color, lips turning purple, trembling like a leaf. Brother Yu. Brother Yu. Lien Haolong grasped his wrist tightly, calling out sharply. Tang Liu opened his mouth, but couldn't catch his breath, his fingers shaking as he pointed to his left chest pocket. Brother Yu is having a heart attack. Along, quickly get the medicine. Susu's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Lien Haolong reached into his pocket, pulling out a bottle of medicine, popping 2 pills into his mouth. Huh. Tang Liu slumped onto the sofa, his chest heaving violently like a fish out of water. After a long silence, his breathing gradually steadied. How long I really need to rely on you this time. Tang Liu's face was pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lin Jejun is ruthless and decisive. If Grandpa is really in his hands, my Tang family will be completely wiped out. Brother, you trust me. Lien Haolong grasped his wrist tightly, his palm warm, his tone resolute. Even if it costs me my life, I will bring him back safe and sound. Just as Tang Liu was about to speak, ding ding ding, ding ding ding, the harsh ringing suddenly erupted. It was an unfamiliar name, the caller ID completely blank. It's the one who kidnapped Grandpa. Tang Liu blurted out, his palms slick with cold sweat. Brother, you put it on speaker. The small phone was already capable of speaker mode. His fingers trembled, and just as he pressed the answer button, he inadvertently activated the loudspeaker. Mr. Tang, hello, I am Lin Jejun. The voice from the receiver was calm and unhurried, like the soothing aroma of tea just brewed warm, yet carrying a hint of coolness. Lin Jejun, don't do anything rash. Tang Liu's voice tightened, nearly breaking. You must not touch Grandpa. He'll agree to anything you want. Mr. Tang, who is Grandpa? I truly have no idea. Lin Jejun chuckled lightly, his tone still soothing. I am only interested in the Tang group, so I called to ask. Are you willing to discuss a buyout? As for other matters. He paused, his tone slightly rising. I have not heard a word about it. As the words settled, the air seemed to freeze. Tang Liu and Lien Haolong exchanged glances, both feeling their hearts sink at the same time. Tang Yao's abduction was indeed Lin Jejun's doing. Otherwise, how could it be timed so precisely, not a moment too early or late? So he still has this up his sleeve. Lien Haolong murmured to himself, his body going limp as he sank into the sofa, feeling as if all strength had been drained from him. Last night's chaotic battle in the West District had not yet concluded, and now Central erupted with the smell of gunpowder. He had thought it had reached its peak, yet little did he know that was merely the sound of thunder before the storm. 3 floors underground in the Lin building. Woozy, this floor is 7 twists and 8 turns. Do you want your secretary to help you? Lin Jejun turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Wu Zimu beside him. No need, I can walk. Wu Zimu raised his chin slightly, his steps slow but steady as if they were anchored to the ground. The two had just stepped out of the elevator. Thud. A dull thud. Wu Zimu's forehead hit the gray wall, leaving a shallow red mark. Are you okay? Lin Jejun raised an eyebrow and smiled. I'm just not familiar with the route. There are no reference points. But I'm fine. He raised his hand to wipe his forehead, his knuckles distinct as he stepped cautiously, silently moving behind Lin Jejun. Lin Jejun shrugged and smiled. This person was stubborn, and no amount of persuasion could change his mind, so let him be. Not long after, Lin Jejun, Wu Zimu, and Wang Jianjun's group stood at the center of the 3rd underground floor. 2 iron cages, cold iron forged, stood alone on the cement floor. Inside the cages, an old man and a young man, emaciated and skeletal. Who sent you here? Let me go. The young man, blindfolded, had a hoarse yet sharp voice. Do you know who I am? My dad is Tang Liu. Cinny and the Tang family will not let you go. He was none other than Tang Yaozu. The old man beside him had a smelly sock stuffed in his mouth, sobbing incoherently, sitting on the ground, his eyes vacant like dead water. Yi Shiguan stood outside the cage with several armed subordinates, forming an iron wall. Boss. He quickly stepped forward, bowing his head. Lin Jejun replied. In that instant, Tang Yaozu inside the cage suddenly froze. It was silent for a full 5 seconds. Jun Go. It's you. Lin Jejun. He abruptly twisted his neck, his eyes wildly darting beneath the blindfold, his voice shaking uncontrollably, filled with disbelief and horror. Haha, your brain isn't rusted yet. Lin Jejun sneered, tilting his head in indication. Take it off. Yi Shiguan reached into the cage, swiftly pulling off the blindfold. Bright light pierced in, and Tang Yaozu's pupils constricted. Standing before him was indeed Lin Jejun, and behind him a tall man in sunglasses. Was the one who had commanded Li Jintong to beat him in famling. A glance sideways. Li Jintong was curled up in the adjacent cage, his face still bruised, his gaze already shattered like sand. Lin Jejun, are you insane? Tang Yaozu choked, both angry and scared, his voice splitting. Yet Lin Jejun didn't even glance at him. Jianjun, bring in Aqi's car. Wang Jianjun responded and left. Not long after, a fresh cold chain vehicle rumbled close. The car door swung open. Several live crocodiles lay inside, their scales gleaming, each over 10 feet long, their upper and lower jaws tightly bound with coarse hemp rope, only their murky eyes slowly swiveling. Aqi has recently been contemplating opening a crocodile feast. Char siu paired with crocodile meat, the taste is absolutely divine. Lin Jejun glanced at Tang Yaozu, his tone as gentle as discussing the weather. If you say another word, tonight you will move in and share a bed with them. Tang Yaozu's lips trembled, instantly silenced in fear. Once he had completely quieted down, Lin Jejun turned to Wu Zimu. Wu Zi, the ones who acted and the ones who ordered are all right here. Mr. Wu, it's him, the one you saw in famling that day. A female secretary beside Wu Zimu whispered a reminder. Wu Zimu was taken aback, his throat moving up and down. Though he was not a native of Hong Kong, he had heard that recently Lin Jejun was stirring up the entire underworld. Both sides were setting up scenes engaging in gunfights, blood washing the docks, corpses littering, the stench of blood not yet dissipated. Lin, thank you. He took a deep breath, his voice low yet clear. I will remember this favor. But it will not count in the private oil voting. Lin Jejun raised an eyebrow. Aren't we being too formal? Didn't you say we were brothers? Between brothers, showing human kindness becomes distant. Wu Zimu trembled slightly, then threw his head back and laughed heartily. Yes, true brotherhood cannot be contained within the bounds of 1 or 2 repayments. Repaying kindness once is enough, yet this bond of mutual loyalty is enough to shoulder the entire sky together. In Wu Zimu's eyes, Lin Jejun was not a mere acquaintance, but a comrade worthy of being entrusted with his back. He trusted him with his whole heart. He was just mulling it over. A heavy handgun was thrust into his palm, with a soft click still warm to the touch. Lin Jejun's voice was low and clipped. Wuzi, vengeance can be exacted now. Deal with the old man as you see fit. Keep that young one alive for now. I have tasks for him. When it's finished, I'll personally send him on his way. Wu Zimu dropped his gaze to the barrel, his fingertip slowly tracing the cool metal. After a few seconds of silence, he pushed the gun back. They still have use to you, better squeeze every bit of value out of them first. I should be going back as well. In such a hurry. Lin Jejun lifted an eyebrow, surprised. Wu Zimu stretched leisurely. The Zhigong Alliance leader, my master Li Ran, just called. Those hotheads from the Nanyue gang have been making trouble at the docks again. Oh, it looks like they're preparing to flip the table. I see. Lin Jejun nodded. Serious matters come first. Call me anytime you need me. Polite. Do we go in for that between us? Wu Zimu shook his head with a smile, but his tone suddenly grew grave. Lin, there's something I've been holding in all the way. Say it straight. Lin answered without hesitation. Your casino. My men described it to me in detail, a fresh layout, the right ambience. You even produced 3 sets of braille guides. He paused, a warmth threading his voice. Not to hide it from you, I rose from a corner lottery stall in San Francisco. Now I hold the Ceylon Casino. I've waded deep into the waters of the gambling world. Lin Jejun's expression turned solemn at once. In this line of work, Wu Zimu was a veteran who had carved his way forward with sweat and blood. 1 sentence from him outweighed 10 from others. Wu Zi, you mean? He leaned forward slightly. Electronic games are only an entry, not the whole thing. Wu Zimu turned to him, speaking at an even, unhurried pace. You need a full complement of live dealers. Baccarat, blackjack, roulette. None can be missing. A casino is a service business. Guests can be picky, but we must never drop the ball. I've had that idea for some time, Lin Jejun admitted wryly. But we're short on people. Dealers are not trained in 2 days. The training cycle is long, and the bar is high. If you lack hands, I have them. Wu Zimu laughed aloud. Ceylon Casino ranks well in Las Vegas. They'll spare you 20 seasoned dealers. More than enough. They'll take apprentices and teach them hand by hand. Won't that disrupt your operations? Lin Jejun asked at once. 20 people is a drizzle. Wu waved his hand. Besides, if friends start tallying every favor, it only makes us distant. At those words, Lin Jejun felt a warmth wash through his chest. Boss, it's all arranged. Wang Jianjun leaned close and lowered his voice. Everything's set. Lin Jejun lifted the corner of his eyes, fixing his gaze on Yi Shiguan. Shiguan, have Jianjun watch this place. Come with me for a moment. At the same time, in Kowloon Li Dingchang's office, Azu has likely fallen into Lin Jejun's hands. Zhang Xinyi collapsed by half overnight. Before the floor-to-ceiling window, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood with his hands behind his back. Lian Haolong and Tang Liu stood behind him with lowered hands, hardly daring to breathe. He did not turn, yet the air seemed to freeze. This was the helmsman of the Li family, Li Dingchang. Lian Haolong heard the edge in the remarks. His face shifted pale to flushed, his lips moved, but he stayed mute. Tang Liu could not maintain decorum and stepped forward half a pace. Mr. Li, please, you must save my son. Li Dingchang turned slowly, his gaze sweeping Tang's flushed face. He meant to scold, but remembered how often the Tang family had borne the Li family's burdens and cleaned up its stains over the years. He shifted his tone and grew serious. Old Tang, you'll take responsibility for your son. Then, how will you do that? Tang asked anxiously. Li Dingchang's brow knit. After a moment, his voice chilled like iron. If Lin Jejun dares to abduct your kin, well, abduct those around him. Exchange is the cleanest solution. But, Tang's Adam's apple bobbed his face, taut with worry. There's no but. Li waved his hand. A Young has just linked up with a hardened crew who specialize in this sort of work. Tang exhaled long, and his shoulders finally relaxed. Lin Jejun had set his sights on the Tang family assets. Sell them. Impossible. That foundation was purchased with ancestors' lives. Only a person 4% exchange was the surest course. You return for now. When it's done, I'll have someone inform you. He waved them off, then looked to Lian Haolong. Move all Zhang Xinyi people to Kowloon tonight. In this territory, no one will dare lay a finger on them. The 2 men brightened, instantly thanked him in unison and bowed, almost in perfect sync as they left. Once the door closed, the warmth drained from Li Dingchang's face. A cold glint passed through his eyes like a blade on glass. He returned to the window and looked down at Tongluan, neon like a river, traffic like a pulse. He loved this vantage. Each time he stood here, the whole of Wanzai seemed to breathe under his eyelids, as if life and death hung on a single thought of his. Before long, the figures of Lian Haolong and Tang Liu did appear in the traffic below. At that very instant, boom, 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 a white van parked at the curb suddenly lurched out, its engine roaring. Bang! The explosion shattered the calm and made the glass tremble. Lian Haolong was only 2 steps from his car and had no time to dodge. He was sent flying like a sack for several meters and slammed against the lip of the opposite flower bed. He was not dead, but lay helpless, arms and legs refusing to obey. Fortunately, he was known across Gangdao as a tower of a man. His bulk, both burden and armor, saved him from worse. Had it been an ordinary person, bones and tendons might have been shattered on the spot. In an instant, the van's doors flew open and masked thugs sprang out, brutal and leopard fast. One seized Tang Liu by the nape and hauled him into the van. Beep, beep. Patrol officers skidded to a halt in the distance, whistles shrill, rushing forward while shouting orders. But after only a few steps, rat-a-tat, the leader steadied an AK with his right arm and gripped the barrel with his left, unleashing a wild sweep of fire. Bullets ripped through the air, sending 2 officers sprawling to the ground, not daring to lift their heads. In that flash, the gang leader vaulted into the van, thrust his body out, aimed at the office tower where Li Dingchang sat, and poured out a fusillade. Bang, bang, bang. The shells struck the glass with crisp detonations. In the blink of an eye, the curtain wall spiderwebbed and fissures raced across every pane. Li Dingchang convulsed, stumbled back, 2 steps, slipped, and collapsed heavily to the floor. Damn it, that glass was supposed to be bulletproof. He stared at the bullets embedded in the warming glass, his voice low, veins throbbing at his temple, fury nearly spilling over from his eyes. Those desperados, most likely Lin Jejun's handiwork. Why else would they single out this building? Clearly Lin had traced him as the mastermind. This was a brazen demonstration of menace. Think a few bullets will frighten me off? Dream on. Moments later, Li Dingchang rose, adjusted his glasses with deliberate calm, his gaze a cold, honed blade, as he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, at Gangdao International Airport, an announcement drifted through the terminal. Passengers bound for Yingjiang flight CA986 will depart in 30 minutes. Please proceed to boarding. The broadcast echoed through the departure hall. Wu Zima's secretary pushed a suitcase onto the X-ray conveyor. When it comes time to say goodbye, there really is a hollow feeling inside. Wu Zimu stood before Lin Jejun and smiled. The world is not that big. We'll see each other again. Lin Jejun smiled, as well as tone light, but resolute. That's right, opportunities are plenty. Wu Zimu nodded pensively. If you can secure those deals in Bazawan, our cooperative map can expand another circle. They shared a smile, patted each other's backs, and embraced briefly. Wu Zimu turned to leave, but halted, spun back, and said, by the way, Lin Ji, have you considered developing in Yingjiang? Yingjiang. Lin Jejun paused, then shook his head. I haven't straightened out this Gangdao business yet. I can't spare the hands for now. Later. It might be possible. The two won't conflict. Wu Zimu spread his hands with a smile. You send a tight, capable team to plant roots and raise the flag. Wu Zi, there's more to what you're saying, isn't there? Seeing the meaning in his expression, Lin's interest sharpened. It's not just my idea. It's the consensus of the Zhigong Alliance. Wu Zimu dropped his smile and spoke seriously. We urgently need a Chinese force, but it must be invisible and untouchable. Otherwise, not only the Nanyue gang, but even the established local societies will join forces to crush us. Continue. Lin nodded for him to go on. The current layout is like this. Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Las Vegas have formed a contiguous belt of influence. Our main forces occupy San Francisco and Las Vegas with footholds around them. He paused, eyes burning. You pick a few men who know the rules, speak English, and are trustworthy, and go plant the flag in Los Angeles. The alliance will underwrite everything. Resources, contacts, cover. Nothing will be lacking. Once a foothold is secure and the 3 cities connect, the real picture will emerge. Wu Zimu spoke with candor, laying the Zhigong Alliance's plan bare. Sounds powerful. Lin Jejun mused, then nodded. All right, I'll choose the personnel. Once they're on the ground, I'll need you to watch our backs. Wu Zimu grinned and gave a thumbs up. Hey Wu Zi, there's something I've wanted to ask. Lin Jejun lifted an eyebrow, a sly glint in his eye. You know I have a large appetite. He added, if you send your men to Los Angeles, aren't you afraid they'll follow the trail back and gnaw into San Francisco and Las Vegas? Cut the act. Wu Zimu rolled his eyes and shook his head with a smile. You're ruthless to outsiders, but warm within. Your men privately praise you for shielding your own. My eyes may be poor, but my heart is clear. Lin Jejun laughed out loud. Between men, some things need not be fully spoken. After watching Wu Zimu disappear through the boarding gate. Jungo, are you really sending someone to Eagle Sauce? Jimmy stepped closer and lowered his voice. Lin Jejun gazed out the window at the ascending and descending aircraft, his tone calm and measured. More paths mean more chances to survive. Besides, Eagle Sauce is land scarce. Opportunity isn't absent. With Wu Zi there, it's as if we've gained an extra pair of eyes and legs. But none of us has ever been there. Jimmy scratched his head. New hires. Untrustworthy. Old brothers. They can't even secure visas. Don't worry. Lin Jejun clapped him on the shoulder, a confident smile playing on his lips. The person is already en route. Before the words had fully faded, his phone vibrated sharply. Boss, the target has been delivered. Yi Shiguan's voice came through the line cold as ice. 30 minutes later, Lin Jejun stood in the penthouse office of Lin Group Tower flanked by his men. Dingling, dingling, his phone rang again. He glanced at the screen. Guan Jilin. With one swipe of his finger he rejected the call. Since their last alliance, Guan Jilin had dialed him over 100 times. The first dozen calls he ignored outright. Later he answered reluctantly, only to hang up after fewer than 3 sentences citing urgent business. Yet she grew neither distant nor subdued. Instead her calls grew more frequent, more urgent, more unrelenting. It's time we spoke face to face. This woman. Lin Jejun tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, a chill glacial smile rising at the corner of his mouth. Once a veteran in matters of the heart, uttered a ruthless truth, and Lin Jejun had slapped his thigh in admiration. Money is meant to shine before a woman's eyes, not to be hurled upon her body. If your stature is genuine, pursuit is unnecessary. You need only stand still, and she will rush toward you. If no one stirs, then plainly, you lack weight, lack brilliance. Invest that silver in yourself, sharpen your vision, elevate your worth, expand your circle. That yields 100-fold greater return than flattering, coaxing, or fawning over anyone. Today's Guan Jilin was no ordinary prized catch. She was the undisputed queen of prized catches along the entire street. A single glance from Lin Jejun, a half-lifted finger. She bowed her head instantly, scarcely daring to draw breath. Back in the lobby of the office building, Mr. Lin Wang Jianjun hurried forward, spine slightly bent, his demeanor tauter than usual by a full degree. Where is he? Lin Jejun swept his gaze over Wang, voice unhurried, unruffled. Jun go. Yi Shiguan has been escorted to the B3 basement and locked in the same cell as his father. Wang Jianjun spoke rapidly, terrified of omitting a single syllable. Lin Jejun gave a slight nod. This young man, Yi Shiguan. His hands move with remarkable swiftness. Last time he'd abducted Tang Liu right on Chinatown's main street. The time before that he'd riddled Lijia Tower with gunfire, shattering glass into a storm of glittering shards. The very man who carried out those operations was Yi Shiguan, brought in from the mainland by Wang Jianjun. Though barely 19 and utterly green to such work, some people are born with raw, unrefined ferocity. Fate itself seems to thrust opportunity into their palms. Whether seizing Tang Liu or in one fluid motion subduing Tang Yaozu, as well, Yi Shiguan executed every move with flawless precision, calm, accurate, ruthless, leaving no trace. Lin Jejun uttered no superfluous word, turned, and led his men straight to the elevator, descending to basement level 3. What do you think you're doing? Lin Jejun, I know it's you behind this. Release them. Release my son immediately, or you'll pay dearly. Inside the iron cage, Tang Liu screamed into the void, voice shredded, raw, temples pulsing with bulging veins. Both he and Tang Yaozu were blindfolded, huddled together on the icy metal floor behind rusted bars. Remove the blindfolds, Lin Jejun commanded, raising a hand with the casual ease of ordering tea. Yes, boss, Yi Shiguan replied, instantly reaching through the bars to yank off both black cloths. But the moment sight returned, Tang Liu choked mid-brief, lips trembling, unable to utter a single syllable, pupils contracting violently as cold sweat drenched his back. Before him stood 2 iron cages, for men in total: Tang Liu, Tang Yaozu, Lian Haodong, and Li Zhentang. Lian Haodong and Li Zhentang shared one cage, both missing their left legs below the knee, crude bandages barely containing the oozing blood, unconscious and breathing shallowly. What truly made Tang Liu's scalp prickle and his blood freeze was what lay beyond the cage. Somewhere unnoticed until now, the rear doors of a refrigerated truck stood wide open. 7 or 8 crocodiles had been dragged out and arranged haphazardly around the cages, leaving only a narrow passage leading directly to the cage entrance. Lin Jejun, you're insane. Tang Liu's voice trembled as he twisted sharply to lock eyes with Lin Jejun. Insane. Lin Jejun let out a low chuckle, standing ramrod straight. Tang Liu, Tang Yaozu, 2 generations the sole heirs of the Tang family. And today both of you stand here together. If you both perish here, won't the ancestral incense of the Tang clan gutter out forever in your hands? Lin, stop this right now. Tang Liu's face drained of all color, his throat constricted like a fistful of cotton, and he bellowed the words, voice cracking. To a seasoned merchant like him, business losses could be borne, face could be sacrificed, but lineage must never break. That was why the moment Tang Yaozu was seized, he'd spent the entire night burning incense and praying, scrambling across Hong Kong to pull every string he could find. Now Lin Jejun held the blade directly against his jugular. How could he afford pretense? Let us out. Release us, and we swear, father and son alike, will never cross your path again. If anything happens, powerful allies will stand behind us and justice will be exacted. He gasped between phrases, his plea laced with desperation and the last brittle vestige of bravado. You mean Li Dingchong? Lin Jejun cut in abruptly, his voice sharp as shattered ice. Tang Liu froze entirely, mouth opening and closing soundlessly before finally squeezing out, How? How did you know? Rhetoric, Lin Jejun scoffed, casting him a sidelong mocking glance. Li Dingchong. Humph. He doesn't even register in my field of vision. Tang Liu stood utterly stunned. That tone, those eyes, were not feigned. He truly regarded the Li family as beneath notice. But who were the Lis? A family straddling the gray divide between light and shadow, neither propped up by foreign trading houses nor endorsed by aristocratic clans, yet commanding outward deference and inward wariness from every underworld figure across Hong Kong. Such a hardened, untamable clan was harder to entangle than the purely legitimate, and harder to break than the wholly criminal. Yet Lin Jejun had just stepped squarely on its throat. Could it be? His hidden hand was already so thick, so heavy that even Tang Liu couldn't begin to weigh its true measure. At the thought, a cold dread slithered up Tang Liu's spine, and whatever resolve remained crumbled completely. At this moment their lives hung suspended, utterly dependent on Lin Jejun's next thought. Should he choose confrontation, not even the police would uncover a single thread of evidence, nor might their bodies ever be reassembled whole. Just as Tang Liu's Adam's apple bobbed convulsively, and he braced for the final darkness, Lin Jejun spoke. I offer you one chance to live. Tang Liu jerked his head upward, eyes bulging nearly from their sockets, skeletal fingers digging deep into the iron bars. Inside the cage, Tang Yaozu struggled upright, gaze blazing like a drowning man spotting driftwood. Snap! A crisp finger snap echoed. Jimmy rushed forward, clutching a file folder. Sign it. Lin Jejun tossed it carelessly. The folder arced smoothly through the air and landed precisely at the center of the iron cage. Tang Liu hesitated, then reached out trembling hands and flipped open the first page. One glance, and his mind detonated with a deafening internal thunderclap. Darkness flooded his vision. His knees buckled. He collapsed heavily onto the cold floor of the cage, spine seemingly severed, lifeless as a puppet with its strings cut. After long frozen silence, he forced out a ragged whisper. You want everything the Tang family owns. His voice cracked dryly, his gaze lifted with painful effort to meet Lin Jejun's face. The parking garage's dim yellow ceiling lights slanted downward, bleaching half his face bone white, while the other half drowned in ink-black shadow. In that instant, Tang Liu could no longer tell whether the man before him was truly Lin Jejun, or a flesh-wrapped ghoul starved for marrow and blood. The document in his hands was unmistakably Lin Group's full acquisition offer for Tang Group. Every Tang-owned enterprise, every real estate project scattered across Hong Kong, even the villa in Repulse Bay, where they'd lived for 20 years, was itemized in exhaustive detail. In the price column, only two stark, chilling characters appeared: $1. With a single sheet of paper and $1, Lin Jejun intended to swallow the Tang family's empire forged across 3 generations. Killing is swift, a mere nod of the head, but he chose instead to carve open the chest and rip out the heart, exposing the bone. No, impossible. I would rather die before my ancestors' graves than surrender the Tang legacy into your hands. His lips quivered uncontrollably, his temples throbbed purple with rage, his face flushed crimson, fury burning past reason. Yet just as his bloodshot eyes locked onto Lin Jejun, Lin Jejun's mouth curled, cold, empty of warmth, as his gaze drifted lazily toward Li Juntang. This old friend still has one final use to serve. Before the sentence ended, he raised his hand and gestured once. Wang Jianjun and 3 others emerged from the corridor shadows, surging toward Li Juntang's cage. Click! The cage door sprang open. Are you mad? Let me go. Li Juntang managed only half a shout before his hair was seized hard, yanked backward like a sack of grain. He didn't even have time to kick. He was hoisted aloft in one brutal motion by Wang Jianjun and hurled headlong into the crocodile pit. Splash! The previously motionless reptiles erupted in violent unison. Jaws snapped shut on arms, tore at thighs, coiled around torsos, rolling, rending, devouring. Ah! A shriek ripped from his throat, then dissolved into broken, gurgling whimpers, then fell utterly silent. Blood sprayed forth in thick, urgent arcs, splattering the pit walls, soaking the concrete floor, staining several crocodiles' glossy backs a deep, ominous crimson. Even their eyelids were smeared with gore, but those cold, unblinking eyes merely blinked once, and the blood slid cleanly away, revealing beneath them hollow, depthless, utterly indifferent gray-white irises. Tang Liu and Tang Yaozu sat rigid, as statues, faces bleached of all color, breaths arrested. Teeth chattered, fingers went numb, knees shook like brittle twigs in a gale. SSSHHL. A pungent, acrid stench suddenly flooded the air. The youngest, Tang Yaozu, had wet himself. Urine dripped steadily from the cage bars onto the floor. Lin Jejun's voice was terrifyingly serene. Tang Liu. Sign, and it ends today. Refuse, and it ends today too. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Tang Yaozu's ashen boyish face. The next one to jump in will be him. You have 60 seconds. You. Tang Liyu's throat tightened. After a long pause he rasped. There are rules among men. Business follows reason. Do this, and no one will dare deal with you again. Me? Breaking rules. Lin Jiejun suddenly chuckled softly, but the mirth did not reach his eyes. Everyone in the harbor knows that I, Lin Jiejun, abide by the rules. The ones who truly smash the plates. Are you right? Tang Liu was taken aback, his lips slightly parted, yet no sound escaped. My partner was doing just fine while putting on the green at the family golf course. Even if there was a bit of friction with Li Dingchang's son later, it was a family matter for the Li family. But your son had to be the gunman. Oh fine, he acted as a gunman, but then he instigated Li Jintong to bring people to beat someone up. Later on, Li Dingchang simply colluded with the Wanchai police and raided my security base in Causeway Bay. No rules. Who exactly drew the knife first and ruined the game? A chill crawled up Tang Lia's spine as if struck by lightning, leaving him speechless. Only at this moment did he suddenly realize the one who first overturned the table was never Lin Jiejun. They were the ones who first targeted the gang and disrupted the other's turf. They were the ones who colluded with the police and raided the other's hideout. Thinking they could steal a bargain amidst the chaos, they did not expect to sever the chains that bound the evil spirit. That chain was called rules. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. If this matter got out, outsiders would only point at the Tang family's backbone and curse they deserved it. The silence lasted only a few seconds. Time's up, Jianjun. Lin Jiejun's voice suddenly turned harsh. Break his right hand. Wang Jianjun turned around in response, striding toward Tang Yaozu's cage, his footsteps heavy like drum beats. No, Dad, save me. I beg you. Tang Yaozu shrank in the corner, desperately kicking his legs, tears streaming down his face, his voice already breaking. Wang Jianjun didn't even glance at him, grabbing the back of his neck and yanking him out of the cage, pinning his wrist down and drawing a dagger to chop. Wait. He'll sign. He'll sign. Tang Liu suddenly roared, his voice cracking, his whole being deflating like a balloon collapsing in the iron cage, his shoulders drooping. Very good. Lin Jiejun's lips curled slightly as he tapped the contract with his fingertip. Sign it. Tang Liu stared at the page, his fingertips cold. With this stroke, the name Tang would be completely erased from the genealogy of the elite in Hong Kong. Compared to external possessions, a son's life was ultimately more precious. Besides, if he didn't sign, he might not even be able to walk out of this parking lot. Half an hour later, at a law firm in Central, the lawyer adjusted his glasses, repeatedly confirming the contract terms, his tone hesitant. Mr. Tang, are you sure? You are transferring all of the Tang family's assets to Mr. Lin for the price of $1. Buying the entire Tang family for $1 is clearly a coerced transaction. I must clarify. Sure. Tang Liu closed his eyes, wearily waving his hand as if to swat away a fly. The lawyer was about to remind him that he had the right to apply for legal aid. Tap. The soft sound was the sound of the pen cap closing. As soon as Lin Jiejun turned around, Jimmy swiftly pulled out a stack of brand new Hong Kong dollars, slapping it on the mahogany table with a bang, the edges of the banknotes still glistening with wet ink. Lawyer Wu, you are always quick-witted. Lin Jiejun's lips curled slightly, his tone light, like the wind brushing past one's ear, yet it tightened people's throats. You know better than anyone what matters to hear and what to swallow. The lawyer's fingers trembled, cold sweat instantly breaking out at the back of his neck. He specialized in financial mergers and acquisitions, having already read through the Lin Group's financial reports 3 times. He was even clearer on how Lin Jiejun had once used 3 IOUs to crush Qinglong Dock, smiling on the surface while serving tea only for someone to jump into the sea behind his back. At this moment his throat rolled twice, no longer daring to raise his eyes, stamping the steel seal. Click. The vermilion seal was heavily pressed into the paper, and the contract immediately took root. Mr. Tang, please go ahead. Lin Jiejun put away the documents, his gaze pausing for half a second as he swept over Tang Liu. He saw the other party slumped in the leather chair, his face ashen as paper, even his breath exuding a sense of death. He nodded slightly, raising his chin toward Jimmy. Help him, Mr. Tang's legs are weak. Got it, bro. Now, can we leave? Tang Liu grasped the back of the chair, his voice faint. We father and son really can no longer be your stumbling block. Rest assured, I always keep my promises. Lin Jiejun smiled, gently pausing slightly and lightly tapped the car window. There's a speedboat at Kowloon Pier that will take you to Bangkok at 7 tomorrow morning. Remember, in this place of Hong Kong, do not set foot again. Tang Liu was stunned, his pupils contracting. Mr. Lin, are you really letting us go? What I promised with my own mouth, I never go back on. Lin Jiejun's smile did not fade, turning his head to look at the front seat. Jimmy, what do you think? Mr. Tang, rest assured. Jimmy turned his face, a bright smile arching his lips, but the cold glint in his eyes flashed by like an illusion. Lin Jiejun indeed made no move. But who stipulated that if the knife did not leave the sheath it could not see blood? Leisure News reports. A shipwreck incident occurred in the offshore waters, with the water police discovering wreckage during a patrol. The hull was covered in charred burn marks, and it has been confirmed that 2 passengers have unfortunately died. The identities of the deceased are still being verified. Please pay attention to follow-up developments. The next morning, the television was broadcasting the morning news. Lin Jejun only glanced at the screen and a series of system prompt sounds echoed in his mind. The host has absorbed the Tang family, controlling a large portion of land rights in Hong Kong, shifting the landscape for the next 20 years. Upgrade points 30. The host has severed Li Xintang's remaining luck. Upgrade points 5. The host has seized the remaining luck of the Tang father and son. Upgrade points 15. 3 prompt sounds echoed in succession. Just 10 points short to restart the system and continue upgrading. Once I've dealt with the Li family, it should be about enough. He casually dialed the phone and called Jimmy into the office. Jimmy, how is the Tang family's asset inventory? Basically sorted out, please take a look, bro. Jimmy quickly replied, presenting a stack of reports with both hands. The cash on the Tang family's account was extremely low, not to mention 10 billion. They couldn't even gather 1 billion. What was truly valuable were the large number of real estate properties under their name, especially those lands earned by running errands for the Li family for years. Although these plots are not considered prime locations at present, in the future of Hong Kong, even the low-lying areas that have been accumulating water will become hot commodities. Lin Jejun roughly estimated within 10 to 15 years the value of this batch of real estate would steadily soar to over 10 billion. What a lucrative deal. He smiled and waved his head casually, setting the real estate report aside. Initially, helping Wu Zimu was purely out of friendship. But no one expected that the returns from this storm far exceeded expectations. In addition to real estate, the Tang family also held a financial company and a film company. More importantly, the account with the Li family has not been settled yet. Although he has not confronted Li Dingchang face-to-face, yet Lin Jejun knows this battle is inevitable. By that time, he would not let go of any of Li Dingchang's assets. The Li family's wealth far surpasses that of the Tang family. Just the land in Causeway Bay is more solid than all of the Tang family's properties combined. Notify the head of Lin Financial to visit the Tang family's financial company. Those who can be used, bring directly over. Those who can't, please dismiss them. We won't keep any dead weight. Lin Jejun handed the financial report back to Jimmy. Understood, bro. Jimmy immediately grabbed the phone to make arrangements. As for that film company, it is largely unknown in Hong Kong, but it has complete facilities, photography studios, and a cast, albeit with no famous actors. Lin Jejun had a sense of this. This was most likely a shell company for Tang Liu to launder money for loyal and faithful. After all, many gangs in Hong Kong have long treated film production as a new way to launder money. A scrap car is taken to be blown up, priced as a new car. A raw house is set on fire, priced as a finished house. For these people, the cost is low and the money comes fast, perfectly convenient. However, Lin Jejun's current business does not need to go through these detours. Even in the future, whether dealing in arms trafficking in the Golden Triangle or importing foreign liquor, he has the Kowloon walled city gambling den to back him. Using the gambling den to launder money is much less wasteful, quicker to turn around, and cleaner than making movies. However, he has not rushed to discard this small film company. He pondered that it might not be without its opportunities in the future. However, this type of side business no longer required his personal involvement. Only when it could truly grow to the scale of an international Universal Pictures would he consider bringing it out and formally listing it in the core territory. At this moment, Jimmy had just hung up the phone. Jimmy, go register a new real estate company. Don't pick the staff yourself, I'll let the headhunters handle it. Got it, bro. Jimmy nodded in agreement. But after a moment's thought, he scratched his head and smiled wryly. But bro, if we add another company, this office building might just burst at the seams. Lin Jejun then remembered at present the Lin building is only 11 stories high and has already been stuffed to the brim by the various subsidiaries under it. If a new sign is hung, there really won't be any place to settle down. It's developing too rapidly. He sighed lightly. Bro, I didn't expect this either. Jimmy grinned. Not long ago, he was still collecting protection fees at a small bar with Lianxing during the late-night shifts. Additional funds are still needed. At this moment, investing in real estate with borrowed money is simply not worthwhile. But soon Lin Jejun's eyes brightened. What's the rush? Doesn't Zhongshin still have a cine building in Central? As soon as this was said, Jimmy suddenly remembered that Zhongshin indeed has a cine building in Central, a full 24 stories. Although this building cannot be considered outstanding in the valuable land of Central, it is more than sufficient for emergency turnover. Junji, you had already planned this move long ago. Jimmy smirked and nodded, of course. When dealing with opponents, if you don't extract every bit of usefulness, how can you justify the word enemy? Lin Jejun glanced at him sideways. Besides, the things I have my eyes on are mine. Zhongshin has already disbanded the 4 heavenly kings. What waves can they still make? Jimmy didn't respond, just nodded lightly in acquiescence. By the way, have there been any movements from the Li family? Lin Jejun asked next. There hasn't been any news yet. However, the news has already spread. They probably know about Tang Liu and his son by now. Mentioning the Li family, Jimmy's expression darkened slightly. I've heard that Li Dingchang is a ruthless person and definitely not easy to deal with. He's probably sharpening his knives in secret. Lin Jejun remained silent for a moment. In the next few days, send someone to keep a close watch on the Li family. Every move must be understood. The Li family is different from the Tang family. They have a publicly listed company behind them, and their accounts are exposed to the sunlight. Any slight wind or movement could lead to inquiries from foreign firms or even London. Unless holding overwhelming power that could silence the governor's office, Lin Jejun would never provoke danger for short-term gratification. Additionally, dig up solid evidence of the Li family's connections with the Underworld as soon as possible. Once this matter is exposed, letting the public see their betrayal, we will have both reputation and substance, swallowing the entire Li family whole. Lin Jejun's tone was steady, yet every word hit hard. The Li family had remained motionless until now. Lin Jejun was busy with the oil business, while also sorting through the Li family's details. When Jimmy turned to leave to handle matters, Lin Jejun sat alone in the chair, lost in thought. Originally hoping to leverage the Li family to directly elevate the rebate system to its maximum level. Now that they were holding back to take down the Li family, a different path must be found. Before making a move, he needed to find a breakthrough to upgrade the rebate system. He was clear in his heart the system was currently stuck at level 5. The next stage would be a 1,000-fold rebate, a key to a meteoric rise. After pondering for a moment, he picked up the phone, dialing Han Shen's number, asking him to come to the office immediately. 10 minutes later, Junjie, did you call for me? Han Shen entered, his voice crisp. At this time, Han Shen did not have his own territory, helping Lin Jejun manage business in Simsha. He and Desang and Ba each guarded their own territories with clear divisions of labor cooperating smoothly. Aiken Jianjun mentioned a couple of days ago that Nai Yongxiao has returned to Hong Kong. Where is he? Lin Jejun asked directly. A Xiao is back. Han Shen was slightly taken aback. Seeing his reaction, Lin Jejun had already guessed. Han Shen was indeed unaware. Clearly, Nai Yongxiao had long heard of his investment in the Lin family and had chosen to avoid him without initiating contact. You are familiar with Nai Yongxiao and have a close relationship. Go take a trip, tell him about the Nai family's current situation truthfully, and invite him to see me. Lin Jejun paused. Jianjun's people have been keeping an eye on him secretly. You can also ask about his exact location. No need to trouble Jianjun. If he really has returned to Hong Kong, I know where he is. Han Shen immediately replied. The Nai family was not originally rooted in Simsha. Years ago, Nai Kuan had also emerged from a life-and-death struggle, fighting for decades to finally establish a foothold in Simsha. Previously, the Nai family's old residence had always been in Yuanlong. All right, I'll leave this matter to you. Lin Jejun nodded in agreement. At the same time, in Yuanlong, at the Nai family's ancestral home, Nai Yongxiao had been holed up in the ancestral home since arriving in Hong Kong, not stepping outside. 3 meals relied entirely on stocked instant noodles and bottled water, and he was too lazy to even boil hot water. The floor was littered with empty boxes and bags, scattered and messy. In the dimness, his complexion was ashen stubble, unkempt, and he exuded an air of being cornered. It wasn't that he didn't want to go outside, but that he didn't dare to show his face. When he was studying at Eagle Sauce Evergreen, he had set a rule with Nai Kuan, at least 1 phone call per week. In this line of work, 1 day you have to pay back. Nai Kuan had already paved the way and placed the heaviest burden on Nai Yongxiao's shoulders. Among the younger generation of the Nai family, he was the one Nai Kuan trusted the most and had long designated as his successor. As soon as something happened to Nai Kuan, Nai Yongxiao would immediately take over without any ceremony. Because of this, Nai Kuan had allowed him to roam freely during his studies, letting him pursue education and explore with just one condition: once in power, he must return to Hong Kong immediately. After losing contact, Nai Yongxiao decisively returned to Hong Kong. But he was more cautious than Han Shen. He sensed that the Nai family had undergone great changes and did not take a plane or head straight to Simsha. Instead, he took advantage of the night to sneak into the ancestral home in Yuanlong, hiding in the secret room. During the day, he would never go out, only venturing out at night to buy necessities and to listen for news. Today marked the 3rd day of his hiding here. Unlike ordinary thugs or rough bosses, Nai Yongxiao had received a complete higher education with insights and judgment far beyond ordinary people. When he confirmed that Simsha had been taken over by Global Security, which was under the Lin family, and quickly investigated the Lin family's details, his mind buzzed. He completely understood that the current Lin family was no longer a small gang that spoke with fists, but a colossal entity that he could never shake single-handedly. Let alone himself. Even if all the gangs in Hong Kong united, they might not be able to shake it in the slightest. What gives Eagle Sauce the power to dominate the world? It relies on irreplaceable core strength. And the Lin family, relying solely on a small communicator, had already crushed all its competitors in Hong Kong. The current value of the small communicator had not even been fully unleashed. It was this clear awareness that allowed him to calm down completely. Nai Yongxiao knew in his heart that he had no chance of winning at all. Dad, what else can I do? A sliver of dim light slanted in through the crack of the dark room, door gently falling on his gaunt cheek. He murmured in a dry, hoarse voice as if sandpaper had rubbed against him. At that moment, knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking suddenly echoed. Nai Yongxiao, curled up in the dark corner, turned pale instantly. The person knocking was not at the heavy front door of the Ni family's ancestral home, but at the narrow door of this secret room. This meant he had been thoroughly tracked. Click. Ni Yongxiao flipped his right hand, and the gun he had prepared was instantly loaded. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resumed slow but hitting his eardrum like nails. Who? He pressed his voice down, his tone hoarse. A Xiao, it's me. A cold and thin voice came from outside, the voice of Han Chun. Hearing this name, Ni Yongxiao's throat moved, and he fell silent. He had heard that Han Chun had invested in Lin Jejun. Otherwise, after returning to Hong Kong, how could he not even meet him? But he never expected that the other party would take the initiative to come to him. Given Han Chun's years spent in the Ni family, he naturally knew the entrance to this dark room. A thought flashed, and a burning hatred surged in his chest. Han Chun not only betrayed him, but also wanted to eradicate him. He tightened his finger on the trigger, aiming the gun directly at the door. But just as the index finger was about to pull the trigger, a Xiao, Uncle Kuan, and the others are still alive. Han Chun's voice came again. Originally determined to go down together, Ni Yongxiao's eyes widened suddenly. Alive? How is that possible? He exclaimed, his voice cracking with surprise and doubt. Trust me this once, a Xiao, you should know I never speak empty words. Outside, Han Chen's tone was calm with no hint of deceit. Once this was said, Ni Yongxiao's heart shook and doubt arose. The deepest resentment he held against the Lin family was that it was rumored in the martial world that Lin Jejun had bloodily wiped out the Ni family. Yet at this moment Han Chen's tone was steady, and his eyes showed no signs of evasion. That flicker of hope long extinguished was unexpectedly rekindled into a tiny spark. Yet even so, he still didn't dare to let his guard down, only opening the door crack by a small amount. You come in. Footsteps approached, and Han Chen stepped into the dark room. The ground was littered with torn instant noodle boxes, scattered medicine bottles, and dark stains in the corners. A mix of moldy and rancid smells hit Han Chen, causing him to bend over and gag twice. At that moment, a sudden chill struck his temple. Take me to see my family. Ni Yongxiao's voice emerged from the shadows, low and cold. Brother Chun, Brother Chun. The younger brothers outside shouted in unison, drawing guns as fast as lightning. Several gun barrels were all aimed at Ni Yongxiao. But Ni Yongxiao didn't even raise his eyelids. The gun barrel pressed firmly against Han Chen's temple. Step back. Han Chen shouted sharply. Then he turned his head, his gaze complex as he swept a glance at Ni Yongxiao. Uncle Kuan and the others are at the Seaside Villa Hotel. They'll take you there now. At the same time, at the Li family. Master, please have some tea. A maid stepped forward holding a green porcelain tea tray with bated breath. Li Dingchang's face was ashen as he took the teacup and took a sip. The next moment, scalding to death, he spat out tea splashing onto his sleeve. His eyes swept over the maid, and he immediately began to scold her. Mr. Li 2M, so sorry. Get out. Get out right now. Li Dingchang waved his hand irritably like he was swatting a fly. That scoundrel Lin Jejun is too ruthless. Does he have no regard for the rules of the underworld? He had just received the news of Tang Li's death. Lian Haolong, wrapped in layers of bandages, slumped on the sofa, his complexion dark enough to drip water. The four heavenly kings Luo Dingfa was dead, A Wu was captured, and Luo Tianhong and Guo Ziheng were still missing. His own brother Lian Haodong was also unaccounted for. Now that both Tang Liu and Tang Yaozu had perished, their corpses, still warm, Lin Jejun had taken over the entire Tang family's business. Even a fool could see that Lin Jejun was involved. I want to expose him to the media. Let him be ruined. Li Dingchang shouted angrily. Mr. Li, wait a moment. Lian Haolong on the sofa suddenly spoke, stopping him. Speak quickly. Li Dingchang raised an eyebrow and glanced over Lian Haolong, whose body was wrapped in bandages, with a hint of undisguised disdain in his eyes. Coming from the same underworld background, the capabilities of Zhongxin are not even comparable to those ruthless characters under Lin Jejun. Under his intense gaze, Lian Haolong slowly said, if you truly expose this, it would be akin to placing yourself on the pyre. We were the first to break the rules. Moreover, I've noticed that Lin Jejun always retaliates with an eye for an eye. He is probably waiting for you to make your move. Just as you release your statement, he will reveal the truth. At that point, it wouldn't be him who suffers the consequences. Lian Haolong had been in the shadows for years, well-versed in the unspoken rules of both the dark and light worlds. In terms of reasoning and moderation, he was far more clear-headed than Li Dingchang. Once he finished speaking, Li Dingchang was instantly silenced. The Li family was currently in a delicate position, neither black nor white, with no support from either side. Many old families had already begun to distance themselves from them. If Lin Jejun were to truly expose the Li family's involvement in hiring gangsters to attack, colluding with the police to forcibly confront in Causeway Bay and Central, then Li Dingchang along with the entire Li family would indeed be utterly discredited. But Lin Jejun was different. He was already the leader of a gang. Even if some matters were exposed, at most he would be scolded as ruthless, and no one would dare to truly take action against him. Rather, it was Li Dingchang, who wanted to profit from the underworld while pretending to be morally upright in the light, that was most despised. At that moment, ding ding ding. Lian Haolong's phone suddenly rang. I have told you before, when you are here the phone must be silenced. Li Dingchong shot him a sideways glance, his tone cold. The disdain in his eyes felt like a thorn instantly pricking Lin Haolong's heart, causing his anger to flare up. But upon thinking of the complicated influence of the Li family, he forcibly suppressed that impatience and quickly turned to leave to answer the call. A few minutes later, Lin Haolong pushed the door open, his face unable to hide his joy. Mr. Li, I have found a way to break the deadlock. What way? Li Dingchong frowned, immediately inquiring. The call just now was from the Golden Triangle. Lin Haolong waved his phone, a smile creeping onto his lips. The previous deal with Zhang Xinyi and General Guansai Ba was messed up by Lin Jejun. The general is currently holding back a lot of anger. Angry? Where can that anger go? Li Dingchong sneered. Don't forget, this is Hong Kong Island. No matter how overbearing Guansai Ba is, and no matter how many men he has, he cannot step foot here. Li Dingchong had of course heard of Guansai Ba. But ultimately he was just a warlord in the Golden Triangle, and his troops were only fit to flaunt their might in the jungles. Want to come to Hong Kong? The British side would be the first to refuse. Mr. Li, Guansai Ba has already issued a bounty of 10 million for an explanation regarding this matter. And Jiang Tianyang has secretly found a new backer. Lin Haolong leaned closer, lowering his voice to quickly explain in Li Dingchang's ear. After listening, Li Dingchang's lips slowly curled upward. While Guansai Ba indeed cannot bring his men into the country, once the bounty is placed, the nature of the situation completely changes. At that point, he won't even need to act himself. Someone will naturally take care of it for him. He can simply sit back and watch the fire from the shore, waiting to reap the rewards. Li's office, knock, knock, knock. The knocking was crisp and clear. Jungu, Ah Xiao has arrived. Outside was Han Chen's voice. Come in. Lin Jejun's tone was calm. Moments later, Han Chen led Ni Yongxiao into the room. Lin Jejun glanced up, raising his eyebrows slightly. Ni Yongxiao's eyes were dark, his face pale, looking like someone who hadn't seen daylight for a long time. His whole person appeared emaciated. He couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. How did you get yourself into such a state? I originally planned to let him take a shower and change clothes before coming. Han Chen chimed in with a smile. But once he came out of the seaside villa, he insisted on seeing you immediately, and we couldn't stop him. Lin Jejun then smiled as he assessed Ni Yongxiao. Tall and clean-cut with a buzz cut, although he looked tired, he exuded a sense of composed competence. Ni Yongxiao, speak your mind directly. He asked straightforwardly. Ni Yongxiao slowly raised his eyes, looking at the face before him that was even younger than his own. His heart suddenly jolted. A surge of emotions from his past life. Unwillingness, gratitude, fear, ambition. All mixed together, making it difficult to discern the depth in his gaze. After a long silence, he took a deep breath. Mr. Lin, is it because of Ah Chun and me that you haven't touched the Ni family? That's right, but not entirely right. Lin Jejun gently shook his head. To be honest, even if I were to deal with Ni Kun and the others, you wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Moreover, I have never left survivors, nor do I leave hidden dangers. Ni Yongxiao did not respond. Before coming, he had already gathered enough information about Lin Jejun. After hearing about his rise to power, even someone like him who had seen the world couldn't help but feel a shiver in his heart. He had studied in the Eagle Country, familiar with the history of its rise from a colony. Though the history was short, in just 200 years it had ascended to the pinnacle of the world, with every step marked by blood and violence. Lin Jejun's methods, it seemed, were strikingly similar to those of the old capitalists: swift accumulation, decisive action, and ruthless means. More importantly, he had a hardened heart and steady hands. In plain terms, his current position was built upon countless fallen bones. With this level of resolve, coupled with the chilling technological means of the Lin Group, Ni Yongxiao understood clearly what Lin Jejun lacked was merely time. As long as he was given a few more years of wild growth, breaking into the ranks of the top aristocracy would only be a matter of time. He didn't say it out loud, but he had to admit in his heart. In terms of vision and skill, he was far behind Lin Jejun. If Lin Jejun had truly harbored murderous intentions at that time, it was uncertain whether he would even be able to board a plane back to Hong Kong after leaving Ivy League. This point Ni Yongxiao firmly believed. Mr. Lin, then you. He hesitated to speak. It's simple, of both of you are indeed usable talents. Lin Jejun stated directly. Ah Chun has extensive experience in the underworld and wide connections. As for you, Ah Xiao, you are a top student from Ivy League. The knowledge from Eagle Country is indeed cutting edge. Your insight surpasses most people, and I want you to help me with my work. Ni Yongxiao was about to speak. The words aren't finished yet. Lin Jejun raised his hand to indicate. I am always ruthless in my dealings, but I also know the importance of moderation. If there's a way to leave room, I will never go for the kill. This time Tang Liu and Tang Yaozu were purely fulfilling a promise to a friend. Friend? Ni Yongxiao was taken aback. Wu Zimu, a high-ranking member of the Eagle Country's Democratic Alliance. I promised him that if I touched his people, I would have to pay a price, Lin Jejun replied with an expressionless face, his tone as calm as water. However, the moment those words left his mouth, Ni Yongxiao's expression changed instantly. The Triads in Eagle Country had deep roots. If it weren't for the internal strife that has been ongoing, let alone the mafia and Yamaguchi-gumi, even certain state apparatus would hardly dare to provoke them lightly. He never expected that Lin Jiejun would have such powerful connections in Eagle Country. After a long silence, Nai Yongxiao finally regained his composure, slowly exhaling a long breath and bowing deeply to Lin Jiejun. Regardless, I thank Mr. Lin for not taking my life. Lin Jiejun's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. He understood that what Nai Yongxiao cared about most was never himself, but the entire Nai family. Ultimately, family was his only weakness. This statement on the surface was gratitude, but in reality, it was asking for a way out for all members of the Nai family. And after the thanks, Lin Jiejun asked with interest. Nai Yongxiao took another deep breath, his expression serious, and blurted out, Jun Go. Good. Ah Xiao, you truly have a sharp mind and clear vision. Lin Jiejun laughed heartily, clapping his hands lightly. With his support, many tricky matters would naturally go much smoother. While he was speaking, knock knock knock. The knocking sound rang out again. Moments later, Jimmy entered, followed by the trading manager of Lin Finance. How is the progress on the Lin Finance side? Lin Jiejun asked without looking up, flipping through the copy of Global Finance in his hands. Mr. Lin, as of 5 minutes ago, Lin Finance has acquired 10 million barrels of crude oil. The buying is still ongoing. Just as you predicted, the international oil prices are behaving like back in the days of Kowloon warehouse. The decline is soaring without any pause for breath. To be precise, it's even more ferocious than back then. The manager smiled broadly. Jimmy also grinned, filled with admiration. Lin Jiejun's foresight was something he had seen before, but each time it still left him astounded. Continue buying, don't hold back. Lin Jiejun closed the magazine and nodded. If funds are tight, ask Jimmy for adjustments. He is always prepared. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The manager responded briskly and quickly turned to leave. Jungu, are you betting on international crude oil this time? Nai Yongxiao asked, a bit surprised. How so unexpected? Lin Jiejun raised an eyebrow in response. Not unexpected. Nai Yongxiao replied seriously. I studied finance at Ivy League, and a few classmates and I had already predicted this wave of price surge and pooled money together to establish a position. Just a bit nervous, afraid of missing the rhythm. Don't hesitate to dive in boldly. Lin Jiejun smiled and nodded. Feel free to increase your investment. With your words, Jungu, I feel completely reassured. Nai Yongxiao finally broke into a smile, then changed the subject. By the way, Jungu, where should I start next? Lin Jiejun pondered for a moment before looking him straight in the eye. Ah Xiao, it's a waste for your talents to be stuck in Hong Kong. I have laid a line in Eagle Country. The risks are not small, but the returns are substantial. Fortunes are often sought in risks. If you can truly establish a solid footing in Eagle Country, rebuilding a stronger Nai family is not impossible. His tone was steady and his gaze intense. This matter had originally been suggested to him by Wu Zimu, establishing a foundation in Los Santos. At present, apart from Nai Yongxiao, no one else could bear this burden. Of course, Lin Jiejun wouldn't let him go alone. He would also send a few of his loyal brothers who had been with him for many years to support him. As for loyalty, he was not worried at all. First, the entire Nai family was still in Hong Kong. With Nai Yongxiao's temperament, he would never dare to act recklessly. Secondly, the truly useful technology channels and networks were all in his own hands. Even if Nai Yongxiao made a name for himself in Eagle Country in the future, he would still be unable to bypass the Lin Group as the mainstay. Yet it was different now. Henceforth, he would answer only to Lin Jiejun. Having witnessed Lin Jiejun's methods, vision, and scope with his own eyes, awe and reverence filled his heart. Entrusting him with such a weighty responsibility alone was enough to stir his deepest emotions. Brother Jun trusts me. What more hesitation could there be? You have my word, Brother Jun, Nai Yongxiao declared, striking his chest with resolve. I will spare no effort to see this through. But should I ever falter, my only plea is that you protect my family. Opportunities abounded in Eagle Land, but so did hidden reefs. The waters there ran far deeper than those of Hong Kong Island. In the Hong Kong underworld, a breakdown in talks might end in blade combat. But in the black ghettos of Los Santos, tempers flared into life-or-death gunfights in an instant. Bodies falling before a breath could be drawn. Shall ease your mind. I've already made arrangements with the Zhigong Alliance. They'll send someone to meet you. And on this side, I've dispatched personnel as well, Lin Jiejun said, rising and clapping Nai Yongxiao lightly on the shoulder with a smile. And your family? Even if you doubt me, do you doubt Han Chun? Brother Jun jests, Nai Yongxiao replied, scratching his head with mild embarrassment. Moreover, Lin Group is urgently recruiting talent. You have strong Ivy League connections. Why not activate them? Any classmates interested are welcome to join Lin Group. Compensation will be exceptionally generous. Lin Jiejun added this, casually recalling Nai Yongxiao's academic resources in Eagle Land. Rest assured, Brother Jun, I'll prioritize this without fail. Nai Yongxiao nodded firmly. That very afternoon, Nai Yongxiao booked a flight to Los Santos. The moment the aircraft lifted off, the host has secured Nai Yongxiao as a trusted confidant, altering his fate. 15 ascension points. The host has entered Eagle Land, taking a decisive step toward global expansion. 40 ascension points. Brother Jun's satellite phone. Jimmy hurried forward holding out the device. Brother Jun. Tian Yangsheng's voice came through the line, low, taut, and heavy with tension. Yangsheng, what's happened? Lin Jejun asked, faintly puzzled. Ever since he had entrusted full authority over the Golden Triangle operations to Tian Yangsheng, affairs there had flourished steadily, giving Lin Jejun peace of mind. Brother Jun, I've just uncovered a thread, and it bodes ill for you. Tian Yangsheng spoke slowly, each word weighted like stone, his tone thick, with grim, lethal gravity. Half an hour later in the Lin Group boardroom, every face, except Lin Jejun's, was drawn tight as a fully drawn bowstring. Jimmy, all 10 Tigers senior executives from global security and core members of the military advisory team filled the spacious chamber. Gentlemen, the news has surely reached you all, Jimmy said grimly, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping across each face. Brothers Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo, along with the rest of the 10 Tigers, nodded silently, their brows knotted in concern. Just moments earlier, Tian Yangsheng had sent urgent intelligence. Guan Saiba had placed a bounty across the underworld and vowed to intervene personally, deploying elite assassins he himself had trained to descend upon Hong Kong. The target, the old score at Saiwan Pier Leopard's right hand, permanently crippled, and the mysterious disappearance of Cheng Xin Yi shipment funds. Given Guan Saiba's stature in the Golden Triangle, such a silent humiliation was unthinkable. He would never swallow it whole. I know Guan Saiba well, a fearsome warlord who commands immense respect across the Golden Triangle. Back in my early days, I frequently traveled the Golden Triangle routes. I know his background inside and out. He is no ordinary adversary. Just how formidable is he? In terms of military strength, influence, and territorial control, he ranks only slightly below titans like Kun Sa and Lo Xinghan. So ruthless. Then Brother Jun could be targeted at any moment. Therefore, we must remain hypervigilant, now more than ever. I've already spread word among our harbor informants, eyes wide, open, ears pricked sharp. Zhang Wo and I will assign additional personnel to accompany Brother Jun at all times, never leaving his side. Voices rose and fell in rapid succession. Especially after hearing Han Shen's sobering assessment of Guan Saiba's power, the atmosphere in the room tightened palpably. Every gaze converged instinctively on Lin Jejun, their eyes brimming with anxious urgency. Lin Jejun surveyed the sea of tense, battle-ready faces and shook his head with a wry, gentle smile. You're all more concerned than I am. Surely that's unnecessary. Brother Jun, such words mustn't be spoken lightly. Babai interjected urgently. You are the very heart of our enterprise. Babai may fall, but you must never falter. Precisely. With Brother Long Juanfeng still hospitalized, the entire operation rests squarely on Brother Jun's shoulders. And how Brother Jun treats us all, that truth resides deep in every heart. No matter the crisis, not a single hair on his head shall be harmed. Xin rose abruptly, his voice steady, his expression resolute. At these words, the room erupted in unanimous affirmation. Among those present, senior executives and the 10 Tigers, 3 distinct factions coalesced. One, Lin Jejun's own loyal cadre, forged under his direct leadership, another the veteran corps personally trained by Long Qingbang's founding patriarch Brother Long Juanfeng, and a third comprised of later adherents, such as Han Shen and Wang Jiao. Before his hospitalization, Brother Long Juanfeng had issued an ironclad decree: all Long Qingbang cadres were to obey Lin Jejun unconditionally, as though obeying themselves. Moreover, Lin Group had been rooted in Hong Kong for decades. Every person in that room owed their stability, prosperity, and overflowing wealth directly to Lin Jejun. To them, Lin Jejun was not merely their leader, he was their benefactor. Beyond reverence lay profound, tangible gratitude. They would sooner bleed themselves than let him suffer even a scratch. You all, Lin Jejun sighed softly, waving a hand. Must we shrink like turtles at the mere thought of conflict? This day was always destined to arrive. Since Guan Saiba has struck first, passive waiting is no longer an option. Jianjun Zhangwo, you'll deploy reliable personnel for close protection immediately. Also reinforce surveillance around my villa. Guan Saiba may strike at Quinn and the others. Understood, boss. Wang Jianjun snapped, upright voice crisp and decisive. All brothers will be deployed there, immediately. His unwavering certainty eased the group's taut nerves just slightly. Wang Jianjun's unit, comprising nearly 100 ex-military reconnaissance specialists, boasted exceptional skill, lightning-fast reflexes, and battle-tested experience second to none. With them guarding the perimeter, security reached its absolute peak. Brother Jun, I have something here. Perhaps it may prove useful. Wang Jiao suddenly raised his hand, voice clear and bright. A book? What kind of book? Lin Jejun turned his head toward him. I'll have it fetched at once. Wang Jiao gestured sharply to a trusted subordinate. The man nodded and strode swiftly from the room. Within minutes, he returned from Wang Jiao's territory, cradling a yellowed ancient codex, its cover-worn edges curled with age. The Eye of the Heart. Lin Jejun frowned slightly, flipping open a few pages. What sort of text is this? Another scroll pilfered from Shaolin. Not stolen. I found it tucked away in the farthest corner of Shaolin's Sutra repository. It's no martial manual, but rather an internal cultivation technique. A cultivation method, written entirely in classical prose. It gives one a headache just reading it. Lin Jejun closed the book and passed it casually to Feng Yuxiu, who'd been craning his neck eagerly beside him. Feng Yuxiu's eyes bulged wide, his neck stretched like a curious crane, so comical that Lin Jejun nearly laughed aloud. Feng Yuxiu, you're literate. See if you can decipher it. If feasible, teach it to me directly. Feng Yuxiu snatched the ancient text with visible delight. Brother Jun, have no concerns. I'll chew it down thoroughly and feed it to you word for word. Even as he spoke, he'd already crouched into a corner, nose buried deep in the pages. The cultivation manual, the Eye of the Heart, gifted to junior brother Feng Yuxiu, has triggered a 400-fold quality return. Congratulations, the host has acquired Danger Perception Rare Edition. Activate absorption now. Not now, Lin Jejun murmured inwardly. Last time he absorbed the Bejiquan Rare Edition, golden light exploded across the room like celestial thunder during Tribulation Transcendence. He had no intention of staging such a spectacle before an audience. With everyone's cooldown cycles now fully restored, Lin Jejun smoothly distributed pre-prepared tokens of appreciation to each person present. Currently, Global Security's Hong Kong operations had been fully integrated. The imported liquor production line barely sustained supply, yet Wu Zimu had just accepted the entire Zhigong Alliance contract, leaving capacity severely strained. Without hesitation, Lin Jejun authorized 20 new production lines. Alongside imported liquor, readitoate meal lines expanded simultaneously, dramatically enhancing both flavor complexity and variety of field rations. The Xiaolingtong production line remained manageable. For safety, Lin Jejun approved 3 additional lines. Yet the most urgent priority remained pharmaceutical manufacturing. Guozhichuan supplied some medicines, yet pharmacy retail was never their department store's core business. The efficacy specifications and volume fell drastically short of Lin Jejun's operational needs. Among local Hong Kong pharmaceutical enterprises capable of large-scale supply, only Hysan Enterprises, owned by the Li family, remained viable. Yet with Lin Jejun currently locked in standoff with the Li's, bulk procurement from Hysan was impossible. Lin Jejun decided decisively produce in-house. After all, frontline essentials boiled down to water purification tablets, first aid kits, orthopedic splints, tourniquets, common antibiotics, and basic vitamins. Low-tech mature formulations easily mastered. Moreover, vertical integration slashed costs to the bone. Take Guozhichuan's vitamins priced at $10 per bottle. Their wholesale cost hovered near $3. Layer upon layer of markup, consuming most profit margins. Once Lin Jejun secured raw material channels and established foundational processing, vitamin production costs plummeted to mere cents per bottle. Once scaled across the Golden Triangle, volume-driven margins would become astonishing. Even more compelling, regulatory registration could be deferred entirely. Production could commence immediately. In the Golden Triangle, efficacy, not branding, held sway. Medicine that saved lives was simply good medicine. In short order, all gifts had been distributed. Only Han Xin remained. Han Xin, call Han Bin to my office. I have instructions for both of you. Ultimately, Han Bin had yet to formally withdraw from Hung Hing. Having installed Liang Quan as acting chairman, Lin Jejun wisely maintained discretion until Han Bin's complete exit. Summoning him prematurely to meetings would undermine Liang Quan's dignity. Yes, Brother Jun. Han Xin responded instantly, pulling out his phone to dial Han Bin. Once all arrangements were settled, Lin Jejun returned to his office. Absorb the rare edition. At that command, the returned manuscript dissolved into a silvery streak, vanishing into Lin Jejun's brow. A faint luminous aura shimmered across the entire office. 10 minutes later, the solitary manual danger prediction has been successfully refined. Detection indicates that the host's physique and mental strength have reached the limits of an ordinary person, greatly enhancing comprehension speed. Current realm beginner proficient mastery. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Jejun felt a slight relief in his heart. Although the solitary martial arts could be practiced automatically, the progress was ultimately limited by one's own foundation. Previously, when refining the 8 Extreme Solitary Manual, it took him a full 15 to 16 days to progress from beginner to mastery. Later, after obtaining the Sunu scripture for body tempering and spirit solidifying, his cultivation gradually accelerated. Now this speed was truly like riding a rocket. He jumped to mastery in just a few minutes. At this rate, he could easily reach great success by enduring through the night. Half an hour later, danger prediction had steadily entered the threshold stage. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door was followed by Han Chen's voice from outside. Brother Junbin, Xiao has arrived. Come in, Lin Jejun replied. Before he could finish speaking, Han Chen pushed the door open, followed closely by Han Bin as they both entered the office. Brother Jun, what's up? Han Bin asked. Lin Jejun glanced at the two. You both have been running around outside for years. You should be more familiar with the forces around Hong Kong than anyone else. Hearing this, the two exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Han Bin was already well versed. Back when Jiang Tianxin was in charge of Hongxing, he had shifted his focus overseas and had dealings with many international big shots. Although Han Shun had a slightly narrower network due to the Ni family's mainstay business in drugs, he had long been active in Southeast Asia and was well acquainted with the local underworld warlords and smuggling operations. Seeing this, Lin Jejun did not beat around the bush and directly took out a submachine gun from his drawer along with a compatible night vision holographic module and placed them on the table. Take this first. Han Bin and Han Shun exchanged glances. Though confused, they still reached out to take the submachine gun and the module. Bestowed the AK-47 to younger brother Han Bin, triggering a 500x quality rebate, obtaining a modular assault rifle production line X5. Bestowed the night vision holographic combat module to younger brother Han Shun, triggering a 500x quality rebate, obtaining a firearm tactical module production line X5. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Jejun's lips curled slightly, feeling reassured. The current 500x rebate was already the limit. Whether it was the Zhulong pistol or the Zhulong assault rifle, both were concept-level equipment with design philosophies far surpassing the current era. Even the strongest military powers like Eagle Sauce and White Bear had not mentioned the direction of modular firearms. Even the two classics of the East and West, the M16 and AK-47, had very limited expansion capabilities. Modular firearms, however, were entirely different. Models like the M4A1 from the mid-1990s and the 417 Hong Kong dollars introduced in 2005 had already incorporated modular thinking. Not only did they surpass the M16 in firepower accuracy and reliability, but they also came equipped with standardized rails allowing for the attachment of tactical flashlights, holographic sights, high-magnification scopes, night vision devices, laser pointers, extended magazines, adjustable stock suppressors, flash hiders, and muzzle compensators. All accessories could be easily disassembled and were plug-and-play. Handguns similarly supported a variety of functional attachments. This modular design concept had yet to be proposed anywhere in the world, let alone in Hong Kong. Currently, the Zhulong pistol has entered mass production at the Global Armed Forces base. Next, the production line for the Zhulong assault rifle and combat support modules will also be gradually transferred there. I need both of you to help me open up international channels and lead the establishment of a genuine arms manufacturing and supply chain that belongs to the Lin Group and the Global Armed Forces. After organizing the rewards, Lin Jejun looked at the two. As soon as he finished speaking, their eyes brightened immediately. Han Bin had long been interested in expanding the overseas market. In his view, aside from not touching the drug line, energy and arms were both lucrative businesses. There was no need to say much about Han Chen. He had spent years traveling everywhere, braving wind and rain. Although he was now stationed in Tsim Sha Tsui for Lin Jejun, he still poured his heart into it. However, staying in Hong Kong was ultimately not as thrilling as going overseas. Moreover, the territories in Tsim Sha Tsui and Kowloon were originally managed by the three loyalists, Deseng Ba Bai and A Wu, who were brought out by Lin Jejun. Lin Jejun later handed Tsim Sha Tsui over to Han Chen. The three not only had no objections, but also got along harmoniously with Han Chen without any grudges. Yet precisely because of this, Han Chen felt somewhat guilty in his heart, always thinking that he had taken away the territory that Ba Bai and the others should have solely enjoyed. Brother Jun, I will immediately go and establish connections in the Golden Triangle. Han Chen was the first to stand up, his tone decisive and brisk. I will arrange meetings with several international arms dealers. As long as the weapons are up to standard, sales won't be a problem. Hold on, Lin Jejun interrupted with a smile, waving his hand. The quality will definitely be reliable, but I need to keep a hand back. Keep a hand back. Han Bin and Han Chen both paused in surprise. Yes, we must first ensure that the Global Armed Forces' own troops are prioritized in equipping before discussing external exports. More importantly, we need to set up a few insurance measures before exports. Otherwise, if one day our guns are turned against our own people by our opponents, it would be absurd. Lin Jejun's gaze flickered cold and sharp. I see. But Brother Jun, how exactly do we operate this? Han Chen quickly asked. Beside him, Han Bin perked up his ears. In their impression, the so-called insurance measures were nothing more than specially designed bullets, only compatible with their own ammunition to create a control mechanism. But in reality, modern firearms emphasize ammunition compatibility. If they forced a specific caliber, captured bullets would be useless. In those war-torn regions with outdated equipment, warlords would immediately turn away upon seeing incompatibility, and the market appeal of the Zhulong series would undoubtedly plummet. Don't worry if I say there is, then there is, Lin Jejun reassured them. The bullets will still be compatible, you can be rest assured about that. Seeing the two show doubt, Lin Jejun smiled, his tone confident. At that moment, Lin Jejun's satellite phone suddenly vibrated. Brother Jun. A voice from the receiver belonged to Tian Yangxing. Ah Shang, what's the matter? Action has begun on Guan Kaiba side, Tian Yangxing replied in a low tone. We are too far from him to keep surveillance around the clock. This information came from our local partner and is about 80 credible. If he dares to come to Hong Kong, let him come at us, Lin Jejun sneered. With Jian Jun and the others here, nothing will go wrong. With Jian Jun and the others guarding, it's indeed foolproof. Tian Yangsheng's tone noticeably relaxed. Dedong was still in the Golden Triangle. The more he dealt with Dedong, the clearer he became about the terrifying battlefield instincts that those old soldiers from the north possessed. By the way, Brother Jun, there's one more thing. General Kunsha wants to order a batch of supplies from us. Kunsha, why has he suddenly come to us? Lin Jejun asked, slightly surprised. He had never set foot in the Golden Triangle. All matters were handled by Tian Yangsheng. Now Kunsha had bypassed the intermediary and directly named him, which was quite unexpected. Brother Jun, I can't figure out how Kunsha found out about the relationship between global armed forces and you. I suspect. It's very likely that Jiang Tianyang leaked the information. Tian Yangsheng shared his speculation. Lin Jejun nodded in agreement. After the assassination attempt failed last time, Jiang Tianyang fled the villa in a hurry with the remnants of his forces. By the time Tian Yangsheng arrived with his people, he only intercepted the Hongxing by Ji Fan Shenyao near the hospital. As for Jiang Tianyang himself, his whereabouts remained unknown and were still under investigation. After a brief pause, Tian Yangsheng's voice rang out again. Kunsha mainly wants medicines, medical equipment, daily necessities, and individual rations for supplies. Sheng, you negotiate directly and sign the deal fully in charge, Lin Jejun decisively instructed. He trusted many capable people under him and believed in using them without suspicion. Moreover, Dedong and the others were watching closely in the Golden Triangle, so entrusting this business to Tian Yangsheng was the safest approach. However, unexpectedly. But, Brother Jun, our inventory in the Golden Triangle has already been cleared out. Tian Yangsheng's voice carried a hint of unmasked dryness. What? Sold out? Lin Jejun was momentarily stunned. He had instructed the Tony brothers to haul almost everything from Guizikan's department store during this time. Based on projections, this batch of daily necessities, medicines, rations, and canned snacks should have lasted 3 months without issue. But this was only a week later. How could 677 make money so fast in the Golden Triangle? Upon realizing this, Lin Jejun was first taken aback, then the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. It seemed that he had underestimated the warlord's hunger for strategic reserve supplies. Brother Jun, this is what happened. As soon as the goods arrived here, they were snatched up frantically. Based on our on-site estimate, even at full capacity, it would last only a month. However, a few days ago, Kunsha's men suddenly stormed in, throwing down heaps of cash and directly cleaned out our warehouse. And that's not all. They said this amount of goods was barely sufficient, which made me rush to contact you. After hearing Tian Yangsheng's explanation, Lin Jejun finally understood the situation. The Golden Triangle indeed had a strong demand for combat supplies, but even so, it shouldn't have emptied the inventory in just a week. What truly depleted the stock was Kunsha. This old-school military head entrenched in the Golden Triangle for decades was loaded, ruthless, and had a big appetite. Why is he hoarding so much? Is he planning to really confront Myanmar, South Vietnam, and Siam? Lin Jejun inquired. Most likely, Tian Yangsheng immediately replied. I've just learned that the 3 countries recently held a secret meeting and have finalized plans to jointly deploy troops to suppress Kunsha's armed forces. At these words, Lin Jejun's pupils constricted and his gaze suddenly brightened. An opportunity had arrived. War was the biggest money burner and a fast way to make money. Quick returns, high profits, and short payment terms. The conflict between Kunsha and the 3 countries had nothing to do with him. He only adhered to one iron rule: it would be foolish not to earn money. Moreover, the global armed forces, though set up, had a too thin foundation. Their overall strength was at most enough to contend with medium-sized warlords, more than enough to deal with a few small forces, but if they truly faced giants like Kunsha, Luo Xinghan, and Guan Saiba, they would struggle to defend themselves. Without external support, they would collapse within half a month at most. Before the global armed forces could truly establish themselves, Lin Jejun had to tie down a substantial backing in the Golden Triangle, even if it was just a solid business partner. More crucially, Kunsha holds a voting right within the Persian Gulf Oil Alliance. Currently, the Chinese United Public Alliance occupies 1 seat. If Kunsha is brought on board, only one more faction needs to be swayed to gather 3 votes and directly insert into the core circle of the Persian Gulf. Sheng, please inform Kunsha that global armed forces primarily deals with small to medium warlords. The quantity he demands is too large, and he needs to come to Hong Kong Island to negotiate with me in person. I will ensure the goods are delivered to his camp, saving the hassle and loss of middlemen. Lin Jejun thoroughly explained his plan. Understood, Brother Jun. I will respond immediately. Tian Yangsheng replied decisively, hanging up the phone briskly. Chun Bin Xiao, you may continue with your tasks. Lin Jejun turned to Han Chun and Han Bin. By the way, inform the Tony brothers that except for Wu Zis deal, all other operations are to be halted immediately, and the fleet must vacate at once. The 2 paused for a moment before nodding and retreating. However, the shock on their faces was unmistakable. They had been running international routes for many years, and their information network was unmatched. Kunsha, the true emperor of the Golden Triangle, known in the Underworld as the King of the Golden Triangle. He commands 6 battalions with 20,000 fully armed soldiers and an arsenal of guns and ammunition piled high. No one anticipated that such a powerful figure capable of shaking 3 provinces with a stomp would seek the favor of the Lin group. At the same moment, in the Golden Triangle, Kuncha's armed base. Kill, kill, kill. The sound of training echoed thunderously around the camp. Observing their stances with firearms, the formations, and close combat techniques, it was evident they bore the marks of the former nationalist army. In fact, most of the warlords in the Golden Triangle were former officers of the nationalist army who had fled there during its retreat. Kuncha and Luo Xinghan both attended military training sessions organized by the nationalist army in Southeast Asia during their early years, thus the training methods of their troops naturally followed suit. Even the drug lord Eight-Faced Buddha was once a low-ranking officer in the Guo army. Although the Guo army's combat strength was insignificant in front of the reed rabbits in this region of Southeast Asia, no one dared to block their way. At this moment, Kuncha was sitting in the command center staring at a sprawling map of the entire Golden Triangle. The territories, deployments, and strengths of the major warlords were marked clearly. The edges of the map were densely annotated with the deployment of troops along the borders of Myanmar, South Vietnam, and Siam. He held a pipe in his mouth, tracing his fingers along the defensive lines of the 3 countries, his brow furrowing. General. As soon as the report was delivered, a tall, high-nosed Chinese man walked in briskly. Colonel Sumi, come in. Kuncha raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. This man was Sumi, Kuncha's trusted aide of Chinese descent, also known as Zhang Dashu, holding the rank of colonel second only to Kuncha. He was also the de facto second-in-command of the Jinsha group. How did the business negotiations go? Kuncha's gaze remained fixed on the map, his voice low. The daily necessities, medicines, and military rations from global armed forces have all been retrieved. But this amount of goods is far from filling the upcoming gaps. Sumi sighed, lightly standing to the side. Kuncha also exhaled a sigh. Outside, he was called the Flower King and the #1 demon of the Golden Triangle, basking in glory. Yet only those sitting in this chair understood being the boss was not just about flaunting power. With 6 battalions and 20,000 men, the demands for food, ammunition, oil, winter clothes, and summer were weighed heavily on his shoulders. Now, with the 3 countries openly aligning to encircle him, his already depleted strategic reserves were being forced to the brink of a cliff. Have you made contact with the Lin group? Kuncha asked. Yes, I have reached them, Sumi replied immediately. Lin Jejun has assured me he will do everything possible to ensure supply. Kuncha's tense face finally relaxed slightly. This Lin Jejun is truly not an ordinary person. I've heard he is only in his early 20s. Yes, just over 20. Sumi nodded, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. At just over 20, he commands the most powerful and well-armed underworld organization on Hong Kong Island, successfully transitioning into a legitimate security company. In the financial sphere, he has also been immersed for many years, employing shrewd methods. Moreover, deep within the dense forests of the Golden Triangle, he has assembled a well-equipped and well-structured armed force. Not to mention Sumi, even Kuncha himself had never seen a young person who could expand his operations so rapidly and firmly in such a short time. General, according to Lin Jejun's intentions, global armed forces local warehouses have too small a supply volume to solve the urgent needs. So he wishes for you to make a personal trip to Hong Kong Island. Once both sides finalize the details, he will immediately dispatch a dedicated fleet to transport the goods directly to our camp. Kuncha listened quietly, slowly nodding, his brow slightly furrowed, as if weighing the situation. He understood Lin Jejun's calculations. The inventory of global armed forces was already stretched thin. The rainy season in the Golden Triangle caused muddy roads, making land transportation time-consuming and laborious, with high losses and risks. Transporting more might lead to greater losses. Taking the water route downstream would save costs, be stable, and allow for a complete delivery. Indeed, the optimal solution. Going to Hong Kong Island to meet Lin Jejun itself is not difficult. But given the current situation, as soon as I step out of the Golden Triangle, I fear I will be closely monitored by the intelligence personnel of the 3 countries. Kuncha chuckled bitterly and shook his head. Colonel Sumi, who was standing nearby, nodded silently, his expression grave. In the eyes of the 3 countries, Kuncha was a tough nut to crack, someone they must eliminate. There were at least 7 or 8 warlords in the Golden Triangle engaged in the flower business, and the 3 countries usually turned a blind eye. However, they kept a close watch on Kuncha, for his troops were strong, and if a confrontation broke out, it would be enough to give them a headache. How about this? General, I can take this trip for you and negotiate with Mr. Lin in person, Colonel Sumi tentatively suggested. Kuncha pondered for a moment before finally nodding. It seems we have no other choice. It's not that I don't trust the young Lin Jejun, I just fear he might misunderstand my delay. After all, he has already established himself and carries weight. But since we are talking business now, he should understand my situation. Later, just clarify it to him. This was both a directive and a trust. At this moment, this was indeed a win-win solution. Sending Sumi would show sincerity without losing authority. It would ensure Kuncha's safety while preserving face for both sides. 2 days later, on Hong Kong Island at the outer edge of Kowloon Pier. Is Kuncha really coming tonight? I heard it's not him personally, but his deputy. I heard from intel that Kuncha commands 6 battalions. 6 battalions. How many people? Just over 20,000. Wow, over 20,000. That's almost as many as our frontline operatives at Global Security. They are indeed real heavyweights while we are merely wielding butcher knives. So what if they carry guns? Aren't they coming to negotiate with Brother June obediently now? At the seaside edge of the pier, a fishing boat's deck was filled with chatter from Ba Bai Desang and others creating a ruckus. Everyone be quiet. Jimmy turned back and swept a glance, his voice low, yet commanding silence across the room. Earlier, Lin Jiejun had already figured out the situation on Kunch's side. He was not surprised at the other party sending their second-in-command to Hong Kong. He understood completely. But understanding was one thing, rules could not be broken. He still had Jimmy lead the welcoming party, second-in-command meeting second-in-command. He also specifically called upon more than a dozen mid to high-level executives from Global Security, setting a grand stage filled with sincerity. Once Sumi disembarked, Jimmy would guide him to meet Lin Jiejun. No lowering of standards, no loss of courtesy, leaving no gaps. This arrangement was also gladly accepted by Kunch's side. As they were speaking, click click, suddenly the distant sea surface broke the darkness and 2 beams of light flashed on. 2 long, 1 short, 1 long, no doubt about it. Jimmy instantly straightened his back. Ba Bai signal. Got it, Brother Jimmy. Ba Bai quickly activated the boat's searchlight, flashing in a rhythmic pattern. In just a few minutes, a speedboat sliced through the waves and approached the shore. Brother Jimmy, Colonel Sumi. Having previously exchanged photos for recognition after confirming their identities, Jimmy immediately signaled for Ba Bai and others to assist in safely bringing Sumi and his delegation aboard. Now that they were business partners, the small talk was naturally warm, filled with laughter on the boat, and the atmosphere was relaxed. Brother Jimmy, when can I meet Mr. Lin? Sumi, recalling the main matter, seized the opportunity to ask with a smile. Mr. Lin has just taken a rest, Jimmy replied with a smile. Sumi looked up at the bright moon in the sky, scratched his nose and grinned. Oh, I was too impatient. Don't worry, Colonel Sumi, Mr. Lin is very invested in this cooperation. Jimmy patted him on the shoulder. It's been arranged for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to meet at the Lin Group headquarters. As for tonight, Hong Kong Island's excitement has just begun, so you all feel free to enjoy yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumi maintained a calm expression, but the eyes of several accompanying officers behind him instantly lit up with excitement. They were all part of Kunch's inner circle in the Golden Triangle with significant status. However, that place was a desolate land lacking even a proper road. Even when they occasionally encountered women, they were merely peasant women with bound feet, their sawls cracked thicker than the calluses on their foreheads. They had long dreamed of wandering through the neon-lit paradise of Hong Kong Island. The next morning, Jimmy led Sumi and his group directly to the Lin Group office. Except for Sumi, who walked steadily and looked composed, every one of his subordinates appeared unsteady, their eyes dark circles, collars askew, looking as if they had been drained of energy. Sumi glanced around, swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. What a shame, truly a shame. Although both sides were allies, since it was a cooperation, there was inevitably a need to compete subtly. From the very beginning, Lin Jiejun had Jimmy invite Sumi for a meeting, and the Kuncha group had not gained even an ounce of advantage. Kuncha remained still, while Lin Jiejun remained unmoved. As for what happened last night, it was even more unbearable. Just thinking about the events of last night made Sumi's liver ache with anger. His group of people had entered the city like a bunch of country bumpkins seeing the city for the first time, awestruck by everything. Once they got to the nightclub, Ba Bai Desang and the other seasoned veterans, although their marksmanship couldn't compare to the old soldiers from the Golden Triangle, were nonetheless prominent figures on Hong Kong Island, having grown up in a barrel of liquor. When it came to drinking games, who would dare challenge them? When the drinks were flowing, someone from Kuncha's side, perhaps a loose tongue, shouted to compare drinking capacities. Without a second thought, Ba Bai grabbed a blue and white porcelain bottle from the entrance of the private room, filled it with 7 or 8 bottles of liquor in one go, and tilted it back into his throat. That fierce attitude directly stunned Sumi's subordinates. The latter half of the night was even more unforgettable. Jimmy directly arranged for 7 or 8 foreign women in the territory of Sister 13. Apart from Sumi, who could maintain her composure, the rest of her close aides exhausted all their accumulated energy overnight. Today, being able to sit upright is already a rarity. Under Jimmy's guidance, Colonel Sumi walked into Lin Jiejun's office. Upon seeing Lin Jiejun, her heart jolted. The person in the photo appeared capable, but in reality, he looked even younger, with eyes sharp as knives, exuding a calm, yet fierce aura that was incomparable to ordinary power holders. But before she could think carefully, a cold, piercing gaze shot toward her like a blade, pinning her down as if wanting to dissect her inside out. Having rolled in the gunfire of the Golden Triangle for years, Soma's nerves instinctively tightened, and she suddenly turned her head to the source of the gaze. It was Wang Jianjun standing next to Lin Jiejun. Under that gaze, Soma's back stiffened, her heart racing as her muscles involuntarily tensed. This person definitely had a military background. Moreover, he was the kind that only knew how to charge forward and not retreat. Where would an ordinary person get such pure and intimidating killing intent? Somi instantly concluded. Just as she was feeling doubtful, Lin Jejun smiled and spoke. Colonel Somi, this is our top figure from the Global Security Military Advisory Department. As you know, when business expands, it inevitably attracts some troubles. Recently, there might be some rumors on my side, so I hope you can be more forgiving. Understood, understood. Somi quickly got back to her senses, nodding vigorously. Mr. Lin, your subordinates truly possess exceptional skills. After so many years in the Golden Triangle, I've never seen such pure soldiers. She sincerely meant what she said. However, she didn't take Lin Jejun's mention of attracting trouble seriously. In her eyes, the local forces in Hong Kong Island only played with handguns and mostly resorted to blades, engaging in street brawls. People like Wang Jianjun were akin to using cannons to shoot sparrows, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Though she thought this in her heart, she smiled even more warmly on her face and extended her hand. Lin Jejun also stepped forward to shake it firmly. Once seated, she said, Mr. Lin, let's not beat around the bush. I am here to discuss a shipment on behalf of General Kunsha, urgently needing a batch of medicines, daily necessities, and canned food in large quantities. The global armed warehouse can no longer hold up. I hope Mr. Lin can increase the supply. In terms of price, our general has always been generous and would never shortchange a friend. Somi wore a smile on her face, speaking politely. Yet she was known as a ruthless figure in the Golden Triangle. Her smile, formed by her rugged features, appeared somewhat unsettling. With business coming in, Lin Jejun naturally welcome it with open arms. In this place of Hong Kong Island, as long as there's money, there's nothing that can't be settled. For the goods that General Kunsha requires, I not only have them in stock, but I also have complete production lines. You truly found the right person this time. Lin Jejun's tone was calm, his smile undiminished. And production lines. Upon hearing this, Somi's eyes lit up. She had thought Lin Jejun was merely a middleman profiting from buying low and selling high. She could accept that. Without Lin Jejun's connections, they could never gather such a large supply in Hong Kong Island. To her surprise, the other party actually had production capabilities. Mr. Lin, may I know if you can take me to see it in person? This matter is crucial for us. We can sign a long-term agreement for future cooperation. Before the words were out of her mouth, Somi had already stood up abruptly, her tone showing urgency. One could tell how significant a stable production and supply source was for the Kunsha Group. Of course, Lin Jejun replied with a calm smile. Business is all about sincerity. If you don't show your true capabilities, how can your partners trust you with their lifeline? Mr. Lin, that's not what I meant. Somi hastily explained. Oh, Lin Jejun raised his hand lightly to stop her. Whether that's what you meant or not, I won't guess. Oh, I only recognize one thing. Can it make money? He then turned and shouted, Jimmy, prepare the car. Moments later, Lin Jejun led Somi downstairs. Just as they stepped out the door, a dozen black cars silently approached, surrounding Lin Jejun's vehicle tightly. Each car contained a crew-cut, formidable man, expressionless, their hawkish eyes scanning the surroundings in vigilance. Somi's pupils constricted and her breath hitched. These people, like Wang Jianjun, instinctively made her feel pressured. Though not as sharp and piercing as Wang Jianjun, they were equally not to be underestimated. In the lawless territory of the Golden Triangle, just picking one out could command respect from soldiers and would have long been coveted by various warlords. In the Golden Triangle, to assess a warlord's strength, one looks at what major deeds they have accomplished, and secondly, what caliber of subordinates they possess. Lin Jejun, as a powerful figure on Hong Kong Island, having several capable bodyguards around him, was not surprising. However, the sight before her, with over 10 people each with steady gazes and swift strides exuding a fierce aura just by standing there, truly shocked her. Mr. Lin, are these people all specifically here to ensure your safety? Somi asked with a hint of probing. Indeed, Colonel Somi, Lin Jejun replied. Lin Jejun's lips curled slightly, his tone calm, yet firm. I mentioned earlier that there are many eyes on my life, and if I don't stay on my guard, I might not even be able to sleep soundly. Somi chuckled awkwardly, but in her heart, she felt increasingly that this person appeared easygoing, yet was actually deeply vigilant, not willing to let his guard down for a moment. Lin Jejun's warehouses and factories were mostly concentrated in Kowloon Peninsula. Earlier, the warehouses that Jimmy had acquired were already filled to the brim. Later, after the Lin Group was established, he quickly acquired over a dozen new factory sites under the group's name. He didn't take Somi around the warehouses, but directly led her into the production workshop. This is the main production line of the Lin Group, divided into 4 major sectors: electronics, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, and beverages. Jimmy, bring the factory layout to Colonel Somi. Jimmy promptly handed over a clear and straightforward layout map. The map clearly indicated which areas produced what products, their capacities, and the logistics flow, all very evident. What about daily necessities? Somi glanced around and noticed that there was no such area on the map, prompting her to ask. Daily necessities have thin profit margins. I don't engage with them. Lin Jejun replied calmly. However, I have already finalized a partnership with Guijiqian, the head of Hong Kong Island's department store, and I've given prior notice. I'll take you to see the assembly line of Yangon department store shortly. Yangon department store? That one of the top 2 department store giants on Hong Kong Island. Upon hearing this, Somi paused, her brows slightly raised. She hadn't expected that even such a substantial and legitimate enterprise would be a steadfast partner of Lin Jejun. What was even more surprising was that Lin Jejun could unreservedly take her directly into Yonggan's most core production line. This couldn't be achieved without more than 10 years of friendship. What truly made Soma's heart tremble was that Lin Jejun had even proactively revealed the upstream channel for daily necessities. There was only one possibility: he wasn't afraid of her bypassing him and directly discussing cooperation with Guo Shiqian. He was even confident Guo Shiqian would never entertain the Kuncha group. Just this level of confidence and composure was enough for Somi to hold him in high regard. Mr. Lin, there's no need to check out the daily necessities production line. Your willingness to disclose the upstream supplier's name already shows sincerity. As downstream players, if we truly bypass to meet the upstream supplier, it would be improper and lose our composure. Somi was very perceptive and immediately dismissed the idea of visiting. Lin Jejun did not stop her. In fact, even if Somi went to Yong'an, she was certain that Guo Shiqian would only politely decline. Guo Shiqian was a businessperson who adhered to rules, and people like Lin Jejun, who dared to negotiate on the edge of a knife, were simply not on the same wavelength. Lin Jejun dared to deal with Kuncha, while Guo Shiqian wouldn't even dare to listen to him for a moment longer. Next, Somi examined the pharmaceutical and military food production lines. The pharmaceutical factory needed no introduction. All production lines were operating at full speed. Having just started production, the finished products piled up like small mountains. Boxes upon boxes of vitamin tablets were rolling out. From input tablet pressing, packaging, sealing, to outbound, everything was seamlessly connected, exhibiting astonishing efficiency. Currently, the main products being produced were battlefield essentials, vitamins, antibiotics, and water purification tablets. As she stepped into the food workshop, Somi was completely stunned, remaining silent for a while. Initially, she only wanted Lin Jejun to produce the usual compressed biscuits and lunch meat cans. However, upon seeing the scene, compressed biscuits and lunch meat only occupied 2 production lines. The other 8 lines were all working at full capacity on hot dishes. Hand-pulled roasted rabbit potato stew with beef dry pot meat slices. Nearly 20 home-style dishes were all lined up, vacuum-sealed, and ready to eat. Mr. Lin, what are these? Somi swallowed hard, turning to look at Lin Jejun. These are pre-prepared dishes exclusively supplied by the Lin Group for the Golden Triangle. They have undergone high-temperature frying and sterilization before vacuum compression to save space and extend shelf life. Since they are directed to the Golden Triangle, compliant preservatives have been added and the dosage strictly stays within safe limits for the human body. They are extremely easy to consume. Just open the bag and eat. If you add some hot water, the taste becomes even more authentic. Lin Jejun spoke, gently explaining the key points of the pre-prepared dishes. Of course, these dishes contain some hardcore formulas. But in the eyes of the warlords in the Golden Triangle, the soldiers under them were never considered people, only consumables. If one dies, just pull in a few strong men to replace him. It's simple and efficient. Compared to whether the meals are healthy or not, they care more about whether the soldiers have energy and can charge forward with their guns. Pre-prepared dishes. Somi repeated softly, then shifted the topic. Mr. Lin, may I have a taste? Please help yourself. Lin Jejun smiled and nodded. Feel free to pick any package. Somi immediately grabbed a pack of hand-pulled roasted rabbit, tearing open the package, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. She broke off a rabbit leg and took a big bite. The taste is really good, though a bit salty, heavier than what restaurants serve. She pondered seriously. Before Lin Jejun could respond, she nodded to herself again, but a bit salty is fine. It preserves well and can also invigorate. As long as the soldiers are full, they will have the strength to fight. As the second-in-command of the Kunsa group, he could immediately see the value of these pre-prepared meals on the battlefield. They far surpassed the taste of compressed biscuits and canned luncheon meat. Moreover, when soldiers on the front line could enjoy meals that tasted almost indistinguishable from those in restaurants, their morale would instantly surge. Mr. Lin, I need to call General Kunsa right away. As soon as General Somi stepped out of the production facility, he turned to Lin Jejun and spoke. His tone was noticeably more sincere and weighty than before. Strength has always been the most respected trait. The production capacity demonstrated by Lin Jejun's Lin Group, from raw material preparation to finished product lines and bulk shipments, was in Soma's eyes, and among the high-ranking officials of Kunsa Group, the most formidable and practical strength at present. At this moment, Somi had already calculated that if he could sign a long-term supply agreement with Lin Jejun, the three-way confrontation in the Golden Triangle could very well be turned around. Conversely, if Lin Jejun refused to cooperate and a real conflict broke out, the stability of basic supplies might not even last 3 months. Even if Kunsa sought others for processing, the quality control and delivery pace would never reach Lin's standards. Without much hesitation, Somi immediately dialed Kunsa's number. The two talked for nearly 20 minutes, and when he hung up, his tone was filled with excitement. He quickly returned to Lin Jejun's side, unable to hide the smile on his face. To be honest, Mr. Lin, General Kunsa was quite surprised after I finished discussing your production capacity and product situation. Every detail of the contract he has entrusted me to negotiate and sign. Time is of the essence. If you have no other concerns, let's finalize the contract today. Lin Jejun naturally nodded in agreement. Based on the current situation, Kunsa could maintain a solid presence in the Golden Triangle for at least another 20 years. Moreover, Kunsa Group has never lacked liquidity. Where the money comes from, Lin Jejun didn't care at all. The two parties only engaged in 3 types of business: daily necessities, emergency medicines, and military supplies. They completely avoided anything related to drugs. Long-term cooperation not only stabilized the cash flow of Lin Group, but also left room for future expansion. Half an hour later, Lin Jejun and Colonel Somi, accompanied by Wang Jianjun and others, returned to the Lin Group's office building. Due to the large order volume from Kunsa, Lin Jejun directly offered a 30% discount based on the market prices of general goods and pharmacies. The contract terms were clearly written. The port of departure was Kowloon Pier on Hong Kong Island. Each shipment would be accompanied by a main cargo ship and several speedboats. The goods would first be transported to the outer seas of the Golden Triangle, then transferred by speedboats along the Mekong River directly to Kunsa's warehouse. After all, Kunsa's territory only recognized the waterways of the Mekong River, and large ships could not enter at all. The entire logistics process would be managed by Lin's shipping company. If any issues arose before the goods reached the outer seas of the Golden Triangle, Lin Jejun would bear the losses. From the outer sea to the Mekong River mouth, and then into Kunsa's warehouse, if there were any complications, Kunsa would be responsible. Both sides clearly defined their responsibilities, extinguishing any potential disputes. The contract period was tentatively set for 5 years. Lin Jejun roughly estimated that this deal would bring at least 500 million Hong Kong dollars in net profit to Lin Group each year. After 5 years, that would total to 5 billion. This was still a conservative figure during peacetime. Now, with tensions in the Golden Triangle rising, war could break out at any moment. Once hostilities began, doubling the orders would not be difficult. The only trouble was that Kunsa insisted on cash transactions, and all were black money. A money laundering process had to be completed before anything could be safely pocketed. However, at the moment, Lin Jejun's Kowloon Walled City Casino was in the midst of preparations to open. Within 5 years, washing out 5 billion Hong Kong dollars in his own casino was not a difficult task. Thanks to this contract, Kunsa Group was also able to completely shed its logistical burdens. Aside from ammunition, the supply of medicines, food, and daily necessities not only remained uninterrupted, but also saw an overall improvement in quality. Both parties got what they needed, and everyone was happy. Jimmy Go called the Tony Three brothers. "I have some work for them." "Sure thing, boss." Jimmy quickly exited and shortly returned with Tony Asia and Aho. "Colonel Somi, these 3 are in charge of Lin's shipping. From now on, all goods will be escorted by them." 2 days later, Lin Jejun received a call from Dedong. "Boss, there's a situation with the global armed forces." Dedong's voice was low and tense. Lin Jejun immediately furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He knew Dedong. He would bear small matters himself and never escalate them. "Dedong, just say it. What's the situation?" Lin Jejun said directly. "This morning, the 8-Faced Buddha and Guan Kai Ba both mobilized troops surrounding our camp. The 8-Faced Buddha's people have already set up camp 10 kilometers away. Guan Kai Ba's troops are expected to arrive before dawn tomorrow." Dedong succinctly reported the latest developments. Lin Jejun's expression darkened after hearing this. This was indeed a tricky situation. Guan Kai Ba and 8-Faced Buddha were both prominent local military leaders in the Golden Triangle with well-equipped forces. In an unknown confrontation, the global armed forces could hold their ground and even maneuver. However, with the two factions joining forces to pressure them, the global armed forces, having just begun, lacked firepower, manpower, and fortifications. They could only hunker down in their camp and endure. "I know there's bad blood between us and Guan Kai Ba, but 8-Faced Buddha, we've never crossed paths or fought over territory. Why are they suddenly attacking?" Lin Jejun inquired over the phone. Earlier, when they had a conflict with Zhong Xin, the global security had already made enemies with Guan Kai Ba. But 8-Faced Buddha was different. The two sides had never interfered with each other, and they had hardly spoken a few words. "I just received the latest intelligence from Tianyang Sheng. Guan Kai Ba and 8-Faced Buddha have joined forces, and I heard that Jiang Tianyang has already switched allegiance to 8-Faced Buddha." Dedong relayed the newly acquired intelligence to Lin Jejun. Lin Jejun's heart lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately understood. Although Jiang Tianyang did not have any territory in Siam, he was quite wealthy. Since he eliminated Chun Yao and Chiang Mai, he had completely gone into hiding. It now seemed likely that he had already established connections with 8-Faced Buddha long ago. Tisk tisk, the speed at which he turns is more agile than when we used to transport white goods. General Somi looked at the towering cranes in the unloading yard, steadily lifting the containers designated by General Kunsa and accurately unloading them into a deep-sea cargo ship, his tone carrying a hint of nostalgia. In earlier years, he had run to Hong Kong Island several times, but his partners were all shady drug dealers. The delivery and unloading relied entirely on the support of Powder No. 4. Transactions had to be done in the dead of night, sneakily fearing the police would catch on. Unloading was labor-intensive, exhausting work. But now everything was different. The Coast Guard routinely checked for smuggling, but the ships were loaded with daily necessities, Western medicines, and canned goods, all compliant. As long as the ship hadn't left the shore, the loading and unloading could be done openly. Once the cargo was complete, they could set sail at night, avoiding the patrol routes. How long will it take to finish loading? Somi asked Tony. This small dock unloading facility was originally owned by a wealthy individual on Hong Kong Island. To save trouble, Lin Jejun simply bought it for the exclusive use of Lin's shipping fleet. The factory also came under Lin's shipping company, managed entirely by the three brothers Tony. About another hour, Tony replied with a smile. An hour. Somi looked up at the sky. That should be enough time. Colonel Somi, do you have any other arrangements? Lin Jejun asked. Oh, that's the case. Upon hearing this, Colonel Somi smiled immediately. I have a daughter 4 years old studying in a private school in the Golden Triangle. This time I came to Hong Kong Island, I promised her I would bring back a doll. When talking about his daughter, even the fearsome Somi, known for his brutal reputation in the Golden Triangle, softened his gaze and revealed a hint of tenderness. There's still plenty of time, just right to visit Yong'an department store. Lin Jejun glanced at his watch. Jimmy, prepare the car. Mr. Lin, you really don't have to trouble yourself. I can go myself. Colonel Somi felt a bit embarrassed. That sounds too distant. Lin Jejun waved his hand. I originally intended to send you off at Yuguchi restaurant, but now it seems. By the time you return from Yong'an department store, we might not even have time for a meal. After hearing this, Colonel Somi could not refuse any longer. After all, the two had been collaborating for many years and had become genuine friends. Lin Jejun's gesture was merely his duty as a host. As the group prepared to get into the car to head to Yong'an department store at that moment, Lin Jejun suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken, a subtle sense of tension creeping in. The feeling of danger had always been this way. As a crisis approached, the body would send an early warning. At this moment, Wang Jianjun, who had been standing beside Lin Jejun, raised his hand to press his earpiece. A few seconds later, his expression suddenly darkened. Taking advantage of the time Somi was getting into the car, Wang Jianjun quickly approached, lowering his voice. Boss, several locals in Kowloon City just reported that there are 2 groups of Siamese people acting suspiciously at the alley entrance, mentioning your name. They look bulging and are likely carrying weapons. Lin Jejun's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of coldness surfacing. Nowadays, due to the slot machines and Lin Group's business, the vendors within the jurisdiction of global security could all benefit and earn some extra cash. For these small-time vendors, Lin Jejun didn't collect protection fees. Instead, he helped them pull in business akin to a good fortune deity. Because of this, whenever there was any news of something unfavorable to Lin Jejun, the merchants would actively report it to the intelligence team at Global Security. This network, deeply rooted in the streets, had the widest coverage and the most manpower, making it Lin Jejun's most profound source of intelligence. He surmised that those Siamese were speaking Thai. But regardless of the language, the pronunciation of names didn't differ much. Combined with their suspicious behavior and bulging waists, they were quickly reported by the locals. Boss, should I dispatch a small team to take them down? Wang Jianjun's voice was low, yet it carried an undertone of determination. Lin Jejun pondered for a moment. Don't engage them. Huh? Not engage? Wang Jianjun was taken aback. Have they made a move? Lin Jejun asked. Wang Jianjun nodded. Then let them in and deal with them. Remember, capture them alive. Also, he leaned close to Wang Jianjun's ear, his voice barely audible. Find out what kind of gun they're using and call Dao Feng over. Upon hearing Lin Jejun's whisper, Wang Jianjun's eyes lit up. Understood, boss. I'll arrange it right away. Half an hour later, Lin Jejun's convoy had stopped in front of the Yong'an department store. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry to trouble you with this trip again, said Colonel Suomi. We're friends now, and besides, I enjoy picking out gifts for children, Lin Jejun replied with a faint smile. Mr. Lin, have you started a family and have kids yourself? Colonel Suomi was slightly surprised. Not yet, it's my subordinate's brother's child. I occasionally buy small toys for them. Lin Jejun laughed. You're right, Jungo is only a little over a year old, and the toys you sent are already filling up half a room. Bai also chimed in with a laugh. Colonel Suomi then realized he was not only protecting his subordinate, but also thinking of their families. No wonder these people were willing to follow Lin Jejun and risk their lives. After arriving at the mall, Lin Jejun immediately dialed Guo Zikan's number. Guo Zichuan wasted no time and quickly notified the person in charge of Yong'an department store to count and pack all the toys on the shelves and send them directly to Lin Jejun. It's not worth much, just a token of friendship, Lin Jejun said with a smile to Colonel Suomi, then gestured to his subordinates to load all the large and small packages into the trunk. Since Mr. Lin has said so, I cannot refuse any longer, Colonel Suomi replied with a hearty laugh. Once the toys were loaded, both got into their cars and prepared to leave Yong'an department store. However, as soon as they exited the city and turned onto the suburban road, vroom vroom, 2 low rough engine roars approached from a distance. In the blink of an eye, 2 dirt bikes shot toward Lin Jejun's convoy like arrows. Da-da-da-da. As the motorcycles drew near, the riders raised their arms and pulled the triggers, causing the Uzi submachine guns to spit out 2 streams of scorching fire. Clang, clang, bang, Bullets hit the car windows, producing sharp and ear-piercing metallic sounds. Lin Jejun stared at the bullet lodged in the glass, his expression unchanged as he leisurely lit a cigarette. Since the day he took the position at Lianshang's, he had arranged for this special vehicle to be reinforced, replacing the glass chassis and doors with top-notch bulletproof configurations. Protect the boss. Inside the car, Wang Jianjun seized the radio and shouted the order while simultaneously gripping the steering wheel with one hand, extending out the side window, drawing out the heavy black star, and firing off 2 shots. Bang! Bang! Before the gunfire ceased, the helmets of the 2 motorcyclists exploded, fragments of plastic flying everywhere. Blood hadn't even spilled yet, and the vehicle had already lost control, crashing down onto the shoulder of the road with a loud crash. Screech! Screech! The surrounding security vehicles immediately spun around, forming an impenetrable iron ring. The retired soldiers swiftly exited their vehicles, using them as cover, their guns scanning the surroundings. Seeing this, Colonel Suomi confirmed there was no threat nearby, and immediately drew his gun, exited the vehicle, and quickly walked to Lin Jejun's car. Mr. Lin, who are these people? Didn't I mention before? Once you sit in this position, enemies are bound to appear. Lin Jejun still wore a smile, but his tone was as calm as a deep well. Upon hearing this, Colonel Suomi's heart sank, and he immediately understood. Lin Jejun had indeed warned that trouble might be coming soon. He initially thought that in the territory of Hong Kong Island, any disturbances would be limited, at most just some bluffs. But now it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Colonel Suomi, you should get in my car first. Lin Jejun spoke in a steady tone. The car is equipped with the latest generation of bulletproof glass worldwide. If you get hit, I won't be able to explain it to General Kunsha. Colonel Suomi nodded eagerly and reached for the car door. Just then, a sudden roar echoed from a distance as several cars sped toward them. The car windows rolled down simultaneously, and 7 or 8 AK assault rifles poked out, unleashing a hail of bullets toward Lin Jejun's convoy. At that moment, a bullet whizzed through the air, precisely targeting Colonel Suomi's right chest as he bent down to open the door. His body stiffened suddenly, and he looked down at his chest. The bullet had passed through, leaving 2 bloody holes glaringly visible. Colonel Suomi. Lin Jejun's expression changed drastically as he shouted, Jianjun, get the people and rescue him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Jianjun jumped out of the car, leading 3 security personnel, holding bulletproof shields, and forcefully dragged Suomi into the vehicle. At the same time, Wang Jianjun pressed the radio to call for reinforcements. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Jingwo led another team of veterans from the flank to encircle the attackers and block their escape route. Da-da-da. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was dense like a torrential rain, immediately forming a unified barrage. However, this exchange of fire did not last long. Wang Jianjun and Wang Jingwo's team were all skilled shots and acted decisively. In just 7 or 8 minutes, the attackers fell one after another. Some were shot in the forehead, dying on the spot, while others curled on the ground, clutching their wounds and screaming in agony. Boss, this should be the last wave, Wang Jianjun reported as he returned to Lin Jejun's side after clearing the area. Have Jiangwo investigate who was behind this. Lin Jejun immediately ordered, then turned to Jimmy. Jimmy, handle the police side of things. No problem, Jungo, and what about you? Jimmy immediately responded. They'll take Colonel Suomi to the hospital first. After saying this, Lin Jejun nodded at Wang Jianjun, and the car immediately started speeding towards St. Maria Private Hospital. Half an hour later, in front of the emergency building of St. Maria Private Hospital. Saving lives is the priority. In areas that should be quiet, not a word should leak out. Lin Jejun casually pulled out a stack of Hong Kong dollars and stuffed it into the hands of the attending doctor. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I understand the rules. Dr. Mary took the money, paused with her fingertips, and hurriedly ran toward the operating room. Now the Lin Group personnel had become familiar faces in this hospital. The last time Han Chin was shot, he was also stitched up here. Initially, the police would routinely ask a few questions, but since Lin Jejun was furious about the Han Chin case and Jimmy had already established connections within the hospital, coupled with Dong Biao's wariness of Lin Jejun. From then on, whenever someone from the Lin Group was hospitalized, the police no longer showed up. An hour later, the doctor, drenched in sweat, pushed open the operating room door. Doctor, how is my friend? Lin Jejun stepped forward. Fortunately, the bullet missed by a fraction, avoiding the heart and major blood vessels. The doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhaling deeply. If it had gone in another half-inch, even a deity would find it hard to save him. Jimmy. Lin Jejun called softly. Jimmy immediately stepped forward and handed over a stack of cash. The doctor's face lit up with joy as he accepted it and hurriedly left. At this moment, Lin Jejun felt a chill in his heart. Dao Feng's marksmanship was indeed legendary. The one who hit Suomi was none other than Dao Feng himself. What was even more remarkable was that the shot was fired amidst the chaos of the battle, where stray bullets were flying. The purpose was not to kill, but to frame and incriminate. Currently, the plan had almost come to fruition. Just then, Wang Jiangwo and his group arrived at the hospital. Jungo, we have a clear understanding of the situation. Who sent them? Lin Jejun's face turned ashen, his voice low. Siamese under the confidant of Guansai Ba. Wang Jingwo's tone was grave. Not far away, several of Colonel Suomi's aides were waiting. Upon hearing that it was Guansai Ba's men, their expressions instantly darkened. Having mixed in the Golden Triangle for many years, they were much more aware of Guansai Ba's background than the drug dealers on Hong Kong Island. After a moment, they exchanged glances, and a middle-aged aide immediately stood up. Mr. Lin, given the situation, I need to contact General Kunsha immediately. Of course, you can use the satellite phone at any time. Lin Jejun readily agreed. Please also convey to General Kunsha. Colonel Suomi is injured, and I have arranged for Tony and the others to escort the goods. Kindly ask him to send someone to the Mekong River area to meet them. Understood, Mr. Lin. I will report to General Kunsha accordingly. The middle-aged aide hurriedly turned to make the call. Watching him walk away, Lin Jejun's eyes flickered almost too fast to see. From the very beginning, he had intentionally allowed those gunmen to come in and stir up trouble. With Kunsha's cautious style, he would never trust one side's word without thorough investigation. And once the investigation was conducted, it would soon confirm this ambush was indeed orchestrated by Guansai Ba. Even more critically, the bullet that hit Suomi matched the type of firearms commonly used by Guansai Ba's men. In the chaos where bullets were flying, it just so happened to hit Suomi. This blame Guansai Ba could not escape. At Maria Hospital, the liaison for the Kunsha group in Hong Kong, Colonel Suomi's middle-aged aide quickly walked to Lin Jejun's side. Mr. Lin, General Kunsha is on the line for you. Lin Jejun had anticipated this call. He immediately followed the aide to a quiet office in the hospital and connected the satellite phone. Mr. Lin, came Kunsha's hearty laughter from the other end of the line. Mr. Kunsha, it's fortunate you didn't come to Hong Kong Island, though otherwise this matter would truly be unmanageable. Lin Jejun responded with a smile. Colonel Suomi was ultimately just a subordinate. Even if he was seriously injured and hospitalized, there was still Kunsha holding down the situation on the Golden Triangle side. However, if it had been Kunsha himself attacked in Hong Kong Island, his 6 divisions would likely be dispatched here immediately. At that point, the British authorities would not be able to withstand it, and even London would have to stay on high alert. Is Suomi seriously injured? Kunsha asked. The bullet passed through his chest. Mentioning Suomi, Lin Jejun's tone immediately turned somber. The doctor said if the trajectory had been off by a centimeter, it would have either pierced his heart or penetrated his lung. It's fortunate he can survive, Kunsha sighed lightly on the other end of the phone. Despite the regret in his tone, there was not much astonishment. Clearly, the aide had already reported the truth. During Suomi's recovery, I will have to trouble Mr. Lin to take care of him. The medical conditions in the Golden Triangle are far inferior to those in Hong Kong Island, so I hope Mr. Lin will take the trouble to ensure Suomi recovers. Kunsha will surely reward you handsomely once he is well again. Rest assured, Colonel Suomi has purely shielded me from disaster this time. Taking care of him is my duty. Lin Jejun exchanged pleasantries and said, I've entrusted the delivery of the goods to Tony and his team. You can follow the usual protocol and meet them along the Mekong River as per our contract. Then I must trouble you, Mr. Lin. Kunsha's voice regained its cheer. However, within moments his tone shifted abruptly to a colder pitch. I heard that the ones who attacked were from Guansai Ba. Mr. Lin, do you have a grudge against him? This is a long story. Guansai Ba is a supplier for the Zhongshin E gang on Hong Kong Island. I have a feud with the leader of Zhongshin E Lian Haolong, and we have had several conflicts in between. Coincidentally, at that time, Guansai Ba's men were delivering goods to Zhongshin. Lin Jejun succinctly explained the origins of his enmity with Guansai Ba. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, both sides hung up. At this moment, in the Golden Triangle, Kunsha's base. After hanging up the phone, Kunsha leaned back in his army chair, his brow furrowed. The key to establishing a foothold in the Golden Triangle relies on being cautious. Regardless of what his subordinates said, Lin Jejun's words, or even Soma's own claims, he only believed half of it. His intuition told him that this matter was too coincidental, almost suspicious. Hans, he called out sharply to the outside of the tent. Moments later, a sharp-looking man in camouflage stepped in. He had a lean-build, muscular forearms, clearly an experienced hand with firearms. This man was Hans, Kunsha's most trusted aide, his standing within the group only slightly lower than Colonel Somi. As a personal bodyguard, he had more daily contact with Kunsha than Somi. General, Hans stood at attention, his voice crisp. Recently select a few reliable individuals to keep an eye on the upper Mekong River. Hong Kong Island will gradually send daily supplies, medications, and rations. Let them be responsible for receiving them. Understood, General. Hans solemnly accepted the order. After a pause, Kunsha added, also send someone to secretly check if there have been any movements from Guansai Ba recently. Hans nodded in acknowledgement and turned to grab the phone to make arrangements. Kunsha had been entrenched in the Golden Triangle alongside Guansai Ba for many years, each having their own spies under each other's noses. Unless it was top secret, ordinary movements were not difficult to investigate. Within 10 minutes, Hans returned to report, General Kunsha, there are indeed movements from Guansai Ba side. As soon as dawn broke this morning, Guansai Ba mobilized his forces heading straight for Mangsingdi targeting the outpost of global armed forces. As soon as these words fell, a sharp light flashed in Kuncha's eyes. He certainly knew that the global armed forces was the foothold that Lin Jejun had personally established in the Golden Triangle. The current situation clearly indicated that the two had been at odds for a long time. General, is something wrong? Han, seeing Kuncha's grave expression, couldn't help but ask. Somi was shot on Hong Kong Island, and it was done by Guansai Bai's men. I'm currently pondering something. Kuncha narrowed his eyes. Could this be a deliberate performance by Lin Jejun to set me up? To stage a fake assassination just to push me and Guansai Ba into a deadly conflict? So you mean using a knife to kill someone? Kuncha's gaze turned icy. Back when I was studying at the military academy, the instructors mentioned this analogy countless times. Lin Jejun is still quite young. How could he rise to this position without a few tricks up his sleeve? Who would believe that? But, General, I'm not questioning your judgment. Han swallowed. The intel just received indicates that not only has Guansai Ba dispatched troops against the global armed forces, but more importantly, he has recently placed a bounty and dispatched several groups of assassins targeting Lin Jejun. Hearing this, Kuncha furrowed his brow, momentarily unable to draw a conclusion. The authenticity was hard to discern. If it were true, it would be too coincidental. If it were false, the enmity between Guansai Ba and Lin Jejun was already established, and the timing of the assassin's actions was precisely aligned. Every clue connected perfectly and could withstand scrutiny. What troubled him the most was still Somi's gunshot wound. A bullet struck directly in the chest, passing through, yet it narrowly avoided the vital organs. Such luck seemed too favorable. But if this were a performance right under everyone's noses, right beneath Soma's deputy's watch, if there was a mistake and someone got killed, the whole act would collapse. If it were a staged injury, even if he chose the most reliable sharpshooter from his 6 divisions to act, no one would dare guarantee that they could shoot so precisely. Hans, what do you think about this matter? I just want a conclusion in your own judgment. Kuncha pondered for a moment and laid the matter bare. Hans paused slightly. General, in my view, regardless of who is behind this, we must recognize one point. It was Guansai Ba who did it. The real pressure on us comes from the regular armies of the 3 nations. We still need Lin Jejun to support our logistics. Therefore, the truth doesn't matter. We can only treat this as Guansai Bai's doing. Furthermore, since we are in a cooperative relationship with Lin Jejun, we cannot afford to lose any necessary postures. After hearing this, Kuncha slowly nodded. At their level, the discussions were never about right or wrong, but about business. What truth? What justice? It had long been ground to dust by interests. The only thing that mattered was how to take the next step to maximize profits and minimize losses. But Kuncha thought even deeper. If it were truly Guansai Ba's handiwork, it could be dealt with. However, if it were not, then it would mean Lin Jejun had set up a trap long ago, and it was one he could not avoid. A blatant scheme. If this were the case, Lin Jejun's depth of strategy and ruthlessness would indeed be somewhat terrifying. At the same time, in Chiang Mai at the 8-Faced Buddha Manor, the entire manor spans nearly 1,000 square meters. Teams of armed guards patrol the stone paths, colonnades, and waterside pavilions. The 8-Faced Buddha hails from Jiangnan. The garden exudes Jiangnan charm: pink walls and black tiles, winding paths and corridors, small bridges over flowing water subtly integrated with glass curtain walls, minimalist lines, and smart security systems blending ancient charm with modernity. Within the garden, 12 independent suites are named after the 24 solar terms Lichuan Gyu, Xiaji Bailu, Qiufan Dongji, each possessing its own unique style. The complex includes a main building, meeting rooms, restaurants, a central kitchen, a card room, KTV, a waterside pavilion, and a heated massage pool, all available. There are also standard guest rooms, duplex suites, ordinary rooms, and a villa for the manager with its own garden. At this moment, by the outdoor swimming pool under a sunshade. I've heard that the warehouses of global armed forces are stocked with a lot of military supplies. Taking their base will not only not incur losses, but also yield a hefty profit. The 8-Faced Buddha lifted a blue porcelain bowl, leisurely sipping tea. This time joining forces, I estimate that within 5 days we can uproot the global armed forces completely. The middle-aged man sitting opposite, clad in a navy Zhongshan suit with a straight posture and steady gaze, was none other than Guansai Ba. At this moment, Jiang Tianyang stood with his associates behind the 8-Faced Buddha, standing straight with hands at his sides. He wore a smile, yet it did not reach his eyes. His gaze swept over the two sitting opposite under the sunshade, the depths of his pupils flickering. He had mingled in Siam for many years, dealing with both the 8-Faced Buddha and Guansai Ba. The 8-Faced Buddha's territory lies in the Chiang Mai area, and he was somewhat closer to the 8-Faced Buddha. Ever since the location of his own villa was exposed last time, Jiang Tianyang felt that he could no longer stay there. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose the safest route, seeking refuge with the 8-Faced Buddha. In his view, even though Lin Jejun had established the global armed forces in the Golden Triangle, he was still just a newborn calf. Meanwhile, the 8-Faced Buddha was an established tyrant in the Golden Triangle, with roots, manpower, and resources none of which Lin Jejun could compare to. Precisely because of this, Jiang Tianyang sold all his assets and invested them entirely under the Eight-Faced Buddha's command. Relying on old ties, he smoothly secured the position of a camp leader. Just as he arranged everything and was about to send his associate, Nan, to the hospital to pick up Chen Yao after surgery, he suddenly heard that Chen Yao had been intercepted and killed by the global armed forces on the way. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Tianyang was both shocked and furious, his face instantly turning iron gray. He was angry that Chen Yao, whom he relied on, had been shot dead before he even had the chance to fully utilize his brain. He was shocked at how swift Lin Jejun's actions were, so fast that there was no time to catch his breath. If he hadn't sensed that something was amiss and immediately turned to the Eight-Faced Buddha, he might have ended up like Chen Yao, dead in the wilderness with no grave. Thinking of this, Jiang Tianyang clenched his teeth and felt a cold sweat begin to bead on his forehead. At this moment, all that remained in his heart was a single emotion, delight tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. With Chen Yao dead, he immediately persuaded the Eight-Faced Buddha to send troops against the newly established global armed forces. Initially, the Eight-Faced Buddha was reluctant, not wanting to create a strong enemy in the Golden Triangle for no reason. Until later, Guansai Ba's sworn brother A Bao was attacked while escorting goods for Zhongxin Yi and had his entire right arm severed. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Tianyang's eyes lit up. He immediately acted as a bridge to bring Guansai Ba and the Eight-Faced Buddha together, clarifying that both parties were enemies from the same faction. It can be said that the alliance between the Eight-Faced Buddha and Guansai Ba was almost entirely facilitated by Jiang Tianyang. Lin, let's see how long you can be arrogant. Once your foundation in the Golden Triangle collapses, I will immediately lead my forces to Hong Kong Island. Hongxing will soon return to the Jiang family's grasp. After all, you are just a young lad, a one wrong move, and you lose everything. Jiang Tianyang's thoughts raced, and he couldn't help but smile. It was as if he could already see that soon the Hongxing Tong and Lin's enterprises would all change hands from Lin to Jiang. In his eyes, this matter was already a sure thing. When that day comes, not only would he reclaim Hongxing, devouring all of Lin Jejun's wealth, but he would also personally send him to hell, making him pay for the blood debts of Jiang Tianxing and Chen Yao. Recalling the deep enmity between the Jiang family and Lin Jejun, Jiang Tianyang grew more and more pleased, his knuckles turning white from clenching. Seeing that the Eight-Faced Buddha's teacup was empty, he immediately put on a smiling face, stepped forward, and respectfully filled it with hot tea. With the two generals joining forces, it's truly like a tiger roaring in the mountains, unstoppable. A mere global armed forces, how can they withstand the two of your thunderous strikes? I assert that within 3 days Mangsingdi will surely fall. Lin Jejun's men, warehouses, and ammunition will all come under our command. After a round of flattery that was flawless, the Eight-Faced Buddha and Guansai Ba exchanged hearty laughter and immediately agreed at dawn tomorrow the three armies would set out to besiege the global armed forces camp. However, just at that moment, a Bao, one of Guan Kai Ba underlings, hurried forward with a pronounced limp. His right arm had been severed cleanly at the wrist. The wound was crudely bound with cotton cloth and gauze, blood already seeping through his shirt front to drip heavily against his chest. Brother, there's a call. A Bao leaned close to Guan Kai Ba's ear and spoke in a low voice. Guan Kai Ba's brows nodded sharply. A Bao had stood by him since the early days of carving out their power. Blood-deep loyalty bound them. Though Guan Sai Ba had long instructed his men to address him as general, in public, A Bao could never bring himself to change the old habit. Who dares call now? He snapped, casting a sidelong glance. Can't you see him in the midst of negotiations with General Bami Fo? Brother, it's General Kun Sa himself on the line. A Bao hastily added. At the name Kun Sa, Guan Kai Ba's expression hardened instantly, grave, taut, unyielding. Even Bami Fo, seated nearby, sat up straighter, without thinking, his throat bobbing faintly. Though they too were warlords commanding their own fiefdoms, compared to Kun Sa they fell short. Not by a little, but by leagues. At this moment, across the entire Golden Triangle, only Luo Xinghan had ever dared stand toe-to-toe with Kun Sa. Yet just 6 months ago, Luo's syndicate suffered a crushing defeat in open warfare, and now lies utterly crushed beneath Kun Sa's heel. Mr. Bami Fo, please excuse me for a moment. Guan Sai Ba offered an apologetic smile before rising swiftly and vanishing into his armored military vehicle. Kun Sa, I've heard his influence is immense. Indeed, he commands no fewer than tens of thousands under his banner. So then, is Kun Sa truly the undisputed paramount figure of the Golden Triangle? Behind Jiang Tianyang, 3 men, Bao Pai de Tian Air and Chao Pai, huddled together, whispering in hushed, awestruck tones, their faces betraying raw provincial naivety. All of you, shut your mouths. Who in the Golden Triangle would dare utter Kun Sa's name without bowing 3 times in reverence? Chen Haonan's voice cut through the air like cold steel, a warning that brooked no defiance. Yet even as he spoke, a flicker of unmistakable yearning passed across his eyes. Kun Sa. That name alone sent tremors through the Golden Triangle. His very footsteps shook 3 provinces. To Jiang Tianyang, whom they called Liang Zainan, Kun Sa was a titan so towering He had to rise onto his toes just to glimpse him, let alone speak face-to-face. On and don't lose heart. You're young yet. There'll be time enough to meet General Kun Sa one day. Jiang Tianyang, sensing Chun Haonan's quiet shame and awe, spoke gently, offering soft reassurance. Yet deep within his own mind a sliver of doubt took root. Why precisely had Kun Sa called? Before the words had fully faded, Guan Saiba reappeared from beyond the shade of the parasol. But unlike moments earlier, when laughter still lingered in his voice, his face was now iron-gray, his brow coiled tight with venomous fury. Without waiting for Bami Fo to ask, he snatched up his coat and turned on his heel. A bow. Issue the order, full withdrawal immediately. No one had anticipated such a sudden reversal. Even Bami Fo froze where he sat, stunned, his face slack with disbelief. Moments ago they'd been clinking glasses, forging alliances. How could trust vanish in the blink of an eye? Only when Guan Saiba reached the side of his armored vehicle did the others finally stir, rising in haste. Mr. Saiba, please wait. Mr. Saiba. Jiang Tianyang lunged forward in a single stride, calling urgently, "Wasn't it settled? We strike at dawn tomorrow." How could this be? Before he could finish, "Fuck your mother," Guan Saiba roared, the sound like thunder splitting the sky. Before Jiang Tianyang could react, slap. A vicious backhand cracked across Jiang Tianyang's face. As a warlord forged in the brutal crucible of the Golden Triangle, Guan Kaiba blow was no slap. It was a weapon. He held nothing back. Brutal, precise, devastating. Caught completely off guard, Jiang Tianyang felt his cheek go numb. Then a seismic force slammed into him, sending him staggering backward before crashing hard onto the ground. Fire erupted across his skin, sharp, searing pain. Within seconds, half his face swelled grotesquely, rounding his already plump features into something swollen, bloated, absurd. "Mr. Jiang. Sir, Mr. Jiang." Seeing him fall, Chun Haonan and the others rushed forward to help him up. De Tian Air and Abi glared at Guan Saiba, eyes sharp as blades slicing through the air. De Tian Air, hot-tempered and impulsive, had already taken one step forward, when Guan Kaiba's voice cut like ice, "Try moving another inch." Instantly, A Bao drew his pistol with a metallic hiss, its black muzzle pressed flush against De Tian Air's forehead, unwavering. Chun Haonan and the rest reacted in unison, weapons drawn, hammers cocked with crisp, lethal precision. In that instant, the air grew taut as a drawn bowstring, ready to snap at the slightest provocation. Bami Fo's face darkened, so deeply it seemed moisture might well up from its surface. "General Guan Saiba, Jiang Tianyang now serves under my command. What exactly is the meaning of this?" After all, Jiang Tianyang now held the rank of battalion commander in Bami Fo's organization. To be struck across the face, before so many witnesses, was a humiliation too profound to bear. Guan Saiba merely sneered. "It's only because you shield him that I haven't shot this useless wretch dead on the spot." Without another word, he turned and vanished into his vehicle. The engine roared to life, and with a furious burst of speed he sped away, leaving behind only a churning cloud of dust that swallowed the estate gates whole. Only after the convoy had disappeared beyond Bami Fo's estate did A Bao twist around from the passenger seat to ask, "Brother, wasn't it decided we attack at dawn tomorrow?" "Humph, have the nerve to ask." Guan Saiba shot him a scathing sideways glance, his voice thick with barely contained rage. "Those gunmen used in the Hong Kong ambush, you handpicked them, didn't you?" A Bao nodded. The raid on Lin Jejun had indeed been orchestrated entirely by him. "Brother, I vetted every shooter myself, but still we failed. Lin Jejun had too many masters guarding him. Not a single man returned alive. But rest assured, they'll send that bastard Lin Jejun straight to hell myself next time." A Bao sighed heavily, assuming his brother's anger stemmed from the botched operation. The moment he finished speaking, slap. A stinging blow crashed against the back of his skull. "Brother, why hit me?" He clutched his head, bewildered. "Your failure matters little." But Colonel Somi, Kun SAS top aide, was meeting Lin Jejun to discuss business, and took a stray bullet straight through the chest. Had that round not skimmed past his lung and heart, he'd have been dead before reaching the underworld. Guan Saiba gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "Were it not for our brotherhood, I'd have carved you into dog meat and fed you to the vultures." A Bao froze solid. As Guan Kaiba's most trusted confidant, having spent years navigating the treacherous currents of the Golden Triangle, he knew better than anyone the weight carried by Colonel Somi's name. "What are you making? Let me tell you." Kun Sa screamed down the line until my ears rang. "Somi is his right hand, the closest thing he has to family. Had he died today, Kun Sa would have buried me alive." Face Kun SAS Syndicate Hedon. "I have neither the courage nor the capital for that. This entire campaign against global arms was Jiang Tianyang's doing. He dragged both me and Bami Fo into it by force. What reason do I have to smile at him?" Meanwhile, inside Bami Fo's estate, silence fell so absolute that even breathing grew hushed. Jiang Tianyang stood rooted in place, cradling his burning cheek, his face ashen, twisted with deeper shame than swallowing live insects. He was after all a man of stature, yet here he stood slapped before his own subordinates and beneath Bami Fo's watchful gaze. Humiliation burned white-hot in his skull. Though he couldn't fathom Guan Kaiba's sudden betrayal, the hatred blazing in those eyes needed no translation. Tianyong, how are you holding up? Bami Fa's voice drifted over calm and measured. Master Buddha, I'm fine, Jiang Tianyong replied, instantly straightening his spine. Guan Kaiba is no reckless fool. Think carefully. Did you offend him somehow? Offend him? How? Jiang Tianyong clenched his molars. We've always gotten along well. I have no idea what's wrong with him. That is strange, Bami Fo murmured, frowning. Master Buddha, he struck Mr. Jiang across the face in front of you. It's an outright insult to your authority. De Tian Air's temper flared, his fists clenching audibly. We shouldn't have let him walk away like that. Before he could finish. Boom. A boot drove hard into his abdomen, launching him backward onto the floor. No discipline. The kick came from Bami Fa's son Sarit, his voice cold as tempered iron. Who do you think you are, to lecture Master Buddha? Curling on the floor, De Tian Air looked up, shocked, furious. I'm only speaking reason. Before truth does rank matter. Then Bami Fo rose, slowly stepped forward and loomed over him, his shadow swallowing De Tian Air whole. In your Hong Kong perhaps, even before Lord Guan's temple, rank dissolves before righteousness. But here, only hierarchy remains. There is no reason, because I am reason. His gaze lowered, steady, penetrating, each word landing like a hammer blow upon bone. Do you understand? Yais. I understand. De Tian Air shuddered violently. Remembering his brothers depended on this man's patronage, his throat tightened, and he bowed his head in swift, silent submission. Bami Fo said nothing more, only cast one long, unreadable look at Jiang Tianyong before turning away with Sarit and his entourage. Once they'd vanished from sight, Jiang Tianyong hurried forward and helped De Tian Air to his feet. Air, this isn't Hong Kong. Every word, every move, you must weigh it carefully. He patted the other man's shoulder, kindly, yet weighted with quiet gravity. But the moment the words left his lips, his eyes lifted, gazing toward the direction Bami Fo had disappeared, and deep within his pupils a flash of glacial light cut sharply across the dark. Guan Kaiba struck him, and Bami Fo watched unmoved. Then he turned and vented his fury on Jiang Tianyang's own men. That humiliation, Jiang Tianyong would not swallow it. Though rage churned like a storm within him, he had no choice but to suppress it, powerless, trapped. Meanwhile in Hong Kong, Taiping Restaurant in Causeway Bay. Legend holds that this Western-style restaurant first opened its doors during the 11th year of Emperor Guangxi's reign. Its flagship branch anchors Guangdong province, while the Causeway Bay location dates back to 1936. Inside the dining room, Lin Jejun escorted Guan Jilin to her seat. No sooner had she settled than she propped her chin on her palm, her gaze locked unblinkingly onto Lin Jejun's face, her fingers occasionally brushing aside strands of hair that fell across her brow. Ever since filming that advertisement, she had dialed him over 10 times, but he answered rarely. When he did, their exchanges lasted only 2 or 3 polite phrases before he excused himself, abruptly citing urgent matters. This pattern of Hotan cold distance played upon her heart like a finely tuned string, tightening daily, drawing her deeper, binding her tighter. So though they had met face-to-face only once, with each passing day Lin Jejun did not fade from her thoughts. In fact, he grew sharper, hotter, more intoxicating in her memory. Snap! Lin Jejun clicked his fingers crisply. Waiter, sir, how may I assist you? The waiter approached swiftly, his smile polished and perfectly calibrated. For the aperitif, Burgundy 1968 vintage. His tone remained gentle as he turned to Guan Jilin, his eyes warming. That year's grapes ripened with exceptional fullness, a truly rare vintage. Also, 9 New Zealand oysters served immediately. Certainly, sir. The waiter responded without hesitation. 9 oysters. Is that for luck? Guan Jilin tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with playful curiosity. No. Lin Jejun chuckled lightly and shook his head. If we order too many appetizers, we won't be able to taste the main course. If we order too few, it seems stingy. Let's order the rest later. Understood. The waiter laughed and nodded, turning to leave. By the way, for dessert, let's have the orange sorbet, freshly baked and frozen. Lin Jejun added. All right, sir. The waiter slightly bowed before stepping back. Your way of ordering is more meticulous than the nobility in old movies. Guan Jilin rested her chin on her crossed hands, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. She had been quietly observing Lin Jejun. Recently, he had taken over all the Tang family's assets, and his momentum was rising steadily. Now, although Lin Jejun had not made a high-profile appearance in the media, his actual influence had already surpassed that of the second-rate families in Hong Kong. From their first meeting to now, it had barely been over a month. Such a pace of ascension was astonishing even to Guan Jilin herself. She clenched her teeth secretly, no matter what. She had to grasp him firmly in her hands. Only then could her dream of marrying into a prestigious family truly take root. Moreover, Lin Jejun was handsome and tall, entirely to her liking. He was also modest and never put on airs. Wealth and gentleness he had both in abundance. Thinking of this, Guan Jilin felt a warmth in her heart, and a vision of herself in a wedding dress holding his arm appeared before her. But just at that moment, Wang Jianjun, who had been waiting outside, pushed the door open and entered. He didn't care if there were ladies present striding directly in front of Guan Zhiling, abruptly blocking her view. Guan Zhiling frowned, immediately feeling a pressure in her chest. Before she could speak, Wang Jianjun leaned in and whispered, "Brother Jun Tianyang Sheng just called. Guan Kaiba has withdrawn." Withdrawn? Lin Jiejun's eyes suddenly brightened. After a moment's contemplation, he apologetically turned to Guan Zhiling. "Miss Guan, I'm afraid I have to excuse myself for a while." Upon hearing this, Guan Zhiling immediately became anxious. She had been looking forward to this meal, had gone through so much trouble to arrange it, and now he was leaving before she even settled in. A thought flashed through her mind, and she immediately furrowed her brows, glaring fiercely at Wang Jianjun. At this moment, she was already deeply entangled in her feelings, not blaming Lin Jiejun at all, but directing all her resentment at Wang Jianjun. If it weren't for his reckless interruption, how could Lin Jiejun have left so quickly? "Can you stay for another 5 minutes?" She raised her face, her voice soft with a hint of a pleading tone. "I'm truly sorry, Miss Guan, but this time it's really impossible to delay." Lin Jiejun smiled, gently pinching her cheek with his fingertips. "If the deal goes through, I promise to dine with you at every fine restaurant in Hong Kong for the rest of our lives." I must say this face is truly tender, and just a touch seems to ripple. Before his words faded, he flipped his wrist, and seemingly out of nowhere produced a bouquet of roses, placing it gently beside her. With a warm smile directed at her, he turned and left, his movements decisive and without a trace of hesitation. It wasn't until Lin Jiejun's figure disappeared at the door that Guan Zhiling came back to her senses. Hundreds of billions," she repeated in a low voice, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the petals. Then she recalled what he had said about dining for the rest of our lives, and her heart felt as if it were wrapped in honey, the previous annoyance already forgotten. In the late stage of infatuation, no remedy could help. Half an hour later, inside Lin's building. According to the news from Tianyang Sheng, there are only the 8 immortals left surrounding the full star. Wang Jianjun stood beside Lin Jiejun, detailing the latest developments of the Golden Triangle, covering every detail. Lin Jiejun listened quietly, not uttering a word, his eyes lowered in contemplation. After a moment, he raised his eyes. "Jimmy, bring over the whiteboard." Jimmy immediately complied. On the whiteboard, several photos were prominently posted. Li Dingchong, Lian Haolong, Jiang Tianyang, the 8 immortals, and Guang Kai Ba. Beneath each, weights and threat levels were marked with red and blue pencils. These names were all rearranged by Lin Jiejun according to their strength and potential risks. Seeing this, Jimmy let out a quiet sigh of relief. Initially, he was worried Lin Jiejun might be distracted by pursuing women, lowering his guard and neglecting the dangers lurking around. Now it seemed it was all unnecessary worry. On the whiteboard, Lian Haolong's photo was positioned at the bottom. At the forefront was Li Dingchong. Lin Jiejun stared at the board in silence for a moment, reached out and removed the photo of Guang Kai Ba, casually sliding it to the very end. On Guang Kai Ba's side, there are currently no worries from behind. The global armed forces also possess complete countermeasures. Then, the reckoning officially begins. As he spoke the final words, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes, and a chill arose. "Jimmy, notify global security. Starting tomorrow morning, I don't want to hear the name Zhong Xian again." He gazed at Lian Haolong's photo, his tone calm, yet each word was like a nail. At this moment, the 4 kings of Zhong Xian, Luo Dingfa was dead, and Lu Guowei was captured. Luo Tianhong and Guo Ziheng had long been personally captured by Wang Jiao. The underlings had either died or fled, and the entire gang had already disbanded. Next, they only needed to swallow the Central District territory whole and seize the Xian building, and Zhong Xian, it would be completely eradicated from the world. "Brother Jun will relay the orders right away," Jimmy replied, and turned to leave quickly. Lin Jiejun's gaze slowly swept over the remaining faces on the board, finally stopping, taking a deep breath, and tearing down the photo of Jiang Tianyang. According to the latest intelligence from Tianyang, Sheng, Guang Kai Ba and the 8 immortals had teamed up, and it was Jiang Tianyang who had facilitated this connection. Lin Jiejun had originally planned to act decisively. Upon learning Jiang Tianyang's villa location, he immediately dispatched Tianyang Sheng's people for a night raid. However, the other side was too vigilant and had slipped away in advance. This time, since it was confirmed that he had hidden in the territory of the 8 immortals, they must uproot him, leaving no future troubles. First cut off his wings, then concentrate firepower to hammer down on the Li family. Jianjun immediately contact Tianyang Sheng. Tell him that starting today, Zhulong rifles, Zhulong pistols, and all combat modules must be produced at full speed. Jiang Tianyang is like a poisonous toad hiding in the dark. He doesn't bite, but spoils people's moods. It's better to eliminate him sooner rather than later to avoid him popping up to disrupt things again. If the 8 immortals insist on shielding him, then we'll take them down together. Just as the meeting concluded, within 30 minutes, the orders from Global Security's Hong Kong branch were transmitted in layers. Lin Jiejun's orders were simple and straightforward: take over Zhong Xian completely at any cost. However, just as he and all the core members of Lian Sheng, Wang Jiao, and others were gearing up for action, a second instruction came tonight: all factions must remain still. Upon hearing this, everyone felt regretful. Clearly, they had missed another opportunity to make a name for themselves in front of Lin Jejun. Lin Jejun's last-minute change of plans had his own considerations. After all, at the moment, all four kings of Lian Sheng had collapsed. Even Lian Haodong was locked in a cage. The Tang group, behind Zhong Xian, he had been completely swallowed by the Lin group. Now the upper management of Zhong Xian, it was left with only Lian Haolong, and his wife struggling to hold on to the underlings had scattered, and if it weren't for Lian Haolong and Su Su still holding firm the signboard, would have likely collapsed on its own. After thinking it over, Lin Jejun decided to first behead Lian Haolong. A woman like Su Su, no matter how shrewd, could not support the entire sky. In the gang world, having a good head is certainly a bonus, but relying solely on cleverness to scare people could not stabilize the situation. At this moment, in the underground third floor of the Lin building. Are you convinced? Feng Yuxi's gaze was like a knife slicing back and forth across Luo Tianhong and Guo Ziheng's faces. Not far away, Wang Jiao was grinning widely, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes filled with amusement. Days ago, the 10 tigers had simultaneously shown up and dragged the two into the basement. Lin Jejun felt they still had value, so he let Jimmy offer them two options. Either die or fight until they concede. Their responses were straightforward: 720. Fight until submission. Lin Jejun showed no mercy, calling for Feng Yuxiu and Wang Jiao on the spot. For the past 3 days, the two had taken turns mercilessly training Luo Tianhong and Guo Ziheng. Looking at the two now, they were covered in bruises with swollen noses and eyes, and even their own fathers would hesitate for 3 seconds before daring to recognize them. I'm convinced. Guo Ziheng spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse. Luo Tianhong leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, nodding heavily. They had never been particularly loyal to Lian Haolong. They had joined initially just for the reputation of the #1 master in Hong Kong. Now, having personally experienced Wang Jiao's brutalness and Feng Yuxi's ruthlessness, they truly understood Lian Haolong's gold-plated signboard was merely an empty shell. Come with us to meet Brother Jun. Feng Yuxiu exchanged a glance with Wang Jiao and raised his hand to beckon. The two were directly taken upstairs and pushed into Lin Jejun's office. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. At this moment, Guo Ziheng and Luo Tianhong had lost all their arrogance. Especially after hearing that Lin Jejun had broken Wang Jiao's copper skin and iron bones with his bare hands, that vestige of defiance had already turned to ash in their hearts. Have you come to your senses? Lin Jejun's gaze swept over the two, his tone calm. Mr. Lin, we are willing to serve you. Luo Tianhong stated first. Guo Ziheng quickly nodded, his forehead dripping with sweat. Very well, this is the wisest choice you'll make in your lifetime. Lin Jejun's lips curled into a faint smile, and he said, now there's a task for you. Hearing this, Luo Tianhong and Guo Ziheng immediately straightened their bodies. Under their focused gazes, Lin Jejun slowly spoke. Starting tonight, Zhong Xian, it will officially vanish into thin air. I need you to immediately consolidate the remaining core members of Zhong Xian and establish a new branch under the Central District, subordinate to the Global Security Hong Kong headquarters. You have extensive networks and are familiar faces, so this shouldn't be too difficult. As he finished speaking, he briefly scanned their faces. No problem, Mr. Lin. Luo Tianhong and Guo Ziheng exchanged quick glances, nodding in unison, their movements sharp and decisive. That night, after Lian Haolong left the Li family, he drove straight back to the Xian building. However, just as he drove into the Central District, he sensed something unusual. Several cars had quietly latched onto his tail without him noticing. Even I, Lian Haolong, am the #1 master of the Hong Kong island, yet they only send this few people to block me. Lin Jejun is underestimating people too much. He snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with sharp light, as he quickly calculated how to shake off this group. A road sign flashed by, reading Chaguoling. Lian Haolong's eyes shifted slightly, and he sharply turned the steering wheel, immediately veering onto the detour leading to Chaguoling. Chaguoling was already desolate, and at this hour of the night the mountain road was steep and narrow with sharp bends and steep slopes, hardly a vehicle in sight. Just as he turned a sharp corner, preparing to pull over and escape, suddenly his pupils constricted and his face turned as pale as paper. In the rearview mirror, the sunroof of the closest car had been opened, a young man leaning out shouldering a rocket launcher, the dark muzzle pointing directly at him. Screech, crash. Lian Haolong's heart sank as he yanked the steering wheel hard, the car veering sharply. The fire erupted, the tail flame dazzling as daylight. The rocket trailed a blazing white trajectory, crashing viciously into his right rear wheel. Although the car body was not hit, the tremendous force from the explosion still struck down like a heavy hammer. The entire car flipped into the air, tumbling several times before crashing down at the roadside, wheels up. Inside the car, cough. Lian Haolong was thrown into disorientation, his internal organs feeling as if they had been rearranged. His left leg throbbed with excruciating pain, and looking down he saw his shin bone had pierced through flesh stark white and blood-soaked. He gritted his teeth, enduring the tearing pain as he crawled bit by bit through the shattered window. But just as he managed to get half of his body out, he raised his eyes and saw. Several dark figures were already standing steadily by the wrecked car, just a stone's throw away. As expected of the #1 master of Hong Kong Island. The leader stepped forward slowly, his tone flat, yet carrying a chilling oppression. If it were anyone else, they would have been thrown off the cliff and smashed into a pulp by now. Click. He raised his hand to chamber around the gun muzzle, slightly elevated, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his lips. It was none other than Wang Jiangwo. The previous rocket was fired by him. You all. Lien Haolong opened his mouth, just uttering 2 words when a mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. Let's go, the internal bleeding is too severe, there's no saving him. Wang Jiangwo waved his hand to the few people behind him, his tone casual, the #1 master of Hong Kong Island. Haha, that's already outdated. Upon hearing this, several armed youths immediately lowered their gun muzzles. They were all veterans and could see at a glance that Lien Haolong was beyond saving. A massive internal bleeding. Though his eyes were still open, his vital signs had already severely deteriorated. Ordinary internal bleeding might last a few more days, but at this severity, he would undoubtedly die within minutes. And indeed, it was just as he felt his strength rapidly draining away, a knife twisting in his abdomen, his vision became increasingly blurred. Wang Jiangwo and the others began to sway and double, until the sound of the engine faded away. The light in his pupils gradually dimmed piece by piece until it was completely extinguished. Half an hour later, in central inside Lien Haolong's villa, Su Su sat alone on the sofa, her brow tightly furrowed, her expression grave. The Loyal Trust Society was now in turmoil, and she could see it clearly, feeling anxious within. Having offended Lin Jejun, even with the backing of the Li family, they were left hanging by a thread, barely surviving. Even someone as seasoned as she was, upon reflecting on this situation, felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart, with no solutions in sight. Especially tonight. An inexplicable restlessness had gripped her heart an hour ago, lingering and unshakable. She had called Lien Haolong's phone repeatedly, over a dozen times, but no one answered. Until half an hour ago, the phone simply went black, losing all signal. With no other choice, she had to contact the Li family, only to be told Lien Haolong had already left. As soon as the news broke, Su Su could no longer remain calm, her heart in disarray, feeling anxious. At that moment, Sister Su. Sister Su. A hurried shout approached, accompanied by heavy footsteps. The person coming was none other than her most trusted aide, Quan. Su Su had 2 capable subordinates, both of whom she had personally trained. One was Luo Dingfa, and the other was a Quan. Now that Luo Dingfa had met with misfortune, Su Su had placed all her hopes on a Quan. A Quan, how's the situation? Upon seeing him enter, Su Su stood up, abruptly grabbing his arm. Upon learning that Lien Haolong had left home, she immediately dispatched a Quan to search along the original route. Something has happened, Sister Su. A Quan panted heavily, his voice trembling. Long Ge is gone. He died on the mountain road of Chaguoling. Chaguoling Mountain Road. What happened? Su Su's complexion changed drastically as she pressed for details. Sister Su, I'm not clear on the details. I followed the route from the Li family to the villa, and just as I reached the intersection of Chaguoling, I saw flames erupting from the mountain. By the time I rushed up, Long Ge was already gone. Then why didn't you bring him back? Su Su's voice suddenly rose, questioning sharply. Sister Su, I truly couldn't take him. Upon hearing this, A Fa's face stiffened. He forced a smile and shook his head. I intended to bring him back, but before the car could stop, the police surrounded us. Su Su's face turned pale. After many years of marriage, she had long harbored grievances against Lien Haolong. However, the two had never openly confronted each other, maintaining a semblance of face. Lien Haolong was still the pillar and the stabilizing star of the Loyal Trust Society. His downfall was no different from the collapse of the heavens for Su Su. What was the scene like? She immediately pressed. Big Brother's car was completely wrecked, smashed beyond recognition. The concrete road was blasted into a large pit, clearly done by a bomb. AFA spoke, rapidly spilling out the details of the scene. A bomb. Su Su staggered, collapsing back onto the sofa, her gaze vacant. No need to ask further. Only Lin Jejun's people would dare to be so brazen, even using a bomb. Her heart sank heavily, a wave of regret washing over her. She had opposed Lien Haolong's hard confrontation with Lin Jejun from the start. But Lien Haolong was determined to climb the Li family's tree, gritting his teeth and standing against Lin Jejun. Who would have thought that retribution would come so swiftly and harshly? In the blink of an eye, the sorrow in Su Su's eyes receded like a tide, and she stood up suddenly. Having been the sister-in-law of the Loyal Trust Society for so many years, her scheming and manipulation were not something ordinary women could compare to. She swept her gaze across A Quan's face. A Quan, quickly call a few reliable ones, bring your weapons. Sister Su, are we really going to confront Lin Jejun? A Quan blurted out. Confront? With what do we confront him? Can we take him on now? Su Su sighed, her tone heavy. The Loyal Trust Society has already collapsed. I will take the money and leave. You all follow me out of the country overnight. At this moment, this was the only path left to take. All right, Sister Su will arrange it immediately. Aquan nodded and dialed the phone. Within 10 minutes, he had summoned 7 or 8 loyal subordinates. These people were even more loyal to Su Su, their allegiance surpassing Lien Hailong's. At the same time, Su Su had gathered all the cash hidden in the basement compartments, counting and packing it. Let's go. She waved her hand, leading the way out of the villa, just as she stepped out the door without having the chance to get into the car. Screech. The screeching of tires tore through the night, 2 black sedans blocking the entrance like 2 iron walls. Before Aquan and the others could draw their guns, tat tat tat. The firelight flashed inside the car windows, the submachine gun bullets carving out scorching trajectories in the darkness. In just a few seconds, everyone besides Su Su, including Aquan, fell into a pool of blood. Only she remained frozen in place, staring at the corpses sprawled on the ground, her lips turning blue, her legs trembling uncontrollably. The shooters were Wang Jianjun and his gang of retired soldiers. The 2 brothers had clear divisions of labor. One dealt with Lien Haolong, the other cleared out Su Su's side. Under the gunpoint, Su Su's face lost all color. Having been the sister-in-law of the Loyal Trust Society for so many years, accustomed to smooth sailing, she had never experienced such bone-chilling fear. But just when she thought she would be riddled with bullets the next second, Wang Jianjun put away his gun, waved his hand, and his subordinates promptly stepped aside, clearing a path in the middle. Before long, boom, boom. A Mercedes-Benz S600 came to a steady stop in front of the Loyal Trust Society villa. Wang Jianjun hurriedly stepped forward to open the car door. Lin Jiejun, with Jimmy Zai at his side, descended from the car amidst a throng of armed bodyguards striding straight towards Su Su. Junjun. Brother Jun, please let me off this time. Su Su's voice trembled, unable to articulate her words smoothly. At this moment, she truly understood. Loyal Trust Society was really finished. She should have known better than to confront Lin Jiejun Heaton. Even if the Li family protected the Loyal Trust Society, it was merely a matter of mutual benefit. When truly facing Lin Jiejun, the Li family would never sacrifice themselves, but would instead push the Loyal Trust Society to the forefront, weighing Lin Jiejun's worth. In the end, the Loyal Trust Society was just a pawn in Li Dingshang's hands, one that could be discarded at any time. Lin Jiejun ignored her, merely glancing at Jimmy Zai. Jimmy Zai immediately understood, stepping forward with a folder in hand. Upon opening it, it was precisely the property transfer agreement for the Cine building. Su Su trembled all over, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. The Cine building was the last vestige of the Loyal Trust Society's assets. If Lin Jiejun wanted it, she dared not refuse, nor had the right to refuse. I will give you the building, just please spare my life. Nonsense, sister-in-law, Lin Jiejun said, taking a puff from a cigar, leisurely lighting it. I don't kill women. He cast a bland glance over Su Su, utterly unperturbed. Such a woman held no interest for him at all. Not to mention that she had already aged and lost her charm, her voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing against iron. Years ago, before being with Lien Haolong, she had mingled in the nightlife and had even had 3 abortions. Under his gaze, Su Su didn't dare to breathe, trembling as she took the document, signing her name. Brother Jun. Jimmy Zai handed over the signed document. All right, withdraw the troops. Lin Jiejun glanced at the document, waved his hand. From today on, the Loyal Trust Society is completely finished. Everyone gradually withdrew. Su Su's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled back down. Bang! A gunshot rang out, catching her off guard, shattering the quiet night. The next morning, the citizens of Hong Kong Island went to work as usual. The streets of Central were as calm as ever. The bodies had long been cleared away, the bullet holes filled and smoothed over. Even the police would find it hard to trace any evidence. At this time, inside the Lin Group office building. Have you heard? The company is moving to a new location. It seems they're relocating to the central area. Zhonghuan TSK. That is the turf where real battles are fought and reputations are made. A dragon coils and a tiger crouches, destiny gathers here. If we set up in Zhonghuan, running things will be far easier than in Geelong. Inside Lin Shi Group, many employees chatted animatedly, their faces alight with expectation. Very different from those so-called short mules. For the short mules of Huanqiu Securities' Gangdao branch, the company goes wherever they do, they never fuss about location. But for employees of Lin Shi Financial and Lin Shi Technology, Zhonghuan was the place they truly coveted. An atmosphere of order and efficiency made Zhonghuan the natural choice for seasoned professionals and the industry's sharpest talents. As everyone bantered and made private calculations, a public announcement crackled over the speaker's attention. All staff, all companies and departments, please note. To optimize management and support business upgrades, Lin Shi Group headquarters will move to Zhonghuan this afternoon. Except for Lin Shi Financial, all other units' employees must clear their personal workstations and board company-arranged shuttles before 3 in the afternoon. The broadcast barely finished before the office erupted. Everyone hurriedly packed computers, files, mugs, and potted plants. Only Lin Shi Financial remained quiet. First, dismantling and transporting their supercomputer would be time-consuming and arduous. Second, the entire team was watching the international crude oil market. Large positions were being built rapidly, and any interruption would throw away millions in windowed gains. To maintain peak efficiency, Jimmy Zai personally went to Linshire Financial in order to split operation half pack up and withdraw the other half stay to monitor the market and stabilize trades. Once the Vanguard and equipment arrived at Zhonghua Systems came online and trading resumed, the remaining staff would follow in batches for a seamless handover. At the same time, in Zhonghua, engines rumbled as several aerial work platforms came to rest beside Cine Building. The rooftop sign was hoisted down, and a new plaque slowly lifted into place. Huanqiu Building. Lin Zhejun had at first considered replacing the name Cine Building with Lin Shire Building outright. But then he set the thought aside, not out of stinginess, but because even a 24-story tower felt small in his imagination. It would suffice for now, but what of the future? Subsidiaries would multiply, teams would expand, and this space would soon be inadequate. At present, Huanqiu Security was not Linshire Group's most lucrative arm, but it was the most sprawling and the most tightly organized. Whether the Guangdao branch, Southeast Asia Huanqiu Armed, or the Military Advisory Department, the three sectors would all become genuine engines of growth. This Huanqiu Building was reserved as the staging ground for Huanqiu Security's planned expansion. A Linshire Group was only taking temporary quarters here. The plot Lin Zhejun coveted lay just east of Huanqiu Building. He had decided to erect the island's tallest, grandest landmark headquarters on that site. The future Linshire Building would separate military and commercial functions. The Linshire Building would house the group's conventional industries, while the Huanqiu Building would be devoted entirely to Huanqiu security departments. Two towers, shoulder-to-shoulder doors facing one another a few dozen steps apart. Daily collaboration would be swift and unencumbered. Meanwhile, inside Huanqiu Building, Luo Tianhong and Guo Ziheng, accompanied by brothers from Zhongxinyi, went floor by floor to notify tenants. Sorry, the building's ownership has changed and Linshire Group has taken over, they told each office. The building has been requisitioned, please vacate as soon as possible. They delivered Lin Zhejun's instructions door to door. Cine Building had originally housed some 20 small companies. Zhongxinyi occupied 4 floors while the others were leased out. Now that Linshire Group was moving in en masse, those tenants naturally had to give way. Lin Zhejun did not simply crush people for the sake of it. Procedure mattered. The lease contract spelled out breach clauses in black and white, so Luo Tianhong and Guo Ziheng compensated tenants with 3 months' rent as breach payment while arranging relocations. The small company owners were taken aback. None expected Linshire Group to be so Bithebook, paying what was due without skimping. Their frustrations evaporated on the spot. Many even handed over business cards and asked to be considered for future subcontracted work. Lin Zhejun showed no disdain for appearances and ordered Jimmy Zai's team to collect and file the cards, prioritizing those firms for minor outsourcing down the line. It saved effort, streamlined management, and put labor costs in a more controllable place. Meanwhile, in Xianluo, Guan Saiba abruptly pulled his troops back, and Bamiyanfo, though still heavily posted around Mangxingdi, did not attack. He merely surrounded and waited his usual prudence. Jiang Tianyang watched his scheme collapse and felt fury rise in his chest. What gnawed at him most were Guan Saiba and Bamiyanfo. Guan Saiba, needless to say, had slapped him in front of Chun Haonan and the others, leaving him humiliated. As for Bamiyanfo, not only did he fail to defend him, he flatly refused to dispatch troops. When Shaili beat him in the street, Bamiyanfo did not even lift an eyelid. Jiang Tianyang trembled with suppressed rage, yet found himself powerless. Times had changed. Once he had lorded over his Chiang Mai villa like a local tyrant, though he could not match Bamiyanfo's strength, he at least enjoyed a secure fiefdom. Now dependent and hanging by a thread, without Bamiyanfo's protection, he feared he would vanish from Lin Zhejun's ledger within half a month. All his grievances and hatred had to be swallowed. Jiang Tianyang forced down his anger and pretended nothing had happened, staying by Bamiyanfo's side. With the offensive stalled, boredom filled the manor and his lieutenants clamored to go camping. With nothing better to do, Jiang Tianyang gathered his personal guard, took Chun Haonan and others, and headed to a wild river outside Chiang Mai. Baopi put on a little more salt. Chicken wings do not need so much salt, a lighter hand brings out the flavor. Hey, watch the fish. Flip it, or it will burn. De Tian Air Chowpi and Baopi bantered as they worked on the riverbank. Before long, the grill hissed, and the scent of roasting meat drifted through the air. Chun Haonan never left Jiang Tianyang's side. Seeing his brothers at ease, a small smile involuntarily touched his lips despite the recent losses. Bosby had been treacherously struck, and Chun Yao had died horribly. The prince had been sent away by Jiang Tianyang on some errand, and had gone silent. Chun Haonan's nerves were taut, and he dared not relax. Stepping away from camp to the babbling stream, he felt some weight lift and sat down by Jiang Tianyang. "Anan, we owe you for everything you've done these days." Jiang Tianyang sighed softly. "Mr. Jiang, you flatter us," Chun Haonan replied with a wry smile, then went serious. "If you had not reached out, Lin Zhejun's people would have cut us to pieces. You are all brothers of Hongxing. With the elder gone, I will not abandon you," Jiang Tianyang said, patting his shoulder heavily. "Mr. Jiang, Brother Nan, try the fish." De Tian Air approached briskly with several skewers of fragrant grilled fish. You should have some too, Jiang Tianyang said with a smile. A dozen guards secured the perimeter, their vigilance steady, and gradually the group's tense nerves eased. Baopi and the others joked and jostled, laughter breaking the tension, and none noticed that more than a dozen men had slipped into the distant reeds, eyes fixed like nails on the riverbank party. They were the killers hired by Tianyangxing. Leading them was Tianyangzi, the second of Tianyang's 7 sons. Lin Jejun had ordered Jiang Tianyang eliminated. Huanqiu armed responded at once, but because Bami Anfo and Guan Saiba had heavy forces around, Mangxingdi Tianyangxing had restrained himself to avoid exposure. He dared not disobey Lin Jejun. Upon receiving the order, he sent Tianyangzi to exploit the gap left by Guan Kaiba withdrawal slip through the night into Qinglai Prefecture and muster a band of desperados. Their objective was clear: if Bami Anfo stood by or showed a flaw, kill Jiang Tianyang on the spot. If Bami Anfo defended but could not strike, then first eliminate Bami Anfo. In short, there was only one imperative: Jiang Tianyang must die. With that thought, Tianyang's eyes hardened, and he signaled the assault. In an instant, the assassins leapt from the reeds. Gunfire erupted, bangs, whistles, and the staccato rattle of bullets. Baopi, carrying grilled fish toward Jiang Tianyang, did not have time to react. Rounds tore through his chest, shoulder, and neck, spraying blood. As he fell, his face still held the imprint of moments before laughter. His hulking form had taken most of the spray and shielded Jiang Tianyang. Tianyang's marksmanship, however, was superb. Even with Baopi blocking his sight, he fired by feel. One bullet skimmed under Baopi's ribs and slammed into Jiang Tianyang's left chest. Jiang Tianyang choked, letting out a muffled sound as if struck by a 1,000-pound hammer, his body curling in convulsive pain. Looking down, his coat was torn and his ballistic vest studded with bullets. The sight jolted him with terror. Thankfully, he had been wearing hard armor. Baopi! Chaopi cried, eyes blazing as he lunged forward, only to be grabbed and held fast by Chun Haonan. While Jiang Tianyang rolled and dove beneath the jeep chassis, his guards instantly dropping for cover and returning fire as two leapt onto nearby vehicles and thrust them forward to form a crude barricade. Are you all right? He called from behind the car. Chun Haonan replied in a low, steady voice. Air is wounded, but he can hold on. Chao Pai wailed desperately. Mr. Jiang, my younger brother is gone. It must be Lin Jejun. Jiang Tianyang's eyes flashed with icy fury. Attack! Kill them without mercy. Bam! 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 Gritting his teeth, Chun Haonan dropped to one knee atop the vehicle's roof, aiming his rifle deep into the thicket and unleashing a rapid barrage. Seizing the brief lull, Jiang Tianyang swiftly yanked a radio from the trunk and urgently called Eight-Faced Buddha's main camp, demanding immediate reinforcements. Gunfire erupted like exploding beans. Consumed by hatred, Chao Pai inadvertently leaned too far out of cover, and in that instant Tianyang Ji, hidden in the shadows, locked onto him and fired a single precise shot straight into his lower abdomen. Chao Pai collapsed instantly. Chao Pai, can you hold on? Chun Haonan's heart clenched as he blurted out the question. Brother Nan. I'm fine. Chao Pai ground out through clenched teeth, his voice trembling. Hold the line. Buddha's men are already en route. Jiang Tianyang shouted while gripping the radio microphone tightly. Yet as Tianyang Ji picked off target after target with chilling accuracy, more and more guards fell, one after another, struck dead before they could even raise their heads. Jiang Tianyang's firepower rapidly dwindled. The gunfire grew increasingly sparse. Witnessing this, a heavy dread settled deep within Jiang Tianyang's chest. Indeed, Eight-Faced Buddha's forces were already mobilizing. But, at this rate, the reinforcements would arrive too late. They would all fall here long before help came. Anan, make a decision now. Jiang Tianyang bellowed at Chun Haonan. If we delay any longer, no one will live to see rescue. Chun Haonan's mind raced the moment he heard the words. Then, his gaze caught sight of the heavy machine gun mounted on the pickup's cargo bed. Without hesitation, he turned and lunged toward the trunk. But just then, Brother Nan, I'll do it. Chao Pai, reading his intent, cried out through gritted teeth. Yet Chun Haonan moved as though he hadn't heard his stride, unwavering. Since their debut, the 5 tigers of Tung Lo Wan had always stood shoulder to shoulder, advancing and retreating as one. Now Shanji had vanished without a trace. Bao Pai lay dead on the ground, and only 3 remained. As their elder brother, Chun Haonan would never again thrust his brothers into the fire. Yet the moment he began to rise, Chao Pai seized him and forced him back behind cover. Brother Nan, this task is mine. Chao Pai stood defiantly before him, shouting until his voice tore. Before Chun Haonan could utter a word, his eyes fell upon Chao Pai's abdomen, and his throat closed tight, silencing him completely. His eyes burned crimson in an instant. The bullet had entered at a sharp angle, tumbling violently inside his body, carving a deep, ragged wound that laid bare the bone. At that moment, his intestines spilled from the gash hanging limply over his waistband. He was clearly at the very end of his strength. Chao Pai, Chun Haonan's voice trembled, breaking into a sob. Brother Nan, protect Mr. Jiang. My younger brother is already gone. 2 deaths are still better than 3. There was no hesitation in Chow Pai's eyes, only the unflinching resolve of one who walks willingly toward death. Ignoring the searing, tearing agony, he clutched his exposed intestines in one hand and forced them back into his abdominal cavity, then jaw-clenched rolled and scrambled up onto the cargo bed. Dong 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 dong. White-hot fire roared from the heavy machine gun atop the vehicle. Tianyang Ji's hired assassins were caught utterly off guard, under the brutal impact of high-caliber rounds. Those struck were severed cleanly at the waist. Others, grazed only by a single round on the arm, saw their entire limb explode into shredded flesh and splintered bone. Take cover. Tianyang Ji barked a command and led the surviving men scrambling toward boulders and thickets. Chow Pai's desperate life-sacrificing assault had fully suppressed the enemy's firepower. Just then, Aji, a frantic transmission crackled over the radio, Tianxing's voice erupting in alarm. Eight-faced Buddha's armed helicopter has taken off. Take cover immediately. There's no winning this fight. Withdraw now. Tianyang Ji's pupils contracted sharply, a flash of cold calculation flared in his eyes. This ambush had been aimed squarely at Jiang Tianyang from the outset. Yet Lin Jejun had given clear orders eliminate him if possible. But should eight-faced Buddha intervene, with full force withdraw for now and await a more opportune time? Now with eight-faced Buddha himself deploying troops to rescue Jiang Tianyang. The rift between Global Arms and the eight-faced Buddha group had shattered beyond repair. Full-scale war was now inevitable. 10 minutes later, boom. A deafening roar shook the horizon. Eight-faced Buddha's helicopter had arrived. By then, Tianyang Ji and his men had already vanished, leaving behind only a few mangled corpses pulverized by machine gun fire. When the helicopter circled directly above the battlefield, not a single trace of the attackers remained. Meanwhile, on Jiang Tianyang's side, Bao Pai's body was riddled with bullet holes transformed into little more than a bloody sieve. Chow Pai still stood rigidly upright in the cargo bed, both hands locked fiercely around the machine gun's grips. Yet his wide-open eyes had long lost focus, and the intestines he'd forced back and now spilled out again, swaying faintly in the wind. De Tian Air knelt beside the vehicle, wailing uncontrollably. Chun Haonan made no sound, but his eyes blazed crimson as he stared silently at Chow Pai's corpse, his lips quivering, speechless. Had Chow Pai not sacrificed himself to seize that machine gun, none of them would have survived long enough for the helicopter to arrive. Now of the 5 tigers of Tung Lo, one only Chun Haonan and De Tian Air remained. Jiang Tianyang stood quietly beside Chun Haonan, his expression somber, his shoulders slightly slumped. Lin Jejun's retaliation, as always, was swift, ruthless, and utterly without warning. On end, grieve well. He drew a slow, deep breath and placed a firm, heavy hand on Chun Haonan's shoulder. In this world, no one escapes this day. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Chun Haonan, who had held himself together with sheer will, finally broke. Tears flooded forth, unstoppable. Years ago, Elder Brother B had warned them plainly: to live by the underworld is to trade your life for your livelihood, to stand one foot at the gates of hell, the other at the edge of prison bars. They understood the logic perfectly. Yet watching a brother who had grown up beside him fall lifeless before his very eyes, this raw, unbearable grief could not be suppressed. Mr. Jiang, I will avenge Chow Pai and the others. Chun Haonan's voice cracked hoarse and trembling, his eyes bloodshot. Jiang Tianyang said nothing, only raised his hand once more to pat his shoulder. In that moment, his thirst for vengeance dimmed, not vanished, but softened beneath something deeper. A profound, chilling wariness of Lin Jejun, and a fear etched into his very bones. For decades he had lived comfortably in Siam, never once targeted by a hidden shot. Had it not been for this Hong Xing affair, he and Lin Jejun would have remained strangers worlds apart. Had that been the case, Jiang Tianyang would still be the carefree heir, keeping elephants as pets, commanding maids at his whim. But for the sake of the Jiang family legacy, and to avenge Jiang Tiansheng, he chose to step back into the fray. And what did he receive in return? An immediate crushing counterstrike from Lin Jejun. The coldness of his methods, the absolute decisiveness of his strikes, was terrifying. In less than 2 weeks, Jiang Tianyang had endured more ambushes and sniper attacks than he had in over 20 years living in Siam combined. At that moment, even Jiang Tianyang found himself inwardly questioning was accepting the shattered remnants of Hong Xing and vowing to avenge Jiang Tiansheng truly the right path. Meanwhile, inside Eight-Faced Buddha's estate, Father Elder Brother has already departed with troops to rendezvous with Jiang Tianyang, said Mina, Eight-Faced Buddha's daughter, standing respectfully with hands clasped before her tone calm and reverent. Mina was of mixed Siamese and northern heritage, a seamless fusion of both lineages' most striking traits. She possessed exceptional beauty, the sharp, refined chin and luminous almond-shaped eyes typical of northern women, clear and bright as spring water. Yet her skin tone was unlike most Siamese. It bore a healthy sun-kissed wheat hue, and her thick jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing her face with exquisite delicacy. Her figure was equally rare, inheriting the Siamese frame's elegant height, yet shaped by northern proportions. harmoniously balanced, slender, yet full-poised and statuesque. Clad in a form-fitting leather jacket and a short hip-hugging skirt, her waist-to-hip curve was unmistakable, bold, and effortlessly commanding. Her legs long and perfectly straight, taut and sculpted, seemed carved from the finest jade by a master artisan. "This Lin Jejun dares quite a lot," murmured eight-faced Buddha, not even glancing up as he held his teacup, his tone as placid as weather talk. "I've had him surrounded for days, yet he still sent men to strike. Does he truly think I am mere decoration?" Before the words had faded, a rapid, urgent set of footsteps echoed outside the door. "Reporting," Shaylee announced sharply from the threshold. By eight-faced Buddha's ironclad household law, whether Shaylee or Mina both had been rigorously trained since childhood under strict military discipline. In the presence of outsiders, father and child recognized only rank, not kinship, allowing not a trace of personal sentiment. It was precisely this near-inhuman rigor and upbringing that instilled such profound awe and reverence in Shaylee and Mina. Even their breathing dared not stray from its measured rhythm. "Enter." Eight-faced Buddha set down his teacup with unhurried grace, his voice calm and unhurried. No sooner had the words left his lips than Shaylee ushered Jiang Tianyang Chun Haonan and De Tian Air briskly into the hall. "Where are they? Were any captured?" Eight-faced Buddha's gaze swept across the group, his tone dropping low and grave. "Father, the shooters escaped capture." Shaylee lowered his head to reply, when suddenly, crash, his porcelain teacup shattered violently at his feet, scattering shards across the floor. "If you cannot even keep watch on your targets, how dare you command troops?" Shaylee's Adam's apple bobbed as he prepared to speak. But Jiang Tianyang stepped forward swiftly and bowed deeply. "Lord Buddha, this cannot be blamed on young Master Shaylee. He departed before the enemy caught wind, but by the time his unit arrived, they had already withdrawn, completely refusing any direct confrontation. Yet even so, not a trace of softening crossed eight-faced Buddha's face. Late reinforcement is still late. Shaylee, you know what must follow." A subtle tightening flickered at the corner of Shaylee's mouth. Punishment under eight-faced Buddha never claimed lives, but it stripped men bare. A savage beating was merely the beginning, followed by relentless, grueling drills. No leniency, no exceptions. "Father, I understand." He bowed his head in quiet acceptance, voice crisp and clear. "Go now and accept your penalty," eight-faced Buddha commanded with a casual, yet utterly unchallengeable wave of his hand. After Shaylee withdrew, eight-faced Buddha's gaze slowly shifted toward Jiang Tianyang. Instantly, Jiang Tianyang and the others held their breath. If even his own son received no mercy for failure, what fate awaited them? "Lord Buddha, Jiang Tianyang barely managed to open his mouth before his throat tightened. "No need to explain." Eight-faced Buddha raised a hand to halt him. "Let Lin Jejun strut across the golden triangle. That is his domain. But to strike my man beneath my very eyes, that is no mere provocation. It is a slap across my face." He felt no outrage over the assassination attempt itself. What truly troubled him was this: Jiang Tianyang was now his own battalion commander, and Lin Jejun had dared strike anyway. This was not just defiance. It was a public, deliberate humiliation. If this news spreads, the drug lords and warlords of the Golden Triangle will surely assume that BAMIFO fears Lin Jejun. The originally agreed-upon partners may well seek more advantageous alliances elsewhere. For him, reputational damage translates directly into tangible financial loss. More critically, his territory lies immediately adjacent to global arms' sphere of influence. Should he allow them to grow unchecked, they would inevitably become a grave internal threat. At that very moment, in the leisure area on the 23rd floor of Cine Tower, Lin Jejun swung with effortless grace. The golf club traced a smooth, fluid arc, and the white ball rolled steadily across the carpeted green, slipping perfectly into the cup. Ever since playing several rounds of indoor golf with Wu Zi, he had become utterly enamored, not out of pretentious affectation or a desire to mimic aristocratic refinement. Quite the contrary, the confined space of an indoor course, coupled with the unwieldy length of the club, meant even the slightest miscalculation in force or angle would send the ball veering wildly off course. To strike with precision demanded absolute mastery. Every ounce of power, every degree of alignment, calibrated to perfection. Golf honed not only tactile sensitivity, but also composure and discipline. Just then Wang Jianjun approached briskly. "How did it go with global arms? Did Jiang Tianyang get eliminated?" Lin Jejun accepted a fresh ball from the caddy and lightly angled his club head toward the hole before asking casually. "Just received word. The operation failed." Wang Jianjun's expression remained stern as he swiftly recounted the sequence of events. "I expected as much." Lin Jejun swung again. The white ball dropped cleanly into the cup. Tell Tianyangzi not to blame himself. His timely withdrawal was in fact the correct decision. Jiang Tianyang could be dealt with any time, but discerning BAMIFO's true stance was the real objective of this mission. In Lin Jejun's eyes, Jiang Tianyang had long ceased to matter, not even worthy of a second glance. This time BAMIFO had deployed armed helicopters outright. Tianyangzi's swift disengagement was in Lin Jejun's view not merely excusable, but commendable. A desperate frontal assault might have eliminated Jiang Tianyang before the helicopters arrived, but Lin Jejun himself would never have survived the hail of suppressive fire. Compared to Jiang Tianyangzi carried far greater weight in Lin Jejun's estimation. Boss, shall I lead a team over to apply pressure, or perhaps send Dong and the others in for a night raid? A flash of sharp intelligence gleamed in Wang Jianjun's eyes. You? Lin Jejun glanced at him and smiled. Jianjun, you and your men are my trump cards. This situation doesn't yet warrant your personal involvement. Before the words had fully faded, ding-ling-ling, a satellite phone rang sharply. Brother Jun, came Tian Xingyang's voice through the receiver. Why call specially? Jianjun just reported the situation. Lin Jejun spoke calmly. Don't worry. Tell Aji he made no mistake. There's no need to dwell on it. Understood, Brother Jun. I'll talk to him right away. Tian Xingyang's voice noticeably relaxed. Yet barely drawing breath, he suddenly raised his tone, speaking faster. Charged with barely contained exhilaration. Brother Jun, this call isn't about that. It's something monumental, something too big to explain over the phone. I must tell you face-to-face. Something else. Tell me. Lin Jejun sat up straighter. Given Tian Xingyang's temperament, trivial matters never warranted his direct intervention. Only an issue so severe it exceeded his own capacity to resolve would prompt such urgency. Brother Jun, this morning I instructed villagers to expand our camp, adding several new warehouses on the periphery. A few locals from Yojia village rushed in with urgent news copper or veins had been unearthed at the mountain's base. Coincidentally, the village chief had spent several years working as a geological surveyor under Wo Shing, so I brought him along into the mountains for inspection. We confirmed a pristine, untapped high-grade copper deposit, and astonishingly a lead-bearing vein ran along the mountain's reverse slope, laced with mercury. Lin Jejun's brows lifted slightly. Copper lead. Exactly what we lack right now. Though my automated production lines remain operational, without raw materials they run idle. The delay in commissioning the ammunition line hinges precisely on this. Insufficient mineral supply. Rather than purchasing costly raw materials abroad for domestic processing, acquiring bulk shipments directly from Shuncheng would be far more efficient. But what if the ores lie buried right beneath our own mountain? Then it's no longer merely about cost savings. Copper, lead, mercury, the three vital elements of bullet production. And should we scale up military-industrial operations, these minerals will serve as foundational bedrock. Dispatch personnel immediately to secure and monitor the ore veins. Tighten information control. Also postpone any confrontation with BAMIFO. Lin Jejun's voice held quiet authority. I'll travel there myself in a few days. What? You're coming in person, Brother Jun? Tian Xingyang's voice crackled with stunned delight. This is no longer simply about clearing obstacles. It concerns the very foundation of our enterprise. Before hanging up, Lin Jejun added several precise instructions, then ended the call. Turning to Wang Jianjun, he said, now, it's your turn. After a brief pause, recalling that his subordinate's skill cooldowns hadn't yet reset, he added, summon Luo Tianhong and Guaziying immediately. Yes, boss. Wang Jianjun bowed and withdrew. Moments later, Luo Tianhong and Guaziying entered, one after the other. Brother Jun, you summoned us. As Luo Tianhong spoke, he instinctively touched the fading bruise on his cheek. Both men bore fresh injuries, swollen purples and deep blues crisscrossing their faces, stark evidence of recent violence. Tianhong, hand me your sword. Instantly, Luo Tianhong unbuckled the Bami Han's sword from his waist and presented it with both hands. Shing. The blade slid free with a clear, resonant chime, its surface dark as ink. Lin Jejun cast only a single glance, then gave a slight, approving nod. Forged from tungsten steel alloy, this blade surpassed Babi's serrated knife in craftsmanship. Its edge held a deep, restrained coldness, its balance and cutting power unmistakably superior. It's a fine sword, yet the age of cold steel has truly passed. He opened a drawer and pulled out a manual titled Introduction to Firearms, tossing it directly to Luo Tianhong. I've heard your natural aptitude with firearms is solid, but compared to Jianjun and his team, or even the 7 disciples of Tianyang, you still lack that final decisive edge. For the next 2 months, you and Ahong will train in shifts. Minimum 2 hours of live fire practice daily. Yes, Brother Jun. Luo Tianhong caught the book and sword in one fluid motion, securing both firmly. Immediately afterward, Lin Jejun instructed Wang Jianjun to bring in a shipment of bulletproof vests purchased from Xincheng. Wear them fully, tightly secured. We're soon facing off against BAMIFO. That wily old fox may deploy elite snipers into Hong Kong Island. He issued 1 vest to each man, adding, distribute the remainder to all core personnel of global security, and to every mid and senior level manager at Lin Group Finance. After the Hanshin incident, Lin Jejun had issued a strict order full body armor for all personnel. Yet newly recruited members, including Luo Tianhong and Guaziying, had never received theirs. Today that gap would finally be closed. Yes, Brother Jun. Both men responded in unison. System alert, host gifted subordinate Guaziying a ballistic vest. Triggered 500 quality return, acquired 5 concept level ballistic suit production lines. As the system chime faded, Lin Jejun felt a quiet surge of satisfaction and nodded. That's all, dismissed. With a wave of his hand, he sent them away. Moments later, he unfurled the rare manuscript Deadeye Shooting and began absorbing its essence. Every foundational principle, trigger control, sight alignment, predictive aiming, trajectory correction, flooded his consciousness like a tidal wave. His instinctive command over both short and long-barreled firearms surged several levels upward in an instant. And the reaction speed, the most critical component of Deadeye Shooting, had already reached the absolute limit of human capability. Upon assimilating the manuscript, his Deadeye Shooting technique instantly ascended to the mastered threshold, a single step shy of ultimate perfection. Until recently, Lin Jejun's signature art had always been Bajiquan. This martial manual transcended mere fist techniques. It encompassed comprehensive cultivation methods and battlefield essentials for weapons, including the Liuhe Great Spear, Spring Autumn Great Saber, and Chunyang Jiugong Sword. In close-quarters combat, whether barehanded or armed, his current mastery rendered him virtually unmatched across Hong Kong. Yet the Golden Triangle was entirely different. Warlords carved up the land, armed thugs roamed freely, firearms were as common as rice. Now, with Deadeye Shooting perfected, danger anticipation etched into instinct, and veterans like Wang Jianjun anchoring the ranks, the Golden Triangle stood ready to be conquered. 2 days later, Lin Jejun's forces stood fully assembled and battle-ready. His resolve was absolute. Deep within the third basement level of Global Tower. Unlike the Lin Group office basement, this subterranean complex spanned 3 levels, yet occupied more than double the floor space. At its center, Lin Jejun stood atop an elevated platform. Before him stood Wang Jianjun and his brother Wang Zhengwo alongside Dao Feng and Yi Shiguan, a quartet of elite operatives. Behind them, over 200 closely cropped, powerfully built men stood at rigid attention, shoulders sharp as blades, bodies utterly still. Through sustained effort, Wang Zhengwo had successfully recruited over 200 veteran soldiers from northern China. Within Global Security's Military Advisory Division, Wang Zhengwo oversaw personnel deployment. Wang Jianjun served as chief instructor. Dao Feng specialized in firearms training, and Yi Shiguan held a mobile response role, exempt from routine drills, standing ever ready for Lin Jejun's direct command. Yi Shiguan, select 20 men to remain stationed in Hong Kong. Lin Jejun commanded. Yi Shiguan acknowledged and promptly chose 20 from the formation. Once selections were finalized, Lin Jejun's gaze slowly swept across the remaining troops. Since founding Global Military Division, Lin Jejun have upheld one iron law. Train 1,000 days, deploy for a single moment. The Golden Triangle campaign rests upon your shoulders, brothers. Before his final word faded, snap. Every man snapped upright, heels striking stone with thunderous unity. No words were spoken, yet in every pair of eyes burned an unquenchable flame. Many bore old combat wounds. Night terrors haunted their sleep. Returning to ordinary life had become impossible. Left unresolved, they would either break themselves or unleash chaos. Lin Jejun built this stage for them, giving their hard-won skills purpose, offering generous compensation, and ensuring medical care for families and school enrollment for children, leaving no lingering anxieties behind. Now, with Lin Jejun's order to march into the Golden Triangle, those long settled in Hong Kong knew precisely what that land signified. They departed without regret, without fear. Moreover, each man carried a silent vow. This time, they would fight with unyielding grit, never shaming Lin Jejun, never betraying his profound trust. Jimmy. Lin Jejun turned toward Jimmy's eye beside him. Jimmy stepped forward and clapped once, whereupon several underlings hurried in carrying 2 large wooden crates. Lids flung open, blinding gold filled the chamber. Solid gold bars, heavy and gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Without further ado, consider this gold as an advance reward. Everyone should hold on to it for the next couple of days and relax properly. In 2 days, we will all board the ship and head straight for the Golden Triangle. As soon as the words fell, gold bars were distributed into everyone's hands. Wang Jianjun weighed the bar in his hand, and for the first time a hint of a smile crossed his usually stern face. Brothers, this trip to the Golden Triangle is not for sightseeing, it's a fight for our lives. Therefore, each of you must stand tall and bring out your true spirit. These gold bars will only dull your killing intent. If anyone shows weakness, greed, or fear, Wang Jianjun will be the first to break their arms. After saying this, he threw the gold bar to the ground. With a clatter, the veteran soldiers immediately followed suit, tossing their gold bars to the ground. Without a hint of hesitation, their eyes filled only with fierce battle intent. Lin Jejun observed quietly, his heart stirred. Wang Jianjun's training was indeed ingrained deep within them. At least at this moment, he saw no hesitation or attachment in anyone's eyes, only an unstoppable fierceness surging within their chests. He immediately chimed in, since you all don't want it, I won't be stingy. Jimmy, remember all the names. When we return from the mission, the gold bars will be doubled. If any brothers fall or get injured, it's still the same. Once a brother, always a brother. If he survives, the Lin family will support him. If he falls, Lin Jejun will take full responsibility. That evening, Brother June, the ship is ready. The Tony brothers from Lin's shipping also arrived at the dock to join them. They were already heading to Kunsha to transport goods, and Lin Jejun's accompanying them was just right. Lin Jejun nodded, leaving Jimmy to guard the headquarters while he led Wang Jianjun, Wang Jiangwo Blade, and 200 veterans on their journey. Besides them, he also brought Wang Jiao and Feng Yuxiu as close guards. Feng Yuxiu, as usual, stood silently behind him in a hoodie. Wang Jiao grinned foolishly, a bit crazy, but with bright eyes eagerly awaiting the trip to the Golden Triangle. As for the veterans, they embodied the iron-blooded essence of soldiers in every inch of their stance. They stood in silence on one side of the dock. The entire dock was filled with a chilling atmosphere, as if killing intent had condensed into frost. This descent southward, engaging with the eight-faced Buddha, was merely incidental. Guan Saiba had already retreated. A mere eight-faced Buddha was nothing for Lin Jejun to worry about. In fact, he didn't even need to take action himself. With Tianyang Sheng holding the fort for a few days and the continuous supply of new equipment from the Candle Dragon weapon production line, they could easily crush the opponent. But now, with the mining veins revealed, the situation had changed drastically. Lin Jejun weighed the importance of these resources in his heart. Since it involved a large-scale business, he had to personally make a trip to the Golden Triangle to inspect the mining conditions. Cleaning up the eight-faced Buddha was merely a convenient side task. "Let's go," Lin Jejun commanded. Everyone immediately fell silent, forming a neat line as they filed into the ship's cabin. The journey was calm. Although they encountered several groups of pirates along the way, upon seeing the imposing presence of the Tony brothers and the Lin's shipping emblem on the ship, those pirates immediately gave way without a word. Lin Jejun observed this and nodded slightly in his heart. The Tony brothers' influence in this area was indeed extraordinary. Bringing them on board was truly a wise decision. After 2 days of turbulent seas, the ship docked under the starry sky, and Lin Jejun successfully arrived from Chiang Mai. Brother June. Tianyang Sheng and his men had already lined up to wait. From a distance, upon spotting Lin Jejun, they shouted in unison salute. As the words fell, over 800 members of the global armed forces behind him immediately raised their hands in salute, their movements sharp and precise. Lin Jejun was slightly taken aback. Logically, these mercenaries recruited locally were usually unruly and had never adhered to such rules. Yet the current display was surprisingly orderly and resolute. "Oh, you even trained them to form ranks?" Lin Jejun asked with a smile. Tianyang Sheng immediately grinned. "It wasn't my doing, it was the Dong who set the rules." He said, "Even if we're getting paid to work, it must be done methodically and in harmony. So every day, without fail, we spent 2 hours training them on standing, marching, and responding to commands. In terms of lethality, practicing formations doesn't produce bullets, but over time their ability to listen, cooperate, and maintain discipline has greatly improved." Upon hearing this, Lin Jejun immediately understood. To train a group of wild men to be nearly like a regular army, Dedong's skills were undoubtedly commendable. "Boss." Just then Dedong hurried over. "Dedong, thank you for your hard work," Lin Jejun said with a smile, patting him on the shoulder and giving him a hearty hug. "It's really nothing, boss." Dedong waved his hand cheerfully. "The tide is a bit high here, but it's much better than hiding in Cat Ear Cave back in the day." He turned to Wang Jianjun and called out, "Squad leader." Wang Jianjun's usually tense face relaxed a bit. "Even the boss praises the soldiers you trained. You really made a name for yourself this time." The bond of brotherhood never needs much explanation. Especially for brothers who have fought side by side, it can truly break through the hard shell of a man's heart. Though Wang Jianjun was usually taciturn and carried an air of sternness, hearing the boss praise his men brought an undeniable smile to his face, making him stand even taller like a bamboo just pulled from the ground. "By the way, Sheng," Lin Jejun turned to Tianyang Sheng, "the next batch of equipment will arrive soon, so arrange for someone to receive it." "Rest assured, Brother June." Tianyang Sheng nodded in agreement, immediately signaling to Tianyang Ji and the others to direct everyone to unload and transport the goods straight to the vacant factory. "Boss, what new goodies have arrived this time?" Dedong seemed to perk up, leaning in to inquire. "To be honest, the last batch of Candle Dragon pistols and rifles we received performed significantly better than what we're currently using." Speaking of weapons, Tianyang Sheng's eyes brightened a bit. "Indeed, all parts are compatible. The failure rate is lower than that of the AK, and the accuracy surpasses the M16 by a wide margin. This kind of gun is something you dream of holding. This time it's a bulletproof equipment production line," Lin Jejun explained with a smile. "Once it's in production, unless a bomb explodes right beside you, there should be no non-combat casualties." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. So impressive. Amidst their astonishment, a wave of burning curiosity surged within them. They had seen plenty of bulletproof vests, ceramic plate ones, Kevlar hard armor ones, each with its shortcomings, either too heavy, unable to protect vital areas, or becoming stiff at the slightest touch. But once the Candle Dragon rifles and pistols emerged, they swept the market clean of competing products. This batch of bulletproof vests might truly redefine industry standards. "Take me to the shooting range if I want to try out the Candle Dragon's gear." Lin Jejun gestured with his chin towards Tianyang Sheng. Ever since mastering the dead-eye shooting technique, he hadn't properly tested this skill yet. Now was the perfect time. The camp was equipped with training grounds and shooting ranges. Before long, Tianyang Sheng drove a military off-road vehicle, taking Lin Jejun straight to the shooting range. At this time it was just dawn, the mercenaries were still running laps for physical training, and the shooting area had yet to commence training. On the vast shooting range, only Lin Jejun, Tianyang Sheng, and his 7 companions, and Wang Jianjun were present. Brother Jun, take a look. Tianyang Sheng handed over the Candle Dragon pistol and assault rifle. Lin Jejun glanced briefly. Both guns were clearly more refined than the common models on the market. Aside from the barrel, the entire body was made of high-strength engineering plastic, rust and corrosion-resistant, significantly reducing weight. More notably, whether it was the pistol or the rifle, the top of the slide, both sides of the gun body, and the front of the grip all reserved standard rails, allowing for tactical lights, laser pointers, silencers, or optical sights to be mounted as needed for different tasks. Sheng removed the target paper and hang a few silver dollars. Let them sway while shooting. Tianyang Sheng was momentarily stunned. Lin Jejun was aiming for a distance of 200 meters. Shooting at swaying silver dollars from 200 meters was indeed possible for a few of the core members, but it relied entirely on rifles. At this moment, Lin Jejun held only 2 Candle Dragon pistols. In terms of range, precision, and stability, they were less than 1/10 of a rifle's capability. Even among the Tianyang brothers, the one with the best shooting skills, Tianyang Ji, wouldn't stand a chance of reliably piercing a coin from 200 meters away with just a pistol. Blade, standing behind Wang Jianjun, slightly narrowed his pupils upon hearing Lin Jejun's words, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Hitting a coin from 200 meters with a pistol? Even he wouldn't dare make such a claim, let alone the fact that the coin was suspended in midair, swaying with the wind, completely erratic. Brother Jun, how about we try with a soda can instead? Tianyang Sheng, fearing Lin Jejun might embarrass himself, quickly offered a low suggestion. If I say hang it, then hang it, Lin Jejun replied decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. Tianyang Sheng could only raise his hands and surrender, pulling out a few coins, tying them securely with a string, and gently pushing them to hang on the target frame. The coins immediately began to sway left and right. Boom! Lin Jejun's eyes suddenly tightened as if thunder had exploded in his mind. The Deadeye skill activated in an instant. In his view, everything around him faded into faint red outlines. The distant Tianyang Sheng, who had just turned around, had 4 spots glowing with glaring deep red light on his chest, forehead, throat, and temple. All critical spots that could lead to a one-shot kill. Time seemed to stretch and freeze. He could even hear the soft ticking of the second hand on his watch, crystal clear. Yet in reality, a second passed, but under the dead eye it felt like several seconds had gone by. At the same time, the gun in his hand felt as if it were born from flesh, communicating with his intent, hitting wherever he pointed, completely in sync. Bang, 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 bang. For crisp sounds nearly overlapped into one. The 4 swaying coins burst apart, debris flying. Tianyang Sheng, who had just stepped out of the shooting range, halted in his tracks, his entire being frozen in place. So fast, he turned around sharply, staring at the coins that now had only remnants left, his face filled with shock. Nearby Blade watched this scene, his eyelids twitching, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes again. Just with this shot, he understood. His own shooting skills were far inferior to Lin Jejun's. Just hitting a coin from 200 meters away with bare eyes was already top-notch, while Lin Jejun had consecutively hit 4 coins, all within 2 seconds from drawing the gun to holstering it. As a professional sniper, Blade understood better than anyone at long distances with no sights, purely relying on visual estimation. Changing targets required re-evaluating wind speed and bullet trajectory. Miss by a millimeter and the bullet would stray several meters. However, Lin Jejun hit all 4 shots, the rhythm as natural as breathing. This speed, this accuracy he had never heard of nor seen before. The scene fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, even Wang Jianjun remained speechless for a long time. Having known Lin Jejun for so long, they had never seen him handle a gun. Subconsciously, they thought of him as a martial arts expert with only a superficial understanding of firearms. It was not until the 4 exploded coins hit the ground that they suddenly realized. Lin Jejun's marksmanship had already surpassed everyone by a large margin. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Jejun gave a slight nod, his expression calm. The Deadeye marksmanship was still only at the beginner stage. Once perfected, the speed of his shots would increase significantly. Half an hour later, the team returned to the command center. In the center of the room stood a massive sand table. The full star-stacked peaks and surrounding mountains, streams, and dense forests were all vividly displayed. Brother Jun, the current situation is roughly as follows. Tianyang Sheng put away his extendable rod. The forces of the 8-faced Buddha are currently all stuck at the periphery of the full star stack, probably trying to wear down our patience and look for an opportunity to attack. Lin Jejun nodded and turned to Wang Jianjun. Jianjun, what do you think? Wang Jianjun stared at the sand table, pondering for a moment, his finger pointing to a gentle slope at the edge. In my opinion, the most urgent matter now is to capture a live one and inquire about the 8-faced Buddha's deployment and movements. Lin Jejun thought for a moment before agreeing. He originally came for the mineral vein in the heart of the full star stack, but without first completely clearing the eight-faced Buddha from this mountain area, he would not be able to mine it safely. Driving away the eight-faced Buddha was a threshold that must be crossed before mining could commence. Daedong, you are familiar with the terrain around here. Tonight, go capture a tongue. On the eastern side of the full star stack, there was a small village. Compared to Nyo family village, it was merely a tiny place with about 100 households and a population of less than 100. Located on the edge of the full star stack, this village had long been designated by the eight-faced Buddha as a temporary garrison point. The entire village was now firmly occupied by a small armed squad of about 100 men. Leading the squad was Bobby, a trusted subordinate of Sha Li. Shortly after the garrison was established, Bobby was urgently transferred by Sha Li to guard the periphery of the global armed forces. At this moment, chaos reigned in the village. Don't move. Everyone squat down. Anyone who moves, I'll shoot them. Please let my son go. Let my daughter go, she's only 14. Nonsense. Our squad leader has taken a liking to her. It's her fortune. Cries, screams, shouts, and the sounds of doors being kicked mixed together, crashing back and forth in the village alleys. The Golden Triangle has always been a lawless land with warlords divided and ruling independently. Ordinary villages without clan protection find it difficult to maintain even basic dignity under the gun. Young men were taken to serve as soldiers, while young girls often became objects for soldiers to vent their desires. Most warlords turned a blind eye to this. During times of war, allowing subordinates to pillage and violate can actually win people's hearts. If the rules are too strict, the men below would immediately abandon their posts. Especially now, as the eight-faced Buddha and the global armed forces were on the brink of war, soldiers rampaged through the village, and those in charge not only turned a blind eye, but even tacitly permitted it. At this moment, in the only two-story bamboo building in the village, sizzle, sizzle, the sound of fabric being violently torn echoed repeatedly. Amidst the girl's screams, Bobby grinned wickedly, tearing her clothes into several tattered pieces. The girl hurriedly grabbed the cotton quilt at the edge of the bed, wrapping it tightly around her body to cover her exposed skin, her pupils filled with horror. This girl was plain-looking at best, slightly below average, with suntan brown skin, and her bare feet were still caked with dried mud. With a tender face and a thin figure, she clearly had not fully matured, yet merely showing the first signs of growth. However, in this region, finding a woman of such age and background was enough to make the thugs under the warlords envious. Bobby's physique was particularly robust, with bulging muscles that glistened his skin a rust-colored bronze, and his brow and eyes filled with brutality and malice. At this moment, he stared at the trembling girl, who resembled a frightened fawn, a grin spreading across his face, revealing 2 rows of yellowed teeth, his gaze both hungry and fierce. Peel it off yourself. Seeing her still trying to cover herself with the corner of the quilt, Bobby let out a furious roar. No. Please don't. The girl's voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, trembling out of tune. Don't. He scoffed, hot breath steaming from his nostrils. There are over 100 brothers outside. Either you comply with me, or I will let them take turns. Choose for yourself. As soon as those words were spoken, the girl's face turned ashen, tears sliding down silently as her fingers trembled slowly, attempting to undo her clothing fastenings, moving as if frozen. Damn. Move your hands and feet more nimbly. Bobby's anger surged, and he stood abruptly, his pants feeling tight, turning to rip her clothing off. At that moment, don't move. A cold, hard voice sliced through. Before Bobby could turn around, the back of his head was firmly pressed against the muzzle of a gun, icy dread drilling into his bones. With his life hanging by a thread, he froze, the hairs on his body standing on end, the wicked fire that had just ignited in him extinguished in an instant. Brother, which side are you on? We have no grievances in the past nor enmities recently. With a gun pressed against his crown, he suppressed his breath, his voice trembling. Before he finished speaking, da-da-da-da, boom, boom, boom. Outside the house, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted. Grenades exploded one after another, shaking the bamboo walls and causing dust to fall. Enemy attack. Quick, grab your weapons. Aye. The subordinates who had been joking around inside were suddenly caught off guard and immediately fell into chaos, not even managing to steady their guns before being shot at. Before they could form a defense, the wails quickly thinned out. Brother Daedong, it's all cleared. A soldier's triumphant voice came from outside. Upon hearing that the other party spoke Chinese, Bobby's heart sank, half of his body felt cold. No need to guess. It was definitely the people from the global armed forces. But how did they sneak up so quietly? Where were the sentinels he had sent out? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the answer presented itself before him. Pressing against the back of his head was none other than Daedong himself. According to Daedong, later, capturing a live one was nothing. Casually wiping out a den was just a matter of raising a hand. Moments later, Daedong shoved Bobby out of the bamboo house. Looking up, Bobby was struck speechless, his mind buzzing. All of his over 100 men were lying flat. Most of those piled up were flipped over by grenades, their limbs mangled. Those scattered about were either shot through the forehead or had gaping wounds in their chests, all fatal injuries. You guys. His lips turned white, his eyes darting around, taking another glance at the small team behind Daedong. Just 10 men, yet their equipment was bizarrely out of place. Neither bulky like an AK nor neat like an M16. Their guns were adorned with laser pointers, holographic sights, and densely packed accessories completely unlike any standard weapon he had ever seen. Brother Dadong, all targets have been eliminated. A retired soldier quickly stepped forward to report. Dadong nodded, his gaze slowly sweeping over the corpses strewn about. The villagers had long since shrunk into corners behind stoves and bamboo baskets, daring only to peek through the cracks, their eyes filled with fear. Call Ah Sheng's men here. He gestured to his subordinate Fei Gu. Shortly after, a local mercenary under Tian Yangsheng was brought forward. You go tell the villagers that the situation is critical now. We from the Global Armed Forces are responsible for escorting them to evacuate. Meals are already prepared over at Nyo Family Village. They should go over there first to settle in and return after the battle is over. Dadong signaled for the man to convey the message to the villagers. Yes, Brother Dadong. The local nodded, bowing, and immediately ran to the crowd, shouting in dialect. As soon as he spoke, the villagers hesitated, slowly emerging from the shadows, and behind bamboo curtains, their expressions a mix of doubt and uncontainable gratitude. Retreat. Take the tongue away. Dadong waved his hand, and Fei Gu led the team to assist the villagers in their evacuation. He himself forced Bobby into an off-road vehicle, the engine roaring as they sped towards the Global Armed Forces camp. Half an hour later, the convoy returned to the full Star Stack camp. Dadong yanked Bobby out of the car and kicked him violently to the ground. Woo 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 woo. Bobby had a dirty pair of underpants stuffed in his mouth, making only muffled whimpering sounds. Boss, it's done. Dadong walked straight up to Lin Jejun and stood at attention to report. Lin Jejun nodded with a smile. Then he stepped forward and stopped in front of Bobby. Take out what's in your mouth. Dadong responded and kicked him in the abdomen with substantial force. Bobby bent over like a shrimp, a muffled groan escaping his throat. Once he curled up enough, Dadong reached in to pull out the rack. Brother Jun, please have a seat. Tian Yangsheng brought over a folding military chair and placed it steadily behind Lin Jejun. Do you know who I am? Lin Jejun slowly took a seat, tapping the armrest with his fingertips, his tone as calm as if he were commenting on the weather. No, I don't know. Bobby shook his head, his voice hoarse. Damn, you dare to take on the Global Armed Forces without even knowing what your own boss looks like. Tian Yangsheng sneered and raised his leg for another heavy kick aimed at Bobby's ribs. The sharp pain pierced through him, and Bobby felt both fear and hatred, his jaw clenched tightly. He had heard of Tian Yangsheng long ago. The intelligence dossier under the Eight-Faced Buddha contained clear images of the senior members of the Global Armed Forces. The only person who could make Tian Yangsheng call him boss was Lin Jejun. When did Lin Jejun infiltrate the Golden Triangle? Bobby's heart sank heavily. It was unclear how much time passed. All right, Asheng, don't really kick him to death. Lin Jejun raised his hand to stop Tian Yangsheng's action. I have checked your background. You are Sha Li's deputy, able to directly connect with Sha Li and reach the Eight-Faced Buddha. Now immediately call the Eight-Faced Buddha. I have something to say to him. Lin Jejun's tone was calm, but each word carried weight. Upon hearing this, Bobby's neck hair stood on end. Although he had never seen Lin Jejun in person, he had long heard of those bloody old tales. At this moment, if he showed even a hint of defiance, he feared he would be left with nothing but bone fragments. There's a satellite phone in the left pocket of my pants. It will automatically dial when turned on, and the person on the other end will be the Buddha. Bobby tilted his head, glancing at the tactical pocket on the outer side of his combat suit's left leg. Without saying a word, Tian Yangsheng stepped forward. Moments later, he pulled out the phone and handed it to Lin Jejun with both hands. Lin Jejun pressed the call button, and the sound of the connection quickly came through the receiver. Although he couldn't understand what the other party was saying, the voice was deep, efficient, and carried the pressure of someone who had long occupied a position of power, clearly belonging to an experienced old hand. Who else could it be but the Eight-Faced Buddha? I am Lin Jejun, he stated directly. The other end of the line fell silent instantly. For a full 10 seconds, there was not a sound. It seems you have reached the Golden Triangle. And that Bobby is already in your hands. The voice of the Eight-Faced Buddha was cold as iron. It's not just Bobby, Lin Jejun chuckled lightly, but all of his more than 100 subordinates have been taken care of as well. If your people act quickly, they might be able to collect the bodies before they bloat. This place is humid and rots quite fast. Interesting. I've heard that you Lin Jejun hold grudges like carving on stone and strike like cutting flesh. Today, seeing it for myself, it's indeed not an exaggeration. The Eight-Faced Buddha snorted coldly, suddenly changing the subject. But you better think clearly. This is the Golden Triangle, not Hong Kong. If you don't behave as the leader of your gang and insist on barging into this den of tigers and wolves, are you looking to get yourself killed? Who is the sheep and who is the tiger will be clear when the knife is drawn. Lin Jejun maintained a calm tone as if discussing the weather. Let me reiterate. I conduct my affairs according to rules. Before war begins, I lay out my stance. The other end of the line fell silent, clearly waiting for what came next. Still the same words, Eight-Faced Buddha, you are not my target. What I want is Jiang Tainyang's life. If you insist on sticking your nose and then sorry, I can only eliminate you as well. His speech was neither rushed nor slow, as if discussing what to have for dinner. Are you threatening me? The eight-faced Buddha's voice suddenly rose. Think what you will, Lin Jejun replied calmly. Do you think I, the eight-faced Buddha, am made of paper? I was rolling in the golden triangle when you were still squatting in the mud to play. If you have the ability, come at me. Fine, then let's wait and see. I have adhered to the rules, and I have shown my courtesy. If you refuse to take the bait, then the subsequent matters will be out of my hands. Lin Jejun raised the corner of his mouth and decisively hung up the phone. This old man really doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Jiang Tianyang clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking. That's perfect, well, beat him until he admits defeat. De Dong shrugged unconcerned. And we can also shake up those restless fellows. The others echoed in agreement, brimming with fighting spirit. Wang Jiao and Feng Yuxiu stood steadfastly at Lin Jejun's side, not moving an inch. They were not skilled in fighting, but protecting their leader was something they never needed to be taught. For now, they only needed to keep an eye on their surroundings, guarding against surprise attacks and close encounters. Before long, everyone had returned to the camp. Gathered around the sand table, they quickly assessed the current situation. Since the last confrontation with General Ruan Hua, the global armed forces had remained inactive without any external conflicts. However, as business in the Golden Triangle grew larger, it had already attracted the envy and scrutiny of various factions. This battle, as long as it was a direct confrontation with the eight-faced Buddha, would serve as the best example to intimidate others, both to deter the small fry and silence dissent. At this moment, Brother Jun phone call. Wang Jianjun came over quickly holding Lin Jejun's encrypted device. Lin Jejun took it, just pressing it to his ear. Lin, my younger brother, you come as a guest to the Golden Triangle without letting me know. I would have prepared drinks and a feast to show my hospitality. On the other end of the line, Kuncha's laughter was loud, exuding a sense of familiarity. Lin Jejun slightly narrowed his eyes. He had infiltrated the Golden Triangle, and even his arch-nemesis, the eight-faced Buddha, was unaware. The earlier suspicion on the phone was solid evidence. He didn't expect that within just a few hours the news would have reached Kuncha's ears. Truly, he was a prominent warlord in the Golden Triangle, famed for his keen intelligence and tight network. General Kuncha, you are too polite. Lin Jejun replied with a smile. I came this time to settle some personal matters. Once everything is wrapped up, I will certainly pay you a visit and disturb you for a cup of tea. Both sides were business partners, naturally exchanging words with some courtesy. You are referring to the eight-faced Buddha, right? Kuncha's laughter faded, his tone turning serious. I am currently in the Shan State area, a distance away from Chiang Mai. That old fox is not easy to deal with. Are you the global armed forces? Really confident? Before Lin Jejun could respond, he added immediately. Of course, Brother Lin, it's not that I don't trust you. I'm just worried that your team is still rather new, and if you get drawn into a quagmire. If you need anything, just speak up. As partners, I will never stand by and do nothing. Finally, his tone grew a bit solemn, revealing some seriousness. I have noted General Kuncha's goodwill. Lin Jejun held the receiver, his smile warm. It's just an eight-faced Buddha. Do you doubt my capabilities, brother? All right, then I won't say much more. Kuncha laughed heartily. I will be waiting for your call, brother. After a few pleasantries, Lin Jejun decisively hung up the phone, lightly snorting, an old fox. Lin Jejun was well aware of what calculations Kuncha was making in his heart. The eight-faced Buddha's territory was within Siam. If he won this battle, Kuncha, with his appetite, would never cede the territory to Lin Jejun. He would surely take the opportunity to root himself here, building a frontline barrier directly facing Siam. Moreover, nominally, they were partners on an equal footing. As long as Lin Jejun asked him to take action, Kuncha would likely help. But once he truly sent troops over, the situation would completely change. From then on, even if they met again, Lin Jejun would have to lower his stance against Kuncha. At that point, how to sign contracts and repay favors would all be dictated by Kuncha. For Lin Jejun, this hard battle, under no circumstances could he allow Kuncha to intervene. Not only could he not borrow his troops, but he also could not allow any external forces to enter the fray. He not only had to fight, but also had to do so swiftly. He not only had to win, but also had to win cleanly, catching everyone's attention. Only in this way could he intimidate the surrounding restless forces and also make Kuncha, this partner, reconsider his position. More importantly, to secure the initiative for future long-term military trade agreements between both parties. Tian Yangsheng, prepare the troops. Lin Jejun stood up, his gaze calm. Your people must immediately enter a state of readiness. He walked slowly to a high point in the camp, looking up at the densely packed stars above and taking a deep breath. From tomorrow onwards, this mountain wilderness will become lively. The next morning, Lin Jejun rose early. Sheng, how was the situation last night? As soon as he stepped into the headquarters, he inquired of Tian Yangsheng. Last night, to prevent the eight-faced Buddha from sneaking an attack under cover of darkness, Tian Yangsheng had increased the patrol teams. In addition to his own personnel, Wang Jianjun had also quietly set up several lookout posts. Each location had been carefully selected after he, Dong, and Dao Feng personally surveyed and deliberated. There were lookout posts as well as sniper positions. The lookout posts commanded high ground visibility, while the sniper positions were selected by Dao Feng himself. balancing observation angles, and leaving shooting corridors specifically designed for firepower suppression. Only Wang Jianjun, Dao Feng, and Dong knew the locations of these hidden posts, and even Lin Jiejun only received verbal instructions on their general positions. The personnel on duty were all retired veterans. Even Tian Yangxing himself did not know exactly where behind which rocks or trees they were hiding. Brother Jun, there was no movement the entire night, Tian Yangxing reported. I sent people to check, and all the bodies from that village last night were taken away by the eight-faced Buddha's men. But he did not withdraw his troops, nor take any new actions, so we still cannot ascertain what he is planning. This eight-faced Buddha is rather indecisive. Lin Jiejun furrowed his brow slightly. I thought he would be quick to hold a grudge and act ruthlessly, definitely trying to counterattack last night, but it turns out, not so much. Tian Yangxing nodded, just about to speak, when his communicator suddenly rang. Brother Jun, there are people coming from the mountains, but it's not the eight-faced Buddha's troops. After a moment, Tian Yangxing looked up to report. Lin Jiejun frowned. Previously, the eight-faced Buddha and Guan Kai Ba had surrounded the global armed forces camp from the north and south, leaving no escape. Now that Guan Kai Ba had retreated, the mountain on that side was completely empty. At present, the only access road to the camp was the winding dirt road behind them. It was so narrow that barely one vehicle could pass through. That vehicle had long been stopped by the checkpoint set by Tian Yangxing, and only then was the communication relayed. Find out who they are, Lin Jiejun said. Tian Yangxing nodded in response, quickly picking up the equipment to contact them. Brother Jun, I found out. It's an arms dealer from Chiang Mai called Doctor who has brought a few people and said they are here to discuss cooperation. The specific projects weren't mentioned, only that they needed to discuss in person. Doctor, discuss cooperation. Lin Jiejun frowned slightly. He had heard of this character before. A well-known arms broker in Siam rumored to be a young woman. But right now he really couldn't figure out what cooperation they could have. If they truly wanted to buy equipment, Xinjiang had stable channels, quality products, and fair prices. But then he thought the Zhulong firearms would eventually gain fame overseas. If there was a broker like Doctor with solid foundations and a wide network to act as an agent, it wouldn't be a bad idea for a stable and efficient route. Let them in, Lin Jiejun waved his hand. Let them through, let them through. Tian Yangxing briefly reiterated into the communicator. About half an hour later, several camouflage-painted military jeeps slowly drove along the dirt road from the back mountain. Tian Yangxing and the others immediately positioned themselves behind Lin Jiejun, hands on their waists, their gazes sharp. The intent of this visitor was unclear, so safety was paramount. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Doctor got out of the car surrounded by security, and upon seeing Lin Jiejun, her lips slightly curled in a warm smile. Mr. Lin, she walked forward, extending her hand proactively, her voice bright and gentle. You recognize me, eh? Lin Jiejun was slightly surprised, but he quickly extended his hand to shake hers. It must be said Doctor had an exceptionally unique temperament. She carried an air of dignity that hinted at antiquity, unlike those deliberately crafted internet celebrity faces of today. Her face was oval with natural lines devoid of sharpness, the tails of her eyes slightly raised, neither flirtatious nor threatening, but instead exuding a calm sense of detachment. Dressed in a form-fitting azure cheongsam, the sharp cut hugged her figure tightly, accentuating her tall stature, defined waist, and upright shoulders with graceful curves. Dignified, intelligent, gentle, and non-threatening. Any sensible person would at first glance associate these words with Doctor. To establish a foothold in a place as chaotic as Siam and secure the position of the local top arms dealer is not something that can be achieved solely by charisma. One must possess a sharp mind, strong means, and a cold heart, all of which are indispensable. Mr. Lin, I have researched global security in advance and have seen your photo before. Facing Lin Jiejun's question, the Doctor smiled slightly, her tone gentle. However, I truly did not expect to find you here in the heart of the Golden Triangle. Lin Jiejun's heart brightened upon hearing this. Global security is the armed force established by global security in the Golden Triangle, and this matter has long been an open secret in the underworld of Hong Kong and the local Golden Triangle. Clearly, the Doctor had already gathered quite a bit of information. This area is filled with experts with mountains rising high. As the boss, I can't even sleep soundly in Hong Kong, so of course I had to come here in person. Lin Jiejun responded with a smile. The Doctor merely smiled lightly in response, not continuing the conversation. Her home is in Chiang Mai, not far from the territory of the eight-faced Buddha and the Man-Star Tower. She had heard the news about the eight-faced Buddha breaking ties with Lin Jiejun hours earlier. To be honest, Mr. Lin, I came here specifically for this matter. At this point, her expression became serious. She then turned to a young man beside her. This is my brother Along. Hello, Mr. Lin. Along, with a solid muscular build, exuded a fierce energy. He appeared reckless, but was far from clumsy. As the Doctor finished introducing him, he stepped forward and shook hands with Lin Jiejun, saying, I often move around in Hong Kong and have long heard of your name. Hello. Lin Jiejun also returned the handshake, his grip steady. Please come inside. He gestured towards the command center, inviting the Doctor and Along to enter for a detailed discussion. Upon entering the command center, the Doctor's gaze swept across the central sand table, marked with numerous points indicating the lead copper and mercury mines in the mountains behind Najayakan. Her eyes subtly paused, hinting at deeper thoughts. Doctor, since you made a special trip here, feel free to speak your mind. Lin Jejun sat in a military chair, getting straight to the point. I heard that global security has just set up camp in the Golden Triangle and is about to confront the eight-faced Buddha. Hedon, your arms supplies must be tight. If there's a shortage, I can replenish them at any time, and the price is negotiable. The doctor maintained her smile straightforwardly, laying out her intentions. Lin Jejun couldn't help but chuckle. On the surface, the doctor appeared knowledgeable, gentle, and harmless like a neighborly teacher. Yet as war loomed, she dared to venture into the frontline camp to discuss business. Such courage and calculation were not traits easily found in ordinary people. Thank you for your concern. Currently, we are adequately equipped and can supply ourselves without external sourcing. His tone was calm, yet resolute. If the doctor is here to sell arms, you might be wasting your trip. Self-supply. The doctor's eyes suddenly lit up, a flicker of genuine surprise passing through her pupils. She knew Lin Jejun had arms channels behind him, but she never expected that just a month after global security had arrived, they could produce guns and ammunition themselves. Looking at the determined expression on Lin Jejun's face, she understood. Before a major battle, he had no need to boast or save face. This arms deal was clearly not feasible. However, the doctor's visit was not solely about this matter. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Jejun's voice rang out first. Let's put the arms issue aside for now. I have a question. Your territory is right next to the eight-faced Buddha. At this time, not only are you selling goods to me, but you also personally came to negotiate. Aren't you afraid of attracting trouble? To my knowledge, the profits from drug trafficking far exceed those from arms dealing. The doctor was slightly shaken. She had originally intended to seize the initiative in the battlefield, but Lin Jejun was not short of supplies, and with just a few sentences, he shifted the conversation back to a point of safety, firmly holding the initiative. Since the other party had asked, she did not beat around the bush, lightly sighing. The eight-faced Buddha is quite domineering. Before her words were finished, she had already stood up, adjusting her cheongsam slightly, and walked calmly to the sand table. Mr. Lin, you must have noticed the lead copper and mercury mines in the mountains behind Najayakan, right? Lin Jejun slowly nodded, understanding. This trip of the doctor was not about arms at all. Doctor, feel free to express your thoughts. Let's be direct. Business is business. If we can't reach an agreement, our friendship remains. I want to collaborate with global security to develop the Najayakan mineral vein. The doctor was no longer concealing her intentions. I can't negotiate a result with the eight-faced Buddha. Now that he is on the verge of war with you, I can be your ally. An ally? What do you mean? Lin Jejun inquired. I will supply arms and send personnel to flank the eight-faced Buddha from both sides. Once we take this territory, I want half of the mining rights to the Najayakan. She laid her cards on the table. After hearing this, Lin Jejun immediately understood her true intentions. Clearly in her eyes, global security may not withstand the fierce assault from the eight-faced Buddha. After all, while the Lin Group is a powerful backing, global security has only been established in the Golden Triangle for less than a month, yet the eight-faced Buddha has been a dominant force in this land for half a lifetime. In terms of foundation and influence, global security falls far short. Moreover, the eight-faced Buddha is known for taking everything for himself. If he were truly to conquer Najayakan, the mineral resources would belong solely to him, with no shares for the doctor. Thus, in order to secure mining rights, the doctor dared to take a gamble. Even if it meant completely breaking ties with the eight-faced Buddha, she was determined to pull Lin Jejun into the game. However, just when the doctor thought this cooperation was almost certain, Lin Jejun said, I'm sorry, doctor, but I have confidence in the strength of global security. Moreover, there's a saying, one monk carries water, two monks lift water, and you should understand this principle better than I do. Jointly developing the mine. This matter is off the table. Lin Jejun outright rejected her proposal. As soon as these words were spoken, the doctor's previously calm expression slightly faltered. Beside him, the fiery Long stood up abruptly, raising his voice. Mr. Lin, this is not the time to be stubborn. The eight-faced Buddha has thousands of men under him along with armed helicopters patrolling. You really need to think this through. Before he could finish, Lin Jejun raised his hand to stop him decisively and cleanly. You two need not worry. I, Lin Jejun, never force myself into situations nor engage in battles without a chance of winning. By the way, since you are here to discuss cooperation, I actually have a new business proposition I would like to discuss with you. I wonder if you are interested. As soon as he finished speaking, the doctor and Long exchanged glances, both showing a hint of astonishment. They were only after two things: the mineral veins in the mountains behind Najayakan and smoothly selling the arms. Now that both paths had been blocked by Lin Jejun, they truly could not think of how to proceed. Just as the two were uncertain, Lin Jejun spoke again. Doctor, why not merge your company with the temporary group? Lin Jejun looked at her. In a while, global security's arms production capacity will greatly exceed demand, and I am in need of a well-connected arms dealer to help move this batch of goods. Before he could finish, Long exploded. Enough. He could no longer contain himself and stood up suddenly, raising his voice. Lin Jejun, you are insulting us. The tension in the room was already high, and seeing a long slam the table, the people around instinctively reached for their waists. The bodyguards next to the doctor immediately spread out, hands resting on their gun holsters. The air instantly tightened like a bowstring pulled taut. Along. The doctor called softly, then turned to Lin Jejun, her lips curling slightly as she smiled gently. Mr. Lin, business may not work out, but our friendship remains. I'm sure you won't lose sight of this point. Of course not, Lin Jejun replied with a candid smile. I genuinely want to cooperate with the doctor long term. To put it another way, even if you can't obtain mining rights, you can still acquire finished ammunition and weapons from me at a low price, turning it for profit, ensuring a win-win situation. But I don't believe you can defeat the eight-faced Buddha, the doctor said, shaking her head gently. After a brief pause, she added, however, if you truly can defeat the eight-faced Buddha group and the quality of your weapons holds up to scrutiny, this matter can indeed be discussed. All right, then let's wait and see the outcome, Lin Jejun said with a calm smile. But what if you lose, eh? The doctor's gaze flickered, her smile shallow. If I lose, Lin Jejun considered briefly, looking directly at the doctor. Not only will I not take your company, but I will also immediately transfer 10 billion to you from the Lin Group's account. Hearing this, the doctor fell silent for a few seconds. Although she still held little hope for this confrontation, the path of mining had indeed reached its end. Taking 10 billion for free, without lifting a finger, what's not to like? Even if Lin Jejun regrets it later, it wouldn't hurt her much, but from then on both sides would likely have no room for negotiation. All right, since Mr. Lin is so straightforward, I have no reason to refuse. She understood the intricacies and happily agreed, a slight curve at the corners of her eyes as her smile faded into her gaze. It's a deal. Lin Jejun's palm came down, then he looked at his watch, Jianjun Tian Yangsheng. The two responded and stood beside him. I never wait for others to come to me. Sheng, take your team and launch an immediate assault. Jianjun, follow the plan finalized last night and proceed. Understood, Jun, go boss. The two replied in unison and swiftly turned to leave. Then Lin Jejun turned to the doctor. Doctor, the war is about to start and stray bullets are merciless. I believe it's best for you to return to Chiang Mai and await news. The doctor knew full well that a major battle was imminent and did not say more, rising to get into the vehicle. However, just before she left, a hint of confusion crossed her eyes. She simply could not fathom where Lin Jejun's self-assuredness came from. Along snorted coldly. That kid has been pampered in Hong Kong and has no idea how ruthless the eight-faced Buddha really is. The doctor rested her chin on her hand, her fingers lightly tapping the table, remaining silent. After a long while, she finally spoke softly. Perhaps he really is a naive fool, she murmured, her mind flashing back to Lin Jejun's bright, determined eyes, almost reckless. At that moment, she was convinced once the smoke cleared, global security would most likely no longer exist. An hour later, by the Mekong River at the eight-faced Buddha Group's dock. Between the dock and global security lay the entire territory controlled by the eight-faced Buddha. With war imminent, the eight-faced Buddha had mobilized nearly 80% of his elite forces to the front lines. Even the dock's defenses had been significantly reduced. After all, within the entire Chiang Mai prefecture, there was only Lin Jejun who dared to challenge him heated. At present, although there were still sentries at the dock, it felt much emptier than usual. 5 kilometers away, a helicopter swooped in low, skimming the treetops. The rotors whipped up a gale, flattening the shrubs and grass along its path into rolling green waves. As the helicopter hovered and landed, Wang Jianjun was already leading his men to jump out. Map. As soon as the rope descended, he barked at Dadong beside him. Dadong quickly handed over the map, marking only the eight-faced Buddha dock and the surrounding 10 kilometers. 5 warehouses, 1 main dock. Silencers on. Wang Jianjun's voice was kept extremely low as he rapidly assigned tasks to Dadong and the others. Click. Upon hearing the command, everyone quickly attached silencers to their firearms. In their hands were naturally the Zhulong assault rifles, and they also had Zhulong pistols at their waists. Even the protective gear had been switched to the newly released Zhulong tactical suits. At this moment, the production line had only just started and a total of only a dozen suits had been made. However, it was more than enough to equip Wang Jianjun's elite team. More importantly, during their time at the camp, everyone had repeatedly practiced with the new firearms, so there was no sense of unfamiliarity after the change. With the positions confirmed, the team immediately stealthily advanced towards the dock. As they approached the outer perimeter of the dock, Wang Jianjun raised his hand to halt. All actions synchronized, and everyone quickly crouched into the dense underbrush. Once everyone was concealed, he raised his binoculars, intently watching the movements at the dock. At this time, looking through the lenses, at the dock entrance, 2 armed men were pacing back and forth. Looking further back, a lonely watchtower stood with an armed guard vigilant at the top. There are 3 targets in sight, Dadong. That watchtower number 13 is yours. Wang Jianjun spoke steadily, his voice almost inaudible. Understood. Dadong responded, and steadily aimed his Zhulong assault rifle. Unlike the others, he was equipped with a 4x optical scope instead of a holographic sight. With the precision and stability of the Zhulong assault rifle combined with the high-powered scope, it was effectively a sharpshooter's weapon. The rest follow me. Wang Jianjun waved his hand, leading the way forward. The golden triangle was perpetually humid and hot with rampant vegetation. They used the cover of shrubs, vines, and tree shadows to swiftly approach. Upon reaching effective shooting range, everyone decisively raised their rifles. Puff, puff. Two muffled sounds echoed short like the popping of bubbles. The two patrolling at the entrance fell in response. The guard in the watchtower had just noticed something amiss, his mouth only half opened, when a bullet pierced through, entering from his front teeth and exiting through the back of his head without a sound. The body slumped softly against the wooden railing, head tilted, looking as if it had merely dozed off. Target eliminated. The Dong briefly reported through the earpiece. With the watchtower vacant, Wang Jianjun immediately led the team to storm into the dock's interior. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. Inside there were still some scattered guards. These individuals were loosely positioned and slow to react, and in the blink of an eye they were picked off one by one. Each suppressed gunshot that rang out meant another person fell. Just as they cleared nearly half of the dock's personnel. Who are you? Enemy attack. Quick. A lazy individual hiding in the corner suddenly spotted them and shouted loudly. Before the words were even finished, his chest erupted in a cloud of blood. However, this shout eventually alerted the remaining personnel. Although the alarm had not sounded, gunfire erupted instantly. Da-da-da-da. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew chaotically, sparks flying. But at this moment, the highest watchtower at the dock had been firmly secured by Wang Jianjun's two subordinates. Although these veterans were not as monstrous as the top-notch marksmen, they were like adults fighting children against the disorganized group under the eight-faced Buddha. Taking advantage of the enemy's attention being drawn to the front, the two men positioned above pulled the trigger. In just a few seconds, 7 or 8 heads exploded in succession. The remaining strongpoints were quickly eliminated by the team. Report the situation. As the gunfire ceased, Wang Jianjun spoke into the communicator. 0 casualties. The dock is cleared. Should we detonate? A subordinate asked. Detonate, pack in more explosives. Blow the entire dock to the sky, and let's see what the eight-faced Buddha will use to transport goods. With the order given, everyone quickly set up the explosives. After finishing up, they swiftly turned towards the nearest warehouse. The defenses there were even looser, and without a single alarm ringing, they were silently wiped out. After clearing several warehouses, Wang Jianjun led his men back to the helicopter. Don't start it yet. He stood under the belly of the aircraft, raising his hand to halt all actions. Then he moistened his thumb with his tongue, slowly raised it to gauge the wind direction. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and smiled softly. Still, Brother Jun thought ahead. Then everyone boarded the aircraft. Rumble. The helicopter slowly lifted off, ascending into the sky. Wang Jianjun's expression was calm as his finger pressed on the remote control, gently pressing it. Boom, boom, boom. Columns of fire erupted from the dock and warehouses. The explosion's shockwave was extremely violent, even tearing the rooftops off. Before the flames had dispersed, the helicopter had already plunged into the clouds, leaving no trace. At the same time, within the command center of the eight-faced Buddha, what are these fools from the global armed forces doing? This is pure chaos. He stared at the sand table, his brows furrowed tightly. A few hours earlier, the global armed forces had proactively launched an attack against the eight-faced Buddha's station troops. Yet now, after so long, the front line had not moved an inch. Even more absurdly, according to reports from the front lines, the enemy soldiers huddled behind cover, randomly spraying their guns in a general direction, completely unconcerned about accuracy, purely firing blindly with their eyes closed. Having experienced many battles, the eight-faced Buddha immediately sensed something was off. Lin Jejun could never be so foolish. There must be a hidden agenda behind this. Each time he gave a command, his subordinates immediately launched a counterattack. The members of the global armed forces who originally adhered to their tactics suddenly exhibited uncharacteristically precise shooting, as if a batch of veterans had taken the field. Meanwhile, the eight-faced Buddha's group not only failed to push forward, but also suffered significant losses. At this moment, General, something big has happened. Fully armed Sha Li strode into the barracks, his boots thudding loudly against the ground. In the military camp, the father and son never called each other by father or son. This was a strict rule set by the eight-faced Buddha. What nonsense! Why are you panicking like this? The eight-faced Buddha shot a sideways glance at Sha Li, his voice low, yet sharp like a knife scraping iron plates. Speak, what's going on? The dock and the arms depot warehouse number 4 have all been blown up. Sha Li spoke, rapidly relaying the information he had just received in one breath. What a... The eight-faced Buddha stood up abruptly, his brows furrowed tightly. Who did it? Where are the guards? Did they all fall asleep? All the guards are gone, not a single survivor left. Sha Li's face turned grim. The preliminary autopsy shows that many didn't even get to touch their guns before being taken down. Upon hearing this, even the eight-faced Buddha's eyelids twitched violently. To be wiped out without even reacting. This indicated that the attackers were a team skilled in infiltration, moving like blades. Even if someone had sensed it, they would have been instantly suppressed. Otherwise, it would have been impossible not to issue a warning signal. He remained silent for a long time before slowly sitting back in his chair. Was there any trace left at the scene? The shell casings are neither AKs nor M16s. 5 kilometers southeast of the dock, a large area of bushes is flattened in a fan shape, as if blown over by a strong gust of wind. I suspect that the enemy conducted a surprise attack via helicopter, quietly blowing up the dock and warehouse. The firearms used are models we have never even seen. Sha Li clearly recounted the investigation results and deductions. Lin Jejun, that bastard did it. The eight-faced Buddha's pupils contracted sharply, cold light flashing. No wonder his men couldn't penetrate after firing for so long. It turns out they were drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. If it really was him, then our intelligence network has already leaked badly. Sha Li's voice was tense. Not even the fact that the global armed forces have helicopters was dug up. In that instant the room fell silent. The only sound was their breathing. Neither Sha Li nor the eight-faced Buddha had anticipated. Lin Jejun not only took the initiative to attack, but did so with such ferocity and decisiveness. It must be noted that within those warehouses besides the arms lay the number 4 stuff that the eight-faced Buddha had just secured this month. This explosion had caused losses that were impossible to estimate. Dad, what's our next move? Ultimately, Sha Li broke the silence and took the initiative to speak. What's there to ask? Starting today, the global armed forces, and we can only have one survivor. The eight-faced Buddha slammed his palm on the edge of the table, causing the teacup to jump. Lin Jejun blew up my warehouses. This matter is no longer related to Jiang Tianyang. Having ruled the Golden Triangle for many years, he valued his reputation above all else. Once the news of the dock's destruction and the warehouse's attack spread within 3 days, it would become a laughingstock at the tables of various warlords. Even the downstream buyers would suspect he was losing power and would turn to others. At this moment, the only way out was to completely eradicate the global armed forces. Only by bloodily washing away the enemy's stronghold could he eliminate this grievance. Seizing their territory and massively expanding the production of illicit goods was the only way to barely make up for this loss. However, the goods for this quarter were completely ruined. The loss of old customers had already become a certainty. Shall I give you 1,000 men, take those tanks and 2 armed helicopters? I want Lin Jejun. Before he could finish his sentence, what smell? The eight-faced Buddha's nostrils flared and his brows furrowed. Almost simultaneously, Sha Li also held his breath, repeatedly sniffing the air. A faint, almost imperceptible scent lingered in the air, too faint to grasp, yet oddly familiar. Within a minute, the odor rapidly intensified, growing increasingly pungent. Sha Li suddenly stiffened, his face turning pale. Dad, it's the smell of number 4 powder. As soon as the words were out, the eight-faced Buddha's expression changed drastically. Quick, get the gas masks. Sha Li immediately bent down to open the secret compartment under the table and pulled out 2 boxes, hurriedly fastening the masks before he could finally take a deep breath. He looked outside the barracks. The bushes were violently shaking towards the northwest. Southeast wind. Although the warehouses storing number 4 powder were somewhat distant from the camp, they were not far.